A prince who had been demoted to guard the Imperial mausoleum for 10 years, deemed worthless, was suddenly ordered to marry the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. All because the influence of Tianjian villa in Jiangnan had grown too powerful, arousing the emperor's suspicion, and it's the perfect tool to disgust and humiliate them. This news came out. Instantly, everyone was waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Little did they know, over the past decade, you have long since checked in at the Taizu mausoleum and ascended to divinity. Willing to go for a reason. It's merely the first move in your chess game. At this moment, inside the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Chu Yao was reclining halfway on the soft couch, listening to the subordinate's report. An attendant bowed and said, "Your Highness, the message has been confirmed. Lao Jiao is indeed on his way." Chu Yao listened, a disdainful sneer curling at the corners of his lips. Father's methods are still so unpredictable. A piece of dung-covered stone that everyone finds repulsive. Go smash that hardest jade mountain in the martial world. It's quite an interesting method, to say the least. Another official quickly flattered, saying, "Your Majesty is wise. But after all, it's not as grand as His Highness the Crown Prince's extraordinary talent and bold vision. Just a mere Tianjian villa, waiting for your Highness to ascend the throne. Just one decree is all it takes. Why resort to such means when you could simply wipe them out with a snap?" Chu Yao let out a hearty laugh upon hearing this. That being said, but seeing Morongbo suffer a setback also brings me great satisfaction. As for Lao Jiao, at this point, he paused. The tone was dripping with contempt. A worthless trash who can't even qualify for a rank. To be used as a tool once, it was perhaps the only value of his entire life. At this moment, an advisor nearby inquired, "Are you sending someone to keep an eye on him?" "No need." Chu Yao waved his hand, "Just an ant, nothing more. Not worth wasting a single thought. My opponent has never been him." Meanwhile, at the residence of the third prince, Chu Jing was sitting alone in front of the chessboard. The black and white stones seemed to come alive at his fingertips. A guard clad in black, his presence entirely concealed within the shadows, knelt on one knee, silent and unnoticed. Any movement from the crown prince's side? Chu Jing placed a white piece, his tone as calm as still water. The crown prince believes the ninth prince is not worth worrying about. No arrangements have been made. The shadow guard replied in a hoarse voice. Chu Jing let out a light laugh upon hearing this. My esteemed crown prince's elder brother remains as arrogant as ever. He only saw his father reprimanding the Tianjian villa. Yet I never considered why it had to be this particular piece, old ninth, that was chosen. The shadow guard was puzzled after hearing this. Your Highness, is there some deeper meaning to this? Chu Jing picked up a black stone. He slowly rubbed between his fingertips. Old Knight's identity is far too unique. His mother, Helian Yueshuang, was the last holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, which was exterminated a century ago. Back then, the whereabouts of the sect's supreme treasure, the heavenly demon codex, remained unknown. Many suspected that Helian Yueshuang had hidden its secrets within Laojiao. Hearing this, the shadow guard's breath hitched slightly. The demonic scripture, the foremost divine art of the demonic path, capable of driving the entire martial world into madness. A gleam of wisdom flickered in Chu Jing's eyes. The crown prince looked down on him. I have no choice but to be cautious. A person who might hold the secrets of the demonic codex must never fall into the hands of others. Saying, he gently placed the black stone onto the board. Send Ghost Shadow and the others. Bring him to me on the way. I want to question him myself. The shadow guard bowed his head even lower. Yes, your Highness. What if the ninth prince refuses to cooperate? Chu Jing raised his head. A flash of icy killing intent flickered in his eyes. Then let him and the secrets he carries vanish forever on this road. Understood. The shadow guard finished speaking and instantly melted into the darkness like a phantom. Disappeared without a trace. Chu Jing gazed at the lethal setup on the chessboard and murmured to himself. Ninth brother, don't blame your third brother for being ruthless. Being born into the royal family was your original sin. I hope you can be a bit smarter. At this moment, on the official road outside the capital, a plain and unadorned carriage was slowly moving forward. An elderly, wheezing eunuch followed alongside on a skinny donkey, followed by 5 or 6 guards behind, each one looking sallow and emaciated. The spears in their hands had rusted, hardly serving as protection anymore. It's more like a group of refugees fleeing from disaster. Lord Fu, how much farther until we reach the relay station? My legs are about to give out. A young guard complained weakly. Old eunuch, the only servant you have at the Imperial Mausoleum, Uncle Fu. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he forced a bitter smile and said, almost there. Almost there. Just cross that mountain ahead, and we'll arrive. What kind of job is this, escorting such a person? Not a bit of profit, just bad luck. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. What if they hear? How could a useless prince like him possibly punish us? The whispers of the guards were completely undisguised. Uncle Fu listened to these words, his face filled with concern. Your Highness, what would he think if he heard this? Yet, inside the carriage, all was calm. After stepping into the realm of Grandmaster, Your perception has long transcended the mundane. The guard's inner thoughts, Uncle Fu's worries. Even further away, those few gazes brimming with malice and murderous intent. You know everything perfectly well. Strange, how could fleas appear on the road? Your profound gaze pierces straight through the carriage. Spotted the shadow lurking in the dense forest. The leader was at the mid-stage of the second rank in the mortal realm. The others were also skilled practitioners at the true Qi realm, ranging from 3rd to 4th rank. Such a lineup to deal with a powerless and feeble prince. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Fine, it'll save me from being too bored on this trip. You smiled faintly and closed your eyes. The 9 revolutions reincarnation scripture slowly circulated within his body. The convoy pressed on as the sky gradually darkened. The official road suddenly narrowed, with steep cliffs on both sides. Through the valley, the wind howls mournfully. It sends chills down your spine. A guard tightly gripped his spear. His palms were drenched in cold sweat. Eunuch Fu, this place looks so eerie. Another guard turned pale. My legs were trembling uncontrollably. This was Black Wind Mountain. I think I've heard there were bandits around here. Stay alert, everyone. Uncle Fu forced himself to appear composed and shouted, in broad daylight. Under this clear sky, where would bandits come from? This was more to boost the guard's morale than anything else. More like trying to boost my own courage. Before the words were out of his mouth, suddenly, a piercing whistle sounded from deep within the mountain forest. Then, battle cries erupted from all directions. Countless figures suddenly emerged from the dense forests on both sides of the official road. Each of them held a gleaming steel blade, dressed in uniform black martial attire, agile and well-trained. At a rough glance, there are at least 300 to 400 people. The leader rode a black horse. The aura emanating from him unmistakably marked him as a 5th-rank body-tempering stage martial artist in the mortal realm. In the ordinary martial world, he was already a formidable master. The guards who had just been complaining were now completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a spectacle before. Dropping their weapons in droves, kneeling and kowtowing. Spare my life, mighty hero. We are just low-ranking soldiers following orders. Spare me, noble warrior. Fubo's face was also ashen with despair. Yet he stubbornly stood in front of the carriage. He hissed, how dare you? Sitting in the carriage is His Highness the 9th Prince. This is the crime of treason. Your entire clan will be executed. However, Black Whirlwind heard these words, burst into uncontrollable laughter. 9th Prince? That's the useless bastard born to that demonic cult witch. That poor soul who guarded the Imperial tomb for 10 years? As soon as these words were spoken, the bandits behind burst into even louder laughter. In their eyes, this so-called prince was worse than a beggar on the roadside. A useless prince dares to put on airs in front of me? The Black Whirlwind's laughter came to an abrupt halt. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Today I'm not just going to rob him of his money, and we'll even trade his head for a drink. With that, he urged his warhorse forward, slowly closing the distance. The massive machete dragged along the ground, emitted a piercing noise. The heavy sense of oppression left Uncle Fu nearly suffocated. He exhausted his last ounce of strength, desperately crying out, Your Highness, run! Inside the carriage, however, there was still complete silence, with no response whatsoever. It seemed as though the person inside had been terrified into silence. The grim smile on Black Whirlwind's face grew even wider. He could already imagine the so-called prince trembling in fear inside the carriage. He raised his axe high, ready to split the carriage in two with a single blow. You little bastard, get out here and face your death. He bellowed. However, just as his axe was about to come down, a faint, barely perceptible whistling sound echoed through the air. Whoosh! The sound was so faint, it seemed like nothing more than a falling leaf slicing through the air. Immediately afterward, a scene that would forever etch itself into everyone's memory unfolded. The Black Whirlwind's axe, raised high, froze mid-air. The savage grin on his face froze in place. A tiny blood hole had appeared on his forehead, its origin unknown. The hole was small and clear, allowing blood to flow through. A thin trickle of bright red blood slowly trickled down. The majestic black horse beneath him, on the same spot on its massive head, also had an identical blood hole. The gleam in Black Whirlwind's eyes was fading rapidly. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Bang! In the next instant, his towering figure, along with his beloved warhorse, fell backward stiffly, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. All signs of life were gone. Dead. The Black Wind Fortress, once a formidable force in the region, led by its leader with 8th rank true Qi cultivation. Just like that, dead? Both man and horse pierced through with a single strike? The entire scene fell into complete silence. The wind seemed to stop. Everyone's laughter was stuck in their throats, their expressions frozen in disbelief and terror. They didn't even see what had happened. Only Fu Bo, his eyes wide open, seemed to have seen a faint light flickering through the cracks in the carriage curtain. A thought, so absurd that he couldn't even believe it himself, arose in his mind. Could it be His Highness? How could that be? The prince, he doesn't know martial arts. After a brief moment of silence, there was an even more intense outburst. The bandits, or rather, the assassins disguised as bandits, finally snapped out of their stupor. Their eyes no longer held any mockery, instead, they were filled with endless shock and intense murderous intent. This is tricky. Attack together. Kill him. Avenge the leader. A man who looked like a leader shouted harshly, though his actions were calm and cold, exuding the iron discipline of a soldier. Form a formation. Focus your killing intent. Kill. Hundreds of bandits roared in unison, their aura suddenly shifting. The chaotic, bandit-like aura vanished instantly, replaced by the ruthless, battle-hardened aura of seasoned warriors. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and the malevolent energy surged into the sky, coalescing into the shadowy form of a ferocious blood-red tiger in mid-air. This was the military formation technique of the art of war. It was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary mountain bandits. Fu Bo and the few kneeling guards were already being crushed by the terrifying aura, unable to breathe, their faces pale and their hearts trembling with fear. They finally realized that these were not bandits at all. These were elite troops. Death squads. Their target, from the very beginning, had been the ninth prince inside the carriage. The blood-red tiger roared, unleashing a terrifying power capable of tearing apart even a first-rank quasi-master, and lunged viciously at the lone carriage. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Facing such a terrifying attack, even a true master would have to retreat temporarily. However, inside the carriage, everything remained calm. Only a detached voice, devoid of any emotion, sounded softly. Noise. The moment the words fell, an invisible, intangible force, yet one that seemed to contain the might of the heavens and earth, erupted from the carriage and swept outward with overwhelming force. There was no earth-shattering roar. No dazzling light. Everything happened in complete silence. The blood-red tiger formed by the combined malevolent energy of hundreds of people, upon coming into contact with this formless force. It was like snow meeting the scorching sun, unable to even create a ripple, and instantly melted away, vanishing into nothingness. Immediately afterward, the hundreds of bandits charging forward all trembled simultaneously. Their movements froze in mid-charge. Then, under the horrified stares of Fu Bo and several guards, their bodies, starting from the very front, began to disintegrate inch by inch, into flying ash. Flesh, bones, armor, weapons. Everything was completely erased by that silent force, decomposing into the most primitive particles. As if erased from this world by an invisible eraser, clean and precise. A breeze blew, and it vanished into thin air. Not a single bone remained. In the blink of an eye, the valley, once filled with the deafening cries of battle and a murderous aura piercing the heavens, had completely returned to silence. Except for the body of the bandit leader with his forehead pierced, the horse beneath him, and the 5 or 6 remaining bandit leaders who were too terrified to move, there was not a single living soul in sight. The hundreds of elite warriors seemed to have never existed. The valley was now filled with the dead silence and biting cold of death. The few surviving leaders stood frozen in place, maintaining various odd postures, dared not move an inch. It wasn't that they didn't want to move. They simply couldn't move. An invisible force field, like solidified amber, held them firmly in place, unable to move even a single finger. They could feel that their lives were no longer their own. At the slightest thought of that entity, they would follow their comrades into oblivion, reduced to dust. Fear. An unprecedented fear, like a cold tide, engulfed their minds. What kind of power is this? Domain. This is the domain said to be mastered only by grandmasters. This worthless prince, he's actually a grandmaster? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. The intelligence is wrong. Completely wrong. However, the reality was right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe it. Squeak. The carriage door slowly opened. A tall, slender figure emerged from the carriage, walking out at a leisurely pace. The man was dressed in plain cloth, with a clear and handsome face, and an air of calm and otherworldly elegance. It was none other than Chu Xian. He stepped down from the carriage, not even glancing at the guards who were trembling in fear, nor paying any attention to Fu Bo, who had frozen in place, his worldview completely shattered. His gaze fell calmly upon the leaders of the bandits who were bound and restrained. That gaze was as indifferent as a deity surveying ants. Speak. The icy voice echoed through the silent valley. Who sent you here? What is your purpose? Chapter 4, Divine Mind Search, Imperial Tactics. The valley was deathly silent. The few leaders bound to the ground were soaked in cold sweat, their eyes bulging from their sockets in sheer terror. They stared at the young man in plain clothes walking toward them, feeling as though they were not facing a human being, but an ancient demon god emerging from the depths of the 9 hells. Chu Xian's footsteps were light, landing on the ground without a sound. But with each step, it felt as though he were crushing their fragile hearts, causing their souls to tremble. We. The leader, a genuine third-rank expert, could not utter a single coherent word at that moment. His teeth were chattering violently, emitting a grating sound. He tried to beg for mercy, but found his throat clamped shut by an invisible hand, unable to utter a sound. The true energy he once boasted of, in the face of Chu Xian's vast domain as vast as a starry sea, was as docile as a frightened rabbit, curled up deep within his dantian, dared not move an inch. What an overwhelming difference in power. Grandmaster. Definitely a grandmaster. And not just any grandmaster. The intelligence was completely off the mark. This wasn't some worthless prince, this was a true dragon lurking in the depths of the abyss. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret and despair. They had taken on this task they thought was a favor, only to find themselves walking straight into the gates of hell. Chu Xian stopped in front of them. He did not repeat his question. Because he had already seen the answer in their eyes. Those were the eyes of men who had accepted their fate. Despair, but not surrender. Fear, but no betrayal. It seems you have no intention of speaking. Chu Xian's tone remained calm, betraying no emotion. The third-rank leader's eyes flashed with resolve. He strained every muscle, trying to bite through the poison sac hidden between his teeth. Loyalty to his master was his last shred of dignity. However, he sadly realized that he couldn't even perform the simplest of actions. Within Chu Xian's domain, even the power to control his own body had been stripped from him. If you don't wish to speak, it matters not. Chu Xian said indifferently. I will take it myself. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand and extended a finger. His finger was pale and slender, clean and pure, unlike that of a teenager who had spent 10 years in an imperial tomb, but rather like a piece of jade untouched by the world. He gently touched the tip of his finger to the forehead of the innate expert. The leader's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't know what the other was about to do, but his instincts told him that what was about to happen was 10,000 times more terrifying than death. No, no! He screamed wildly in his mind, his soul screaming in silence. However, it was all in vain. Chu Xian's fingertips finally touched his forehead gently. There was no earth-shattering energy fluctuation. Not even a trace of true energy escaped. Only a thread of golden divine light, thinner than a strand of hair and almost invisible, seeped out from Chu Xian's fingertips and vanished into the forehead of the leader. Soul-searching divine mind. This was an ultimate secret technique only mastered after entering the mythical realm, where mental power undergoes a metamorphosis into divine consciousness. It allows one to directly invade another's spiritual sea and forcibly read their memories. Such a technique was utterly ruthless, demanding the highest standards from both the caster and the target. The slightest misstep would leave both parties reduced to idiots. However, for Chu Xian, who had already reached the grandmaster realm and possessed divine consciousness far surpassing his peers, dealing with a mere third-rank martial artist was as easy as using a cow knife to slaughter an ant effortless. The leader's body trembled violently. His eyes instantly became hollow and vacant, devoid of all vitality. Countless memories flooded into Chu Xian's mind like a tidal wave. The third prince summons you. Secret training Ghost Shadow Guards. Target, 9th Prince Chu Xian, ambush and eliminate him en route. Investigate the secrets of the heavenly demon strategy. If none are found, stage his death as an accident and frame the crown prince. Upon success, the family will receive a fortune, and their wives and children will be granted titles. One scene after another, one order after another, appeared clearly in Chu Xian's mind. Moments later, Chu Xian withdrew his fingers. His gaze grew deep and icy, like a 1,000-year-old frozen lake. Third Prince, Chu Jing. He murmured the name softly. So it was you. What a clever move, killing two birds with one stone. What a masterful display of imperial cunning. My dear third brother, you've gone to great lengths for that position, haven't you? Chu Xian's face showed no trace of anger, only a cold, indifferent expression. Born into an imperial family, such sibling rivalry was nothing new to him. 10 years ago, when he was exiled to the Imperial Mausoleum, his older brothers had also played a role in that. But he never imagined that after 10 years, they still regarded him as a soft target to be manipulated at will, a pawn to be sacrificed at any moment. Put. A faint sound. The third-rank officer whose soul was being searched had the last glimmer of light in his eyes completely extinguished. His spiritual sea had been completely destroyed by Chu Xian's divine consciousness, leaving him nothing more than a living corpse, breathing but otherwise lifeless. Immediately afterward, his body, like those of his companions before him, silently turned into dust. Chu Xian turned his gaze toward the remaining few bandit leaders who were still bound. Having witnessed this bizarre and terrifying scene, they were already terrified out of their wits, nearly fainting from fear. Spare us. Someone finally broke free from the constraints on their throat and uttered a muffled plea for mercy. Chu Xian's expression remained unchanged. He merely flickered his sleeve. Puff. 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 Those few ghost shadow guards, who were considered top-tier experts even in the ordinary martial arts world, didn't even have time to utter a scream before they followed their comrades, all turning into dust that scattered into the sky. The entire valley fell completely silent. Only the body of the Black Whirlwind, who had been killed with a single finger, remained as the sole evidence of what had just occurred. Having done all this, Chu Xian seemed to merely brush the dust off the hem of his robe, as calm as a cloud in the sky. He turned around and looked at the few people behind him who were already frozen in place. Fu Bo's body trembled violently. He stared at Chu Xian, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, awe, and a hint of deep unfamiliarity. The prince he had served for 10 years, that gentle, quiet, and meek young man, had turned into this terrifying being capable of annihilating hundreds of elite warriors with a single flick of his fingers? What had happened in the past 10 years? Who exactly am I serving? The few surviving guards lay limp on the ground, soiling themselves with fear, unable even to muster the courage to glance at Chu Xian. Their minds kept replaying their previous contempt and complaints toward Chu Xian. A chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of their souls made them feel as though they had died 10,000 times over. Thud! Fu Bo was the first to come to his senses. His knees gave way, and he fell heavily to the ground, bowing deeply before Chu Xian. This old servant was blind. Please forgive me, Your Highness. His voice trembled violently from excitement and fear. The other guards snapped out of their daze, scrambling to their knees and banging their heads on the ground, blood flowing freely. Your Highness, spare our lives. Your Highness, spare our lives. This lowly servant failed to recognize your true identity. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please spare my life, Your Highness, out of mercy for my ignorance. They wept bitterly, filled with regret and remorse. Chu Xian looked down at the men kneeling before him, his expression unchanged. The offenses of ants were of no consequence to him. Rise. He spoke the 2 words softly. His voice was not loud, but it carried an air of unquestionable authority. Fu Bo and the guards trembled, dared not disobey, and struggled to get to their feet, but remained hunched over, dared not lift their heads. Clean this up. Chu Xian pointed at the corpse of the black whirlwind on the ground. Then continue on your way. Yes, Your Highness. Fu Bo hurriedly replied, his voice still trembling. He summoned the disoriented guards, who frantically dragged the body and horses to a ravine by the roadside and hastily buried them. Throughout the entire process, they dared not breathe a single breath. As they looked at Chu Xian's departing figure, their eyes were filled with endless reverence. Soon, everything was taken care of. Chu Xian returned to the plain, unadorned carriage. Fu Bo stood respectfully in front of the cart, took a deep breath, and swung the whip with all his might. Giddy up! The carriage began to move slowly once more. The caravan continued its slow journey toward Jiangnan. However, the atmosphere within the convoy had completely changed. The guards stood with their backs straight, their hands tightly gripping their long spears, their eyes darting warily around them, performing their duties with the utmost dedication, as if they were entirely different people. Fu Bo personally held the reins, walking cautiously at the front, his expression solemn and reverent, as if carrying out a sacred mission. No one dared to complain, and no one dared to slack off. Because they knew that inside that seemingly ordinary carriage sat not some worthless prince, but a being more terrifying than a demon god. Inside the carriage, Chu Xian leaned against the soft cushions, his expression calm. He took out a map of the 9 provinces from his storage ring obtained from the check-in. His fingers pointed to the location of the capital city. Then, he slowly traced his finger toward Jiangnan. Chu Jing. He murmured softly. Is this your way of giving me an appetizer? Well, this game is getting more and more interesting. A meaningful smile curved the corners of his mouth. Chapter 5, The Heavenly Sword has a phoenix, named Mu Rong. Jiangnan. A land of fish and rice, a prosperous region since ancient times. Misty rain and gentle breezes, small bridges and flowing streams, the soft dialect of the Wu people a stark contrast to the rugged grandeur of the north. This was a place where literati and scholars lingered endlessly, a land of gentle beauty, but also a place where martial arts clans and factions intertwined in a web of intrigue. And on this prosperous and fertile land, there is a name that everyone must look up to. Tianjian Mountain Villa. The manor is situated on Tianjian Peak, just outside the city of Linen. This peak is not solitary but a range of 9 peaks connected together. The main peak resembles a giant sword inverted into the sky, piercing the clouds with an awe-inspiring grandeur. Year-round mist and clouds swirl around it, with the cries of cranes echoing through the air, making it seem like a paradise on earth. At this moment, on the training grounds of Tianjian Mountain Villa, thousands of white-robed disciples are practicing swordplay in the early morning light. Sword chi swirls through the air, and their cries are in perfect unison, forming a sharp, piercing energy that stirs the clouds on the horizon. By the edge of the training ground, several lowly disciples tasked with sweeping and cleaning chatted quietly while working. Hey, have you heard? There's big news at the manor. What big event? Isn't it just the eldest miss marrying into the royal family? This has been talked about for days. Hey, you don't know anything. Do you know who the young miss is marrying? Who else could it be? In the current royal family, the only young man of noble birth who could match our young miss is either the crown prince or the third prince, right? Wrong. The well-informed servant disciple proudly raised his head. It's the 9th prince, Chu Xian. Who? The 9th prince? I've never heard of that name before. Of course you haven't heard of him. Because this prince has been guarding the Imperial tomb for 10 years and is famous for being a good-for-nothing. What? At those words, several other menial disciples gathered around, their faces filled with disbelief. Are you saying our young miss is to marry a worthless gravekeeper? Is this an insult to our Tianjian mountain villa? Our young miss is no ordinary person. She is the pride of Jiangnan, hailed as the Jiangnan Sword Phoenix, with unparalleled talent and breathtaking beauty. Suitors line up from the walls of Lin'an City all the way to the mouth of the Qiantang River. Exactly. The young master of Qingyun Academy and the chief disciple of Houtnan Gate aren't they all dragons among men? Our young miss doesn't even glance at them, so how could she possibly marry a worthless good-for-nothing? What is the master of the mountain thinking? I can't accept this. The disciples were filled with righteous indignation, their faces flushed with anger. In their hearts, Miss Mu Rongxue was a phoenix from the heavens, an untouchable goddess. Now, she was to be defiled by a piece of cow dung? How could they possibly tolerate this? At the peak of Tianjian Peak, deep within a secluded bamboo grove. This place was called Listening to the Snow Pavilion, the secluded retreat of Miss Mu Rongxue, the eldest daughter of the Tianjian mountain villa. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the bamboo grove was filled with a cold, sword-like aura. A stunning figure danced gracefully through the bamboo grove. She wore a snow-white gown, her figure graceful and slender, resembling a moon goddess. In her hand, a 3-foot-long green sword seemed to come to life, transforming into streams of silver light that darted through the bamboo leaves. Wherever the sword light passed, bamboo leaves fell, yet not a single one was severed. Occasionally, morning dewdrops fell from the bamboo leaves, but before they could touch the ground, they were split into two by the invisible sword qi, turning into even finer mist. This precise control over power had reached an extremely profound level. The young woman was none other than the jewel of Tianjian mountain villa, Mu Rongxue. At 18 years old, she had already reached the mid-stage of the realm, and her mastery of the heavenly heartsword technique was nothing short of divine, earning her the reputation as the most talented prodigy in the heavenly sword mountain villa in 300 years. Clink! A faint sound echoed. Manhwa sheathed her sword and stood still, the tip of the sword resting steadily on a bamboo leaf about to fall to the ground, not moving an inch. She slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and a faint blush spread across her cold, beautiful face, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Just then, a maid dressed in a blue gown, equally beautiful, rushed into the forest from outside. Miss! Something's wrong. The maid was named Lin Wanner, Mu Rongxue's personal attendant and her junior sister. She had reached the first rank of a quasi-master and possessed extraordinary talent. Manhwa furrowed her delicate brows, sheathed her sword, and spoke in a voice as cold as spring water. Wanner, what is the matter? Lin Wanyu ran up to her, panting heavily, her face filled with anxiety and anger. Miss! The master really agreed. He really accepted that imperial edict. He really intends to marry you off to that worthless Prince Chu Xian. Boom! A bone-chilling sword intent erupted suddenly from Mu Rongxue's body. The dozens of emerald green bamboo stalks surrounding her were instantly sliced by the invisible sword qi, their upper half sliding off cleanly, making a crisp crackling sound. The fallen leaves on the ground were ground into dust. Manhwa's stunningly beautiful face was now covered in frost, and her eyes blazed with furious anger. Useless prince! Chu Xian! She uttered the name slowly and deliberately, her voice cold enough to freeze the air. The son of that demoness from the demon cult? The one deemed an omen by the royal family, who survived for 10 years in the Imperial mausoleum? Father, he actually wants me to marry such a person? Lin Wanner looked at her young mistress, who was furious, feeling both heartbroken and angry. Yes, miss. The entire estate is abuzz with it. They say the emperor is intentionally humiliating our Tianjian mountain villa. Using a disgrace to tarnish your reputation as the sword phoenix of Jiangnan, and thereby undermine the prestige of our mountain estate. Manhwa clenched the hilt of her sword tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She was proud and arrogant, holding herself in high esteem, and her lifelong ambition was to reach the pinnacle of the sword arts. She had always looked down on matters of the heart. In her eyes, those so-called young prodigies were nothing but mediocrities cloaked in the glory of their families, none of whom could catch her eye. She had once imagined that her future husband would either be a peerless hero who could stand beside her and survey the mountains and rivers, or a legendary master who could guide her in the way of the sword. Yet she never imagined that fate would play such a cruel joke on her. To marry a worthless man. A joke. A sickly weakling who couldn't even fight. This was not just a humiliation, it was a complete trampling of her dignity, her pride, and everything she had ever strived for. No! Mu Rongxue snapped coldly, a flash of resolute ferocity gleaming in her eyes. My fate, as Mu Rongxue, must not be dictated by others. Neither the emperor nor my father can decide. Lin Wanner exclaimed anxiously, what should we do, miss? The imperial edict has been issued, and the estate master has accepted it. This is the emperor's command we cannot disobey. The emperor's command? Mu Rongxue sneered, her body emanating an astonishing sharpness. The Tianjian mountain villa has stood firm in Jiangnan for hundreds of years, not because of the imperial family as favors, but because of the swords in our hands. If the Imperial family wants to humiliate me, they'll have to see the swords in my hands first. Do you agree or not? She took a deep breath, forcing down the anger in her heart, her mind racing. Defying the Imperial decree outright was the most foolish course of action, one that would bring ruin upon the mountain estate. However, she would never sit idly by and accept her fate, marrying that worthless man. Since it is an Imperial edict, I naturally cannot disobey. A flash of cunning and arrogance flickered in Mu Rongshue's eyes. But we can make that Chu Xian back down on his own. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. What does the young lady mean? Mong Yushui's lips curled into a cold smile. Isn't he coming to Jiangnan for the wedding? Then I'll send someone to welcome him properly. Let him see with his own eyes just how vast the gap between him and me truly is. Let him understand that he, this worthless toad, is not worthy of my swan-like beauty. I'll make him lose all face, so ashamed he'll beg the royal family to annul this marriage. Lin Wanner nodded repeatedly in agreement, excitedly exclaiming, what a brilliant idea! Miss is so wise. Then who should we send? Mong Yushui's gaze fell on her younger sister. Wanner, this task falls to you. Lin Wanner was taken aback for a moment, then straightened her posture, her face brimming with confidence. Yes, miss. I'll complete the mission. Mong Yushui nodded and instructed, take a few of the best men from the estate with you. Remember, our goal is to persuade him to leave, to humiliate him, not to take his life. After all, he is a prince. If he were to die on the road, it would bring immense trouble to our mountain estate. You may administer a mild punishment to make him suffer a bit, but be sure to exercise restraint. Make him understand that the gates of Tianjian Mountain Villa are not something a worthless fool like him can enter at will. Lin Wanner nodded firmly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Miss, rest assured. I will make that worthless prince cry and crawl back to his imperial tomb. Let him know that we, the Jiangnan Sword Phoenix, are a force he can never hope to match. With that, she bowed excitedly, turned, and left, selecting her men to follow. The bamboo grove fell silent once more. Mao Rongxue watched Lin Wanner's receding figure, the coldness in her eyes showing no sign of fading. She slowly raised the long sword in her hand, the tip pointing directly toward the capital. Chu Xian. I don't care who you are, a prince or not, nor do I care about any schemes behind this. You want to marry me, Mu Rongshui? You don't deserve me. The cold gleam of the sword blade reflected the proud and resolute beauty of her face. A campaign to dissuade Chu Xian began. But they all didn't know. What they were about to face was not some worthless pushover, but a prehistoric dragon capable of overturning the heavens and earth. Chapter 6, A single finger repels the enemy, maidservants and all. The vast territory of the Great Xian dynasty stretched across the Yangtze River, entering the misty and hazy lands of Jiangnan. Chu Xian's entourage traveled at a leisurely pace and finally arrived at the largest freshwater lake in Jiangnan, the Yunmeng Marsh. The Yunmeng Marsh stretches for 800 miles, shrouded in mist and mist. The lake's surface was shrouded in mist, like a veil of gauze. Distant mountains were outlined in faint blue, while nearby waters were veiled in mist. A few fishing boats appeared and disappeared in the thin fog, creating a stunning ink wash painting. The official road ran along the lakeshore, with weeping willows lining the sides. A gentle breeze carried the moist, fresh scent of water, bringing a sense of peace and relaxation. Fu Bo and the guards felt their tensions ease as they took in the beauty of the Jiangnan landscape. Since the harrowing incident at Black Wind Mountain, they had come to regard the prince and the carriage with the utmost reverence. Along the way, they encountered no bandits or thugs, the peace and quiet almost unnatural. It seemed that the hidden demons and spirits had all been intimidated by the prince's decisive actions. However, just as the carriage turned a bend and the lake came into view ahead, the previously leisurely atmosphere was shattered in an instant. There, on the official road ahead, stood a row of people who had appeared out of nowhere. These individuals were all dressed in white, their robes flowing in the wind, exuding an otherworldly aura. On their sleeves, each wore a silver-threaded emblem of a delicate small sword. That was the emblem of the Jiangnan martial arts supreme, the Tianjian Mountain Villa. At the forefront stood a young woman, appearing to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. She wore a blue gown, her posture was tall and straight, her features delicate and beautiful, but her brows betrayed an unmistakable air of pride and sharpness. She held a long sword in its scabbard, her gaze cold as she watched the slowly approaching carriage. Behind her stood over a dozen young disciples, all dressed in white. Each of them looked arrogant, their eyes fixed on the carriage with an unmistakable mix of scrutiny and disdain. It's someone from Tianjian Mountain Villa. A guard whispered in alarm, his expression changing slightly. Fu Bo's heart also jumped to his throat. He knew that the real test had only just begun. These disciples of Tianjian Mountain Villa were clearly here with ill intent. Senior sister, they're coming. A disciple of Tianjian Mountain Villa whispered to Lin Wanner. Look at that dilapidated carriage and those few attendants. They look so poor and shabby. I wonder where they got the nerve to come here to marry our young miss. Another disciple sneered, speaking with contempt. Exactly. They should take a look at themselves in the mirror. A worthless who only gained recognition because of his mother's connection to the demon cult, and he dares to covet our heavenly phoenix? Just wait. With senior sister Wanner here, we'll make sure he leaves in disgrace today. Let him know that the threshold of our Tianjian mountain villa is harder to cross than climbing to the heavens. The disciples' whispers were neither too loud nor too soft, carried by the gentle breeze, clearly reaching Fu Bo's ears. Fu Bo's expression darkened, and a surge of anger rose within him. But he recalled the prince's instructions inside the carriage and forced himself to suppress it. The carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the group of white-robed disciples. Lin Wanner stepped forward, lifting her smooth chin, her voice clear yet tinged with a cold, condescending tone. Are you the ninth prince from the capital? Fu Bo dismounted from the lean donkey, straightened his attire, and approached, bowing respectfully without a trace of subservience. This servant is Fuan, paying my respects to the young lady. The ninth prince is indeed inside the carriage. May I ask why the young lady is blocking the way? Lin Wanner snorted coldly, her eyes filled with contempt. What? Is His Royal Highness the Prince unwell, or is he too cowardly to even lift the curtain of the carriage, forcing an old servant to speak on his behalf? Her words were harsh and merciless, leaving no room for mercy. Fu Bo's face flushed slightly. However, he remembered his place and remained respectful. Your Highness has traveled a long distance and is indeed feeling unwell. He is resting inside the carriage. If the young lady has any urgent matters, please inform this old servant, and I will convey them accordingly. Relay? Lin Wanner seemed to have heard a joke and snorted in laughter. There are some things I fear you, a mere servant, would not be able to convey. She stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a sword, piercing the carriage. I am Lin Wanner, a disciple of the master of Tianjian Mountain Villa. I am here today on the orders of our young miss, Mu Rongshui, to personally welcome His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Though she spoke of welcoming, the hostility and challenge in her tone were clear to all. Fu Bo's heart sank, knowing that the other party had come to intimidate them. So you are Miss Lin. Thank you for your trouble. Fu Bo remained calm and composed. His Highness was already aware of the itinerary. There was no need for you to trouble yourself. Wait. No trouble? Lin Wanner cut him off abruptly, her voice rising 8 octaves. How can you call this trouble? After all, the path His Highness is about to take is no ordinary one. The path to my Tianjian mountain villa has never been one that can be traversed merely by virtue of one's status or an imperial edict. She glanced around at her fellow disciples, her face adorned with a mocking smile. If you want to marry our young miss, you must prove your worth. A worthless coward who dares not even show his face. Pardon my frankness, but you are unworthy. How dare you? Fu Bo could no longer contain himself and shouted harshly. Our young master is of noble birth. How dare you, a mere woman from the streets, dare to insult him here? The marriage was decreed by the emperor himself, and the estate master has agreed. Your words place the emperor and the estate master in a most unfavorable light. Fu Bo's words were well reasoned and delivered with great authority. However, Lin Wanner remained completely unmoved. In her eyes, he was nothing more than an old servant with a tough exterior but a cowardly heart. She had completely lost her patience. Arguments were pointless. She must use the most direct and shocking method to make this arrogant, ignorant prince face reality. Well said. Lin Wanner suddenly smiled, but her smile was as cold as ice. Since your Highness is unwilling to speak, then as your subordinate, I shall have no choice but to test the skills of your Highness's guards. Before she could finish speaking, clang! A clear, piercing sword cry rang out. Lin Wanner's long sword at her waist drew out in an instant. A dazzling silver light, like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, carved a straight sword trail through the air. Her target wasn't Fu Bo, nor the guards trembling in fear beside him. It was the carriage that had been parked quietly in the same spot. The sword's energy surged, sweeping up the fallen leaves on the ground and forming a fierce whirlwind. This strike had taken 80% of her strength. She was a first-ranked near master, just a hair's breadth away from the realm. This strike was so powerful that even ordinary early-stage innate experts would dare not block it head-on. She intended to use this strike to force Chu Xian out of the carriage and humiliate him in public. Even better, if he couldn't dodge in time and was cut by the sword chi, making him look even more disheveled, that would be perfect. You don't know when to give up. Lin Wanner sneered coldly in her heart. She could already envision the pathetic prince being knocked out of the carriage by her sword, rolling around in a humiliating heap. The disciples of Tianjian Mountain Villa behind her all revealed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Fu Bo was so scared he turned pale and shouted, "Your Highness, be careful." Everything happened in the blink of an eye. As the razor-sharp sword tip was about to pierce the thin carriage wall. At that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The motionless curtain was gently lifted by a hand, revealing a corner. Immediately afterward, 2 fingers emerged from the gap in the curtain. What kind of fingers were those? Long, fair, and spotlessly clean, as if carved from the finest white jade. In such a tense atmosphere, the appearance of these hands was so composed, so elegant and graceful. Then, Those elegantly exaggerated fingers performed an action that nearly made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Without missing an inch, with perfect precision, they clamped down on the tip of Lin Wanner's sword, which had gathered 80% of her strength and was as fast as lightning. Clang! A faint, almost inaudible clang. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Space itself seemed to freeze in that instant. Lin Wanner's sword, thrust out with all her strength, suddenly came to a halt mid-air. The tip of the sword was less than half an inch away from the wooden panel of the carriage. The violent sword energy contained within the blade vanished without a trace the moment it came into contact with those two fingers, like a stone sinking into the sea. The sword remained motionless. Lin Wanyu's smug expression and savage grin froze on her face. The determined gleam in her eyes was instantly replaced by endless shock and disbelief. How is this possible? What happened? My sword. Why has my sword stopped? Her mind went blank. Ah! Lin Wanner snapped back to her senses and let out a defiant scream. She thought the other party had used some trick. The inner energy within her surged wildly, flowing through her meridians toward her arms and then into the long sword. She exerted every ounce of strength she had, striving to push the long sword forward by even the slightest inch. However, it was useless. Completely useless. Those two slender fingers seemed like two ancient divine mountains, containing a terrifying power she couldn't comprehend or resist. Her sword was trapped there, as if it had fused with the heavens and earth, unmoving no matter how she strained to move it. No, impossible, this can't be possible. Lin Wanner's face turned from crimson to deathly pale. Her pride in her cultivation and her sword techniques had become a mockery in this moment. The opponent hadn't even shown their face. With just two fingers, he effortlessly deflected her full force attack with such ease. What kind of terrifying power was this? A master? No. Even a master couldn't do it so effortlessly. Could it be a grandmaster? This absurd thought, beyond all reason, surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart, sending a chill through her entire body, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The disciples of Tianjian Mountain Villa who had been watching the spectacle behind her were now all frozen in place. Their smiles froze on their faces, their mouths wide open as if they could fit an egg inside. One by one, their eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the unimaginable scene before them, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Just then, the two fingers holding the sword tips moved. There was no earth-shattering explosion. They merely swept forward gently. The movement was so gentle, as if brushing away a speck of dust from a guitar string. A force that was irresistible yet incredibly gentle surged through the sword and into Lin Wanner's body. Bang! Lin Wanyu felt an overwhelming force as vast as the sea surged toward her, leaving her no time to react. Her entire body, along with the sword, was swept backward like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, unable to control her own movements. She flew backward for over 10 steps. Clang! 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 She stumbled backward on the ground, leaving deep footprints in the with each step, before finally managing to steady herself. A sweet taste filled her throat. A surge of blood rushed up her throat, but she forced herself to swallow it back down. At that moment, she felt her chi and blood surging like a storm within her body, her meridians throbbing with pain. The palm of her right hand, which gripped the sword, split open, blood flowing freely, and her entire arm trembled uncontrollably. She had lost. Defeated beyond recognition. Defeated without a doubt. Defeated to the point where she couldn't even muster a single thought of resistance. Her opponent hadn't even injured her. That single flick of her wrist, though seemingly fierce, was executed with such precision that it merely knocked her back without harming her core. This was no longer a mere difference in strength. It was a difference in realm, as vast as heaven and earth. It was the absolute dominance of an adult over a toddler taking its first steps. The entire scene fell into complete silence. The breeze by the lake seemed to have ceased its gentle caress. Everyone was completely stunned by this unimaginable scene. In that deathly silence, a calm, magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of laziness, drifted out from within the carriage. Please convey my regards to Miss Mu Rong and my father-in-law. Xu Xian will arrive shortly. The voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Especially the words father-in-law, which felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of Lin Wanner and all the disciples of Tianjian Mountain Villa. It was a declaration. An unquestionable, forceful declaration. After speaking those words, the curtain of the carriage slowly fell, once again shrouding everything within. Drive. Fu Bo's voice rang out at the right moment, breaking the frozen silence. He bowed respectfully toward the carriage, then straightened his back and pulled the reins. The carriage began to move slowly once more. The wheels rolled over the cobblestone road, emitting a clatter sound. It passed by the group of Tianjian Mountain Villa disciples, who remained frozen in place, moving neither too fast nor too slow. As if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a trivial interlude. Until the carriage's figure faded into a distant black dot at the end of the official road. Lin Wanner suddenly snapped back to reality. She looked down at her trembling right hand, then raised her gaze toward the direction where the carriage had disappeared. The proud, beautiful face had lost all its color, leaving only endless terror and confusion. Useless? An unlucky person? A discarded child of the grave? No. It's all a lie. Those rumors are all colossal lies. The unimaginable power she displayed just now, the ease with which she toyed with her, the indifference with which she treated her as if she didn't exist. This is no ordinary. This is clearly a terrifying beast lurking in the depths of the abyss, one that even dragons would tremble before. Sis, what should we do? A disciple finally regained his voice from sheer terror and asked tremblingly. Lin Wanyu's body trembled violently. A look of unprecedented fear and urgency flashed in her eyes. She realized that the situation had completely surpassed their expectations. It had also surpassed the young Mrs. expectations. It might even have surpassed the master's expectations. This marriage was not a humiliation from the royal family toward Tianjian Mountain Villa. Behind it all lay a colossal secret. A secret capable of overturning the entire Jiangnan martial arts world and even the very structure of the great Qian dynasty. Return at once. Immediately. Right now. Return at the fastest possible speed. Lin Wanner's voice grew sharp with excitement. We must report everything that happened here, exactly as it happened, to the young miss and the estate master. Hurry! She no longer cared about her composure, turned around, and used her likeness technique to transform into a green shadow, rushing madly toward the direction of Tianjian Mountain Villa. The remaining disciples snapped out of their daze, their faces filled with terror, and hurriedly followed after her. By the banks of the Yunming Marsh, peace returned. All that remained were the deep footprints of those who had fled and the fallen leaves shattered by sword energy. Chapter 7, Encountering Injustice in Fengyun City. The gentle ripples of the Yunming Marsh gradually faded into the distance. The carriage continued along the official road for half a day. A majestic city came into view on the horizon. This city was the strategic gateway connecting the waterways and land routes of Jiangnan Fengyun City. True to its name. Here, merchants and traders gather in droves, and martial artists and outlaws come and go like a swarm of bees. It is the most well-informed place in all of Jiangnan, but also a melting pot of good and evil. It was said that even a breeze in Fengyun City could stir up the entire martial arts world of Jiangnan. As Chu Xian's carriage rolled over the weathered at the city gate, the calm surface of his heart once again rippled with the familiar sound of the system prompt. Ding! Host has arrived at an important check-in location, Fengyun City. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward, Insightful Heavenly I Divine Ability level. Divine Insight can pierce through all illusions in the world. At the highest level, it can penetrate array formations and restrictions. At the intermediate level, it can discern others' cultivation bases, bone structure, and energy flow. At the lowest level, it can distinguish the properties of herbs and poisons, as well as the authenticity of materials. Note, this divine ability will strengthen as the host's cultivation level increases. Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a faint golden glow flickered briefly before fading back into their usual deep and serene state. A cool breeze swept from his eyes into his mind, and the world around him instantly transformed in his perception. If before he had used his powerful divine consciousness to perceive the world, now he was using his eyes to analyze the world. The martial artists walking on the streets, their cultivation levels, and the strength of their inner energy all manifested as distinct streams of colored energy, clearly visible to his eyes. The herbs on the street vendor's stall, which ones were genuine, which were counterfeit, their medicinal properties, and their age were all immediately apparent. Even the faint energy traces on an inconspicuous building at the street corner reveal to him that it is a crude warning array. An interesting ability. A faint smile curved the corners of Chu Xian's lips. Though this ability did not directly enhance his combat power, it was an extremely practical auxiliary skill. In this treacherous and ever-changing world, being able to see through illusions allows one to foresee the future. Your Highness, we have arrived at Fengyun City. Fu Bo's respectful voice came from outside the carriage. It's getting late. Shall we find an inn to rest for the night? Yes. Chu Xian replied indifferently. Under Fu Bo's guidance, the carriage quickly arrived at the most renowned inn in Fengyun City. Listening to the Rain Pavilion. The building stood 5 stories tall, with soaring eaves, intricate brackets, and intricately carved beams and pillars, exuding an air of grandeur. The area in front of the building was bustling with people, most of whom were either wealthy or of noble birth, or else powerful martial artists. Fu Bo, surrounded by his bodyguards, respectfully lifted the curtain of the carriage for Chu Xian. Chu Xian stepped out of the carriage, dressed in plain clothes, with a calm demeanor, blending into the crowd and not standing out. However, the moment he stepped through the gates of the Listening to the Rain Pavilion, the previously bustling atmosphere inside the building froze for a moment. Those who were engaged in lively discussions and those who were enjoying drinks and conversation all unconsciously turned their gaze toward him. They couldn't explain why. They simply felt that the young man who had entered possessed an indescribable, unique aura. Though he appeared ordinary, he seemed out of place among everything around him. Like a stone dropped into a pond, though silent, it had already sent out ripples that spread out in invisible circles. However, this feeling was fleeting. The crowd glanced at him a few times, noting that Chu Xian was dressed plainly and followed by only ordinary guards, and soon lost interest, returning to their previous conversations. After all, in Fengyun City, there was no shortage of oddities and eccentrics. "Gentlemen, please come in." The innkeeper greeted them enthusiastically. Fu Bo handed over a silver ingot and whispered, "Find us a quieter private room." "Certainly." The innkeeper weighed the silver ingot, his smile growing even broader, and hurriedly led them to a window-side table on the second floor. The view was spacious, offering a glimpse of the bustling crowd below while also allowing them to enjoy the street scenery outside the window, a serene retreat amidst the chaos. Chu Xian sat down comfortably, while Fu Bo and the guards stood behind him, like the most loyal bodyguards. "Your Highness, what would you like to order?" Fu Bo asked in a low voice. "A pot of clear tea and a few small dishes will suffice." Chu Xian's gaze casually swept across the entire second floor. Under the divine eye, everything became crystal clear. The few martial artists at the neighboring table boasting about their battle achievements were merely 7th and 8th rank body-tempering stage practitioners, with unstable internal energy and weak foundations. In the distant corner, a lone figure in a straw hat, drinking alone, emitted an extremely condensed aura, a 4th rank chi condensation stage expert. As for the proprietor of the Listening to the Rain Pavilion, the fat man behind the counter who was smiling broadly while counting money, though he appeared harmless, had a chaotic and cold true chi flowing within him. His cultivation level had already reached the 5th rank. Chu Xian's gaze finally settled on a large table not far away. Around the table sat 7 or 8 burly men dressed in black brocade robes. Each of them had bulging temples, emanating a fierce aura, and every movement they made carried a menacing aura. In Chu Xian's divine insight, their auras were chaotic and impure, mingled with the stench of blood and greed, the hallmarks of a criminal organization. But what was even more important was that he detected a faint, familiar mark deep within their auras. It belonged to the third Prince Chu Jing and the Ghost Shadow Guards, the same origin as their aura. The Black Gold Pavilion. Chu Xian lifted his teacup, his mind clear. The Black Gold Pavilion was the faction supported by the third Prince Chu Jing in the martial arts world. On the surface, it was an intelligence organization engaged in business, but in secret, it was involved in various unscrupulous activities, amassing wealth for him and eliminating his rivals. It seemed that his beloved older brother's influence in this region of Jiangnan was far more extensive than he had imagined. Just as Chu Xian was deep in thought, a commotion erupted at the staircase entrance. A group of people approached, led by an elderly man with half-gray hair, wearing a faded robe, his face weathered by time. Behind him followed 3 young disciples, 2 men and a woman, all looking pale and nervous. In Chu Xian's estimation, the old man's cultivation level was only at the 6th rank of the chi condensation stage, having just mastered the basics of internal energy cultivation. His disciples, however, were not even ranked, merely stronger than ordinary people. This was clearly a minor, insignificant sect. The old man held a wooden box in his hands with great care. Chu Xian's gaze swept over it, and his divine eye instantly revealed the material of the box. A 300-year-old blood ginseng? Chu Xian was slightly surprised. Blood ginseng is a sacred medicine for healing injuries. A 100-year-old specimen is already rare, and a 300-year-old one is priceless, enough to make even innate experts covet it. For such a destitute minor sect to obtain such a treasure, one could only wonder if it was a blessing or a curse. These people seemed to be looking for a place to rest and eat, but upon seeing the exorbitant prices at the Listening to the Rain Pavilion, they all wore expressions of distress. Just as they were hesitating and about to turn away, "Stop!" a rough shout rang out. At the Black Gold Pavilion table, a burly man with a face covered in scars, nicknamed Leopard Brother, stood up. His greedy eyes fixed on the wooden box in the old man's hands and the female disciple by his side. "Old man, what kind of treasure do you have in your hands? Open it up and let Leopard Brother take a look." Bao Gu led several of his men, grinning savagely as they surrounded the master and his 4 disciples. The 4 disciples from the small sect had never seen such a formidable display before and were instantly terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. The old man hurriedly shielded the wooden box behind him and trembled. "Gentlemen, we are just passing by. We have nothing of value. Please spare us." "Stop your nonsense." Leopard Brother didn't even listen to his explanation and reached out to grab the wooden box. The old man struggled to protect it, but was knocked to the ground by a single slap from Leopard Brother. "Master!" The 3 disciples cried out in alarm and rushed to help. The young female disciple gathered her courage and glared at Bao Gu angrily. You dare to rob someone in broad daylight? Is there no law in this world?" "Law?" The leopard-like man was taken aback, then burst into a loud laugh along with his men. "Ha ha ha ha, little girl, you're talking about the law with us from the Black Gold Pavilion? In this city of chaos, the Black Gold Pavilion is the law." His lecherous gaze roamed freely over the young disciple's body. "But since you're so pretty, I'll give you a chance today." He pointed at the wooden box and said arrogantly, "The contents of this box, I'll buy them for 100 taels of silver. Additionally, you will accompany us brothers for a few drinks, and this matter will be settled." 100 taels? A 300-year-old blood ginseng root could fetch at least 10,000 taels of silver at an auction house like Wanbalu. This isn't just extortion, it's outright robbery. The old man was so enraged that he trembled all over, pointing at Bao Gu and shouting, You're taking advantage of me. So what if I bully you? The smile on Bao Ji's face vanished instantly, replaced by a hideous grin. Old fool, you don't know when to back down. Today, you'll sell this thing whether you want to or not. As he spoke, his large hands, like fans, reached out toward the wooden box in the old man's hands. The diners around them, witnessing the scene, shook their heads and sighed. Ah, it's those black gold pavilion thugs bullying the weak again. That small sect is unlucky. They dare to parade around town with such a treasure. There's nothing we can do. After all, they're from the black gold pavilion. They have powerful backers. Better mind your own business and avoid trouble. The crowd murmured among themselves, but no one dared to step forward. As the dirty hand was about to touch the wooden box, the 4 disciples of the small sect looked utterly despairing. Just then, Chu Xian, who had been sitting calmly by the window drinking tea, moved. He did not stand up, nor did he even lift his head. With his right hand holding the teacup, he gently pinched the peanut on the table between his index and middle fingers. Then, he flicked it with his fingers. Whoosh! The tiny peanut kernel transformed into a fleeting afterimage invisible to the naked eye, silently slicing through the air. Its target was the outer side of the right knee of the man known as Leopard Brother, who was about to step forward. That was a vital nerve in the human body. The leopard-like man, who was about to charge forward, suddenly felt a sharp numbness in his right knee, as if thousands of steel needles had pierced it simultaneously. A piercing, numbing sensation spread throughout his entire body in an instant. His right leg gave way, completely beyond his control. Ah! The leopard-like man let out a strange cry as his body lost its balance. In the stunned gazes of everyone present, he landed with a thud, face first on the ground in an extremely humiliating, starving dog pouncing on prey position. His teeth made contact with the hard wooden floor, shattering 2 of them on impact. Bang! A loud bang echoed throughout the second floor of the Listening to the Rain pavilion. The entire room fell into an eerie silence for a second. Then, put! Someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Soon, a loud burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Did this guy not eat breakfast? He can't even walk without falling flat on his face? That posture is spot on. The prestige of the Black Gold Pavilion has been completely tarnished by him today. The men under Brother Bao were all stunned. They hurriedly scrambled to help their boss back to his feet. Leopard brother, are you okay? Bao Gu clutched his blood-soaked mouth, both ashamed and angry, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. He was completely bewildered himself. What happened? Why did my legs suddenly give out just now? What are you looking at? All of you shut the hell up. Leopard Brother roared at the laughing diners around him, then glared fiercely at the master and his 4 disciples. Great! It's definitely you old fools up to something. He was certain they had used some underhanded trick. Enraged and humiliated, he drew the ghost-headed knife from his waist, ready to kill. However, just as he raised the knife, whoosh! Another peanut shell flew out silently. This time, it struck the Yunshi acupoint on his wrist, where he was holding the knife. Bao Gu felt a sudden sharp pain in his wrist, and his fingers instantly lost all strength. Clang! The heavy ghost-headed knife slipped from his hand, tracing a graceful arc through the air, and with a bang, it struck him squarely on the forehead. Bao Ji's vision went black, a large bump formed on his head, and he stumbled backward, dazed. One of his henchmen instinctively reached out to catch him. However, the force of Bao Ji's fall was too great, and the subordinate couldn't catch him, instead being dragged backward along with him. Clatter! The 2 of them knocked over a table, sending bowls, plates, cups, and dishes crashing to the ground. Soup and water splashed all over them, leaving them in a complete mess. Ha 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 ha! This time, the laughter inside Ting Yu Lu was 10 times louder than before. Even the dust on the ceiling seemed to be shaken loose and fell in a shower. Goodness! What kind of trick is this? Cutting yourself? Black gold. Are all the people in the Black Gold Pavilion like this? Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. The other members of the Black Gold Pavilion were completely speechless. They looked at each other, seeing shock and a hint of fear in each other's eyes. This is way too weird. This is way too strange. Once could be an accident, but twice? They looked around, trying to figure out who was causing trouble, but found that all the diners were laughing, and no one seemed suspicious. Meanwhile, the young man in the corner continued to sip his tea calmly, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Let's go! Quickly! This place is haunted. The remaining members of the Black Gold Pavilion dared not linger any longer. They carried the nearly fainting Leopard Brother, forgetting even to utter a single threat, and fled downstairs in disgrace amid the uproarious laughter of the crowd. The 4 disciples of the small sect stood frozen in place, as if in a dream. They watched the Black Gold Pavilion members flee in disarray, then looked at themselves, unharmed, and could hardly believe their eyes. Master! Master, are we saved? The female disciple stammered. The old man was also completely bewildered, but his face soon broke into a wild smile. Yes. We're saved. It's a miracle. It's the ancestral master showing mercy. He was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his face. He hurriedly pulled his disciples to their knees and bowed repeatedly toward the sky. Thank you, Heaven, for your protection. Thank you, Ancestral Master, for your divine intervention. In their eyes, these series of coincidences could only be explained by sheer luck or the intervention of divine beings. After bowing gratefully, they dared not linger any longer. Holding the wooden box, they hurriedly left the listening to the rain pavilion. The commotion was thus quelled. Xu Xian set down his teacup, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was just a small favor, and it also gave his good third brother a little trouble, why not? However, he did not notice. When he acted, a fleeting gleam of cunning flashed in the eyes of the plump shopkeeper behind the counter. Others might not have noticed anything amiss, dismissing it as a coincidence. But as an outer member of the Black Gold Pavilion and a local powerhouse in this turbulent city, he knew full well of Bao Ji's skills. It was absolutely impossible for him to make such a series of blunders. This was definitely the work of someone pulling strings behind the scenes. And it was the work of a master with extraordinary skill. The fat shopkeeper's heart was racing with alarm. He gave a subtle nod to the clerk beside him. The clerk understood and slipped out the back door quietly. Fengyun City, Black Gold Pavilion. Within a heavily guarded mansion. The master of the Black Gold Pavilion, Showdown, was bare-chested, practicing a ruthless and powerful martial art in the training room. With each punch, he generated a fierce gust of wind, causing the air to explode with a series of loud cracks. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of the realm, just a step away from the master's realm. Just then, a trusted subordinate rushed in. Master! Something's wrong. Bao Gu and the others are in trouble at the listening to the rain pavilion. Xiaotang stopped his punch and stood there, emanating a terrifying aura. He coldly asked, what happened? Were they attacked? The subordinate hurriedly recounted everything that had happened at the listening rain pavilion. As Xiaotang listened, his brows furrowed deeper. When he heard that Brother Bao had been knocked unconscious by his own sword, a cold, ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Falling flat on the ground? Cutting yourself? Xiaotang sneered, his voice as cold as ice. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? In this city of Fengyun, there's actually someone who dares to disregard the Black Gold Pavilion and provoke us on purpose. He grabbed the outer robe beside him and threw it over his shoulders. Master of the pavilion, what do you mean? Humph. This is clearly the work of a master skilled in hidden weapons or telekinesis, deliberately humiliating us. Xiaotang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Daring to touch anyone from the Black Gold Pavilion is the same as insulting the third prince himself. I'd like to know who this mysterious figure is who dares to be so bold. Chapter 8, The Black Gold Pavilion Master's Midnight Visit. The night sky, like a brushstroke of ink, shrouded the entire Fengyun City. The daytime chaos and bustle were completely swallowed up, leaving only a few lonely lanterns flickering on the cold, deserted streets. The Black Gold Pavilion was brightly lit. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if time had frozen. The sect master, Xiaotang, sat solemnly on the main seat, his face so dark it seemed as though water could drip from it. Before him, Leopard Brother and his men knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, dared not even lift their heads. Useless. Xiaotang's voice was not loud, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness. A bunch of good-for-nothings. He slammed his fist on the table, causing the solid ironwood surface to crack like a spider web. The reputation of the Black Gold Pavilion has been utterly ruined by you worthless fools. Master, spare us. Master, spare us. Bao Gu covered his swollen face, which looked like a pig's head, and cried out in despair. This is simply too bizarre. I don't know what happened. My body just suddenly lost control. Unnatural? Xiaotang sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. I think you're just unskilled in your craft and got tricked without even realizing it. He no longer bothered with these useless subordinates and waved his hand dismissively. Get out of here. Go to the punishment hall and receive 30 lashes. Yes. Thank you, Master, for sparing our lives. Bao Gu and the others felt as though they had been granted a pardon, scrambling out in a hurry. Inside the training room, only Xiaotang and his most trusted confidant, codenamed Ghostbat, remained. What has the investigation come up with? Xiaotang picked up a cup of cold tea, drank it in one gulp, and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Ghostbat bowed and handed over a file. Reporting to the sect master, everything has been investigated. There were a total of 37 guests on the second floor of the Listening to the Rain Pavilion today. 31 of them are local merchants or regular customers from Fengyun City, and their backgrounds are all known, so they can be ruled out as suspects. The remaining 6 are outsiders from the martial arts world, and their identities have also been confirmed. They are Ghost Bat reported the identities and backgrounds of the 6 individuals one by one, all of whom were merely ordinary second or third-rate martial artists. Finally, there is another group. Gue Fu's tone grew solemn. It's the 9th prince, Chu Xian, who just arrived in the city today. Oh? Xiao Tang's eyes flashed with a gleam of interest. Tell me more. This man has a special status. He is the 9th son of the current emperor. However, his mother was the holy maiden of the demon cult from the previous dynasty, so he has never been favored. Since he was 8 years old, he has been exiled to the Imperial Mausoleum, where he has spent the past 10 years. This time, he has been summoned by Imperial decree to marry Mu Rongshui at the Tianjian mountain villa. He is accompanied only by an old eunuch and 5 or 6 ordinary guards from the Imperial Guard, whose strength is negligible. Xiao Tang rubbed his chin, lost in thought. A worthless prince who has spent 10 years in the Imperial Mausoleum. A group of disorganized guards. This doesn't look like someone capable of toy with the Black Gold Pavilion's experts at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Wait a moment. A flash of insight suddenly crossed Xiao Tang's mind. He recalled the secret orders sent by the 3rd prince. The ghost shadow guards sent by His Highness to welcome the 9th prince have not been heard from since. Gue Fu's expression also changed. Master, what do you mean? 100 elite soldiers led by a master and equipped with military formation tactics have simply vanished without a trace. Xiao Tang's gaze grew sharp as an eagle's. Now, the 9th prince, who should have died on the way, has appeared safely in Fengyun City. Moreover, on the very day he appeared, my Black Gold Pavilion men were right under his nose and were outwitted by someone using highly skilled tactics. Do you think there are so many coincidences in this world? The ghost bat sucked in a cold breath. I understand. There must be a master assassin secretly protecting that 9th prince. And his strength is likely sufficient to easily annihilate that ghost shadow guard. Poof. Xiao Tang snorted coldly, but a cruel smile flickered across his face. Remnants of the demon cult? That demoness He Lian Yueshuang indeed left some backup for her precious son. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed in the direction of the inn, his eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. A worthless prince is no threat. But the secrets he holds, and the so-called master by his side, interest me greatly. Gue Fu said worriedly, Master, the enemy was able to wipe out an entire ghost shadow guard unit. Their strength is no joke. They might even be a or even a master-level expert. Should we be more cautious and plan carefully? Innate? Poof. Xiao Tang's face betrayed extreme arrogance and disdain. I am a level cultivator. In all of Jiangnan, there are only a handful who can defeat me. He had absolute confidence in himself. Besides, there are only a few grandmasters in the Great Xian dynasty, and they are all under strict surveillance by the royal family. A remnant of the demon cult. What kind of decent expert could they possibly summon? In my opinion, he's probably just a lucky fool who managed to reach the 1st rank by relying on his bizarre techniques, allowing him to catch the ghost shadow guards off guard. Tonight, I will personally go and confront him. Xiao Tang's eyes burned with fierce ambition. As long as we capture this 9th prince, uncover the whereabouts of the heavenly demon strategy, and expose that so-called master, it will be a tremendous achievement. At that point, His Highness will surely reward me generously, and perhaps even help me take a step closer to the realm of a master. The sect master is wise. Seeing this, the ghost bat ceased his pleas and hurriedly bowed in flattery. A mere guard is no match for the sect master. Xiao Tang nodded satisfactorily. He had already made up his mind. Tonight, he would take matters into his own hands and secure this opportunity that had been handed to him on a silver platter. Midnight. The night was deep. The inn where Chu Xian was staying had long since fallen into complete silence. Apart from a few guards yawning and dozing against the wall, there was not a sound to be heard. A black shadow, like a ghost, slipped silently into the shadows of the inn. The arrival was none other than Xiao Tang. He had changed into a set of night attire that allowed for easy movement, his completely concealed, like the most elite cheetah patrolling its territory. The few drowsy guards were no match for him. He didn't even glance at them once. With a flick of his body, he had already leaped over the wall, landing on the 2nd floor eaves as silently as a falling leaf. His movements made not a single sound. He quickly located Chu Xian's room. For only that room still had a faint light glowing. Still keeping the light on? Are you too scared to sleep? Xiao Tang sneered inwardly. He crouched on the roof, like a spider ready to strike, carefully sensing the movements inside the room. Inside the room, there was only the sound of breathing. The breath was long and steady, but weak, like that of an ordinary person, even more fragile than that of an ordinary person. As expected, just a worthless coward. Xiao Tang let his guard down completely. That so-called master must be living next door or hiding in the shadows. He decided to act quickly. First, he would strike with overwhelming force to capture Chu Xian. Once he had control over this worthless prince, the hidden guard would naturally hesitate to act, leaving him free to do as he pleased. Having made up his mind, Xiao Tang no longer hesitated. He moved silently like a gecko, slipping to the window of Chu Xian's room. He gathered all his true qi, and a layer of pitch-black qi appeared on his right palm. That was his signature move, the black slaughter heart-piercing palm. This palm strike was utterly ruthless. Even a first-rank expert of the same level would have their bones shattered and tendons severed with a single strike. He planned to break the window with a single strike, rush inside, and end the battle before Chu Xian and that so-called guard could react. Useless prince, your luck has run out. Xiao Tang's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he violently struck forward with his right palm. Boom! The wooden window frame shattered into pieces. Xiao Tang's figure transformed into a black bolt of lightning, charging into the room. However, just as his body crossed the window frame and entered the room, a sudden change occurred. An indescribable, formless, and intangible yet terrifying pressure, as if containing the might of heaven and earth, descended instantly. Puff! Xiao Tang's charging figure collided with an invisible wall made of solid steel, coming to an abrupt halt mid-air. He felt as though he had plummeted from the depths of a whirlpool into a bottomless abyss, the air around him thick and viscous like molten lava. The air around him grew heavier than mercury. Time seemed to stretch out a millionfold in that instant. Space itself seemed to freeze completely. The black palm force he had gathered in his palm, powerful enough to shatter rocks, dissipated like foam battered by a giant wave, vanishing without a trace in the face of this terrifying pressure. The true chi within his body felt as though it had been frozen, completely unable to circulate. He could not even move a single finger with ease. What is this? Xiao Tang's mind went blank, filled only with endless horror and fear. The momentum of a grandmaster? No. Absolutely not. He had once had the honor of sensing the aura of a grandmaster from afar. The aura of a master indeed could suppress the mind and influence an opponent's actions. But that is ultimately just a force, a suppression of one's aura, which can be countered with willpower and true chi. But the power before him now. This is not aura. This is technique. It is the law where words and actions follow the law. It is the absolute dominion that establishes the rules and controls everything within this region. A word that only exists in the oldest legends, like a thunderclap on a clear day, striking deeply into Xiao Tang's soul. Domain. This is domain. It is a mythical technique only mastered by grandmasters. In this room, there is actually a grandmaster? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A grandmaster is an existence akin to a deity on land. In the entire Great Xian Empire, not a single one has appeared in hundreds of years. How could they possibly be here? How could they possibly assign a worthless prince as a bodyguard? Xiao Tang's heart plummeted into an abyss with no bottom. He finally realized how utterly wrong he had been. He wasn't here to hunt a lamb. He had clearly charged headfirst into the gaping maw of a primordial beast. Just as his mind and soul were shattering, and his soul was about to flee. Squeak! The inner door of the room was gently pushed open. The sound echoed eerily in the silent room. A figure emerged from behind the door, walking out slowly and deliberately. The person was dressed in a loose, moon-white nightgown, with long black hair casually draped over their shoulders. In his hands, he held a cup of steaming hot tea. His face was expressionless, calm as a still pond. It was Chu Xian. He walked leisurely toward Xiao Tang, who was still frozen in mid-air, his body still in the posture of breaking through the window. Then, he raised his eyes. Those eyes, as deep as the night sky, rested calmly on Xiao Tang's face. That gaze was indifferent, calm, and devoid of even the slightest hint of emotion. It was as though a deity from the heavens was looking down upon an insignificant ant that had dared to intrude into its divine realm, unaware of its own mortality. Chapter 9, Subduing the Black Gold Pavilion. Inside the room, not even a pin could be heard. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Xiao Tang remained in the posture of breaking through the window, held in midair by an invisible force, unable to move. His face was etched with fear and despair unlike anything he had ever experienced in his life. He watched the young man in plain clothes, holding a teacup, slowly emerge from the inner room, feeling as though his soul was being frozen. Chu Xian's footsteps were light. Each step felt like he was stepping on Xiao Tang's heart, causing him to feel a suffocating sensation. He walked up to Xiao Tang and stopped. Then, he gently blew on the steam rising from the teacup, his movements elegant and composed. It was as though he was facing not a notorious gangster, but merely a single leaf drifting into the room from outside. Master of the Black Gold Pavilion, Xiao Tang. Chu Xian finally spoke. His voice was calm, as if he were stating a trivial fact. Cultivation level, late stage, just one step away from the master realm. Main cultivation technique, Black Slaughter Demon Art. Specializes in palm techniques and close combat. I have come here tonight to capture you and present you to your master, the third Prince Chu Jing, to claim rewards. Is that correct? Boom! With each word Chu Xian spoke, Xiao Tang's mind was struck by a thunderclap. When Chu Xian finished his final words, Xiao Tang's mental defenses were completely shattered. If before, he had only felt fear toward the other's unimaginable strength. Now, he trembled with dread at the other's mysterious ability to see through everything. His own identity. His cultivation techniques. Even the deepest purpose of his own heart. The other party knows it all. Who exactly is he? You're not the ninth prince. Who are you? Xiao Tong mustered every ounce of strength in his body to force those words out between his teeth. His voice was hoarse and distorted from sheer terror. Who I am doesn't matter. Chu Xian's gaze remained utterly unflinching. What matters is that you Shun-Ti have come to provoke me. Xiao Tang's heart sank to the depths of despair. But he was, after all, a formidable warlord. The instinct to survive drove him to cling to the last straw. I am a servant of the third prince. He shouted fiercely, trying to intimidate the mysterious figure before him with the immense power of his patron. If you dare touch me, you're declaring war on the third prince. If the third prince were to learn of this, he would certainly dispatch a massive army to level this place and reduce you to ashes. His words were spoken with great ferocity. However, Chu Xian remained completely expressionless after hearing this. He merely shook his head lightly. His gaze was as though he were looking at a spoiled child. Noisy. He uttered the two words in a calm tone, without even putting down the teacup in his hand. With his empty left hand, he casually waved forward. The motion was casual, as if he were shooing away an annoying fly. No violent chi. No terrifying commotion. However, Xiao Tang's pupils contracted to their absolute limit in that instant. He felt an overwhelming force, utterly incomprehensible and impossible to resist, suddenly bearing down on him. Crack! Crackle crackle! A series of bone-chilling cracking sounds erupted suddenly. Xiao Tang's right arm and right leg twisted backward at an extremely bizarre angle, snapping in half. The stark white bone fragments even pierced through the flesh, exposed to the air. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream finally broke through the domain's constraints and erupted from Xiao Tang's mouth. Intense pain. Unimaginable agony swept through his entire body like a tidal wave. However, what made him even more despairing than the physical pain was the other party's casual attitude. With just a casual wave of his hand, and he had rendered this late-stage innate cultivator's limbs useless. The protective chi he had always prided himself on was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of that power. What an unimaginable gap in power. It was a chasm between heaven and earth. The third prince? In the presence of such an existence, these titles are nothing but a joke. A colossal joke. Bang! Chu Xian released his restraints. Xiao Tang collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, curling up in agony as he convulsed from the intense pain. Chu Xian walked slowly toward him, towering over him with a condescending gaze. His gaze remained indifferent. Now, I'm giving you a choice. The icy voice echoed in Xiao Tang's ears, like the verdict of the Grim Reaper. One path, I kill you now. Then, I guarantee that by sunrise tomorrow, the black gold pavilion in Fengyun City will be completely erased from this map, leaving no trace behind. As for your third prince in the capital, he will know nothing of this. He will only think that you provoked some powerful martial arts master you shouldn't have, and that your death was well deserved. Xiao Tang's body trembled violently. He had no doubt about the truth of the other's words. Given the other party's otherworldly strength, erasing his small black gold pavilion in a single night would be as easy as breathing. Chu Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Another path. Survive. Work for me. The room fell into a deathly silence. Only the heavy, labored breathing of Xiao Tang, caused by excruciating pain, could be heard. Choice? Did he even need to choose? On one side was a meaningless death that could even drag the entire black gold pavilion down with him. On the other side, there was a humiliating yet life-saving opportunity. Xiao Tang was no loyal martyr. He had climbed to his current position through shrewd calculation and ruthless ambition. He has no doubt that if he hesitates for even a second, his head will explode like a rotten watermelon in the next moment. I choose. He mustered every ounce of strength in his body and forced the words out of his throat. I choose the second option. I am willing to serve His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. He struggled, dragging his severed limbs, trying to kneel before Chu Xian. That humble posture bore no trace of the former Black Gold Pavilion Master's majesty. Very well. Chu Xian nodded, seemingly unsurprised by his choice. You've made a wise decision. However, a smile curved the corners of Chu Xian's lips, sending a chill down Xiao Tang's spine. To ensure your loyalty, I need to leave a small token on you. As he finished speaking, Chu Xian extended his right index finger. A strand of true essence, brighter than gold and purer than the stars, slowly at the tip of his finger. That strand of true essence continuously compressed and transformed, eventually condensing into a tiny symbol the size of a grain of rice, yet containing endless mysteries and a destructive aura. Grandmaster's true essence. Life and death restriction. Xiao Tang stared at the tiny golden symbol, feeling his very soul tremble in fear. He could sense that within that tiny symbol lay a terrifying power capable of obliterating him 10,000 times over in an instant. Open your mind and do not resist. Chu Xian ordered calmly. Xiao Tang dared not harbor even a single thought of resistance. He quickly gathered all his mind and true chi, submitting himself like a lamb awaiting sacrifice, utterly docile. Chu Xian flickered his finger. Whoosh! The golden talisman transformed into a streak of light, instantly vanishing into Xiao Tang's forehead. Xiao Tang's body trembled violently. He carefully sensed his body but found nothing unusual. Could it be just a scare tactic? The thought had barely formed in his mind. Xu Xian's voice rang out once more. Let you experience it. Hum. An indescribable, soul-shaking agony erupted within him without warning. It wasn't mere physical pain. It felt as though billions of soul-devouring ants were gnawing at his meridians. It was as though endless flames from the nine hells were burning his soul. His consciousness was torn into countless shards in an instant. His soul screamed in agony from the depths of the abyss. Death is preferable to this. These 4 words found their most vivid and terrifying expression in that moment. Ah! Xiao Tang let out a piercing scream that didn't sound human, rolling and convulsing on the ground, banging his head against the hard wooden floor. However, all of this lasted only a fleeting instant. Just a breath later, the tidal wave of pain vanished as abruptly as it had come, leaving no trace behind. Huff huff huff. Xiao Tang lay on the ground like a dead fish out of water, gasping for breath. His entire body was soaked through with cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His eyes were vacant and unfocused, filled with the fear of having narrowly escaped death, and he could no longer muster even a shred of resistance. The experience of that single moment had completely shattered his dignity and will as a ruthless tyrant. He had no doubt that with a single thought from the man before him, he could be plunged back into that endless abyss of agony, perhaps forever. Do you understand now? Xu Xian's voice rang out like the decree of a divine being, etching itself deeply into his soul. I understand. Xiao Tang's voice trembled uncontrollably. Servant Xiao Tang pays homage to his master. He struggled, dragging his severed arms and legs, and bowed his head heavily before Xu Xian. This time, it was a genuine, complete submission from the depths of his heart. Xu Xian nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a gentle stream of true energy flew out, slowly reattaching Xiao Tang's severed limbs to their original places. Though he couldn't heal completely, at least he could move again. From today onward, you are still the master of the Black Gold Pavilion and still a man of the Third Prince. Xu Xian issued his first command. Your duty remains the same, continue to serve him as you have before. However, all intelligence regarding Jiangnan and all information about the Third Prince's movements must be reported to me immediately, word for word. You are the pawn I have placed by his side. If you perform well, I may one day grant you a true master's opportunity. If you dare to harbor even the slightest dissenting thought. Xu Xian did not continue. But the underlying meaning was clear to Xiao Tan, who trembled all over. This servant understands. This servant understands. He hurriedly swore an oath. Please rest assured, master. This servant will go through fire and water for you, even if it means dying 10,000 times. If there is even a shred of treason in my heart, may I be cast into the endless hell I just saw, never to be reborn. Very well. Xu Xian waved his hand. Get out. Remember, what happened tonight must not be known by a third party. Yes. Yes. This servant takes his leave. Xiao Tang felt as though he had been granted a pardon. He forced himself to stand up, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, stumbling and crawling to his feet. He dared not use the front door but instead crawled out through the window he had broken earlier, using both hands and feet. His figure staggered in the night, disoriented and dejected, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The room fell back into silence. Xu Xian picked up the cup of tea, which had grown slightly cool, and took a small sip. Fengyun City, Black Gold Pavilion. This underground organization, which had established a powerful intelligence network and operational capabilities in the Jiangnan region, had quietly changed hands as of tonight. His good third brother in the capital city probably never imagined it in his wildest dreams. The pieces he had meticulously placed on the chessboard have now become the sharpest blades pointing directly at him. The next day, dawn broke. The plain carriage, surrounded by a group of energetic guards, slowly began to move again. Fu Bo sat on the carriage, wielding his whip, his face bearing an expression of reverence and fervor. The caravan departed from Fengyun City. Heading toward their final destination, the celestial mountain that stood atop the martial arts world of Jiangnan, Tianjian Mountain Villa, they proceeded slowly. Chapter 10, Arrival. Tianjian Mountain Villa. After leaving Fengyun City, the caravan continued southward for 2 more days. The scenery along the way grew increasingly beautiful and majestic. Plains and hills gradually gave way to majestic mountain ranges stretching endlessly into the distance. The air was filled with a pure and sharp scent. Fu Bo knew they had entered the territory of Tianjian Mountain Villa. The mountains here, the trees here, and even the wind here seemed to carry a faint hint of sword intent. Finally, on the third morning, a majestic peak of unparalleled grandeur appeared on the horizon. That mountain peak stood like an inverted divine sword piercing the heavens, its summit reaching into the clouds, its majesty overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Even from dozens of miles away, one could still feel the overwhelming pressure sweeping toward them, sharp and relentless. Is that the heavenly sword peak? A guard's voice trembled with awe and reverence. Fu Bo was also mesmerized by the sight, murmuring to himself, "What a divine abode! What a majestic aura of a martial arts supreme!" He couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Such a grand estate, such a powerful force, how would they treat the prince, this useless heir to the throne? Though he had witnessed the prince's extraordinary abilities, facing this colossal power that held sway over the martial arts world of Jiangnan, Fu Bo couldn't help but feel a touch of anxiety. The carriage continued on its way. When they finally arrived at the foot of Tianjian Peak, everyone was completely stunned by the sight before them. There stood an incredibly majestic white jade mountain gate, rising straight up from the ground, over 100 feet tall. Above the gate, 4 large characters were carved in a flowing, dragon-like script. Tianjian Mountain Villa. The characters were carved with such precision that they seemed to penetrate the stone, each stroke brimming with endless sword intent, sharp and piercing, making it impossible to look directly at them. These 4 characters alone were enough to send even the most resolute warriors into a state of utter terror. Beyond the gate lies a wide, marble staircase leading up the mountain. On either side of the steps, every 10 paces, stood a young disciple dressed in white, with a long sword hanging at their waist. They stand tall and straight, their faces stern and expressionless, like lifeless sculptures. From the foot of the mountain to the mist-shrouded depths of the mid-slope, thousands of disciples form a white serpentine dragon. The sword energy emanating from their bodies converged into a piercing aura that stirred the clouds and winds at the horizon. This was the true might of Tianjian Mountain Villa. This is the overwhelming might of the first-rate sect of Jiangnan. Fu Bo and the few guards accompanying him were already overwhelmed by the overwhelming might, their faces pale and their breathing labored. They felt like a few ants that had accidentally wandered into a dragon's lair, pitifully small and insignificant. Creak! The door of the carriage was slowly pushed open. Chu Xian, dressed in plain white robes, stepped out of the carriage with a leisurely pace. He raised his head, glanced at the majestic mountain gate, then swept his gaze over the thousands of disciples standing in formation. His face showed no emotion. The overwhelming sword aura, powerful enough to send even innate experts into a panic, felt to him like a gentle breeze, nothing worth mentioning. Under his insightful heavenly eyes, the cultivation levels, innate talent, and chi of these disciples were all clearly visible. They were indeed elite. Unfortunately, they were nothing more than elite. At that moment, a group of people slowly emerged from within the mountain gates. At the forefront was a middle-aged man dressed in a brocaded robe, with a scholarly and refined appearance. He was in his 50s, with his hair and beard meticulously groomed. Though his face bore a formulaic smile, his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, seeming to pierce through one's soul. The aura emanating from him was smooth and profound, like a mountain or a peak, clearly marking him as an absolute master who had already reached the realm of a grandmaster. This man was none other than the master of Tianjian Mountain Villa, the patriarch of the Jiangnan martial arts world Mao Ronghua. Behind him followed 7 or 8 elderly men whose auras were equally powerful. They were the elders of the Tianjian Mountain Villa, each a renowned master of the realm. Such a grand procession, personally coming out to greet him, could not be called anything but grand. However, each of their faces bore the same polite yet distant smile as Morongbo's. Their scrutinizing gazes were as if they were appraising a piece of merchandise, with no attempt to hide their intentions. Ha ha ha! Mao Rongbo burst into a hearty laugh and stepped forward to greet them. Your Royal Highness, the 9th Prince, has traveled a long distance. I failed to greet you properly upon your arrival. Please forgive me, please forgive me. He bowed to Chu Xian with proper etiquette, flawless in every detail. Chu Xian merely nodded faintly. Master Mu Rong, you're too kind. His voice was calm as water. Mongolian Bo's smile faltered slightly. He had assumed that a worthless prince who had spent 10 years in the Imperial tomb would be so intimidated by his presence that he would either be terrified out of his wits or at least cower in fear and grovel before him. Yet to his surprise, the other remained utterly composed. So calm, it was almost unnatural. He studied Chu Xian carefully. The young man before him had delicate features and a composed demeanor, looking like an ordinary scholar, with not a single trace of true chi fluctuations on his body. Indeed, a worthless. Mong Yu Bo made up his mind instantly. As for that unusual calmness, in his eyes, it was nothing more than feigned composure, or perhaps he had spent too much time in the Imperial tomb and had become a bit senile. The trace of contempt in his eyes flickered briefly. Your Highness, please. Monk Bo stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Within the mountain villa, a modest feast has been prepared to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. However, just as Chu Xian was about to take a step forward, an untimely voice rang out. Wait! A young man standing behind Mu Rongbo stepped forward, pushing aside the crowd. He was in his early 20s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a handsome face, and a well-tailored white warrior's robe that made him stand tall and heroic. However, his handsome face was now filled with unhidden arrogance and contempt. This man was none other than Mu Rongbo's only son, the young master of Tianjian Mountain Villa, and the biological older brother of Mu Rongshui Mu Rongfeng. Mao Rongfeng, at just 22 years old, had already reached the early stages of the realm, making him a renowned prodigy among the young generation in Jiangnan. As soon as he stepped forward, he scrutinized Chu Xian from head to toe with the same appraising gaze one might use to inspect merchandise. The more he looked, the more contempt he felt. He wore cheap, plain clothes. His build was frail, and his aura was weak and unstable. His complexion even bore a sickly pallor from years of exposure to the sun. Most importantly, he sensed not a single trace of a warrior's aura emanating from Chu Xian. Useless. A complete and utter waste of space. This is the man the emperor has chosen to marry his sister, who is hailed as the Sword Phoenix of Jiangnan. It's an absolute joke. It's an unbearable disgrace. The anger in Mang Yofeng's heart flared up instantly. He recalled the events of a few days earlier, when his younger sister, Lin Wanner, had returned home in a daze. She said that this ninth prince was protected by an unparalleled martial artist whose strength was beyond measure. At the time, he had been skeptical. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he was certain that Lin Wanyu and the others had been deceived by some kind of illusion. How could this sickly, worthless man possibly have any masters protecting him? It was utterly ridiculous. Feng don't be impolite. Mon Yubo furrowed his brows and scolded softly. Though he also looked down on Chu Xian in his heart, he still had to maintain appearances. However, Morong Feng seemed to have not heard his father's reprimand. He just stared intently at Chu Xian and snorted coldly. That cold snort, though not loud, was filled with endless contempt and provocation. The thousands of disciples of Tianjian mountain villa around them were also whispering among themselves. Their gazes were equally fixed on Chu Xian, filled with curiosity, disdain, and sympathy. Is he the ninth prince? My goodness, he looks even weaker than the rumors suggest. In that state, forget about martial arts, a gust of wind could blow him over. I just can't understand why the emperor would marry our princess, who is as beautiful as a fairy, to such a worthless man. This isn't a marriage arrangement, it's an insult. An insult to the entire Tianjian mountain villa. Look at the young master's face, he is about to explode with anger. If it were me, I'd be furious too. My own sister, a phoenix from heaven, why should she marry a toad from the earth? Shoo! Keep your voices down. The master and the elders are watching. Whispers spread like a tidal wave, wave after wave. Though they tried to keep their voices low, everyone present was a martial artist, with keen hearing. Every word was heard clearly by everyone present. Fu Bo and the few guards were already furious, their faces ashen, fists clenched. They longed to charge forward and tell these blind fools that the useless person they despised was a terrifying existence. But without Chu Xian's orders, they dared not make a single move. As the center of the storm, Chu Xian seemed to have heard nothing. His face remained as calm as a still pond. He merely cast a casual glance at the arrogant-looking Mu Rongfeng. Under his insightful heavenly eye, everything about Mu Rongfeng was laid bare. First-rank true Qi realm. Solid foundation, sharp sword intent. The superior sword technique of the Tianjian mountain villa, the Tianjin sword technique, flowed through his body. He could be considered a promising prospect. Unfortunately, his character is too flawed, arrogant and self-centered, with a narrow-minded disposition. His achievements in life will be limited. Chu Xian merely glanced at him and made a judgment in his heart about this young master of the Tianjian mountain villa. Then he withdrew his gaze, as if looking any longer would be a waste of time. He completely ignored Mu Rongfeng, who was blocking his path, and walked straight toward the mountain gate. Chapter 11, Provocation. Chu Xian's complete disregard completely ignited the powder keg in Mu Rongfeng's heart. He felt he had suffered an unprecedented humiliation. As the young master of the Tianjian mountain villa and the leading figure among the young generation of Jiangnan, had been so blatantly ignored by a worthless outcast. Stop! Mon Yufeng roared angrily, his figure flickering as he once again blocked Chu Xian's path. His eyes blazed with furious anger. Did I give you permission to leave? He spoke each word slowly, his voice cold and filled with threat. The atmosphere in the square plummeted to freezing point. Thousands of disciples' gazes were all fixed on this spot. The brows of Zhuangju Murongbo furrowed even deeper. Though he too disapproved of the marriage, publicly tearing apart the relationship in such a manner was ultimately unbecoming of the Tianjian mountain villa's dignity. However, Chu Xian did not glance at him. He merely stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and fixed his gaze on Murongbo. Master Murong. His voice remained calm. Is this how Tianjian mountain villa treats its guests? A single sentence, spoken casually. Yet it felt like an invisible slap, harshly striking Murongbo and all the elders of the Tianjian mountain villa. Mao Rongbo's expression turned grim in an instant. He took a deep breath, forcing down his irritation, and shouted harshly at Mu Rongfeng. Feng! Step back! The ninth prince is a guest of the highest honor. How dare you behave so rudely in his presence? Hurry up and apologize to his highness. Mu Rongfeng's body stiffened, his face betraying his unwillingness and humiliation. To apologize to this worthless fool? This was more painful than death. However, he dared not disobey his father's authority. He clenched his teeth tightly and forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Yes, your son was reckless. Though he spoke these words, his eyes were like knives, glaring at Chu Xian with hatred. Xu Xian seemed oblivious to his murderous gaze. He merely withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter." With that, he paid no further attention to anyone and strode into the majestic mountain gate. Fu Bo and the guards hurried to follow, keeping their backs straight as they passed by Mu Rongfeng. Watching Xu Xian's calm and composed figure fade into the distance, Mu Rongfeng clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. The rage and murderous intent in his heart were nearly overwhelming his reason. "Useless! Wait! I will never let you take my sister away so easily. I will make you suffer a humiliating defeat here at Tianjian Mountain Villa, leaving you disgraced and ruined." Night fell silently. The Tianjian Mountain Villa was ablaze with lights, as bright as day. In the main hall, the Heavenly Sword Hall, a grand welcome banquet was underway. The hall was filled with guests. All the prominent figures of Tianjian Mountain Villa elders, hall masters, and guardians were present. The elite disciples of the Mountain Villa stand on either side, creating a grand and majestic scene. Xu Xian was seated at the main table, right next to the estate master, Mu Rongbo. This was an incredibly prestigious seat. However, the atmosphere of the banquet was unusually awkward and eerie. At the main table, aside from Mu Rongbo occasionally uttering a few polite remarks, everyone else remained silent. The elders sat there, each with their eyes fixed on their noses and their noses on their hearts, resembling monks in deep meditation. Meanwhile, the young master of the Mu family, Mu Rongfeng, was downing cup after cup of wine, his gaze fixed on Xu Xian with unmasked hostility. As for the other main character of this wedding, the eldest Miss Mu Rongshui, she did not show up at all. Under the pretext of being in seclusion for cultivation, she was unavailable to receive guests. Everyone knew it was just an excuse. A silent protest filled with arrogance and disdain. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Mongolian Peak, could no longer contain himself. He picked up his wine cup and stood up. His face wore a fake smile, but his voice was sharp and piercing. "Your Highness has traveled a long distance and must be exhausted. As your elder brother-in-law, I should offer your Highness a toast." He emphasized the words eldest brother-in-law with particular emphasis, filled with sarcasm. As he spoke, he downed the cup of strong liquor in one gulp, then turned the empty cup upside down to show his sincerity. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xu Xian. The wine cup in front of Xu Xian remained full. He merely glanced at Meng Yufeng with a faint expression and spoke slowly. "I am not feeling well and should not drink alcohol. I appreciate your kindness, young master." His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the entire hall. Meng Yufeng's expression darkened instantly. He felt as though his fists had struck cotton, powerful yet unable to find an outlet. "Oh? Unwell?" Meng Yufeng sneered, his tone growing harsher. "No wonder. I hear that your Highness spent 10 years in seclusion at the Imperial Mausoleum, a place of such cold and gloomy energy. No wonder your body is so weak now. But not even able to drink a cup of wine? That's a bit too much." He didn't finish his sentence, but the underlying meaning was clear to everyone. He was mocking Xu Xian as a sickly weakling, not even worthy of being called a man. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew even more tense. Some young disciples couldn't help but giggle under their breath. "Haha, I told you so. He is just a good-for-nothing weakling. He can't even drink wine, yet he dares to marry our young miss? What a fool!" However, Xu Xian's face remained expressionless. He seemed oblivious to the insult in Mu Rongfeng's words, simply picking up the teacup before him and taking a sip. "Thank you for your concern, young master," he replied indifferently. "My body, I know best." With a single sentence, he defused Mu Rongfeng's provocation once again. Mao Rongfeng's chest rose and fell with anger, his face flushing red. He realized that no matter what words he used to belittle or humiliate the other party, they remained as unyielding as a stone in a latrine, stubborn, unyielding, and impervious to any form of persuasion. This feeling left him utterly frustrated. "Good. Good. Good." Meng Yufeng repeated the word good 3 times, his eyes blazing with anger, almost ready to erupt. He decided to stop this pointless verbal sparring. He would use the most direct and effective means to tear away this worthless man's facade completely. He suddenly stood up and slammed the wineglass he was holding onto the ground with all his might. Clang! The sharp sound echoed through the silent hall. Everyone was startled by his sudden outburst. Only Mu Rongfeng pushed aside the crowd and walked to the center of the hall. He turned around, faced the guests, and spoke in a loud voice. "Everyone! Today, the Ninth Prince has graced us with his presence, which is a great honor for our Tianjian mountain villa. Drinking alone would be too dull." His gaze, as sharp as a sword, pierced straight at Xu Xian at the main table. "I hear that your Highness has been in seclusion at the Imperial Mausoleum for 10 years. You must no longer be the same person you were before, and your martial arts skills must be extraordinary. Though I am but a humble man, I dare to challenge your Highness to a friendly duel to add some excitement to tonight's banquet. Would your Highness be so kind as to accept the challenge?" The moment the words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in chaos. An open challenge. The young master of the Shao family dared to publicly challenge the Ninth Prince in front of everyone. All eyes were fixed on the young man in plain attire, who remained seated calmly. Those gazes were filled with excitement, anticipation, schadenfreude, and unhidden contempt. Everyone knew that the young master was about to tear off his mask and publicly humiliate this so-called future brother-in-law. A worthless weakling facing off against a prodigy of the realm? This wasn't a friendly sparring match. This was a complete and utter bullying. Meng Yufeng's face was adorned with a cruel and satisfied smile. He could already envision Chu Xian kneeling before his sword, begging for mercy in a pitiful and humiliating state. He wanted everyone to see clearly. This worthless is not worthy of any connection to the heavenly sword manor. And he certainly doesn't deserve to lay a finger on his sacred, untouchable sister. In the grand hall, the estate master, Mu Rongbo, held his wine cup, his face expressionless. He did not speak to stop him. In fact, a fleeting glimpse of tacit approval and anticipation flashed in his eyes. The news brought back by Lin Wanner a few days ago had left him with lingering doubts. A being who could effortlessly defeat a master with just 2 fingers? A mysterious powerhouse suspected to be a grandmaster? He found it hard to believe. A worthless who had spent 10 years in the Imperial tomb could never possess such extraordinary cultivation. There must be some misunderstanding or some kind of illusion at play. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see for himself. To see whether this 9th prince, who was about to become his son-in-law, was the worthless as rumored, or the true dragon mentioned by Lin Wanner. Whether he is a dragon or a worm, this test will reveal the truth. In an instant, all the pressure and all the gazes in the entire hall converged on Chu Xian alone. Fu Bo and the few guards were already so nervous that their palms were sweating, and their hearts were pounding in their throats. They knew the prince's power was unmatched. But this was, after all, the Tianjian mountain villa. Yet, faced with the overwhelming pressure and the hostile glances, Chu Xian's face remained as calm as ever. He slowly set down the teacup in his hand. The cup clinked against the table, emitting a crisp, barely audible sound. Ding! The sound was faint. Yet it felt like a thunderclap echoing in everyone's hearts. He finally responded. He raised his eyes and, for the first time, met the gaze of Mu Rongfeng, who stood in the center of the hall, his face brimming with defiance. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a faint smile. The smile was faint. Yet it sent a chill down the spines of everyone who witnessed it. Since the young master has such an interest. Chu Xian's voice echoed softly, reverberating in everyone's ears. Then, I shall accompany you in your game. He decided to show off a little. It was time for these narrow-minded fools, who had never seen the world beyond their well, to see for themselves. What, exactly, is true power? Chapter 12, Great skill lies in simplicity. Alright. Upon hearing Chu Xian accept the challenge, Mu Rongfeng's eyes burst with wild joy. Fearing that Chu Xian might back out, he immediately turned to the main seat and bowed to Mu Rongbo. Father, please step forward to the training ground and allow your son to put on a performance to entertain the prince and all the guests. Meng Yubo cast a deep glance at Chu Xian, whose expression remained calm, and nodded slowly. Granted. Everyone, please follow me. He stood up and led the way out of the hall. The other elders and guests also rose to their feet, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation, following closely behind. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes how this so-called worthless prince would be humiliated and beaten to a pulp under the young master's sword. Soon, everyone arrived at the main martial arts arena of Tianjian Mountain Villa. This martial arts arena was constructed from massive slabs of green stone, vast and expansive, capable of accommodating thousands of people training simultaneously. At that moment, the area around the arena was already packed with disciples of the Tianjian Mountain Villa who had rushed there upon hearing the news. They had surrounded the arena so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through, each stretching their necks and looking up eagerly. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, echoing like the buzzing of bees. Look! The young master and the 9th prince are coming out. Is it finally starting? I can't wait to see that good-for-nothing make a fool of himself. What do you think? How many moves can the 9th prince withstand against the young master? A few moves? You think too highly of him. I don't think he'll last a single move. Maybe the young master will just draw his sword, and he'll be so scared he'll wet himself and beg for mercy. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Amidst the mocking and contemptuous whispers, Chu Xian and Meng Yufeng walked to the center of the training ground, one in front of the other. The two stood facing each other, 10 zhang apart. Mao Rongfeng wore white robes, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his posture tall and straight, exuding a heroic aura, like a sword ready to be drawn from its scabbard. Chu Xian, however, remained in his plain cloth robes, hands behind his back, expression calm, resembling a scholar who had accidentally wandered into this place. The two men's auras formed a stark contrast. Clang! Meng Yufeng suddenly drew the sword at his waist. It was a 3-foot-long blue steel sword, its blade shimmering with a cold, piercing light, clearly a treasure-grade sword capable of cutting through iron like butter. He flickered his wrist, executing a graceful sword flourish. The sword's glow flickered, tracing dazzling paths through the air, prompting the surrounding disciples to erupt into cheers. What a masterful sword technique! No wonder you're the young master. Even your opening move exudes the grace of a master. Mong Feng basked in the applause, his arrogance growing even more pronounced. He pointed the tip of his sword diagonally at the ground, his gaze as sharp as lightning, fixated on Chu Xian. Prince Jiao, he said with a cold smile. Where is your weapon? Or perhaps you intend to face my sword with bare hands? Chu Xian merely glanced at him indifferently. To deal with you. No need for weapons. Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, the entire arena erupted. Crazy. Too arrogant. A worthless weakling, unable to even lift a chicken, dares to speak such arrogant words to a sword master of the realm. Has he lost his mind? You're asking for death. Mong Yufeng's face turned as red as a pig's liver in an instant. He felt his dignity being trampled upon like never before. He could no longer endure it and roared in anger. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Before he could finish speaking, he stomped his foot violently, causing the green stone ground to crack instantly. His entire body transformed into a white flash of lightning, instantly covering a distance of 10 zhang, charging toward Chu Xian with blinding speed. The long sword in his hand, driven by true qi, emitted a sharp screech. The sword light split into 3, then 9. In the blink of an eye, a dense net of countless sharp sword beams descended upon Chu Xian from above. Heavenly Heart Sword Technique, 1,000 threads and 10,000 strands. This was a highly advanced group attack sword technique of the Tianjian mountain villa, where the sword lights were as thin as threads, penetrating every opening, leaving no room for evasion. Mong Yufeng struck with his most lethal move. He intended to use the most dazzling, most domineering method to tear this ignorant fool into pieces. It's over. That worthless fool is doomed. Even a peerless expert of the same rank wouldn't dare to block that move head-on. He's not even dodging? Has he been scared senseless? The surrounding disciples let out a series of gasps. In their eyes, Chu Xian's fate was already sealed. However, just as the impenetrable sword net was about to touch Chu Xian's body, Chu Xian moved. He didn't draw his sword, because he didn't have one. He didn't channel his energy either. There was not a single trace of true qi fluctuating around him. He simply took a light step to the left. That step was taken with such casualness and composure, as if he were strolling through a courtyard after a meal. Yet, it was this seemingly casual step caused his entire body to move as if by teleportation, perfectly timing his passage through the only gap in the sword net. Whoosh! Countless sharp sword beams whizzed past his sleeves, but not a single one managed to touch his body. A hair's breadth. Not a single hair was out of place. What? Mong Yufeng's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't believe his eyes. Coincidence. This must be a coincidence. He refused to believe in fate, twisting his wrist and changing his sword technique once more. This time, the sword light became even denser and more ruthless, like a storm raging from all directions, sweeping toward Chu Xian. However, Chu Xian's response remained as simple as ever. One step. Another step. He moved forward at times, backward at others, left at times, and right at others. His steps appeared slow, yet they contained an indescribable mystical rhythm. Each step seemed to harmonize with the ultimate truths of the universe. Each step was precise to the point of predicting every possible change in Mu Rongfeng's sword techniques, finding the only path to survival. There he was, strolling leisurely amidst the swirling swords. His robes fluttered in the wind, his expression serene. It seemed as though he was not engaged in a life or death battle, but rather admiring a clumsy dance. The entire training ground gradually fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. The smug grins froze on their faces. The mocking whispers vanished. In their place came endless shock and confusion. What had happened? What on earth was going on? Why couldn't the young master's storm-like attack even touch the hem of the other's robe? That worthless, no, that ninth prince, what kind of ghostly martial arts technique did he use? On the stage, the estate master, Mu Rongbo, and the other elders all wore expressions of grave concern. Their eyes were sharper, and they saw more clearly. What Chu Xian was displaying was not some profound martial art technique. He was simply dodging. Yet, every single one of his evasive maneuvers was executed with flawless precision, as if he had foreseen every move. What kind of terrifying eyesight does that require? What kind of twisted combat instincts? This is no longer a matter of technique. This is the realm of Tao. Only a martial arts master could possibly touch upon this realm of unity with the heavens. This is impossible. An elder let out a startled cry, his voice trembling. Mong Yubo's face was so dark it seemed like it could rain. He stared intently at Chu Xian in the center of the arena, his heart churning with overwhelming emotion. The news Lin Wanner had brought back was true. This ninth prince was no ordinary. He was a master of unparalleled skill, hidden deep within. And at that moment, the one feeling the most miserable and frustrated in the arena was undoubtedly Mu Rongfeng. He felt like he was about to lose his mind. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, unleashing his sword techniques to their fullest extent. Sword chi surged everywhere, and sword light whistled through the air. Yet, no matter how he attacked, his opponent was like an eel, slippery and elusive, always managing to dodge with the least effort and in the most humiliating manner. He felt as though he wasn't fighting a human opponent. He felt like a child wielding a wooden stick, futilely chasing after a butterfly. He felt like a clown jumping around, putting on a show. And the opponent was the one standing high above, watching his performance with a mocking gaze. Humiliation. This was outright humiliation. Ah! Man Yufeng's self-respect was completely shattered. His eyes turned blood red in an instant. Reason was consumed by endless rage. You worthless piece of trash. I'll kill you. He let out a bestial roar. He held nothing back, channeling every ounce of his inner energy into the long sword in his hands with unbridled fury. Hum. The sword in his hand emitted a strained hum, unable to bear the weight. A blindingly bright green light erupted from the blade. Threefold wave of the storm. Man Yufeng roared, unleashing his most powerful and secret technique. He swung his sword with all his might. 3 incredibly condensed, wave-like green sword chi formed instantly. Each wave was stronger than the last. One faster than the next. They collided in the air, overlapping one after another, coalescing into an even more terrifying, mountain-splitting, rock-shattering wave of destruction. It slammed toward Chu Xian with relentless force. This strike had already surpassed the realm of the early stage. Even a mid-stage cultivator would have to give it their all to withstand this move. This is bad. Fomer has lost his mind. Mu Rongbo suddenly stood up, his face turning pale. He knew the power of this move better than anyone else. If it truly connects, the 9th prince will be killed without a doubt. Killing a prince, the blame for that crime would be too much for his Tianjian mountain villa to bear. He tried to intervene, but it was already too late. The devastating sword wave surged forward with the force of a thunderclap, closing in on Chu Xian. However, at that critical moment, Chu Xian, who had been strolling leisurely, came to a halt. He looked at the fierce sword strike coming toward him, powerful enough to make mountains and rivers change color. A hint of impatience finally appeared on his face. As if to say, this farce must end. He casually reached out and picked up the most ordinary, most common wooden sword used by his disciples for basic sword training from the weapon rack beside him. Then, under the gaze of countless horrified onlookers, he faced the oncoming, destructive sword wave. He did not flinch or dodge. He simply swung forward lightly. The motion was light and soft, like brushing away a single fallen leaf in the courtyard. No fluctuations of true chi. No sword chi surging through the air. Not even a whisper of wind was stirred. Everyone was stunned. Has he lost his mind? Using a wooden sword to directly confront the young master's supreme martial arts? Isn't that like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart suicidal? However, the next second, a scene that would forever etch itself into everyone's memory, one that would shatter their worldview, unfolded. That seemingly ordinary wooden sword collided with the blue sword wave containing destructive energy, crashed into each other with a thunderous boom. There was no deafening roar. No dazzling flashes of energy. Only a single, crisp sound, like the shattering of crystal. Bang! Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the furious green sword wave, formed from the lifetime of Mu Rongfeng's cultivation, collided with the red-hot iron like a fragile ice sculpture. In an instant, it shattered upon contact. It began to disintegrate from the front, inch by inch, turning into countless green specks that dissipated into the air. But this was not the end. After shattering the sword wave, the wooden sword's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. It continued forward with an unmatched posture. With pinpoint accuracy, it struck the gleaming steel sword wielded by Mu Rongfeng. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out. The sword, forged from 100 refinings of steel and capable of cutting through iron like mud, shattered like a fragile cookie. Starting from the tip, it shattered inch by inch. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. All the way to the hilt. Finally, only a bare hilt remained, still clutched in Mu Rongfeng's hand. And that wooden sword remained completely intact from start to finish. Not even a single scratch was left behind. The entire arena fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. The wind seemed to have stopped. Thousands of disciples stood there, their mouths wide open, their eyes bulging, as if they had witnessed a miracle. The elders, as if frozen in place, stood motionless, their expressions frozen in a look of utter horror. On the main seat, the clan leader, Mu Rongbo, trembled violently, and the wine cup in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. He suddenly stood up, his eagle-like eyes fixed intently on Chu Xian in the center of the hall, his eyes filled with nothing but endless horror and fear. With a wooden sword, he shattered the supreme martial art. With a wooden sword, shattering divine weapons. Returning to the essence. A heavy sword has no edge. True mastery is without artifice. This isn't martial arts at all. This is the way. It is the embodiment of the way, mastered only by those legendary, peerless warriors who have pushed the path of martial arts to its absolute limit. Who on earth is he? Standing at the center of the training ground, Mu Rongfeng was completely frozen in place. He looked down at the bare hilt of the sword in his hand. Then he looked up at the young man holding the wooden sword, his expression indifferent. His mind was a blank. His pride, his arrogance, his worldview all shattered into dust by that casual flick of the wrist. He had lost. Defeated, utterly and completely. Defeated without any reason. Chapter 13, The Estate Master's Night Visit, a heart-pounding test. The martial arts arena was deathly silent. That ordinary wooden sword was still clutched in Chu Xian's hand. Yet the shock it caused was like a silent tsunami, sweeping through the hearts of everyone present. Man Yufeng stood frozen in place, dazed and disoriented, like a lifeless statue. The pride and confidence he had built up over a lifetime had been shattered into pieces by that casual flick of the wrist. On the main seat, the master of Tianjian Mountain Villa, Morong Bo, suddenly stood up. His usually composed and scholarly face was now filled with disbelief and horror. The elders behind him exchanged glances, each of them gasping in shock, as if they had witnessed the most unimaginable sight in the world. Their mouths opened and closed repeatedly, yet not a single word could escape their lips. It was the kind of shock and speechlessness that arises from the depths of one's soul when a mortal witnesses a divine miracle. In the most inconspicuous corner of the training ground, Man Yushue's face, hidden behind a veil, had lost all its color. Her beautiful eyes were fixed, unblinking, on the carefree figure of the young man. The contempt, resistance, and disdain she had felt earlier. All these emotions had now been reduced to an overwhelming, unimaginable mix of shock and curiosity. This man whom she had regarded as a disgrace, whom the entire estate had deemed a worthless. Who was he? The night grew deep. The cold moonlight, like mercury, poured down upon the pavilions and towers of Tianjian Mountain Villa. The daytime commotion had long since faded, but the aftermath of that heart-pounding duel continued to simmer and echo within everyone's hearts. This night, Tianjian Mountain Villa was destined to be sleepless. Countless disciples gathered in small groups, repeating the events of the day over and over again with excited and trembling voices. Did you see that? Just a single flick of the wrist. The young master's three-wave surge. It was like paper gone in an instant. And that sword forged from 100 refined steels. It shattered. Like crumbled tofu, scattered all over the ground. Terrifying. Is that really something a human can do? He was only using a practiced wooden sword. Goodness gracious, what kind of monster is this ninth prince? If he is then what are we? Not even dust. No wonder Lin Wanner, the personal maid of the eldest miss, looked so dazed and disoriented when she returned that day. So, everything she said was true. This prince is a truly mysterious and unparalleled master. We actually mocked him and looked down on him. A disciple spoke up to this point, unable to suppress a shiver, his face betraying his lingering fear. Looking back now, their previous actions were so ridiculous, so ignorant, so suicidal. That was a terrifying being who could crush innate experts with a wooden sword. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, a single glance would suffice. In an instant, the entire Tianjian Mountain Villa underwent a complete reversal in their attitude toward Chu Xian. From initial contempt, disdain, and sympathy, to the current awe, fear, and curiosity. Listening to the snow pavilion. This was the most serene and elegant courtyard in Tianjian Mountain Villa, reserved exclusively for hosting the most distinguished guests. At this moment, the small pavilion is brightly lit. Chu Xian still wore his simple robes, sitting calmly by the window, sipping a cup of clear tea. Fu Bo stands by respectfully, his face still radiating excitement and pride that have not yet faded. The scene from earlier that day had made this old servant feel as though his spine had straightened considerably. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the courtyard. Fu Bo raised his eyebrows, about to step forward to investigate. Chu Xian spoke softly, "Let him in." Fu Bo paused for a moment, then respectfully replied, "Yes," and stepped aside. Soon, a figure entered the room. The man was none other than the master of Tianjian Mountain Villa, Meng Yobua. He had already changed out of his elaborate brocade robes and donned a simple blue tunic. His face bore no trace of the arrogance and authority he had displayed earlier that day. In their place was a humility and respect that came from the depths of his heart. He dismissed his attendants and came alone. As soon as he entered the room, he bowed deeply and at length toward Chu Xian. This old man, Mu Rongbo, humbly apologizes to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince for the rudeness of my son and the neglect of the mountain villa during the day. His voice was sincere and filled with regret. I humbly beg your highness to be magnanimous and not hold this against a junior. Chu Xian did not even bother to lift his eyelids, merely taking a sip of tea. Master Mu Rong, you are too kind. Young man, it's understandable to be full of vigor. His tone remained as calm as ever, betraying no emotion. But it was precisely this calmness that made Mu Rongbo feel even more pressure. He knew that the calmer the other person was, the higher their cultivation level, and the less they regarded him. He dared not show the slightest sign of disrespect, sitting down carefully across from Chu Xian. Your Highness's presence truly opens my eyes and leaves me in awe. Monk Bo praised sincerely, not out of politeness, but from the depths of his heart. Using a wooden sword to shatter divine weapons, returning to the essence of simplicity, and wielding the sword with no artificial techniques. Such a realm is something I have spent my entire life studying, yet I have only encountered a few scattered mentions in the most ancient sword manuals. I never imagined that I would have the honor of witnessing it with my own eyes today. It is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As he spoke, he quietly observed Chu Xian's reaction, trying to discern any clues from his expression. However, Chu Xian's face was as still as an ancient well, revealing nothing. May I ask where your highness acquired this peerless cultivation? Mon Yubo finally couldn't resist asking the question that had been weighing on his mind. Could it be that you are a reclusive ancestor from the Imperial family? This was the most plausible explanation he could think of. Chu Xian set down his teacup and finally raised his eyes to look at him. Mon Yu Zhuangju, you're overthinking it. I have been secluded in the Imperial tomb for 10 years, cut off from the outside world. It was merely a stroke of luck that I happened to encounter an elderly master sweeping the grounds, who casually offered a few words of guidance. A chance encounter with a master? A casual mention? Mongolian Lord Bo heard this explanation and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Who would believe that? A few casual pointers could teach someone to use a wooden sword to overwhelm a master? If he had taught seriously, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? What kind of terrifying existence must this senior master be? Could it be the legendary figure said to have vanished from the world long ago, a mythical being above even the grandmasters? Mongubo's mind was engulfed in a storm of shock. The more he thought about it, the more he believed this possibility was highly likely. Only this explanation could account for why a prince imprisoned for 10 years could possess such unimaginable strength. His gaze toward Chu Xian grew even more reverent. However, a lingering doubt still lingered in his heart. What if the other party was merely relying on some ancient artifact of immense power, or some one-time trump card, to pull off that earth-shattering strike? After all, the other party had not revealed the slightest trace of true chi cultivation throughout the entire battle. This, in itself, was an extremely unusual occurrence. At this thought, a bold idea surged uncontrollably in Mu Rongbo's mind. He must test it himself. Even if it meant risking offending the other party, he had to confirm it himself. Because this matter concerned the future fate of the entire Tianjian mountain villa. At this thought, Mu Rongbo's expression grew incredibly solemn. He picked up the teacup in front of him and pretended to sip the tea. In secret, the master-level true energy within his body had already begun to circulate silently. An intangible yet mountain-like, overwhelmingly domineering force erupted from his body, sweeping toward Chu Xian across the room. The force of a master. This was the unique hallmark of a master-level powerhouse. It was the product of the fusion of spiritual will and the might of heaven and earth. Under the influence of this force, innate martial artists would feel as though they were bearing the weight of a mountain on their backs, their minds and spirits overwhelmed, making even the simplest actions incredibly difficult. Even fellow grandmasters would inevitably react immediately to this sudden surge of overwhelming pressure. Mong Yubo stared intently at Chu Xian. He wanted to see how the other would react under the oppressive momentum of his master's momentum. However, what happened next left him with a memory that would haunt him for the rest of his life. As his master's aura, powerful enough to crush mountains and shake the soul, came within 3 feet of Chu Xian's body. It was like a gentle breeze caressing a majestic mountain. Like a stream merging into the vast ocean. Not even the hem of Chu Xian's robe was stirred. It was effortlessly dissolved, swallowed, and obliterated by an even more vast, more overwhelming, and utterly incomprehensible invisible force field. As if it had never existed at all. And Chu Xian remained seated there, calm and composed, from start to finish. He even picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. His face remained as calm as ever. As if he had not noticed a thing that had just happened. Silence. The room was deathly silent. Mong Yubo's hand, holding the teacup, froze mid-air. His body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. A thin layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The faint trace of hesitation and hope in his eyes vanished completely. In their place was an endless, soul-shaking fear and horror. It's over. He had guessed wrong. He was completely wrong. The other party wasn't relying on any secret treasure. The opponent is a true, supreme being whose power far surpasses my own realm. My master's aura was nothing but a joke in front of him. A colossal joke. This is no longer the realm of a master. This is absolutely beyond the realm of a master, the legendary, mythical realm. Grand Master. My goodness. This ninth prince, actually, is an actual living grandmaster? Thud. Mong Yubo could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly slid off his seat, his knees giving way, and fell heavily to his knees before Chu Xian. This old man. I failed to recognize your true worth. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. His voice trembled violently with extreme fear, tinged with sobs. Please forgive me, your highness. He buried his head deeply into the cold floor, his body trembling uncontrollably, daring not to lift even an inch. In that moment, all his doubts and calculations vanished into thin air. What remained was only the purest, most primal reverence and submission to a higher form of life. He finally understood. This marriage was not some insult from the royal family to the Tianjian mountain villa. It was clearly a divine dragon from the heavens, descending to this humble pond. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Tianjian mountain villa. It was also the greatest blessing of his life, Mu Rongbo. Inside the room, the air seemed to have frozen solid. Mong Yubo, the legendary martial arts master who once ruled the martial arts world of Jiangnan and struck fear into the hearts of all who dared to challenge him, now lay prostrate on the ground, kneeling before Chu Xian. His body trembled violently from extreme fear and excitement. Chu Xian slowly put down the teacup in his hand. He looked down at Mu Rongbo, who was kneeling at his feet, his expression as calm as ever. "Master Mu Rong, please rise." His voice was as calm as water. "Ignorance is no crime." These 8 simple words were like heavenly music to Mu Rongbo. He felt as though he had been granted a pardon, his body relaxing instantly. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked through with cold sweat. He struggled to get to his feet but dared not sit down again. Instead, he stood by the side, hands clasped in front of him, his posture more humble than that of the most lowly servant. The look in his eyes toward Chu Xian had completely changed. It was no longer one of scrutiny or testing. Instead, they were filled with awe, fervor, and a hint of desperate flattery. "Your Highness. Your Highness is so generous and kind. This old servant is deeply grateful." Monk Bo stammered. He finally understood everything. No wonder the 100 elite soldiers sent by the third prince to ambush him had vanished without a trace. No wonder his daughter Anwaner had been easily repelled by 2 fingers. No wonder his son had been crushed to a pulp by a single wooden sword. It turned out that they were not facing beings from the same dimension at all. A living grandmaster. A grandmaster who was only 18 years old. What an utterly terrifying concept. This can no longer be described as genius. This is a miracle. This is divine intervention. Mong Yubo's heart began to race at an unprecedented speed. He realized that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that could change the fate of Tianjian Mountain Villa and even his own destiny, was right before him. This marriage must be arranged. No. At any cost, this marriage must be arranged with great pomp and ceremony to satisfy the prince. This wasn't just a political marriage. This was clearly Tianjian Mountain Villa clinging to the thickest thigh in the entire world. Chapter 14, The Beauty's Test. The atmosphere inside the room was tense. Mong Yubo knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror, daring not to breathe a single breath. He waited, waiting for the divine youth to deliver his final judgment. Time ticked away, second by second. Every second felt like an eternity to Mu Rongbo. Finally, a calm voice echoed slowly. "Rise." Chu Xian set down his teacup, his voice betraying no emotion. "Ignorance is no excuse." Huff. Upon hearing those words, Mang Yobwa felt as though he had been granted a pardon. His entire body collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He knew that his old life was spared. He struggled to his feet and bowed deeply before Chu Xian once more. This time, his posture was 100 times more humble than before. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for sparing my life." He dared not sit down, instead standing by with his hands lowered, serving respectfully like the most humble of servants. Chu Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "What happened today must not be known by a third party. This old servant understands. This old servant understands." Mong Bo hurriedly nodded vigorously. "Your Highness may rest assured. This old man has not set foot here tonight." He knew that such divine beings cherished solitude and disliked revealing their true identities. If he dared to leak even a single word of tonight's events, the entire Tianjian mountain villa would likely be erased from the map in the next instant. Chu Xian responded with a single syllable before turning his attention back to his teacup, gazing out the window at the moonlit night. The meaning was clear: he was dismissing the guest. Mong Yubo was no fool, he understood perfectly well. He dared not linger any longer, bowed once more to Chu Xian, then bowed his head and carefully backed out of the room, step by step. Only when he stepped out of the courtyard gate of Tingshua Shaozhu and was hit by the night breeze did he realize that his back was already soaked through with cold sweat. He turned his head and cast a final glance at the small courtyard bathed in moonlight, its tranquility all the more striking in the night. His eyes were filled with endless reverence and fervor. Grandmaster! He was truly a living grandmaster. And so young. This wasn't just about limitless potential, this was a myth come to life. He, Mu Rongbo, what had he done to deserve this? He, the Tianjian mountain villa, what merit does he have? How could he possibly form an alliance with such a future ruler of the heavens and earth? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ma Rongbo could no longer contain the excitement and joy surging within him, and he looked up to the sky, letting out a suppressed laugh. Heaven bless the Tianjian mountain villa. Heaven bless the Mu Rong clan. All the grievances, frustrations, and schemes he had harbored were now transformed into endless gratitude. Humiliation? This wasn't humiliation. This was clearly a huge windfall from heaven. It was a fortune beyond measure. It was an unparalleled opportunity that could elevate his Tianjian mountain villa to the pinnacle of the martial arts world, surpassing all other sects, and even rivaling the Imperial family. He must seize this opportunity with both hands. No! He must cling to this opportunity at any cost, no matter how great the sacrifice. At this thought, a gleam of determination flashed in Mu Rongbo's eyes. He did not return to his own room but turned around and hurried toward another equally elegant courtyard. That was the residence of his daughter, Mu Rongshui. Listening to the snow pavilion. Inside Mu Rongshui's bedroom, the lights were still on. She sat quietly before a bronze mirror, dressed in a white gown, but she did not look at her reflection. In her hands, she held a silk scarf, repeatedly wiping her precious sword named Autumn Water. The sword's blade was as clear as water, reflecting her face, which was veiled but still unable to hide her unparalleled beauty. However, at that moment, her eyes, which had always been as cold as ice, were filled with complex and enigmatic emotions. Shock, confusion, curiosity, and a hint of something she hadn't even noticed herself, defeat. In her mind, the scene from the training ground earlier that day played over and over again. That casual flick of the wrist. That perfectly intact wooden sword. The divine weapon that had shattered into pieces. And the young man who remained calm throughout, almost unnaturally so. All of this felt like a heavy hammer, shattering everything she had pried in over the past 20 years. She had always believed herself to be the favored daughter of heaven, a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Jiangnan martial arts world. She had always believed that all men in this world, no matter who they were nothing but mediocre beings unworthy of her notice. Until today, she finally realized how utterly ridiculous she had been. It turned out that she herself was the true frog at the bottom of the well, blind to the vast world beyond. Mississippi. Her personal maid, Lin Wanner, entered the room quietly, holding a bowl of calming soup. Seeing her mistress in such a dazed state, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Miss, it's late. Drink the calming soup and rest early," she said worriedly. "Don't dwell too much on what happened today. That ninth prince, he's not human at all. He's a monster. We deserved to lose to him." Lin Wanner tried her best to comfort her young mistress. But her words caused Mu Rongshue's body to tremble slightly. A monster? Perhaps. Mao Rongshue put down her long sword but did not reach for the bowl of calming soup. She asked softly, "Wanner, tell me, what kind of person is he?" Lin Wanner froze, unsure how to respond. After a moment's thought, she cautiously replied, He's very strong, so strong, it's hard to comprehend. And he's indifferent, as if nothing can capture his attention. I can't really put it into words." Mon Yushui fell silent. Yes, indifferent. From start to finish, he had never once looked his older brother in the eye, nor had he ever looked at anyone from the Tianjian mountain villa with any real regard. As if, in his eyes, everything was no different from the dust on the ground. What kind of confidence was this? What kind of arrogance? Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. "The master has arrived," a maid announced from outside the door. Mon Yushui and Lin Wanner both startled. So late at night, why would father suddenly come over? Before they could react, Mu Rongbo had already pushed open the door and entered. "Shui-er." Mao Rongbo's face betrayed a hint of suppressed excitement and anticipation. As soon as he entered, he dismissed everyone else, leaving only Mu Rongshui behind. "Father, you." Mu Rongshui stood up, looking at her father with a puzzled expression. She noticed that her father's gaze was unusual. It was the kind of gaze one might reserve for a priceless treasure. "Shui-er." Mon Yubo stepped forward, grabbed his daughter's hand, and said excitedly, "Father was wrong before. I was blind and nearly ruined your future, and nearly destroyed the century-old legacy of Tianjian Mountain Villa." Mon Yushui was even more confused by her father's sudden outburst. "Father, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the ninth prince." Mao Yuba's voice trembled slightly. "Shui-er, listen to your father. This ninth prince is no ordinary man. He is a true divine dragon of the heavens, lurking in the depths of the abyss. We were all mistaken before. Everyone in the world was mistaken." Mu Rongshui's heart skipped a beat. She knew exactly what her father was talking about. She had witnessed that scene with her own eyes earlier that day. However, hearing such high praise from her usually composed father left her utterly stunned. "Father, what level is he at?" Mu Rongshue couldn't help but ask. Mao Rongbo took a deep breath, his face filled with awe. He leaned close to his daughter's ear and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear, enunciating each word slowly and deliberately. The two words he uttered were enough to drive any martial artist mad. "Grand Master." Boom! In Mu Rongshui's mind, it felt as though 10,000 thunderbolts were exploding simultaneously. Her entire body froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Grand Master? That young man who looked several years younger than her. Could he be a legendary grandmaster? How is this possible? This is completely beyond her comprehension. This is even more absurd than a mythical tale. Seeing his daughter's completely stunned expression, Mu Rongbo's face betrayed a hint of satisfaction. He knew that he had already achieved half of his goal. He spoke earnestly, "Schwer, do you understand now? This marriage is not a disgrace, but a tremendous opportunity for our Tianjian mountain villa. It is a divine blessing bestowed upon you by heaven. You must seize this opportunity. No matter what it takes, you must firmly bind the heart of this prince. If you can win his favor, not only our Tianjian mountain villa, but even the entire Jiangnan region, and perhaps the entire Great Xian Empire, will look up to you in the future." Half an hour later. Listening to the snow pavilion. Chu Xian remained seated by the window in silence. Suddenly, a faint, delicate fragrance of orchids drifted in on the breeze. Immediately afterward, a clear, melodious voice, as though from heaven, echoed outside the courtyard. "This humble maiden is Mu Rongxue. I dare to pay a visit. May I ask if your highness would be so kind as to grant me an audience?" Chu Xian's eyebrows raised slightly. He turned his head and looked through the window, catching sight of the breathtaking figure standing in the moonlight. Dressed in snow-white robes, she was a vision of unparalleled beauty. "Come in." He spoke softly. Upon receiving permission, Mu Rongxue gracefully stepped forward and slowly entered the room. She bowed gracefully toward Chu Xian, performing a flawless gesture of respect befitting a junior. "Mao Rongxue, I come to apologize to your highness for the events of today. It was my ignorance and narrow-mindedness. I humbly ask for your highness's forgiveness." Her voice was cold yet sincere. Chu Xian merely waved his hand. "It's nothing. Sit." Meng Yushui dared to straighten up and carefully sat down in the seat opposite him. She dared not look up at Chu Xian, instead arranging the tea set she had brought with her one by one. Then, she personally brewed a cup of tea for Chu Xian. Her movements were as smooth as flowing clouds and water, elegant and graceful, exuding a captivating beauty. "This is Ice Heart Snow Lotus picked from the summit of the snow-capped mountains, brewed with water from the Tianshan mountains, known for its calming and focusing effects." She gently pushed the teacup toward Chu Xian. "Please, your highness, have a taste." Chu Xian picked up the teacup and took a whiff. A crisp, refreshing aroma filled the air, invigorating the senses. He took a sip and nodded. "The tea is excellent." Receiving the compliment, Mu Rongxue felt an inexplicable surge of joy in her heart. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and looked up at Chu Xian. "Your highness." She spoke directly to the point. "This humble maiden dares to ask your highness a question about the way of the sword." This was the true reason she had come here tonight. She wanted to test, with her own words and actions, just how extraordinary this legendary grandmaster truly was. Chu Xian glanced at her, as if he had already seen through her true intentions. However, he did not expose her. He merely said indifferently, "Ask away." Meng Shui's heart skipped a beat. She gathered her thoughts and spoke of the greatest bottleneck she had encountered in her sword cultivation. This humble maiden has cultivated that heavenly heartsword technique and has reached the 9th layer, the mind and sword is one realm. However, I have been unable to break through to the legendary 10th layer, the sword without a sword realm. I always feel that there is a hint of stiffness in the sword intent, and a lack of smoothness. No matter how hard I train, I cannot progress further. I humbly request your highness to enlighten me." After speaking, she fixed her beautiful eyes, filled with anticipation and tension, on Chu Xian. Chu Xian listened silently, his expression unchanged. He did not answer directly. Instead, he asked in return, "What do you think a sword is?" Mao Rongxue was taken aback, not expecting such a seemingly simple yet profound question. After a moment of thought, she answered seriously, "The sword is the king of all weapons, a deadly instrument. Sword techniques are the art of combat. The way of the sword is the pursuit of ultimate sharpness and ultimate speed, using the sword in one's hand to break through all the laws of the world." This was her understanding of the way of the sword after 20 years of study. It was also the consensus of the entire Tianjian mountain villa, and indeed, the vast majority of swordsmen across the land. However, after hearing this, Chu Xian shook his head gently. "You are wrong." He spoke the two words calmly. "Wrong. Completely wrong." Meng Yushui's breath caught in her throat. Wrong? The sword philosophy she had upheld for 20 years was wrong? Then may I ask, your highness, what is the sword? She humbly asked for guidance. Chu Xian set down his teacup and rose slowly to his feet. He walked to the window, reached out, and plucked an ordinary green leaf from a potted plant outside the window. He held the leaf between his fingers. Then he looked at Mu Rongxue. A sword can be anything. It can be iron, steel, wood, or bamboo. It can also be a leaf, a drop of water, or a breeze. Or even your glance, or a single thought. As he spoke, he flicked his finger lightly. Whoosh! That ordinary leaf instantly transformed into a green flash of lightning. It made no sound as it sliced through the air, yet it was so fast it surpassed Mu Rongshue's visual limits. It flashed past Mu Rongshue's ear in an instant. Bang! A dull thud. In the corner of the room, the stone lot carved from a single massive rock and used to test the strength of disciples shattered into pieces in an instant. The edges were smooth as a mirror. Meng Yushui's body froze completely. Her eyes widened, fixated on the pile of shattered stones and the intact green leaf slowly drifting to the ground. Her mind went blank. Even falling flowers and leaves could injure someone. No! This was no longer about hurting someone. This is killing gods. The essence of the sword is not about killing or sharpness. Xu Xian's calm voice echoed like the tolling of a bell at dawn, resounding in her ears and in the depths of her heart. It is about protection. When you have something you wish to protect in your heart, everything in your hands can become a sword. Only then will you truly understand what it means to have a sword without a blade. Because the true sword is not in your hands. It resides within the heart. Boom! These words were like a bolt of lightning, like thunder from the heavens. In an instant, they cleaved open the thick fog that had shrouded Mu Rongshua's heart for years. She felt as though a door to a brand new world had suddenly swung open before her. The sword intent that had been stagnant within her body erupted violently at that moment. That hint of stiffness, that hint of imperfection, vanished completely in that instant. Her breath began to rise uncontrollably, climbing higher and higher. The bottleneck. It was beginning to give way. She gazed at the figure of the young man standing in the moonlight, holding a green leaf and speaking eloquently. That figure, in her eyes, grew towering, mysterious, and dazzling. For the first time in her life, she felt something other than her passion for the sword, a strange emotion called heartflutter. Chapter 15, Checking in at the Sword Tomb, 10,000 Swords Submit. The tremors brought by the night had not yet completely subsided when the first rays of dawn quietly fell upon the interconnected halls of Tianjian Mountain Villa. Monk Bo almost seemed to step on the first rays of dawn as he returned to the gate of the Listening to Snow Pavilion. His posture was even more respectful than the night before, his waist slightly bent, his face bearing an almost devout expression of anticipation. Your Highness. Monk Bo's voice was extremely low, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Last night, Your Highness's divine might left this old servant and all the disciples of the mountain villa in awe, deeply impressed. To express the sincerity of our mountain villa, I dare to request that Your Highness accompany me to visit a sacred site that has been passed down for hundreds of years in our Tianjian mountain villa. Xu Xian's gaze returned from the window and fell upon him, his expression still calm and composed. By his side, Mu Rongshui had been waiting there all along. She had changed into a more streamlined white outfit. Her cold eyes held a deep reflection on last night's flying leaf sword debate and a strong curiosity toward the person before her. Oh? Xu Xian's voice betrayed no emotion. What sacred site is that? Mon Yubo took a deep breath, his face adorned with an expression of utmost solemnity and pride. The 10,000 Swords Tomb. This is the very foundation upon which our Tianjian mountain villa was established, the final resting place of our ancestors' spirits, and the very source of our villa's supreme honor and profound heritage. His words were spoken with force and conviction, tinged with a pilgrim-like devotion. Please follow me, Your Highness. Monk Bo led the way, with Chu Xin and Monk Shui following closely behind. The three of them passed through layer upon layer of halls and pavilions, growing increasingly secluded as they went, and the terrain grew steeper with each step. The sword energy in the air grew purer and more concentrated, carrying a sense of ancient solemnity and grimness. The guards they encountered along the way bowed deeply upon seeing the estate master leading the way, but when their eyes fell upon Chu Xian, their reverence nearly solidified into tangible form. The events of last night had already spread throughout the mountain estate, and in their eyes, Chu Xian was no longer the worthless prince but a mysterious and unparalleled master. Finally, they arrived at a massive stone cave located at the base of a cliff on the back mountain. The entrance was several zhang high, sealed by two massive bronze doors engraved with intricate sword patterns, emanating a cold, heavy metallic aura. There were no locks on the doors, only two deep palm-shaped indentations. Mong Yubo stood solemnly, stepped forward, and pressed his palms into the indentations with all his strength. Hum! The bronze doors emitted a low rumble, and the sword patterns engraved on their surface seemed to be instantly illuminated, emitting a faint glow. Creak! A heavy scraping sound echoed as the two massive doors slowly swung inward, revealing a dark, gloomy passageway. A more ruthless, more chaotic, and more intense sword chi, containing countless remnants of willpower, surged forth like a sleeping beast awakening, engulfing them. Monk Bo led the way, followed by Chu Xian and Monk Shui. The passage was deep, with crystal stones embedded in the stone walls on both sides, emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated the path ahead. The further they went, the more surging and overwhelming the sword chi became. The sound of countless clashing metals echoed in their ears, causing their hearts to tremble. Monk Shui's face paled slightly, and she had to summon all her true chi to resist. Morong Bo, however, appeared far more composed. His master-level cultivation was sufficient to withstand the pressure, but his expression was as solemn as ever. Your Highness, look, Morong Bo's voice echoed through the empty corridor, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. This place is the 10,000 Swords Tomb of the Heavenly Sword Manor. At the end of the passageway, the space suddenly opened up, revealing an enormous underground chamber. The sight before them was enough to send a chill down the spine of anyone who had ever set foot here before. This was a graveyard of swords. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with swords of every shape and size. Some were intact, their cold, sharp edges glinting menacingly in the faint light reflected off the crystal walls. Others were covered in cracks and rust, as if they might crumble into dust at any moment. Some are nothing but half-broken remnants, yet they still emit an unwavering will. Some are nothing but bare hilts, deeply embedded in the rock. Long swords, short swords, heavy swords, flexible swords, broad-bladed swords, daggers, their forms varied endlessly, too numerous to count. Some are thrust into the ground, others lean against the rock walls, and still others are intertwined, densely packed, stretching as far as the eye can see. The air is thick with the overpowering stench of iron and the chill of death. The remnants of countless sword intents intertwine and collide, forming an invisible force field powerful enough to tear ordinary warriors to shreds. This is the true foundation of Tianjian Mountain Villa, the final resting place of the legendary swords collected and wielded by generations of ancestors, the tomb of 10,000 swords. I am the first patriarch of the Tianjian Mountain Villa, Mu Rongwudi. Mu Rongbo's voice, filled with profound reverence, echoed slowly within the sword mound, drowning out the intangible sword cries. It was with a divine sword named Heavenly Gate in my hand that I founded this sect in the midst of chaos, laying the foundation for our mountain fortress's 3-century legacy. This place not only houses the swords of our ancestors, but also embodies their lifelong dedication to the way of the sword and their unwavering resolve to protect our sect. These swords are the very soul of the Tianjian Mountain Villa. His words rang out with authority, echoing through the sword tomb. Meng Yushui gazed at the vast sea of swords before her, feeling the weight of history and the chill of battle wash over her. Her heart swelled with a powerful sense of belonging and pride. She instinctively looked at Chu Xian, wanting to see how this enigmatic prince would react to the mountain villa's profound heritage. Chu Xian stood at the entrance, his gaze calmly sweeping over this sword graveyard that had lain silent for untold centuries. His gaze was piercing, as if he could see through time and into the story behind each sword. Just as he took his first step into the sword graveyard, a sudden change occurred. Within the mound, the countless sword intents that had previously collided invisibly and echoed in the realm of thought were suddenly doused with cold water poured into boiling oil. The dead silence was shattered completely. The nearest broken sword, slanted into the rock, suddenly emitted a piercingly sharp tremor. Immediately afterward, like the first pebble dropped into water, it stirred up 1,000 waves. 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. Within the sword mound, countless swords of various shapes and sizes, some broken, some incomplete. Whether they were buried deep in dust or leaning against the rock walls. Whether they gleam with a cold, sharp light or are covered in rust. At this moment, they all emit a low, high-pitched, sharp, and mournful sound. Each unique, yet converging into a torrential roar that shatters the heavens and splits the earth. Clang! 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 Countless sword beams, some bright, some dim, erupted instantly from the sword blades, illuminating the dim sword tomb as bright as day. What was even more heart-wrenching was every single sword. All the sword tips. Regardless of their original direction. While emitting mournful cries or clear shrieks, they all involuntarily, ever so slightly, tilted downward toward the direction where Chu Xian stood. Like billions of subjects paying homage to their supreme ruler. 10,000 swords resound in unison. 10,000 swords bowed. The entire sword mound came to life in that moment. The vast, sea-like intent of submission swept through every inch of space. The solemnity and pride on Morongbo's face were instantly replaced by unparalleled horror and disbelief. His mouth gaped open, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his body stiff as iron. This is impossible? Meng Shui was struck as if by lightning, her delicate body trembling violently, her fair face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. She felt an overwhelming sense of terror emanating from the depths of her soul, an unstoppable pressure that nearly suffocated her. Her knees gave way, and she would have collapsed to her knees had she not forced herself to support herself with her sword. She stared at the figure in plain robes standing at the center of the sea of swords, as if he were the sole focus of the heavens and earth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with nothing but boundless awe and reverence that penetrated to the very core of her being. Ding! Just as Chu Xian was enveloped by the surreal sight of 10,000 swords paying homage, a cold, familiar mechanical prompt sounded deep within his mind. Detected that the host has arrived at an extraordinary tier check-in location, the Peerless Sword Tomb. This place contains the will of swordmasters from generations past and the primordial essence of supreme sword intent. Check-in rewards will be greatly enhanced. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mythical tier reward, Xianyuan Sword Intent. Boom! As the faded, and indescribable, overwhelming intent surged forth like the first ray of light at the dawn of creation, pouring down from the depths of the void and directly merging into Chu Xian's soul. What a domineering, majestic, ancient, and awe-inspiring sword intent it was. It seemed to originate from the primordial chaos, bearing the rise and fall of humanity, and containing the supreme power to judge the heavens and command all creatures. It was the sword of the holy path. It was the sword of the human emperor. It was the supreme sword intent that suppressed the 8 desolate realms and ruled the entire universe. The Xianyuan sword intent. The moment this sword intent merged with him, Chu Xian's soul felt as though it had been cast into a blazing cosmic forge, undergoing the most primordial refinement and elevation. A golden glow flashed briefly in his eyes, as if the sun, moon, and stars were being born and reborn within them. An indescribable, overwhelming aura of supreme authority, powerful enough to make all heavens and worlds tremble, escaped uncontrollably from his body. Just a single thread. Just a single thread. Puff. Standing beside Chu Xian, Meng Yobua, a formidable master-level expert, felt as though he had been struck in the chest by an invisible giant hammer. His face turned from red to white, then from white to pale, and his throat felt sweet as a mouthful of blood nearly gushed out. He grunted softly, his body involuntarily stumbling backward 3 steps with a series of loud thuds. Each step left a deep imprint on the hard rock ground. His internal chi raged violently, and his blood surged like boiling water. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Xian was filled with utter terror, as if he had witnessed the creation of the heavens and earth, his very soul trembling in fear. As for the weaker Mu Rongshui, faced with this overwhelming pressure that felt like the heavens were collapsing, she couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. Ugh! She let out a painful groan, and the long sword she had been using to support herself slipped from her hands with a clang, falling to the ground. Her knees gave way, and she could no longer support herself, about to collapse forward. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, the mournful cries of 10,000 swords sweeping over the sword mound, resembling a tsunami, and the scene of worship, came to an abrupt halt. All the bursting sword lights vanished instantly. The overwhelming, suffocating terror that had engulfed the area like a tidal wave receded, vanishing without a trace. It was as though the extraordinary celestial phenomenon and the awe-inspiring scene of 10,000 swords bowing had never occurred. Chu Xian slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had regained their usual depth and calmness. He seemed to have merely done something trivial, his breath smooth and inward, indistinguishable from before. Only his towering figure, silhouetted against the dim backdrop of the sword mound, seemed even more mysterious and enigmatic, as if he had merged with this ancient place that had buried the souls of countless sword masters. He glanced at Mu Rongbo, whose face was deathly pale, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and whose eyes still held traces of endless terror. He then looked at Mu Rongshui, who was sitting on the ground, her delicate body trembling, her face as pale as paper, gazing at him with a mix of utter shock and reverent awe. A faint smile seemed to curve the corners of Chu Xian's lips. He extended his hand toward Mu Rongshui and gently supported her. A gentle yet irresistible force instantly supported Mu Rongshui's collapsing body and gently helped her stand steady. Morong Zhuangzhu, Chu Xian's voice was as calm as water, breaking the deathly silence within the sword tomb. The sword intent here is indeed as vast as rumored. Meng Yubo jolted awake, forcing down the surging blood in fear deep within his soul. Hurriedly bowing his head, his voice trembling with lingering fear, Your Highness's divine might. This old man. This old man. He stammered for a moment, unable to find any words to describe his current emotions. Awe? Fear? Submission? None of these seemed sufficient to express even a fraction of his feelings. This ninth prince, not only was his cultivation profound beyond measure, but the secrets he harbored were likely 1,000 or 10,000 times more terrifying than he could ever imagine. 10,000 swords pay homage. Merely stepping into the sword tomb has caused 10,000 swords to bow in homage. This is no longer a realm within the reach of mortals. Meng Yushui was gently supported by that soft force, helping her stand steady, but her heart was still in turmoil. She bent down to pick up the fallen long sword, her fingertips turning slightly white from the effort. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Chu Xian was incredibly complex. It was not merely awe and reverence, but also tinged with an indescribable air of mystery. This man was like an enigma with no bottom. Every time you thought you had seen his limits, the next moment he revealed something that completely shattered all your perceptions. The sword tomb fell silent once more. Only the countless silent swords stood motionless in the gloom, as if silently bearing witness to the arrival of a true emperor of swords. Chapter 16, The Grand Wedding Approaches, Underlying Tensions Mount. The earth-shaking phenomenon within the sword tomb was swiftly contained by Chu Xian. The overwhelming aura that swept out in an instant, causing all the swords to bow in submission, still lingered like a massive rock dropped into a calm lake, stirring up an unstoppable tidal wave of turmoil among the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Sword Manor. Meng Yubo and his daughter kept their thoughts hidden, but the deep-seated reverence in their hearts was etched on their faces like a brand. Throughout the mountain estate, no one dared to harbor even a shred of contempt for the ninth prince, who was about to become the estate's son-in-law, and their reverence grew by the day. The wedding preparations were underway in an atmosphere that was both joyful and oppressively tense. Red silk banners hung from pavilions and towers, and wedding characters adorned every door and window. Servants bustled about, their footsteps hurried, as they decorated every corner with lanterns and ornaments. Have you heard? There was a big commotion again yesterday in the restricted area on the back mountain. A servant responsible for hanging lanterns whispered to his companion, taking advantage of the moment when no one was around. You're not kidding. I was far away, but I could still feel a tightness in my chest. It sounded like thousands of swords were whistling past my ears. Another servant, still shaken, patted his chest. Shoo! Keep your voice down. The master has strictly forbidden discussing matters related to the forbidden area. The head steward hurriedly scolded him, but his eyes were filled with confusion and fear, and he couldn't help glancing toward the direction of Tingxua Shaozhu. This ninth prince truly is as mysterious as the gods and demons. In the corner, an old servant wiping the corridor pillars muttered to himself, his cloudy eyes filled with reverence. The elite disciples of the mountain villa channeled their reverence into cautious actions. As they passed by the listening to snow pavilion, they held their breath, tiptoeing softly, afraid to disturb the enigmatic figure within. As the bride-to-be, Mu Rongshui was naturally busy as well. But beneath her cold demeanor, besides the complex emotions of an engaged woman, there was also a growing curiosity and contemplation about that figure. Chu Xian, on the other hand, seemed unusually leisurely. The details of the wedding naturally did not require his personal attention. On this afternoon, the sunlight was just right. Chu Xian strolled leisurely through the corridors and pavilions of the mountain villa, seemingly casually admiring the bustling wedding preparations. His steps were steady, his expression indifferent, forming a stark contrast to the bustling chaos around him. However, his mind had quietly settled into a state of calm. Divine insight activated silently. This divine ability obtained from the check-in operated silently. In an instant, the world before Chu Xian's eyes seemed to strip away its superficial colors. In the air, faint trails of energy, some strong, some weak, some pure, some chaotic, began to emerge. These were the energy trajectories inadvertently emitted by the martial artists within the mountain villa as they circulated their true energy. The servants' energy flows were weak and chaotic, like foam on a stream. The elite disciples' energy was relatively condensed, like a steady stream, with occasional traces indicating they were nearing the realm of innate cultivation. The elder's true chi was far more powerful, like surging rivers, and on Mu Rongbo's body, it converged into a vast, deep pool of energy. Chu Xian's gaze calmly swept over these energy trails. His focus was not on appreciating the tiers of power. His gaze, like invisible probes, pierced through the layers of appearances, precisely capturing the hidden thoughts and emotions. Beneath the joy, was there jealousy? Within the reverence, was there a hint of resentment? Amidst the bustling figures, were there lurking shadows? He was like a walking mirror, reflecting the dark corners of the human heart. As he passed near the council hall, he happened to see the estate master, Mu Rongbo, and several core elders emerging from the hall after an impromptu meeting. Monk Bo wore a smile, conversing with an elderly man dressed in the robes of the enforcement hall, who looked solemn. That elder was Zhao Kainyan, the enforcement elder of Tianjian Mountain Villa. This man oversaw the mountain estate's discipline and punishments, holding a high position with great authority. He was known for his impartiality and stern demeanor. Under the illumination of the divine eye, the true chi flowing within Zhao Kainyan was exceptionally dense and concentrated. Having reached the peak of the late stage, just a step away from the realm of a master. On the surface, he bowed respectfully to Meng Yobua, appearing to listen attentively to his teachings. However, in Chu Xian's perception, the fluctuations in this man's thoughts were completely opposite to his expression. A strong, almost uncontrollable sense of irritation and contempt coiled like a venomous snake deep within his consciousness. Old fool! All you know is clinging to your outdated rules. The mountain estate will only decline further under your leadership. Zhao Kainyan's heart raged with intense dissatisfaction toward Mu Rongbo's conservative strategies. On the surface, he replied respectfully, "The estate master speaks wisely. I shall remember your words." What caught Chu Xian's attention even more was, during his conversation with Morong Bo, Zhao Kainyan's seemingly casual glances around the room would always linger briefly and precisely on several specific servants. These individuals, dressed in the lowest-ranking menial laborer attire of the mountain estate, blended into the crowd as they carried heavy gift boxes, moving swiftly yet expressionlessly, indistinguishable from the other menial laborers. However, under Chu Xian's divine insight, the subtle yet still faintly menacing fluctuations of their inner energy, along with the gleam of sharpness hidden deep within their eyes, were instantly exposed. They were far from ordinary menial laborers. The pathways of their true chi carried a unique, cold aura that did not belong to the Tianjian mountain villa's style. Moreover, though their positions seemed random, they had secretly formed a coordinated formation, their peripheral vision constantly monitoring Zhao Kainyan's movements. You disguised yourselves well, but Chu Xian understood immediately. These men were spies planted by Zhao Kainyan. Or more accurately, they were spies and operatives planted by the person behind Zhao Kainyan. Mao Rongbo remained oblivious, exchanged a few more words with Zhao Kainyan, then turned and left. Zhao Kainyan remained where he was, watching Mu Rongbo walk away. The stern, rigid expression on his face slowly twisted into an extremely cold and savage grin. Deep in his eyes was an unyielding glint of greed and ambition. Soon, very soon, all of this will be mine. This thought was clearly reflected in Chu Xian's insightful heavenly eye. Chu Xian withdrew his gaze without a flicker of emotion, as if he had merely glanced casually before continuing his stroll along the corridor. In his heart, however, he had already made his plans. It seemed that the seemingly tranquil Tianjian mountain villa harbored undercurrents far more turbulent than he had anticipated. Moreover, this undercurrent seemed to be gathering momentum around the upcoming wedding. Night fell. The entire Tianjian mountain villa was bathed in the festive glow of red lights, but the daytime bustle had gradually subsided, replaced by a veil of tranquility. Within the listening to snow pavilion, Xu Xian sat cross-legged in meditation, moonlight streaming through the window lattice and bathing him in a silvery glow. His breath was long and steady, as if he had merged with the entire universe. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. A fleeting gleam of sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's time to listen in on what this Zhao elder discusses with his confidants in the dead of night. Without a sound, Xu Xian's figure vanished from where he stood. He left no trace of wind, not even stirring a single speck of dust. At the level of a grandmaster, his cultivation allowed him to blend into the night like a ghost. The layout of the open and hidden sentries throughout the mountain villa was rendered useless under Xu Xian's powerful divine perception. He moved as if on solid ground, his figure flickering at the boundary between moonlight and shadow. In a few swift movements, he had already arrived silently at the core area of the mountain villa, outside the independent courtyard where the enforcement elder Zhao Kangyan resided. He did not rush into the study. Instead, he stood quietly beneath the shadow of a lush ancient tree outside the study window, his aura completely concealed, as if he had become part of the tree itself. Inside the study, the lights were bright. Zhao Kangyan's voice, slightly cold and stern, clearly penetrated the window paper and reached Xu Xian's ears, each word sounding as though it were spoken directly into his ear. That old stubborn fool, Mu Rongbo. At today's meeting, he was still emphasizing the century-old reputation of the mountain villa and not to act too hastily. How utterly outdated. Zhao Kangyan's tone was filled with impatience and contempt. Please calm down, elder. Another voice, slightly hoarse, chimed in with flattery. The master is after all of a certain age, it's only natural that his thoughts are conservative. With you, the elder, in charge of the overall situation and the third prince's strong support, great things are in store. Has the message been sent to the third prince? Zhao Kangyan asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with urgency. Reporting to the elder, the message has been sent via Dark Crow. The third prince is very satisfied with our progress. He specifically instructed that once this matter is successful, he will assist you in taking control of Tianjian Mountain Villa. In the future, the entire martial arts world of Jiangnan will look to you as their leader. The third prince will also advocate for greater benefits for you in the Imperial court. Good. Very good. Zhao Kangyan's voice betrayed his suppressed excitement. With the prince's words, I can rest assured. Tell the prince that everything is under control. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice even further, his tone tinged with cruelty. That thing, the soul-devouring powder, is it definitely in our hands? The elder may rest assured. The hoarse voice hurriedly assured him, his tone tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. Your subordinate went to great lengths, finally making contact with the disciple of Poison Yanwan in the ghost market, and paid a tremendous price to obtain this item. Colorless and odorless, it dissolves upon contact with water. Just a tiny amount, no larger than a fingernail, can cause a master-level expert to lose all their true energy in a short time, rendering them unable to use even 10% of their full power. Moreover, it leaves no trace afterward, and people will only assume it's a sign of spiritual backlash. The soul-devouring powder of the poisonous Yanwang? Excellent. It truly lives up to its reputation. Zhao Kangyan sneered, that old fool, Mu Rongbo, thinks he's invincible just because he's a master? Humph. On his wedding day, with guests filling the hall, it will be the perfect opportunity for chaos. As long as he unknowingly ingests this substance, he will suddenly collapse from recurring injuries at that moment. The control of this mountain estate will be ours for the taking. The elder is wise. At that time, our men will be stationed outside to create chaos, and with an inside-outside attack, it will be foolproof. As for that ninth prince He, a reckless fool who doesn't know his place. Without Mu Rongbo's protection, crushing him is as easy as crushing an ant. The third prince has long wanted to eliminate him. A discarded pawn, relying on some obscure, unorthodox techniques he learned from somewhere, dares to show off in front of this old man? On the day of his wedding, he will meet his end. Zhao Kangyan's tone was icy, filled with murderous intent. The third prince specifically instructed that this man may be harboring the secrets of the heavenly demon strategy. Capture him alive or at least bring back his head. Yes. I understand. I'll make sure he can't escape. The secret discussion in the study continued, deliberating on more specific details, how to poison him, how to create chaos, how to control the situation, and how to eliminate Xu Xian. In the shadows outside the window, Xu Xian listened quietly. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his calm, unruffled face. His gaze was as deep as an abyss, showing no emotion, as if he were merely listening to a trivial matter unrelated to himself. When the secret plot in the study came to an end and the figures inside seemed ready to disperse, Xu Xian's figure had already vanished silently from the spot, as if he had never been there at all. In the next moment, he had returned to his own room in the listening to snow pavilion. A faint, almost invisible golden thread of true essence danced like a serpent at the tip of his fingers. This was the unique, extremely secret means of communication between him and Xiao Tang, the master of the Black Gold Pavilion, who had imposed a restriction on him. Xu Xian flicked his fingers lightly. The golden true essence instantly transformed into an invisible stream of light, piercing through the void at a speed beyond comprehension, racing toward the Black Gold Pavilion in Fengyun City. At the same time, a cold and authoritative divine command imprinted itself directly into Xiao Tang's soul deep within the distance. Xiao Tang, obey my command. At all costs, mobilize all your forces immediately. Investigate every detail of the collusion between Zhao Kainyan, the enforcement elder of Tianjian Mountain Villa, and Prince Chu Jing. Especially the origin of the soul-devouring powder they mentioned. I need to know its exact purpose, who provided it, and how it was delivered to Zhao Kainyan. Additionally, closely monitor all suspicious individuals who have recently entered Tianjian Mountain Villa, especially those disguised as servants. Report all intelligence to me immediately. As the orders were issued, the golden true essence at Xu Xian's fingertips dissipated. He stood with his hands behind his back at the window, gazing at the festive lanterns flickering in the mountain villa below, his expression calm. The wedding bells had yet to ring. But the curtain of murder had already begun to rise, quietly unfolding in the undercurrents. Chapter 17, The Poisonous Plot Unveiled, The Killing Intent Like a Net. Fengyun City, Black Gold Pavilion. The pavilion master, Xiao Tang, sat alone in the dimly lit chamber, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the cold tabletop. His face remained pale. Though his severed limbs had been temporarily restored to movement by Xu Xian's true energy, the fear that had seeped into his very bones had not faded in the slightest. Suddenly, the room stirred without a breeze. A faint golden light, barely perceptible, appeared out of nowhere and instantly vanished into Xiao Tang's forehead. Ugh! Xiao Tang's entire body trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. A surge of divine consciousness, imbued with supreme authority, erupted in his mind like a torrent. It was none other than Xu Xian's unquestionable command. Xiao Tang leaped to his feet, his eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. All traces of despair vanished, leaving only utmost reverence and... The master has spoken. He growled hoarsely, his voice raspy yet filled with power, echoing throughout the core area of the Black Gold Pavilion. All Nighthawks mobilize immediately. All covert operations are to be activated at once. At any cost, with no regard for losses. Target, Zhao Kainyan, the enforcement elder of Tianjian Mountain Villa, and all associated individuals. Especially the details of his collusion with the third prince Chu Jing. Focus on the soul-devouring powder, its source, distribution, and intended use. 1 hour. I give you only 1 hour. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must, but bring me the information. Hurry. As his hysterical orders were issued, the entire Black Gold Pavilion, this colossal entity entrenched in the underground world of Jiangnan, instantly sprang into action like a precision machine. Countless shadowy figures silently blended into the night from every hidden exit. Spies, informants, intelligence brokers, and underworld intermediaries spread across Fengyun City and the entire Jiangnan region all received the same top-level, no-holds-barred order at the same time. Money flowed like water. Mouths that had remained sealed for months or even years began to crack under the dual pressure of death threats and immense wealth. A vast network woven by the Black Gold Pavilion, spanning the entire underground world of Jiangnan, began to close in at an unprecedented speed. Tianjian Mountain Villa, listening to Snow Pavilion. Xu Xian sat cross-legged, as still as an old monk in meditation. The divine ability of Divine Eye remained active, like an invisible radar, continuously enveloping the core area of the manor. Zhao Kainyan's courtyard was a key target of surveillance. He saw Zhao Kainyan finish his secret discussion with his confidant, who hurriedly departed. He saw Zhao Kainyan return alone to his study, repeatedly rubbing a seemingly ordinary sandalwood box under the lamp, his expression fluctuating between excitement and ferocity. He saw him rise, walk to the corner of the study, and press a series of buttons on what appeared to be a seamless wall using an extremely complex and rapid technique. Click! A faint sound of a mechanism turning echoed. A 3-foot square stone slab silently slid inward, revealing a dimly lit entrance just wide enough for one person to pass through. A secret room. Zhao Kainyan cautiously looked around, confirmed no one was there, and quickly slipped inside. The entrance to the secret room closed immediately, and the walls returned to their original state, as if there had never been a crack. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Xu Xian understood. But he didn't rush into action. Instead, he quietly observed the energy flow patterns around the entrance to the secret room. He was waiting. He was waiting for the Black Gold Pavilion to send over the most crucial piece of the puzzle. Time slipped away quietly in the tense atmosphere. Inside the mountain villa, servants hanging lanterns yawned and complained to each other about the tedious wedding preparations. Patrolling disciples relieved each other, whispering about the upcoming grand wedding ceremony and the enigmatic groom. Everything seemed so calm yet bustling. However, in Xu Xian's perception, the menial servants planted by Zhao Kainyan were like fireflies in the night. Their presence was exposed under the divine eye. They appeared to be moving heavy objects and sweeping the courtyard, but the way their eyes met and their footsteps paused carried a specific rhythm, as if silently conveying information. Under the surface of the festive atmosphere, the undercurrent was growing increasingly turbulent. Finally, just as Chu Xian estimated, the time was right. A golden beam of light, more condensed and urgent than before, pierced through the void, ignoring distance, and precisely entered the listening to snow pavilion, sinking into Chu Xian's brow. A vast amount of information instantly unfolded in Chu Xian's mind. This was the most critical intelligence the Black Gold Pavilion had gathered at great cost within an hour regarding Zhao Kangyan's collusion with the Third Prince. Intelligence Point 1, Source of the Poisonous Herbs. Zhao Kangyan had established a completely under his control secret trade route. This trade route openly dealt in silk and tea, but secretly smuggled banned herbs from the southern frontier. Half a year ago, through this trade route, he secretly purchased a batch of extremely rare corrupting bone flowers and soul-devouring vines from a witchcraft tribe on the edge of the 10,000 mountains in the southern frontier. Secretly acquired a batch of extremely rare bone-corroding flowers and soul-devouring vines, which grow in the toxic miasma of the mountains. Intelligence Report 2, The Alchemist. These toxic herbs were not directly transported back to Tianjian Mountain Villa but were secretly rerouted to Jilin City. There, the third prince Chu Jing had secretly planted a top-tier alchemist from Jiangnan the Ghost Hand Mochi years ago. This individual is a master of poison, with elusive movements, hiding deep within the largest brothel in Jilin City, the Extreme Pleasure Pavilion. It was he who, using an ancient poison formula, combined the corrupting bone flower and soul-devouring vine with other highly toxic ingredients to create the colorless, odorless, and water-soluble soul-devouring powder. Intelligence Report 3, Delivery Method. The refined soul-devouring powder was divided into 3 specially crafted jade bottles that could block all scent and detection. Another trusted confidant of the third prince, Shadow Fox, disguised as a merchant, used a steward at the outer gates of Tianjian Mountain Villa who had already been bribed by Zhao Kangyan. Under the pretext of purchasing special spices for the Mountain Villa's celebration, and smuggled it into the Mountain Villa hidden among a batch of ordinary goods, ultimately delivering it secretly into Zhao Kangyan's hands. Intelligence Report 4, Purpose and Plan Preliminary Speculation. Combining Zhao Kangyan's recent unusual movements of the Mountain Villa's guards in frequent contact with specific attendants and disciples, it is preliminarily inferred that Zhao Kangyan intends to, on the day of his wedding, take advantage of Mu Rongguo's preoccupation with overseeing the festivities to administer Xin Yuan San into his food, causing him to suffer a relapse of his old injuries in full view of everyone, leading to the collapse of his true energy and rendering him unable to resist. Using this as a breakthrough, in coordination with the forces of the third prince lurking within and outside the mountain villa, they aim to overthrow Morongbo's rule, with Zhao Kangyan taking his place as the puppet controlled by the third prince to dominate the martial arts world of Jiangnan. Information flooded in like a tidal wave, swiftly integrating, connecting, and verifying in Chu Xian's mind. Combined with the ongoing observations from his divine eye of the situation inside Zhao Kangyan's secret chamber, as well as the existence of that sealed letter, a complete, vicious, and meticulously planned conspiracy unfolded clearly before his eyes. So that's how it is. Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze flashing with a cold understanding. Corrupting bone flower. Soul-devouring vine. Ghost hand mochi. Shadow fox. Yuan-devouring powder. Target, Mu Rongbo methods, poisoning, framing, and control. Timing, the grand wedding celebration, when guests gather and chaos reigns. Backup plan, assassins lurking within the mountain estate and elite assassins mobilized by the third prince outside the estate. Ultimate goal, take control of Tianjian Mountain Villa and eliminate me, this potential threat. Well done, Xu Jing. Well done, Zhao Kangyan. A series of poisonous schemes, inside and out, with grand ambitions. Xu Xian curled the corners of his lips into a cold smile. He needed the final piece of the puzzle, the exact contents of that sealed letter. Tonight, it was time to lift the final veil. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Just past midnight, when people were most weary. Within the mountain villa, aside from the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling disciples, all was silent. The secret entrance to Zhao Kangyan's study opened silently once more. Zhao Kangyan emerged from within, his face bearing a hint of fatigue, but more so the exhilaration of impending success. He carefully checked the entrance mechanism, confirmed everything was in order, then blew out the lamp in the study and turned to leave the room, heading back to his own bedroom to rest. He believed he had done everything discreetly. Little did he know that a figure, like a ghost blending into the night, had already appeared outside the study less than half an incense stick's time after he had left. It was Chu Xian. He did not break down the door or touch any of the mechanisms. He simply stood quietly before the study door. Divine vision, activated to full power. His gaze pierced through the thick wooden door, through the bookshelves and furniture inside, and landed precisely on the seemingly ordinary wall. Inside the wall, the complex mechanical structures, the trajectories of energy flow, and the hidden trigger points, were laid bare like a precision instrument stripped of its outer shell, every detail clearly visible within Chu Xian's field of vision. The intricate mechanism, under the scrutiny of the divine eye, was riddled with flaws. Chu Xian extended his slender fingers, and a faint trace of true energy seeped from his fingertips, as delicate as the most intricate key. He gently tapped several key points on the wall from a distance. Hum! A faint vibration emanated from within the wall. Click! The 3-foot square stone slab slid inward silently once more, revealing the entrance to a dimly lit secret chamber. No alarms were triggered. Chu Xian's figure darted inside. The chamber was small, only about 10 feet square, with a simple layout, containing only a stone table and several stone shelves. The shelves held precious herbs, pills, gold and silver jewelry, and several scrolls of martial arts manuals that clearly did not belong to the Tianjian mountain villa. However, Chu Xian's gaze immediately fixed on the center of the stone table. There, 3 palm-sized, pitch-black jade bottles, each engraved with mysterious runes, were prominently displayed. An extremely subtle yet potent malevolent aura, capable of sending even martial arts masters into a state of panic, emanated from the jade bottles. Had it not been blocked by the runes and special material of the bottles, it would have already spread throughout the room. It was the soul-devouring powder. Under the gaze of the divine eye, the scene inside the jade bottles seemed to be magnified and analyzed. It was a viscous, mercury-like black liquid, lying motionless at the bottom of the bottle, devoid of any luster, yet it seemed capable of devouring all surrounding light and vitality. What a ruthless poison! Chu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This poison was indeed extremely vicious, targeting the very essence of a martial artist's true energy. Once it took effect, the consequences would be unimaginable. His gaze shifted to the corner of the stone table. There, a letter without a sender's name was pressed down. Chu Xian reached out and plucked it into the air. The letter seemed to be held by an invisible hand, floating lightly into his palm. He unfolded the letter. The words, written in bold, elegant characters that exuded a chilling aura, read, "To Elder Zhao. The matter entrusted to me has been fully accomplished. The 3 portions of spices have been personally delivered by Shadow Fox, and you should have verified them. The 3rd prince has issued an edict. On the day of the grand wedding, at the sword conference, Mu Rongbo must preside over the proceedings. This is a golden opportunity. Seize the opportunity to mix this spice into the celebratory tea he must drink. It is colorless and odorless, undetectable even by immortals. When the poison takes effect, his true energy will dissipate, and he will publicly display the signs of demonic arts backfiring. At that moment, it will be our signal to act. At that time, your elite troops must immediately seize control of the estate's strategic points and seal off all key routes. Outside the estate, the 800 elite blood robe guards personally dispatched by His Highness have already taken their positions in secret and will act upon the signal. With internal and external forces coordinating, the matter will be settled. Remember, Mu Rongxue may be spared, as she may prove useful. As for the troublesome 9th Prince Chu Xian, his head is what the prince desires most. Capture him alive at all costs. If that is not possible, behead him. The one who brings his head will be rewarded with 10,000 gold pieces and the title of Marquis of a 10,000 household estate. Once the mission is accomplished, you shall become the new master of Tianjian Mountain Villa. The martial arts world of Jiangnan will be entirely under your control. The prince will also fully support you in court. Do not disappoint the prince's expectations. Signed, Anonymous. Every word on the letter was like a poisoned dagger, gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Chu Xian read it calmly. The contents of the letter largely matched the Black Gold Pavilion's deductions, but it was more detailed and far more malicious. It not only specified the exact method of poisoning, mixing a specific spiritual tea into the drink that Mu Rongbo must consume, but also the frame-up tactic accusing him of being a practitioner of demonic arts that backfired. But also revealed the intricate details of the inside-outside collaboration, Zhao Kaiyan controlling the interior, while the blood robe guards stormed the exterior, as well as the explicit order to kill him, capture him alive or behead him. The blood-clothed guards, the elite personal guard of the 3rd prince, secretly mobilized 800 men and are lurking outside the mountain villa? A cold gleam flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. What a bold move! It seems my 3rd brother is determined to eliminate me and seize the Tianjian mountain villa as well. Zhao Kangyan. For the position of a puppet estate master, he dares to invite wolves into the house, betray the sect, and poison the estate master. He truly deserves to die. A thread of golden true essence flame silently rose from Chu Xian's fingertips. The sealed letter, along with the 3 jade bottles containing the deadly soul-devouring powder, were instantly engulfed by the golden flames. No sound was heard, no ashes remained, as if they had never existed in this world. After completing all this, Chu Xian's figure vanished from the secret room like a ghost. The entrance on the wall closed silently behind him, returning to its original state. The entire study remained exactly as it had been when Zhao Kaiyan had left. Only the air seemed to carry a faint, fleeting, and unsettling aura of authority. Chu Xian stood in the shadows of the courtyard, gazing toward Zhao Kaiyan's bedroom, his expression calm and unruffled. A vast web woven from conspiracy, poison, betrayal, and murder had already unfolded completely before him. Yet the ones holding the net were unaware that their target had already stepped outside it. He watched them coldly, as if observing a farce about to unfold. Chapter 18, Tracing the Poison's Origin, Heart to Heart Under the Moon. When the soul-devouring powder dissolved into nothingness under the golden flames at Chu Xian's fingertips, along with the sealed letter, Chu Xian did not leave immediately. He stood in the shadows outside the study, his expression unusually devoid of his usual indifference and calmness, instead shrouded in deep contemplation and a faint, indescribable palpitation. That fleeting glimpse of the soul-devouring powder revealed its refinement techniques, which, under the insightful heavenly eye ability that penetrated to the core, were as clear as if observed under a microscope, every detail exposed. Apart from the vicious and toxic herbs from the southern frontier, it was the core technique used during the refinement process, the forced blending, activation, and locking of all the medicinal properties that truly caught Chu Xian's attention. Dominant, bizarre, and carrying an undeniable devouring trait. It was a unique blood-summoning secret technique. It uses the essence blood of a specific demonic beast as a catalyst, not for poisoning, but like a living adhesive, perfectly binding, fusing, and activating all the fierce and even conflicting toxic properties. Forming an active poison-devouring effect targeting a martial artist's true essence, ensuring it can penetrate the protective true essence of a master-level practitioner and unleash its full potency. This technique. This unique energy flow trajectory. Chu Xian's heart, within his chest, beat heavily and unusually for an extremely rare moment. The sealed gates of his memories were violently shattered. In the depths of the palace, the delicate figure with a gentle yet lonely smile, He Lian Yueshuan, his mother. When he was young, he had discovered several torn pages with yellowed, curled edges at the bottom of an old sandalwood box that his mother never parted with. At the time, he couldn't decipher the mystical characters and patterns, but he remembered one illustration depicting blood-red symbols resembling tadpole script, accompanied by elegant handwritten notes. Blood Summoning Return to Origin Technique Fragment, excerpted from Volume 3 of the Demon Strategy Poison Theory chapter. Use with caution. When his mother discovered them, she rarely spoke to him so sternly, snatching the notes away and hiding them quickly. Her eyes flashed with a mix of fear and pain that he couldn't comprehend at the time. From that day onward, he never saw the wooden box again. Later, he came to understand that his mother's so-called natural death was the result of a heinous conspiracy and slander. And that the Tianjian, which had sparked countless covetous glances and a bloodbath, was somehow intricately connected to his mother, whom he had never met. The core blood-summoning technique used in this soul-devouring powder, its original essence and operational trajectory, or an uncanny resemblance over 80% similarity to the incomplete symbol patterns in his mother's notebook. The same domineering power. The same eerie connection rooted deep within the bloodline. Third brother. Chu Jing. Chu Xian stood in the shadows, the moonlight outlining his angular profile, his features taut. You've gone to great lengths to deal with me. Not only did you collude with Zhao Kainyan and use the poison from the southern frontier, but you even dug up this long-lost ancient demonic poison refining technique from the Tianjian. Is there a shadow of those old demons who framed my mother back then lurking behind this? How much of the demon cult's knowledge do they still hold in the shadows? This discovery felt like a sharp thorn piercing deep into Chu Xian's heart. He had believed his heart, once as cold and hard as iron, was now unshakable. Yet this single clue tied to his mother's legacy stirred up wave after wave of turmoil. It was not merely a deeper understanding of the conspiracy, but a weighty question of bloodline. Dawn. The mountain estate was still immersed in the joyful atmosphere of the wedding. Servants bustled about, polishing the railings of the corridors. The estate master personally went to the warehouse yesterday to select that pair of dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness jade scepter, saying they were to be given as wedding gifts to the 9th prince and the young lady on their wedding day. A young maid responsible for cleaning whispered, her face filled with envy. Oh, the 9th prince is truly blessed. But I heard that the managers in charge of purchasing across the estate are nearly overwhelmed with work. The lists of wedding gifts sent from all regions have already piled up to half the accounting office. A companion chimed in. That's right. I also heard that some unfamiliar faces from outside have been flocking to the mountain villa, claiming to admire the reputation of Tianjian Mountain Villa and wanting to take this opportunity to seek apprenticeship or attend the wedding ceremony. The overseers are conducting a thorough inspection. If anything seems off, they'll kick you out. An older female servant lowered her voice, her tone tinged with mystery. Deep within the mountain estate, in an elegantly appointed pavilion by the water, Meng Yushui had changed out of her martial arts attire and was now wearing a moon-white silk gown, which only served to highlight her ethereal and otherworldly aura. She dismissed her maidservants and sat alone by the window, holding a book in her hands, but her gaze was unfocused, clearly lost in thought. The words her father, Morong Bo, had spoken last night still echoed in her ears. Shuer, the 9th prince, is deeply enigmatic. The secrets he bears may far exceed our imagination. This marriage may not be as simple as our Murong clan seeking to climb the Imperial ladder. It feels more like a heavenly match. You must seize this opportunity. A divine connection? Murong Shui unconsciously ran her fingertips along the edge of the book. She recalled the breathtaking sight of 10,000 swords bowing before her in the tomb of 10,000 swords. She recalled her father's eyes filled with unhidden reverence. She recalled the man's indifferent yet effortlessly manipulative tactics. Just as Mu Rongshui was lost in her complex thoughts, a clear and calm voice rang out from behind her. Miss Mu Rong. Morning Snow's heart skipped a beat. She put down the book and turned to look. Chu Xian had appeared nearby without her noticing, still dressed in his simple, plain-colored brocade robe, his posture as straight as a pine tree. His handsome features betrayed no emotion, and his deep gaze rested calmly upon her. Prince Chu? Mu Rongshui stood up, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, along with a barely perceptible tension. You called for me? Chu Xian's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, as if appraising something. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice soft yet clear, reaching Mu Rongshui's ears. I have a question I would like to ask Miss Mu Rong. Your Highness, please speak. Mu Rongshui nodded slightly, her posture still exuding the reserved elegance and respect characteristic of a noble woman. Chu Xian did not ask immediately. He paced to the window, gazing out at the calm lake surface bathed in sunlight, as if gathering his thoughts. Finally, he asked calmly. Regarding the demon-slaying war that swept across the 9 provinces 100 years ago, the records in your mountain estate's archives differ from what is commonly known. Are there any discrepancies? Meng Yushui was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chu Xian to suddenly bring up this topic, which had long been considered taboo. Your Highness, why ask about this suddenly? She instinctively asked back, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. The topic was too sensitive, especially at this moment when she was about to marry into the royal family, and the other party was the 9th prince. Chu Xian turned around, his gaze still calm, yet it seemed to carry a force that pierced straight to the heart. I have merely heard some clues related to it and am somewhat perplexed. The Murong Mountain Villa has been passed down for centuries and has extensive knowledge. I'm sure you know more about the secrets of the past. I want to know, according to the records of Tianjian Mountain Villa, what were the distinctive features of the cultivation techniques and the modus operandi of the Tianma sect, which was once the most powerful and regarded as the leader of the demonic sects? Are they truly, as the world claims, brutal, bloodthirsty, and utterly devoid of humanity, like demons and heretics? He asked with extreme frankness, not even bothering to hide his direct reference to the heavenly demon sect. These calm words were like a giant stone thrown into a still pond. Meng Yushui's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing the words Tianma sect. She immediately thought of many things Chu Xian's long-erased forbidden identity. His mother, the demoness who had been slandered as a demoness. His mention of the heavenly demon sect at this moment was definitely not a coincidence. It was certainly not as simple as hearing a clue. Meng Yushui's heart began to race wildly. The danger of this topic was self-evident. Any positive mention of the heavenly demon sect could be self-destructive. But facing Chu Xian's deep, calm gaze, which seemed to pierce through everything, Mu Rongshui found herself unable to feign indifference as she would with others. Images of Chu Xian flashed through her mind, his power, his mystery, his disdain for worldly prejudices, and her father's words, a fate sent from heaven. An inexplicable urge welled up within her. Her gaze, which had started with surprise and tension, gradually grew complex, eventually settling into a rare clarity and openness. She did not avoid Chu Xian's gaze, took a deep breath, and spoke in her usual cool tone, yet with an added touch of seriousness and calmness. The ancient scrolls of the mountain estate, the chronicles of the strange, do indeed mention it. The world's rumors are indeed biased. Chu Xian's expression grew serious, gesturing for her to continue. The fragments of the ancient texts record. Mao Rongshua's voice grew even softer, ensuring only the two of them could hear. The heavenly demon sect of that era was not a monolithic entity. Internal factional struggles existed within its ranks. One faction indeed acted with ruthless cruelty, adhering to the law of the jungle, slaughtering entire clans without hesitation, and using secret techniques to steal others' cultivation. Their cultivation methods were bloody and treacherous, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard of them. This faction was the main force that the righteous path annihilated during the demon-slaying war. However, another faction. She paused, as if choosing her words carefully, are entirely different. The ancient texts refer to them as the reformist faction or heretics. They believed that relying on plunder and slaughter was not a sustainable path, as it would inevitably provoke the wrath of heaven and the people, leading to their own destruction. This faction advocates abandoning the most brutal and cruel demonic arts, seeking to explore a method of self-sustaining cultivation that does not rely on external forces, or perhaps a more benevolent cultivation method, hoping that the heavenly demon sect could achieve longer-term development and integrate into secular society. They even attempted to restrain the radical faction within the sect. Alas! Meng Yushui's voice carried a hint of an indescribable sigh. Under the inevitable trend of those who are not of our kind have different hearts, the faint voices and attempts of this faction were ultimately deemed heretical teachings and completely swallowed up by that catastrophe. Along with their ideals, they were sealed away in ancient texts, their history erased by the victors. After finishing her words, Mu Rongshui looked quietly at Chu Xian. Her eyes held none of the contempt and rejection typical of the world, but instead of understanding that transcended the limitations of her time and even deep regret and sympathy. So, her voice was soft yet unusually clear, even if one is born into such an environment, with such bloodlines. What kind of person one ultimately becomes, a bloodthirsty tyrant or a visionary seeking change? Ultimately, it comes down to one's true nature in choices, not one's identity. The world is unpredictable, and fate is cruel. Some are born burdened with heavy chains, struggling in the cracks, and their pain and struggle are not something others can imagine or judge lightly. These words fell upon Chu Xian's heart like the softest yet heaviest feather. He remained silent. But those eyes, as deep as the starry sky and seeming to hold the chill of ages, flickered violently for an instant. The ice, it seemed, had quietly cracked open a small fissure. He gazed silently at Mu Rongxue. The cold and snow-like woman before him, in this moment, seemed completely detached from the person chosen by her father for an arranged marriage she had been before. She possessed the vision to see through history, the courage and foresight to transcend the constraints of the world. She understood the unspoken, unbearable burden of original sin that flowed through his veins. The look in her eyes toward him held no pity, only equal understanding and that rare clarity of awareness. A person should not be defined by their origins or the bloodline of their parents. This honesty and understanding were like a warm ray of morning sunlight, piercing through the darkness and coldness that had shrouded his heart for years. So there is such a record in the ancient texts of the Guishan manor. After a long pause, Chu Xian finally spoke, his voice low but tinged with a rare hoarseness and gentleness he hadn't even noticed himself. Does one's true heart and choices outweigh the shackles of bloodline? He repeated Mu Rongshue's words softly, as if savoring their deeper meaning. The complex fluctuations in his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a depth as still as water, yet tinged with a sense of relief as if he had shed an invisible burden and a gaze that was both appraising and unyielding. This scrutiny was no longer an assessment of a political marriage partner, but a genuine, unflinching look into the very essence of Mu Rongxue. Meng Yuxue met his gaze without flinching. In the moonlight, her cold eyes seemed to soften slightly. Yes. She replied softly, though I have lived secluded in the mountain estate, I am well aware of the complexities of the world. Between black and white, there are countless gray areas. To jump to conclusions or follow the crowd is the act of a fool. At least in my eyes. Your Highness is your Highness, whether in the past, present, or future. She did not mention the taboo of being the daughter of the heavenly demon saint, but every word she spoke revealed her true feelings. The evening breeze swept across the water pavilion, rustling the sleeves of both of them. The aroma of tea wafted through the pavilion, lingering between them, carrying the subtle bitterness and lingering sweetness of snow-capped mountain tea. Silence fell once more. But this time, the silence was no longer the awkward formality of an arranged marriage, but a strange, profound stillness born from a tacit understanding deep within their hearts. Neither spoke again. Chu Xian picked up the slightly cooled cup of tea once more and sipped it slowly. His gaze, however, fell upon the lake. The cold pond, reflecting the stars and moon, was clear and bright, mirroring the two figures sitting side by side on the shore. One was as cold and distant as the moon, the other as solitary and proud as snow. Yet, in some mysterious connection, their auras seemed to intertwine and merge slightly, no longer as distinctly separate as before. Gazing at the calm reflection of the lake, the depths of Chu Xian's bottomless eyes held a frozen lake surface, as if a star had been cast into it. Meng Yuxue also silently gazed at the reflection in the water, at the figure sitting beside her. For the first time, she felt that this man, once regarded as a pawn and a monster, was not as cold and hard as she had imagined. He too carried the weight of a heavy past, though it was hidden too deeply. And her words earlier were not only a response to him but also seemed to sever an invisible shackle, revealing her true understanding of the world's conventions. The bonds of the arranged marriage still existed. But after tonight, the two ends of those ropes no longer seemed to be merely two objects bound by family interests. In the depths of her heart, it seemed as though a layer of ice was slowly melting, and a long silent corner was bathed in a ray of light called understanding. The moonlight was silent. The wind whispers softly. Chu Xian set down his teacup, the bottom clinking against the stone table, breaking the prolonged silence of the water pavilion. Let's go. He stood up and turned his head to look at the woman beside him. The night is deep and cold. Let's return. Moonlight outlined his tall, straight figure, casting a faint silver glow. In that moment, the icy detachment that had once surrounded him seemed to fade slightly. Meng Yuxue also rose as he spoke, the moonlight draping her slender figure in a veil of silver mist. All right. She replied softly. The two said no more, walking side by side down the steps and leaving the pavilion by the water. The night shrouded their figures, but it could not conceal the subtle yet profound changes brought about by their heartfelt exchange under the moonlight. Behind the mountain villa, the cold moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting their shadows long and slender. Meng Yuxue walked lightly ahead, while Chu Xian followed half a step behind. Just as they were about to reach the fork in the path leading back to the main courtyard of the Listening to Snow Pavilion, Chu Xian's footsteps hesitated slightly. Meng Yuxue seemed to sense something and also stopped, turning to look at him. Xu Xian's gaze fell upon the silhouettes of the undulating mountains in the distance, where darkness shrouded the area beyond the estate. Under the clear gaze of Mu Rongshui, he suddenly spoke, his voice low yet tinged with a barely perceptible warmth. Mong Yu Shui. This was the first time he had not addressed her as Miss Mu Rong. Mu Rongshui's heart stirred slightly, and she raised her eyes to look at him. Beyond the mountain villa, things may not be peaceful. Xu Xian's voice was calm, as if he were stating a fact he had already foreseen. This grand wedding is a matter between the two of us. There may be some unwelcome guests who should not be here. Perhaps, it will be necessary for the young men of the Mu Rong clan to step in and block their way. His words were spoken lightly, but the meaning behind them could not be clearer. A storm was brewing, and the swords were already drawn. Mao Rongshui immediately understood. In recent days, beneath the surface of the mountain villa's festive celebrations, there had been a surge of hidden currents, and she was not entirely unaware of it. The unusual movements of Zhao Kainyan's faction, the increasing number of unfamiliar faces lurking outside the villa. She was sharp-witted and swiftly discerned the impending storm of bloodshed lurking beneath the calm surface. And the target was likely aimed directly at the heart of the mountain villa and even involving herself, who was about to become the Nine Emperors' consort. She showed no sign of panic. Instead, after understanding the implicit trust and solidarity in Xu Xian's words, a clear and resolute light flashed in her eyes. She met Xu Xian's gaze, and the corners of her lips curled upward into an extremely faint yet unwavering smile. Your Highness, rest assured. Her voice was soft but carried the crisp clarity and resolute tone of jade. The Tianjian mountain villa has stood firm in the martial arts world for hundreds of years, relying not on a reputation for harmony. Where the sword points, there is no life. Whether it be against our own or against outsiders. The swords of the Mu Rong clan have already been drawn and await their guests. The last words were spoken with unwavering resolve. Her eyes, once as clear as autumn water. No longer the grace of a noble lady, but a fierce, icy resolve and the calm determination of a matriarch. She was telling him, the mountain estate is not as unprepared as it appears on the surface. And she, Mu Rongshui, was certainly not a delicate flower in need of protection. The swords of the mountain villa, the master's sword, and her own sword, all were ready, their edges sharpened but concealed, waiting for the intruders to arrive. Xu Xian looked at her. Under the moonlight, the resolute and battle-ready expression on the woman's clear and beautiful face intertwined with the cold determination in her clear eyes, like a famous sword about to leave its scabbard, its cold brilliance hidden within. In that moment, it seemed as though a flash of light swept past the depths of Xu Xian's still, well-like eyes, so fleeting it was almost a hallucination. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth melted in the icy depths of his heart, frozen for years. He did not respond to her resolute declaration. He merely nodded slightly. The corners of his lips seemed to twitch upward for an instant, the curve as subtle as ripples beneath ice. Then, he took a step forward, leading the way toward the main courtyard. His steps were steady and unwavering, like a rock. His low voice, however, carried clearly through the night breeze, reaching the ears of the woman behind him. Well, tomorrow, we'll see just how lively this place really is. You and I, let us stand side by side and witness this, storm clouds gathering, winds filling the halls. He did not look back, continuing on his way. His tall figure soon disappeared behind the doors of the listening to snow pavilion. Mong Yushui stood alone at the crossroads bathed in moonlight, the evening breeze gently lifting a few strands of her black hair. She gazed in the direction where Xu Xian had disappeared, her fingertips unconsciously brushing the cold jade pendant hanging at her waist. The jade felt icy to the touch, but deep within her heart, it seemed as though a tiny flame was quietly igniting. In that moment, what she had caught in his eyes was it trust? Was it approval? Or, was it a silent alliance and understanding between the two of them, transcending the marriage contract as they faced the impending storm? Side by side. She murmured the two words Xu Xian had left behind, her cold features bathed in moonlight, appearing exceptionally serene and exceptionally resolute. Chapter 19, Blood-Red Wedding, Poisonous Schemes Emerge. Tianjian Mountain Villa had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. The interconnected palaces and towers were adorned with red banners and decorations, resembling flames burning brightly, reflecting the azure sky of early autumn. From the mountain gates to the main hall, Tianjian Hall, the wide path paved with white marble was already covered with a thick layer of vibrant red carpets. Extending all the way to the two massive gilded doors of the Heavenly Sword Hall, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns. The air is filled with the rich scent of premium sandalwood mingled with the festive aroma of gunpowder. The mountain estate was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder. Almost all the prominent figures of the Jiangnan martial arts world have gathered here. The master of the Golden Blade sect led his proud disciples, each carrying a massive golden threaded ring-headed sword, exuding a formidable presence. The master of the Flowing Cloud sect wore a flowing robe, holding a whisk, exuding an air of divine grace. The elders of the Baxian Hall stood tall and sturdy like iron towers, their fists calloused from years of training. The leader of the Medicine King Valley had white hair and beard, followed by several young disciples carrying silk-lined boxes, from which a soothing herbal fragrance wafted out. Even some martial arts masters who rarely showed their faces and lived in seclusion in the mountains had broken their seclusion and been invited by Mu Rongbo to attend the ceremony. Additionally, second-rate sects affiliated with the Third Prince, such as the Iron Palm Gang and the Green Snake Gang, mingled among the guests, their faces adorned with fawning smiles, their eyes darting around the room, exchanging subtle glances with several other similarly dressed guests. Within the mountain estate, disciples dressed in brand new white robes moved about with vigor, guiding the way, serving tea, and maintaining order, their faces radiating with pride and joy. Congratulations! Congratulations! Master Mu Rong, your daughter, and the ninth prince have tied the knot. This is truly a match made in heaven and a great blessing for the martial arts world of Jiangnan. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard bowed respectfully to Mu Rongbo, who sat at the head of the table. Haha, Master Zhao, you flatter me. Please take your seat. Mong Yubo, with a radiant complexion, dressed in a solemn purple gold brocade robe, looked full of vigor and vitality, personally greeting the most important guests at the entrance of the hall. His smile was warm and gracious, and he handled everything with poise and the bearing of a master. Ma Rong, your mountain estate is truly thriving, another powerful warlord exclaimed. Same to you. It's all thanks to your kindness. Monk Bo's smile remained unchanged as his gaze swept over the many familiar and unfamiliar faces in the hall. However, deep in his eyes, there was a hint of solemnity that was hard to detect. He knew that today was not just about the wedding. Chu Xian's warning still echoed in his ears, and the hidden currents, like dormant venomous snakes, could strike at any moment. Inside the listening to snow pavilion, the place had already been decorated into a sea of festive colors. Mong Yushue sat elegantly before a massive copper mirror, allowing several experienced bridal attendants to dress and adorn her. Her jet-black hair, as smooth as a waterfall, was intricately styled into an elaborate bun, adorned with a pearl-encrusted phoenix crown worth a fortune. The flowing tassels gently swayed, adding a touch of grace. Her face was lightly adorned with makeup, and her already breathtaking beauty was enhanced by the exquisite makeup, making her appear as though she had descended from the heavens. She wore a deep red wedding gown embroidered with a pattern of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, the golden threads outlining her delicate and curvaceous figure. The gown was both majestic and elegant, radiating a brilliant glow. However, her cold, clear eyes, peering through the bronze mirror at the bustling mountain villa outside the window, remained calm and still. There was no trace of the shy nervousness of a bride, only a sharp, unwavering gaze. Miss, the time is almost here, the wedding maid reminded her cautiously. Mong Yushue nodded slightly and stood up. The elaborate and heavy wedding gown did not affect her poise in the slightest. Instead, it added an air of solemn and untouchable authority. Sword, she said softly. Lin Wanner, standing by her side, immediately presented a long sword sheathed in a gleaming white scabbard. It was Mu Rongshue's personal sword, Autumn Water. Mongolian Snow extended her slender, fair hand and gripped the hilt firmly. The icy sensation from the hilt calmed her turbulent emotions in an instant. With the sword in hand, her heart found its calm. At the same time, in another side hall, Chu Xian had also donned a solemn prince's robe. The robe was black with gold threads embroidering a four-clawed coiling dragon, a jade sash at the waist, and a golden crown on his head, accentuating his already striking features with an air of nobility and authority. He stood with his hands behind his back at the window, his gaze calmly sweeping over the bustling estate below. Fu Bo stood by his side, his eyes brimming with excitement and pride, quietly reporting the situation outside. Your Highness, the guests have mostly arrived, and the auspicious time is nearly upon us. Chu Xian replied indifferently. His gaze swept over the diverse crowd of guests inside and outside the hall, as precise as a ruler. Under the illumination of the divine eye, many carefully concealed auras shone like fireflies in the night, leaving nothing hidden. Especially among the dozens of individuals mingling with the Iron Palm Gang, Blue Snake Gang, and other factions loyal to the Third Prince. The true energy fluctuations within them, suppressed with a bloodthirsty aura, and the cold, snake-like glint in their eyes, ready to strike at any moment, were crystal clear to Chu Xian's senses. What is meant to come will eventually arrive, Chu Xian murmured, a cold smile curving his lips. The appointed hour had arrived. The majestic and resonant ceremonial music suddenly echoed throughout the entire Tianjian mountain villa, drowning out all the commotion. Newcomers, enter the hall. The ceremonial officer's loud and clear voice pierced the clouds. Inside the grand hall, all the guests fell silent instantly, their gazes fixed on the two gilded doors at the entrance, which were slowly opening. At the end of the red carpet, Chu Xian and Mu Rongshue, one on each side, walked slowly down the red carpet under the gaze of the crowd. Chu Xian stood tall and straight like a pine tree, wearing a dragon robe and a golden crown, exuding an air of authority. His deep eyes were calm and serene, as if he were walking in his own courtyard. Ma Rongshue wore a vibrant red wedding gown, adorned with a phoenix crown and a veil, her breathtaking beauty glimpsed through the pearl curtains. Her cold demeanor blending seamlessly with the opulent wedding attire, like a peony blooming in the snow, noble and beyond compare. Her steps were steady, and though the autumn water sword at her waist was hidden beneath her wide wedding gown, one could sense the hidden sharpness within. A golden boy and a jade girl, a match made in heaven. Regardless of their thoughts, all the guests in the hall couldn't help but silently praise them in their hearts. What a perfect couple! How fortunate is the master of the Mu Rong clan! Prince Jiu Huang is truly noble in bearing, and Mu Rong Xianzi is breathtakingly beautiful. They are truly made for each other. Whispers of admiration echoed throughout the hall. Mao Rongbo stood before the main seat of the hall, watching the newlyweds, who seemed like his own children, walk toward him slowly. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. His daughter had found a suitable match, and the groom was the enigmatic ninth prince. The future of Tianjian Mountain Villa seemed bright and promising. He picked up the jade cup filled with amber-colored wine, which had been prepared by his disciples, and smiled broadly as he prepared to welcome the newlyweds and deliver a speech for the grand wedding. Zhao Kangyan, as the enforcement elder, stood slightly behind Mu Rongbo, his face also bearing what seemed like a sincere smile. However, the corner of his eye was fixed intently on the cup of wine in Mu Rongbo's hand. Just as Chu Xian and Mu Rongshui reached the center of the hall, about to approach Mu Rongbo, Zhao Kangyan moved. With a smile on his face, he took a small step forward without making a sound, positioning himself exactly between Mu Rongbo and the newlyweds. He moved with the utmost naturalness, taking a cup of wine from the tray held by a disciple standing beside him, raising it high, facing Mu Rongbo, his voice loud and filled with excitement. Master of the manor. Today is the joyous day of the eldest miss and the ninth prince's wedding. It is also a once-in-a-century event for our Tianjian Mountain Villa. Your humble servant, Zhao Kangyan, dares to offer the master a toast first. May the master enjoy longevity and prosperity, may our Tianjian Mountain Villa thrive forever, and may the newlyweds enjoy 100 years of happiness and eternal love. His words were heartfelt and reasonable, drawing approving glances from many of the guests around him. Senior Zhao speaks wisely. To the master of the mountain estate. To the newlyweds. Many guests raised their cups in agreement. Meng Yubo saw no reason to doubt, his smile growing even broader as he raised his wine cup. Just as he raised his hand to clink cups with Zhao Kangyan, at that very moment, Zhao Kangyan's right hand, which held the wine cup, trembled ever so slightly, so faintly that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye as his wide sleeves fluttered downward. The thumb of his right hand, adorned with a seemingly ordinary black metal ring, had a slit on the inner side, thinner than a strand of hair, which silently opened. A thread of colorless, odorless liquid, as ethereal as water vapor, shot with pinpoint accuracy into the amber-colored wine in Mu Rongbo's hand. The speed was extreme. So concealed it was. Not even a single ripple of true energy was detected. Except for Chu Xian, who possessed the divine insight and had already seen through everything. And Mu Rongshui, who had been keeping the highest vigilance on Zhao Kangyan, none of the thousands of guests present, including Mu Rongbo himself, noticed a thing. Zhao Kangyan's movements were as smooth as flowing water, and his wine cup had already touched the rim of Mu Rongbo's cup. Master Zhuang, please. Zhao Kangyan smiled broadly, but his eyes flashed with an uncontrollable mix of joy and savagery. Kangyan is thoughtful. Mu Rongbo, unaware of anything, was in a good mood, laughed heartily, and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. The master is so generous. Excellent. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Monk Bo set down his cup, still smiling, and prepared to turn to the newcomer to continue the ceremony. However, just as he turned around, a sudden change occurred. The smile on Morong Bo's face froze instantly. An indescribable pain, like thousands of venomous insects gnawing at his meridians and bones, erupted violently from his abdomen, instantly sweeping through every limb and bone. His powerful, master-level true energy, as deep as an abyss, seemed to be thrown into boiling oil, disintegrating and melting at an unimaginable speed. Ugh! Monkbo let out an agonizing groan, his body violently shaking as his complexion swiftly shifted from a healthy glow to a terrifying pallor, before being overtaken by an eerie, demonic greenish-black hue. He suddenly raised his hand to cover his chest, feeling as though his heart was being gripped by an invisible giant hand, each beat bringing excruciating pain. Put! A large mouthful of thick, black blood, reeking of a strange, foul odor, gushed forth from his mouth like a fountain, splattering the vibrant red carpet in a horrifying display. Master! Father! Screams erupted from all directions. Mu Rongshui's face turned pale as she rushed forward to support her father, who was swaying on his feet. The grand hall fell into complete silence. All the joy, noise, and blessings were frozen in time. Thousands of gazes, like frozen arrows, were fixed on Morong Bo, who had suddenly coughed up blood and whose breath had grown weak to the extreme. Shock. Confusion. Horror. A myriad of emotions swirled across every face. In the deathly silence, a piercing scream, as harsh as a night owl's cry, filled with bitter anger and shock, erupted from Zhao Kangyan's mouth. Pointing at Mu Rongbo, who was trembling all over, his breath chaotic, and still had black blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Kangyan's eyes bulged, and his voice thundered throughout the hall like a clap of thunder. Mao Rongbua. You dare to break through your limitations by secretly practicing the blood transformation demon art, which has long been banned as a forbidden technique? You've lost your mind, your true energy has backfired, demonic energy has entered your body, and you've already fallen into the path of demons. You're no longer worthy to be the master of Tianjian Mountain Villa. Boom! Blood transforming demon technique? Lost control and fallen into demonic madness? Demonic energy has entered your body? Zhao Kainyan's earth-shattering accusation was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pot. The entire Tianjian hall erupted into chaos. What? Blood transforming demon technique? Isn't that the heretical technique of the demon cult that was eradicated 100 years ago? Heavens! Master Morone, he actually cultivated such a heretical technique? No wonder! No wonder his aura is so chaotic, and the blood he coughs up is tinged with black mist. That's a sign of demonic energy backlash. It's over. The esteemed master of Tianjian Mountain Villa, the supreme martial artist of Jiangnan, has fallen into the clutches of demonic cultists? Shock, doubt, anger, fear, various voices instantly filled the entire hall. Countless gazes, which had initially been filled with shock and sympathy, instantly turned to terror, disgust, and even contempt. Zhao Kainyan's accusations, combined with Mu Rongbo's pitiful and grotesque appearance at that moment, seemed like irrefutable evidence to the uninformed guests. Zhao Kainyan! You're slandering him! Mu Rongshui supported her father, who could barely stand, her cold, beautiful face flushed with anger as she shouted harshly. She clearly saw the deep pain, shock, and disbelief in her father's eyes. Slandering me? Zhao Kainyan sneered, the grief and anger on his face instantly turning into savagery and cruelty. He suddenly swung his hand, signaling that Iron Palm Gang, Green Snake Gang, and other factions within the hall that had been waiting for their cue. And the loyal disciples he had planted within the enforcement hall, shouting, the clan leader has fallen into demonic possession. The evidence is irrefutable. To protect the century-old reputation of Tianjian Mountain Villa and safeguard the foundation of the martial arts world in Jiangnan. Disciplinary hall disciples, obey my orders. Capture this demon. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. And these remnants of the demonic sect leave not a single one alive. Kill. Almost as soon as Zhao Kainyan finished speaking. Within the grand hall, dozens of fierce figures who had been holding back burst forth, tearing off their disguised guest attire. Swords and blades flashed in a blaze of light. The leader of the Iron Palm Gang, with his bare hands glowing like metal, charged toward the dying Mu Rongbo with a force capable of shattering rocks. The leader of the Green Snake Gang wielded a serpentine-long sword, thrusting it menacingly toward Mu Rongshui's throat. Behind Zhao Kainyan, over a dozen disciples from the enforcement hall revealed savage expressions, drew their swords from their sheaths, unhesitatingly striking at the core disciples loyal to Mu Rongbo and the guests attempting to intervene. Protect the master and the young lady. The elders and disciples loyal to Mu Rongbo, their eyes bulging with fury, roared and charged forward with their swords drawn. Demonic cultists. Everyone must kill them. Those guests who had been deceived or harbored ulterior motives also joined the fray. Clanging and clanging. Put. Crack. The piercing clang of clashing weapons. The dull thud of blades piercing flesh. The crisp sound of bones breaking. Accompanied by piercing screams and furious roars. The thick stench of blood instantly fills the grand hall adorned with festive decorations. Just a moment ago, it was a wedding hall filled with the harmonious sounds of phoenixes and the joy of guests and hosts. The next moment, it had transformed into a battlefield of swords and blood, a slaughterhouse of flesh and bone. Blood red, staining the red carpet, staining the wedding characters, and staining this once blessed grand wedding banquet. At the center of the chaos, Mu Rongshui clutched the hilt of her autumn water sword with one hand, while the other desperately supported her gravely injured father, whose breath was faint and barely discernible. Her cold eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Zhao Kainyan, who stood before her with a savage grin, commanding his henchmen to slaughter the loyal officials. Beyond the surging crowd and the flashing blades, Xu Xian stood there quietly. Dressed in the luxurious robes of a prince, his golden dragon embroidery gleamed coldly in the blood-red light. He seemed to be in another world, untouched by the chaos, the fighting, and the bloodshed. His gaze calmly pierced through the chaotic crowd, landing on the smug face of Zhao Kainyan. It was as though he were looking through the palace doors, toward the 800 blood-clad guards lurking outside the mountain villa, like a pack of wolves waiting to pounce. In the depths of those piercing eyes, a cold, soul-freezing intent to kill, like a glacier dormant for 10,000 years, finally, slowly awoke. Chapter 20, The Majestic Heavenly Might, a thunderclap in an instant. Within the heavenly sword hall, the scene had completely transformed into a hell on earth. The festive red silk was stained with blood, making it even more glaring. Exquisite vessels were shattered into pieces during the fight. The sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, agonized screams, and furious roars blended into a symphony of despair. Meng Yufeng's eyes were bloodshot, his eyes bulging with fury. Like a wounded tiger, he roared and swung his long sword, shielding his dying father and his sister, who stood alone, clinging to life. Protect the estate master. Protect the young miss. Fight them to the death. Though the loyal disciples and elders of the mountain villa were numerous, Zhao Kainyan's faction had been planning for years, biding their time and building their strength. They had the advantage in both numbers and strength, and were further bolstered by those powerful assassins disguised as guests who suddenly sprang into action. Especially those few innate masters who had infiltrated the Iron Palm Gang and Green Snake Gang. Their attacks were ruthless and cunning, each strike targeting the vital points of Mu Rong Bo and Mu Rong Shui. Whoosh! Monk Fong slashed a blade toward his father's head. But his left arm was slashed open by a poisoned dagger wielded by a treacherous assassin, leaving a deep gash that exposed the bone. The excruciating pain caused him to stumble backward. Fong! Monk Shui screamed, swinging her autumn water sword to create a shower of cold stars, forcing back the two enemies who had charged at her brother. But she was alone against two masters, already drenched in sweat. Her wedding gown was slashed in several places by sword chi, revealing the plain white inner robe beneath, making her situation even more perilous. Sister, be careful! Mong Yufeng, disregarding his own injuries, suddenly pulled Mong Yushui behind him, using his own broad back to block the powerful palm strike of an assassin. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. Mong Yufeng was struck as if by a heavy hammer, blood gushing from his mouth, his body flying backward like a, crashing heavily into the palace pillar. His long sword slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. Fong! Mu Rong Shui cried out in grief, her sword technique momentarily faltering. It was that split-second opening. Put! A poisonous snake-like soft sword, as cunning and venomous as a venomous snake, silently pierced through the sword barrier surrounding her, aiming straight for her throat. The tip of the sword glowed with a blue light, emanating the foul, sweet scent of death. Too close. Too fast. Mong Yushui could even feel the icy, piercing pain as the sword blade sliced through the air. Desperate situation. Her father lay critically injured, clinging to life. Her younger brother had coughed up blood and collapsed, his life hanging by a thread. Is she going to die here too? As she watched the deathly blue light in her pupils grow larger and larger, Mu Rongshui felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and resentment welling up inside her. Just as she was about to close her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come, a faint, almost inaudible sound, like a piece of white jade falling into water, suddenly rang out amidst the chaotic shouts and screams. The sound was faint, yet it oddly pierced through all the noise, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present, as if it were being struck directly at their hearts. It was the sound of a teacup being gently placed on a sandalwood table. The sound came from the very front of the hall, from the main seat at the head of the table, the only place untouched by the chaos. Zhu Xian had been sitting there all along, as if he were completely detached from the bloody chaos, simply sipping his tea in silence. He hadn't even moved an inch from his seat. At the very moment the teacup touched the table, his eyes, as deep as the stars, slowly rose. Like an ancient deity that has slumbered for 10,000 years, casting its gaze upon the mortal realm for the first time, where ants struggle and fight. Noise. A faint, ordinary sigh, devoid of any earthly warmth, drifted from Zhu Xian's lips like a decree descending from the heavens. Hum. The moment those two words left his lips, the entire chaotic and noisy Tianjian hall, along with all the space within 100 zhang of the main hall, seemed to be plunged into endless viscous mercury. Time, in this instant, was stretched to infinity. Space froze completely in that instant. There was no earth-shattering roar, no blindingly bright light. Only an indescribable, overwhelming pressure, as if the very will of the heavens had descended, crashed down, filling every corner. All those engaged in fierce combat. All the actions of those swinging their blades. Every expression of agony and despair. All the spattering droplets of blood. Every burst of energy shattering in the air. Even the air itself. Everything and anything was being held firmly in place by an invisible, vast, and majestic force. As if the entire space had been frozen into a massive piece of amber in an instant. The innate assassin at the forefront, wielding a poisonous sword aimed at Mu Rongshui's throat, had his savage grin and cruel eyes frozen in place, transformed into frozen terror. The tip of his sword was just an inch away from Mu Rongshui's throat, yet it seemed to be drawn by a magnetic mountain of billions of tons, freezing mid-air and unable to advance even an inch. Another innate expert attacking Mu Rongshui struck out with all his might, unleashing a palm strike powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Seemed to strike an invisible, insurmountable wall of size, stopping 3 feet short of reaching her. The loyal disciples of the mountain estate and the assassins fighting alongside them. Their ferocious expressions, swinging weapons, and erupting killing intent all froze completely at the same moment. Even the blood droplets flying through the air froze into vibrant red gems, suspended motionless. The entire world was enveloped in an oppressive, suffocating silence. Mong Yushui maintained the posture she had just adopted to close her eyes and block the attack, even feeling the icy coldness emanating from the sword tip mere inches away. But to her astonishment, she found that she had not been pierced by the sword. She suddenly opened her eyes. What met her eyes was the sword tip, frozen in place a foot before her, emitting a faint blue glow of death. Then, the entire hall froze in place, as if frozen by a time spell, creating an eerie scene beyond imagination. Everyone. Every movement. Every sound. All vanished. Only the overwhelming aura of majesty, as vast as the heavens gazing down on ants, silently declared the source of this unimaginable miracle. Above the chief, a figure clad in a python-patterned robe slowly set down a teacup, his expression as calm as still water. Is this his power? Man Yushui's heart pounded wildly, like a drum. She clutched her father's hand, trembling not from fear, but from the overwhelming awe before her eyes. Domain? Great! Great master's domain. In the hall, only a handful of senior masters with profound cultivation could, relying on their powerful spiritual strength, emitted silent, fear-filled screams from the depths of their souls, nearly shattering their minds. Their bodies were equally unable to move an inch, but their minds remained lucid. Grandmaster. This legendary realm. Within the domain, one becomes the absolute ruler. Words become law. Heaven and earth unite their power. The entire Jiangnan martial arts world had not heard of a grandmaster emerging in over a century. Prince Chu Xian has actually reached this legendary realm? Compared to the pure shock and fear of the guests, those frozen rebels in the midst of the chaos, Zhao Kangyan and his loyal followers and assassins were now consumed by endless despair and a chill that felt like falling into the depths of hell. The smugness, arrogance, murderous intent, and savagery on their faces instantly transformed into a single expression. Frozen, as if facing a colossal natural disaster. Their bodies were as if crushed by an invisible mountain, unable to move even a single finger. They could only wait helplessly for the ultimate judgment. Especially Zhao Kangyan. Just moments ago, he was laughing maniacally, detailing how he would divide the spoils after taking control of Tianjian Mountain Villa. How he would align himself with the third prince to dominate Jiangnan, spitting venom with unbridled arrogance. Now, his smile had long since frozen into a twisted grimace, his mouth wide open, still in the pose of a man laughing hysterically. Yet not a single sound could escape his lips. His eyes were filled with endless terror, nearly bursting from the pressure. He never could have imagined that the meticulously planned trap he had set, in the face of a grandmaster, would be so laughable. So utterly powerless. He couldn't even comprehend how this prince, whom he had always regarded as a worthless relying on a stroke of luck and his royal status, could possess such divine-like cultivation. Just as Zhao Kangyan's mind froze in endless fear, Xu Xian's gaze, like a cold probe cast down from the heavens, ignored the frozen space and landed precisely on his face, twisted and distorted by extreme fear. There was no anger, no intent to kill, only a detached indifference, as if he were looking down on a speck of dust about to be crushed. Kneel. 2 words, spoken calmly and without emotion, as if stating an obvious truth. Thud. As Chu Xian's command echoed like a divine edict, Zhao Kangyan's body, which had been ruthlessly suppressed by the domain's power, could not muster even the slightest resistance. An irresistible, formless force, as though the entire Tianjian mountain were crushing down, instantly bore down on his knees. Crack. Crack. 2 crisp, bone-chilling sounds of shattered bones echoed through the air. That was the sound of his knee bones being crushed to pieces. Under the horrified stares of everyone present. Plop. Zhao Kangyan, a peak-level late-stage innate cultivator and a powerful enforcer elder who held a high position, his knees collapsed like 2 broken pieces of rotten wood. Crashed heavily onto the floor paved with gold bricks. The force was so immense that it even cracked the hard gold bricks, leaving 2 indentations. Blood instantly stained the shattered area around his knees. The excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, but under the overwhelming domain pressure as vast as the heavens, Zhao Kangyan couldn't even utter a single scream of agony. His entire body felt as though all his bones had been torn out, and he collapsed onto the ground in an utterly humiliating position, prostrate and helpless. Only his body, convulsing violently from the pain and fear, remained. Fear. Fear that penetrated to the bone. Fear that shattered all will to resist. It instantly overwhelmed Zhao Kangyan's remaining thoughts. All of this occurred in the mere instant after Chu Xian uttered the word kneel. The entire process unfolded faster than the reaction time of any ordinary human being. Just as Zhao Kangyan collapsed like a dead dog, Chu Xian's right hand, which had just set down the teacup, rose again. His thumb and middle finger interlocked, pointing toward Zhao Kangyan, and with the casual flick of his fingers, he snapped them as if swatting away mosquitoes. The movement was casual and effortless, devoid of any trace of human energy. A barely perceptible, transparent, and utterly invisible gust of energy flashed from the tip of his finger. Put. A faint yet crystal-clear muffled sound, as if something had been pierced, emanated from the area around Zhao Kangyan's dantian, which lay limp on the ground like a pile of mud. Zhao Kangyan's body, convulsing violently from the excruciating pain, suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterward, a terrifying force akin to a river bursting its banks or a snow-capped mountain collapsing erupted wildly from his shattered dantian. That was the primordial essence he had cultivated with utmost dedication over decades, the very core of his being. At that moment, it burst like a punctured balloon, wildly dispersing, flowing away, and dissolving into the heavens and earth. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Zhao Kangyan, the ambitious and scheming enforcement elder who had sought to control the Tianjian mountain villa, saw his vital energy plummet like a cliff face. His once proud body, which had barely managed to maintain a shred of the dignity of a master, quickly withered, grew weak, and decayed. As if all life and strength had been drained from him in an instant, he transformed from a tyrant into a pile of true, putrid mud. He was finished. A peak-level late-stage innate cultivator of such stature was utterly crippled with a single flick of the finger, his dantian completely destroyed. A lifetime of cultivation, reduced to nothing. Chu Xian's gaze swept over Zhao Kaiyan, who was barely clinging to life, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. That calm, yet immeasurably powerful gaze slowly swept across the entire arena. Wherever his gaze fell. Thud. 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 The traitors bound by the domain's power, unable to move, whether they were Zhao Kangyan's trusted disciples or assassins sent by the third prince. Whether they were at the Qi condensation realm or their In that instant, they were struck as though by an invisible divine hammer. It seemed as though an invisible, peerless sword she followed the trajectory of Chu Xian's gaze, silently sweeping over every rebel's body. Crack! 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 The continuous, bone-chilling sounds of shattered bones echoed endlessly, as dense as popping beans. That was the sound of their meridians being crushed inch by an invisible, overwhelming force. Put! Blood spurted wildly. Everyone, regardless of their cultivation level, collapsed to the ground like wheat being harvested. They lay on the ground like rotting mud, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, their bodies convulsing in agony like shrimp, unable even to utter a single scream. The true essence they once pridefully possessed collapsed and dissipated in an instant, leaving behind only their shattered, broken bodies in endless pain and despair. Within and outside the heavenly sword hall, time seemed to resume its normal flow. The terrifying realm that had frozen time and space quietly retracted. But the deathly silence that followed was even more terrifying than the frozen space before. Hundreds of guests stood frozen in place, their breathing halted as if turned to stone. They stared wide-eyed, fixated on the defeated bodies writhing and convulsing on the ground like maggots. They watched Zhao Kangyan, who was kneeling in a pool of blood, his breath as faint as that of an ant. Finally, all the eyes filled with terror, awe, and fear to the extreme. Like pilgrims, all converged on Chu Xian, who remained seated at the head of the table, his python-patterned robe spotless and pristine, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. What had he just done? He set down his teacup. He uttered a single word, noisy. He sighed. He glanced it was 2 sentences, 2 glances. Then, all the powerful traitors, including the innate masters, were all defeated? The entire process probably didn't even take 3 breaths? Thud. A guest unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure collapsed to his knees, unable to control himself. Immediately afterward. Thud. 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 Like dominoes being knocked over. Within the grand hall, aside from the loyal disciples who lay injured on the ground and the traitors who had been stripped of their powers, all the other guests, regardless of their status or cultivation level, felt their legs as heavy as lead. Their souls trembling, and they all knelt down involuntarily. In the most humble posture, they expressed their deepest reverence for that supreme being. No one dared to lift their head to look at that figure. Only Mu Rongshui. She supported her weakened father, having also experienced the shock of moving from despair to the utmost awe. At that moment, her cold eyes reflected the calm and majestic figure of Chu Xian. That figure was like the sole ray of light piercing through endless darkness, bringing forth the majestic might of the heavens. The heart's lake could no longer remain calm. Who, exactly, is he? Could such power truly be within the reach of ordinary mortals? Chapter 21, The Divine Pill Subdues the World, the mountain villa returns to its heart. Dead silence. Within the heavenly sword hall, only the heavy breathing of the defeated traitors and their faint, barely audible moans of agony could be heard. The thick scent of blood mingled with the lingering fragrance of sandalwood, permeating the stagnant air. All the guests remained kneeling, heads bowed low, their bodies trembling slightly from extreme reverence, none daring to raise their heads to gaze upon the figure seated at the head of the hall. Their minds were blank, still immersed in the overwhelming divine might that had descended like a mythical legend, crushing everything in its path. The Grand Master. This was no longer a vague legend, but a living reality standing before them. A single thought froze time and space. A single glance, and all rebellion is crushed. This is the existence standing at the pinnacle of martial arts? Mongolian Snow supported her father, Mongolian Bo, as she knelt on the ground alongside him. But unlike the others, who felt nothing but awe, her heart was filled with a more complex mix of emotions. Relief at having survived the ordeal, awe at the mysterious power that had defeated them, and a sense of peace she had never felt before, brought on by that figure, one she hadn't even noticed herself. She looked up. There, Chu Xian rose slowly from his seat at the head of the table. Dressed in a black python-patterned robe, he stood out against the chaos and bloodshed in the hall, exuding an air of nobility, authority, and purity. He walked with ease, as if strolling through his own backyard, stepping over congealed bloodstains and shattered vessels, ignoring the figures kneeling on the ground and the traitors writhing like maggots. His target was Mu Rongbo, who lay gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper, and black blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. Chu Xian walked up to Mu Rongbo, looking down on the elderly man, who was nearly at the end of his life due to poison and the sudden changes. Mao Rongbo's cloudy eyes were filled with endless pain, self-blame, despair, and a hint of incredible, complex glow directed at Chu Xian. He struggled to speak, wanting to express gratitude or apology, but each breath pulled at the poison coursing through his body like a knife, leaving him unable to utter a single word. Chu Xian's face remained expressionless. He extended his right hand. Between his index and middle fingers, a pill the size of a lychee had appeared at some point. The pill was perfectly round, emitting a warm, gentle golden glow that seemed to contain the essence of the sun and moon. On its surface, 9 intricate cloud-like patterns, seemingly formed naturally and connected end to end, were clearly visible, faintly emanating an indescribable aura of life. A faint, pure, and intoxicating fragrance began to spread, instantly dispelling the thick, blood-soaked stench within the hall, causing everyone who inhaled it to feel a sudden surge of vitality. Even just the scent of the pill entering his nostrils caused Mu Rongbo's breath, which had been as fragile as a candle in the wind due to the poison's corrosion, to seem infused with a thread of vitality, easing his pain slightly. 9. 9-turn revival pill? In the corner, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, renowned throughout Jiangnan for his mastery of alchemy, the former patriarch of the Medicine King Valley, reared his head suddenly upon catching the scent of the elixir, letting out a startled cry that grew shrill with extreme excitement and disbelief. 9-turn cloud patterns. Pill essence Dao rhythm. This is truly the legendary 9-turn divine pill that can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones? Goodness gracious. This divine pill was supposed to have been lost long ago. 9-turn reincarnation pill? That's the legendary elixir of immortality. It's said that as long as there's a single breath left, it can snatch life from the hands of the underworld. Prince Jiuhuan he actually casually produced such a divine artifact? Among the kneeling guests, a suppressed commotion erupted, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Countless gazes, filled with greed and awe, fixated on the tiny pill in Chu Xian's fingers, which seemed to contain endless vitality. Meng Yushui also stared in shock at the pill. Though she knew nothing of alchemy, the overwhelming life force emanating from the pill and the Valley Master's uncharacteristic outburst spoke volumes. Chu Xian ignored the surrounding commotion. He flicked his fingertip. The 9-turn revival pill, emitting a faint golden glow, seemed to be guided by invisible threads, landing precisely and gently into the slightly parted lips of Mu Rongbo, who was writhing in agony. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth. There was no bitterness, no burning sensation. A surge of indescribable, gentle warmth, as smooth as nectar, erupted suddenly in Mu Rongbo's mouth, transforming into the purest essence of life, like heavenly dew from the heavens, surging through his throat and flooding every limb and bone. Hum! A faint golden glow suddenly erupted from within Mu Rongbo's withered and decaying body. The terrifying blue-black poisonous patterns that had spread across his skin like a spider's web due to the poison's corrosion, upon coming into contact with this golden glow, like ice meeting its nemesis, emitted a faint sizzling sound and began to melt and fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soul-devouring powdered poison, which had infiltrated his meridians and bone marrow, his true essence and vitality, like snow under the scorching sun, had no chance to resist and were completely purified and annihilated by the golden torrent. Ugh! Meng Yubo let out a groan of relief. His face, which had been as pale as paper and shrouded in a thick aura of death, quickly regained its color. The expression twisted by excruciating pain relaxed. The withered and decaying aura was infused with surging rivers, instantly becoming thick and majestic. A master-level aura purer and more refined than before he was poisoned erupted uncontrollably from his body. This aura not only restored his peak state but even faintly touched the threshold of the mid-master realm. The golden light gradually faded. Meng Bo suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of pain or turbidity in his eyes, replaced instead by brilliant sparks as luminous as stars and an indescribable excitement and awe akin to being reborn after a catastrophe. He felt the surging, unimpeded true energy within him, as vast as the sea, and the unprecedented vitality that made him feel decades younger. All of this was all because of that tiny pill. It was all because of the enigmatic 9th prince before him. Father! Mu Rongshui was overjoyed, clutching her father's arm tightly. She could clearly feel the boundless vitality and immense power surging within him. Mao Rongbo did not respond immediately. He took a deep breath, suddenly breaking free from Mu Rongshui's support, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The master of Tianjian Mountain Villa, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death and given a new lease on life, bowed down before Chu Xian with a posture even more devout and respectful than that of the previous guests. Knelt down heavily before Chu Xian. His forehead pressed deeply into the cold, blood-stained golden brick floor. This old man, Mu Rongbo, humbly thanks your highness for saving my life and granting me a new one. His voice was loud and resonant, filled with heartfelt gratitude and utmost reverence. Your highness's divine might is unmatched. You have crushed the rebels with a single finger. You have bestowed the divine elixir to prolong our lives. Such kindness is like being reborn. From this day forward, Mu Rongbo, along with all the disciples of Tianjian Mountain Villa, swear allegiance to His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. At your command, the Tianjian Mountain Villa will brave fire and water, and die 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Monk Bo's voice resounded like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire hall. As his words fell, thud, thud, Thud. The surviving elders, officials, and core disciples of Tianjian Mountain Villa who remained loyal to Morongbo. Whether wounded or unharmed, all followed Morongbo without hesitation, kneeling heavily in the direction of Chu Xian. We humbly thank the Honorable One for saving our master and restoring order to our mountain. From this day forward, all of Tianjian Mountain Villa shall follow the Supreme Leader's lead. We will brave fire and water, and die 10,000 times over. We will face boiling water and blazing fires, even if it means dying 10,000 times. The roaring cries of the crowd merged into a mighty wave of sound, echoing through the halls of Tianjin Hall, filled with fervor and devotion. They had witnessed the revered master descend like a celestial being, suppressing all rebels with a single flick of his finger. They had witnessed the supreme master casually bestowing the legendary divine pill, reviving the estate master from the brink of death and even advancing his cultivation to a new level. Such divine power, such life-saving grace, had long since transcended the bounds of a mere political marriage. This is true submission. It was the humble worship of the weak toward the strong, of mortals toward the divine. Meng Yushui stood beside her father, watching the breathtaking scene of the entire estate kneeling in unison and chanting the Supreme Being's name. Her gaze involuntarily returned to the center of it all, where everyone was paying their utmost respects. Chu Xian still stood there. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his black python-patterned robe shimmered with a noble dark golden glow in the faint candlelight within the hall and the moonlight streaming through the windows. His expression remained calm, seemingly untouched by the sea of kneeling figures and the thunderous oaths echoing through the hall. As if all of this were simply the natural order of things. His calm gaze swept over the crowd, like a king inspecting his domain. However, when Mu Rongshue's gaze met those eyes deep as the night sky, seeming to hold endless power and wisdom, her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Before her eyes, scenes flashed uncontrollably. The bitterness and contempt she felt upon first hearing the news of her engagement. On the martial arts field, his unmatched prowess as he shattered divine weapons with a wooden sword. In the sword tomb, where thousands of swords bowed before him in awe. Under the moonlit pavilion, his enlightening words about the sword lies in the heart and the awe-inspiring sight of a leaf-shattering stone. And just now, in that moment of despair, his divine power froze time and space, and with a flick of his finger, he brought chaos to an end. And now, his divine intervention, casually bestowing a pill to reverse life and death. From the initial resistance, disgust, curiosity, and exploration, to later shock, admiration, and dependence. Until now, watching his calm and majestic figure amidst the kneeling crowd. A feeling unlike any she had ever experienced before, like a seed breaking through the soil, quietly sprouting and spreading deep within her heart. It was no longer the shackles of an arranged marriage for family interests, nor the fear and dependence toward a powerful figure. It was a purer, deeper admiration. Like a moth finally seeing the lone source of light that illuminates the eternal night, warm and powerful. She finally realized clearly that the heart that had walked alone on the path of the sword for 20 years had, at some point, been completely captured by the man before her. There was no resistance, no other thoughts. Only, willing submission. Meng Yushui gently lowered her eyelids, her long lashes trembling like butterfly wings, concealing the flickering, uncontrollable, unusual glow in her eyes. She slowly and gracefully bowed deeply beside her father, also facing Chu Xian's direction. Meng Yushui of Tianjian Mountain Villa. Her voice remained clear and crisp, yet it carried an unprecedented softness and resolve, like melting ice, echoing clearly amidst the gradually subsiding oaths. This life and the next, I vow to follow you, master, to wield the sword across the lands, and to share life and death with you. Her words, like stones tossed into a calm lake, were light yet stirred ripples in the hearts of Mu Rongbo and all the disciples of the mountain villa. This was not merely the vow of a woman, but a declaration of the attitude of the Pearl of Tianjian Mountain Villa and the future hope of the sect. A hint of satisfaction and understanding flashed across Mu Rongbo's eyes. The disciples looked at Mu Rongshui with eyes filled with blessings and a sense of inevitability. The master's divine might was unmatched, and the young lady was peerlessly beautiful. This was truly a match made in heaven. Chu Xian's gaze fell upon Mu Rongshui, who was dressed in a flowing wedding gown. The magnificent crimson wedding gown, having endured the trials of blood and fire, now shone with a breathtaking beauty. In his deep eyes, there seemed to be an extremely subtle flicker of emotion. Finally, he nodded slightly in response. No further words were spoken, but his calm gaze seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the Jiangnan heroes still kneeling on the ground and the defeated ones lying limp like mud. Finally, his gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of the palace halls, fixating on the direction beyond the mountain estate where the 800 blood-clad guards were hiding. His calm voice, carrying an unquestionable authority, echoed clearly in the silent hall. The aftermath is in your hands. As for those guests outside the estate, not a single one shall be spared. Chapter 22. Fame spreads across the 9 provinces, the chessboard begins to take shape. The blood-soaked wedding at Tianjian Mountain Villa was like a meteorite plunging into a deep abyss, unleashing a tidal wave that swept across the entire Dashuan Imperial court with astonishing speed, engulfing both the martial arts world and the Imperial court. News spreads like wildfire, mingled with countless exaggerated speculations and hard-to-believe details, spreading rapidly. Have you heard? On the day of the grand wedding at Tianjian Mountain Villa, the ninth Prince Chu Xian, that worthless prince mocked by the entire world, is actually a living grandmaster. What? A grandmaster? You're out of your mind. How is that possible? It's absolutely true. My third uncle's younger brother's sworn brother works at Tianjian Mountain Villa. He saw it with his own eyes. The ninth prince sat there without even moving a finger, and the entire hall froze in place. All the traitors who dared to jump out were instantly crippled. Even Zhao Kangyan, the enforcement elder at the peak of the late heavenly realm, was kneeling on the ground like a dead dog. Whoa! Freeze the entire hall? That's the legendary domain? That's not all. The master of the Morong Manor was poisoned with the incurable toxin soul-devouring powder and was on the brink of death. The ninth prince casually pulled out a legendary 9-turn revival pill. A flash of golden light, and not only was the poison neutralized, but his cultivation had also advanced another level. He immediately led his men to kneel and shout, "Honored master! 9-turn soul-restoring pill? My goodness! Isn't that a divine pill?" Everyone at Tianjian Mountain Villa is now completely loyal to the ninth prince. They have sworn allegiance to him as their supreme master. Across the martial arts world, countless tea houses, taverns, and sects were ablaze with this earth-shattering news. The label of useless prince was completely shattered and trampled underfoot, replaced by a symbol shrouded in mystery, power, and depth: the ninth prince Chu Xian. The Golden Blade sect, the Floating Cloud sect, the dominating Fist Hall. These once proud martial arts clans from Jiangnan, who had attended the banquet, immediately dispatched their highest-ranking envoys after witnessing that unforgettable miracle. They brought with them treasures, divine weapons, and martial arts manuals that had been carefully guarded by their sects for decades, even centuries. And even lists of their future core disciples, in a manner almost akin to a tribute mission, flooding once again toward the Tianjian Mountain Villa. The envoys wore smiles that bordered on flattery, their words brimming with humility and reverence. "These are but humble gifts, not worthy of your honor. We humbly congratulate you on your grand wedding. The Golden Blade sect is willing to serve as your vanguard, ready to follow your every command. The Luyan sect is willing to pledge allegiance to you, and we only ask that you spare us a few words of guidance in your spare time. It would be a great blessing. All disciples of the Ba Quan Hall are willing to die for you." The once arrogant and self-important martial arts masters of the martial arts world now stood humbly outside the gates of Tianjian Mountain Villa, as humble as schoolchildren seeking knowledge. The elderly valley master of the Medicine King Valley, renowned for his vast knowledge, had brought along all the research materials on the soul-devouring powder and its antidote, as well as a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng said to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Traveling day and night to arrive as quickly as possible, all in the hope of paying homage to the revered master, discussing the art of alchemy, even if it meant only hearing a few words. Tianjian Mountain Villa was bustling with activity, its prominence overshadowing all other factions in Jiangnan, and it was beginning to take on the aura of a martial arts sanctuary. Within the mountain villa, although Morong Bo had only recently recovered from his severe injuries, his spirit was more vigorous than ever. He personally oversaw the visits and allegiances of various factions, handling everything with order and efficiency, his face radiating pride. He personally received every envoy, speaking with humility yet subtly emphasizing the mountain villa's current status as the spokesperson for the supreme leader. "The intentions of all of you, I will convey to the supreme leader on his behalf. The supreme leader is currently in seclusion for meditation and cannot be disturbed. If there are any urgent matters, I can relay them on his behalf." Mu Rongbo's words carried an intangible weight. As for Chu Xian himself, he remained at the listening to snow pavilion, as if the outside world's commotion had nothing to do with him. Each day, he either sat in meditation in the courtyard or took leisurely walks through the mountain estate's rear hills accompanied by Mu Rongshui, his expression calm and serene. The mountains of rare treasures piled before him, he did not even glance at them. This detached demeanor made the various factions that were desperately trying to curry favor with him feel even more awestruck and reverent. Meanwhile, in the heart of the great Xian dynasty, the capital city, the Eastern Palace, the study of Crown Prince Chu Yao, a priceless purple sandalwood desk was violently struck by a fist enveloped in surging true qi. Boom! A deafening roar. The desk, as hard as iron, shatters into pieces in an instant, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The mountains of memorials, precious inkstones, and white jade inkwells piled on the desk are reduced to dust. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Prince Chu Yao's face contorted, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey, as he let out a hysterical roar. That fool of a third son. And that old dog Zhao Kangyan. Useless good-for-nothings who can't accomplish anything. A worthless fool who spent 10 years in the Imperial tomb. How dare he be a grandmaster? And he actually has the 9-turn revival pill? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Shu Yao's chest rose and fell violently, his once handsome face contorted by extreme anger and jealousy. He couldn't accept it. That ninth younger brother he had always regarded as a lowly insect, someone he had never bothered to look at, had suddenly transformed into someone he had to look up to. And he had even subdued the entire Tianjian mountain villa, shaking the Jiangnan region with his might. This was a devastating blow to his authority as the crown prince. Investigate. Investigate for me. Use every available resource. Find out what happened to Xian in the Imperial tomb over the past 10 years. What secrets does he possess? Is his so-called grandmaster cultivation and divine pill genuine or a fraud? Did he use some kind of illusion or did he truly have a miraculous encounter? Xu Yao roared like a wild beast at the trembling advisors and guardsmen kneeling before him. Yes. Yes. Your Highness, please calm down. We will carry out your orders immediately. The advisors scrambled to their feet and retreated, fearing that even a moment's delay might make them the next victim of the crown prince's wrath. In the study of the second prince, Xu Xiong's mansion, there was an oppressive silence. Unlike the crown prince, Xu Xiong did not erupt in anger. He stood with his hands behind his back at the window, gazing out at the dark night, his face so grim it seemed as though water could drip from it. The grandmaster, the 9-turn revival pill, he repeated the words softly, his voice icy. The third prince has really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Behind him, a grim-faced advisor bowed and reported, Your Highness, the intelligence has been confirmed multiple times from various sources. Thousands of people from Tianjian Mountain Villa witnessed it firsthand. It cannot be fabricated. Moreover, Mu Rongbo was poisoned to the brink of death yet recovered instantly, with his cultivation having advanced significantly. This is undeniable fact, not an illusion. The ninth prince, he's hiding his true abilities so deeply. Xu Xiong's eyes flashed with calculating coldness. 10 years of lying low, then striking with a single blow. This resolve, these tactics, he's far superior to that fool of the third prince. He turned to his advisor. The third son tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. Not only did he lose the Zhao Kangyan connection, but he also sacrificed the elite blood robe guards and handed Tianjian Mountain Villa and the entire Jiangnan martial arts world over to the ninth son. Now, the ninth has grown strong. He is no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Your Highness, what should we do? A flash of ruthlessness crossed Xu Xiong's eyes. The ninth prince has become a major threat. The power he has demonstrated is too strange and powerful. We must not allow him to grow stronger. Issue the order. All our undercover agents in Jiangnan are to be activated immediately. Monitor the old ninth's every move closely. Additionally, contact the Blood Wolf Army in the north and the Shadow Guards within the palace. I must know everything about the ninth prince. Who he meets every day, what he says, and what martial arts he practices. Not a single detail must be overlooked. Yes, Your Highness. The advisor bowed solemnly. One more thing, Xu Xiong added, the third prince suffered a major setback. Given his temperament, he won't let this go easily. Find a way to stir up more trouble between him and the ninth prince. Make them fight even harder. Understood. In the distant, harsh northern frontier. Within a massive military fortress constructed from giant blocks of black ice. The eldest prince, Xu Zhan, was wrapped in a thick wolf pelt, sitting beside a blazing charcoal fire, studying a secret report that had just been delivered through special channels. His weathered face, as rugged as if carved by a knife, showed no emotion. The report detailed everything that had occurred at Tianjian Mountain Villa. When he saw the words Grandmaster, Domain, 9-turn reincarnation pill, and Monkbo leading the crowd to kneel before the Supreme Master, his eyes, as sharp as those of a hawk, narrowed slightly. Grandmaster. Old 9? Xu Zhan murmured softly, his voice low and rumbling like thunder. He set down the secret report and walked to the massive map of the northern frontier. His rough fingers traced the winding borderline stretching for thousands of miles, eventually coming to rest on the region representing Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Tianjian Mountain Villa. Old 9. A complex gleam flashed in his eyes, surprise, scrutiny, and a sense of gravity akin to facing a worthy opponent. He remained silent for a long time before calling out to the outside of the tent in a deep voice, "Someone come in." "Here I am." A burly general clad in black armor entered at the sound of his name. "Send word to our spies in the capital." Xu Zhan's voice carried an unquestionable authority. "At all costs, find out everything about Prince Chu Xian, the ninth prince. I want to know everything about him from the moment he was born until now. Especially every single detail of his 10 years at the Imperial Mausoleum. Remember, every single detail." Additionally, Xu Zhan paused, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. "The spies we have planted around the crown prince and the second prince must act immediately. With the ninth prince causing such a commotion, my two good brothers must be growing restless. This servant obeys your orders." The general bowed solemnly and turned to leave in large strides. Inside the military tent, the charcoal fire crackled and popped. Xu Zhan picked up the secret report once more, his gaze fixating on the words Chu Xian again. His knuckles tapped the icy surface of the table unconsciously, producing a dull thudding sound. Chu Xian. This name, for the first time in its history, had been placed on the chessboard of the highest power struggle in the Great Xian Empire. Becoming a player of such significance that no one could ignore him. No longer the forgotten pawn abandoned in the corner of the Imperial tomb, but a true dragon that had broken free from the depths and was now stirring up the winds of change across the 9 provinces. Chapter 23, The Chamber of Heavenly Secrets. The morning sun on the peak of Tianjian Peak showered the world with golden light, yet it could not dispel the gravity and a sense of urgency bordering on reverence that lingered between the brows of Manhwa. The entire mountain estate was still reeling from the shocking blood-soaked wedding that had just taken place. The name Prince Chu Xian was etched like a brand into the souls of every member of the Tianjian mountain villa, from servants to elders, without exception. They revered him as a deity. Have you heard? The mute old man who cleans by the sword waterfall on the back mountain actually spoke last night. He said he saw it with his own eyes. On that day, the honorable one simply sat there quietly, not even raising an eyebrow, and all the traitors froze in place. Like a bunch of clay statues. That's right. The alchemy room was even more amazing. The furnace ash still had a faint golden hue. The elder of the alchemy chamber mixed the furnace ash with water and applied it to a wild rabbit with a broken leg. Guess what happened? The rabbit was hopping around on its broken leg within a few hours. The elder was so excited he pulled out a handful of his beard, saying that was the residue of the divine pill's potency bringing the dead back to life and mending broken bones was no exaggeration. Ah, that old fool Lusan used to always grumble that the young master was fooled by a pretty face. Now look at him, he's always hanging around the young masters, listening to the snow pavilion, even to trim the flower beds, just to catch a glimpse of the young master from afar. Shoo! Look! The young master! The low murmurs instantly fell silent. All the disciples and servants stood by the side of the path, bowing respectfully as if an invisible hand had pressed a pause button. In the depths of the mountain estate, along the narrow stone path leading to the Tianji cave, a place guarded so strictly it was considered the sacred site of the estate, 2 figures slowly approached. It was none other than the estate master, Mu Rongbo. By his side, Chu Xian walked with his hands behind his back, his expression as calm as a still pond. Mongolian Bo's demeanor sent a chill down the spines of all the disciples. His steps lagged half a pace behind Chu Xian, his wide sleeves hanging down, his hands respectfully clasped in front of him, his waist slightly bowed, his posture humble to the extreme. This was not how an elder treated a junior. Nor was it how a martial arts master treated royal nobility. This was the posture of a complete follower. It was a heartfelt expression of reverence. The disciples bowed their heads even lower, daring not to breathe. The reverence they felt for that figure in the black robe was layered upon layered, as awe-inspiring as gazing up at a towering mountain. The master actually led him to the forbidden Tianji cave mansion? An experienced disciple recognized the direction, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. Tianji cave mansion. The secluded retreat where generations of masters had meditated. It was also the very core of Tianjian mountain manor's deepest heritage. Without the master's personal permission, even the elders of past generations had no right to enter. Mong Yubo personally led the way ahead. His expression was respectful and solemn. Honored one, please follow me. He led Chu Xian past layer upon layer of strict sentries and hidden checkpoints. They finally arrived at the entrance to an extremely secluded natural cave on the rear mountain of the main peak. The cave entrance had been artificially carved and reinforced, with a massive bronze door embedded into it. The door was covered with countless intricate and mysterious patterns, vaguely forming the shapes of swords with concealed blades. Where the bronze door met the rock, thick moss had grown in the cracks, clearly indicating that it had not been opened for many years. The air is filled with the damp scent of rock and earth, mingled with the musty odor of ages long past. Monggubo stopped in his tracks. He drew from his robe a token that was neither gold nor jade, entirely black in color, of an ancient and simple design, and engraved with the same sword-shaped runes. At the center of the token, a vivid crimson dot stood out, resembling congealed blood. It was the Heavenly Sword Order. The token that held the supreme authority over the Heavenly Sword Manor. Open! Mong Yubo growled. He pressed the Heavenly Sword Order into a sword-shaped groove at the center of the bronze door. He forced a drop of pure true essence from his fingertips and channeled it into the slot. That crimson point, like a star awakened, suddenly burst into an eerie glow. It swiftly flowed along the intricate sword patterns engraved on the token. Suddenly, the dormant sword-shaped reliefs on the bronze door seemed to come to life. Sword light swirled. Razor-sharp energy surged across the door, sending shivers down the spine. Click, click, boom. A deep, thunderous rumble echoed from the depths of the mountain. The long-sealed massive doors slowly slid apart to the sides, their grinding sounds harsh and piercing, stirring up a cloud of dust. A scent far more intense than the outside air, a mix of ancient books and the faint rot of decaying wood, swept over them. The entrance to the cave was pitch black. Endlessly deep. It seemed as though a colossal beast had opened its throat, leading to the depths of antiquity. Your Excellency, please. Mong Yubo bowed deeply once more, his expression solemn and reverent. He stepped forward first, pulling out a night-glowing pearl the size of a baby's fist from the silk pouch at his waist. It emitted a soft, luminous glow as he held it out to lead the way. The pearl's glow was faint. It barely illuminated the few steps ahead on the green stone path. The two walked one after the other, slowly making their way down the sloping passage. The passageway was wide. It could accommodate several people walking side by side. The walls were hewn with axes and chisels, bearing clear traces of carving. The further they descended, the air grew colder and more stagnant. The only movement in the endless darkness is the glow of the night pearl in Murongbo's hand and the almost inaudible footsteps of the two people. The walls begin to reveal one after another, large and small, cavernous chambers. Vaguely visible inside are rows of heavy wooden shelves. The shelves were cluttered with bamboo slips, scrolls, and bound books. The further they went inward, the sense of antiquity grew stronger. Some of the wooden shelves had already rotted and collapsed. The ancient texts scattered on the ground, blending seamlessly with the thick layer of dust. A beam of light swept over a collapsed bookshelf. Chu Xian's footsteps hesitated slightly. His gaze fell upon a scattered pile of animal hide scrolls. The parchment was already gray and tattered. The edges curled upward. However, the ink stains on the surface still exuded a rugged and fierce aura, vaguely outlining the shape of a human figure and the stance of a sword. The ancient aura emanating from the ink. It was more ancient than the 36 heavenly swords techniques he had seen Murong Shui perform on the stone wall of the training ground when he first arrived at the mountain estate. More ancient. Even more majestic. Reporting back to Your Excellency. Manhwa immediately stopped and explained respectfully, "This place is the true source of our Tianjian mountain villa's lineage, where the Tianji secret treasure hall is located." He used the pearl's light, pointing to the caves and bookcases hidden in the depths of the darkness. The sword arts manuals accumulated by our ancestors over the generations, the historical records of the martial arts world collected by our forebears, tales and secrets from the previous dynasties and even more ancient times, and even some fragments of legends deemed absurd and unfounded are all sealed here. Chu Xian's gaze swept calmly over this dust-covered secret treasure chamber. His divine perception had already spread out like an invisible tide, silently and without a sound. In an instant, it covered the entire underground space. Those ancient texts buried deep in dust. The scrolls rotting on the wooden shelves. The characters carved into the corners of the stone walls, now blurred beyond recognition. The text, patterns, and even the ink, paper, and brushes themselves, containing the extremely faint particles of time dust. All were revealed in vivid detail under the vast expanse of his divine consciousness. Countless streams of information flashed through his mind, quickly sorted into different cognitive systems. The evolutionary trajectory of martial arts gradually became clear. Over there. Chu Xian did not linger on those classics. His gaze calmly swept past the pearlescent glow in Murongbo's hand. It turned toward a particularly dense, pitch-black corner in the depths of the corridor, where the darkness seemed capable of swallowing all light. In that corner, there was a much heavier, covered in bronze rust marks resembling fierce sword scars. The door was tightly shut. There were no locks or seals on the door. Only 9 sword marks of varying depths, seemingly without any pattern, were carved into the center of the door. Like a crude, brutal engraving. What is that? Murongbo followed Chu Xian's gaze and couldn't help but twitch the muscles at the corner of his eyes. The reverence on his face grew even deeper. Even a hint of terror crept into his expression. He had led them here. They had already entered the most restricted area of the mountain villa. However, Chu Xian merely glanced casually. His gaze pierced through the darkness with pinpoint accuracy, landing precisely at the entrance to the true core restricted area of this secret chamber. What kind of terrifying divine perception is required for this? It was as if he were the master of this place. Your Excellency, you see everything. Murongbo's voice trembled slightly with reverence as he slowly drew a sword from his sleeve. The sword was of an extremely ancient design. It had no scabbard. The blade was not made of metal. It was translucent, glowing with a faint golden hue. It seemed as though it had been carved from a rare and precious gemstone. It emits a gentle, harmonious yet extremely reserved sharpness. This is the Jade Marrow Sword, the sole key to unlocking the inner sanctum, guarded by each successive master of the estate. Manhwa held the Jade Marrow Sword in his hands, his expression filled with reverence. This door is called the 9-hole sword gate, left behind by our ancestor. Only the Jade Marrow Sword can resonate with it and open the passage. He carefully placed the night pearl in a stone niche beside him, illuminating the surrounding area. He then stepped back, standing still with a solemn expression. His right hand gripped the hilt of the Jade Marrow Sword. He slowly closed his eyes. The powerful true energy of a master-level practitioner poured unreservedly into the sword. Hum. The Jade Marrow Sword trembled slightly. It emits a clear, crisp sword cry akin to the roar of a dragon. A faint golden glow began to flow and shine from within the sword body, growing brighter and brighter. Finally, it shone brilliantly like a small sun, illuminating the entire passageway in golden splendor. The space around the sword blade begins to warp slightly. Sharp sword chi, as tangible as substance, automatically flowed and swirled around Murongbo's sides. At this moment, Morong Bo. His hair and beard stand on end. Solemn and majestic. His true essence and the power of the Jade Marrow sword have merged into one. He suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant light bursts forth from his eyes. Open! A fierce shout rang out. Monk Bo pointed his fingers like swords. He thrust the Jade Marrow sword, infused with all his focus, fiercely toward the deepest main sword mark at the center of the 9 orifices sword gate. The sword tip touched the gate. There was no sound of metal clashing as expected. It felt like a mud cow plunging into the sea. The massive bronze inner door shook violently. All the bronze rust on its surface began to wriggle like living creatures. 9 sword marks of varying depths were etched into the door. Simultaneously, a blazing golden red light, as intense as molten lava, erupted from them. The countless lock points runes along the edges of the sword marks, so fine and delicate that they were barely visible to the naked eye, were precisely activated and illuminated one by the energy contained within the Jade Marrow sword. Golden streams of light, finer than human hair, danced and intertwined across the door. Like countless living golden serpentine lightning bolts, they danced wildly across the bronze door, ultimately converging at the center of the door into a deep, swirling golden vortex. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening, thunderous roar. As if a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons finally opened its maw. The heavy bronze inner door, from the golden vortex at its center, silently cracking open a narrow fissure. It quickly widened, slipping open to either side. A chill far colder and purer than the outside air, as if from a distant primordial era, mingled with the ancient scent of sandalwood like paper, surged forth from behind the door. It slapped against Morong Bo's face. It carried several strands of gray hair from his temples backward. Chapter 24, The Great Path is sealed, immortality is cut off. Huff! Monk Bo sheathed his sword, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. He took a half step back and bowed again. Your Excellency, please. The space behind the door was not spacious. It was no larger than an ordinary quiet room. The walls were lined with several rows of antique-looking purple sandalwood bookshelves. The shelves held a modest number of books and scrolls, neatly arranged. Each was wrapped in special oil paper or stored in jade boxes. In the center, a simple, ancient-looking green jade table. There was nothing else on the table. There was only a scroll, deep brown in color, resembling the tan hide of some resilient beast. It lay there alone. The scroll itself emanated an unusually ancient aura. The edges were frayed. It bore a faint, lustrous patina. It seemed to have been handled and flipped through countless times. Chu Xian's gaze fell directly on the scroll made of animal skin. No introduction from Meng Yobo was needed. Everything in this place was already vividly imprinted in his mind. Only this scroll. Its material was unique. Neither grass nor skin. It is neither metal nor stone. It is the tan hide of a long-extinct ferocious beast with traces of divine beast blood, imbued with a powerful spiritual imprint. It faintly blocks the penetration of divine consciousness. It requires special incantations or corresponding martial arts techniques to fully activate its contents. Mongo Bo hurried to the jade inlaid table. His expression grew increasingly reverent, even carrying a solemn air as if opening a sacred artifact. He carefully lifted the animal skin scroll. He presented it to Chu Xian with both hands. Your Excellency, this is a personal manuscript left behind by the first patriarch of the mountain villa, Murong Wushuang, in his later years. He spoke as he did so. His fingertips were enveloped in the pure essence of his own true energy. Like unlocking a code. He gently traced the ancient and mysterious patterns on the surface of the scroll. The scroll itself seemed to awaken, emitting an extremely faint yet pure spiritual fluctuation, resonating with Mu Rongbo's true essence markings. The spiritual membrane that had been blocking the divine consciousness quietly dissolves. Our ancestor was a prodigious genius who founded the Tianjian mountain villa 2,000 years ago. It is said that his cultivation had reached an unimaginable realm. Monk Bo spoke solemnly, his voice filled with reverence for his ancestors and a hint of longing for their realm. The contents of this manuscript detail the forbidden secrets of the demon cult, one of the greatest taboo factions in the martial arts world, as well as the ultimate truths about this world that he discovered during his later years of exploring the heavens and earth. Monk Bo's words were firm and unwavering. Every word seemed to carry the weight of the unknown. The demon cult? Chu Xian finally lifted his gaze from the scroll for a moment, fixing it on Morong Bo's face, his expression calm and unruffled. This name, to him, was too shallow. Like an ant gazing at the sun and moon. Monk Bo was swept by that calm gaze. Yet his heart suddenly grew cold. As if an invisible divine sword were suspended before his eyes. Yes. A massive organization hidden deep within the turbulent currents of the world. They act in secret, their movements as elusive as mist, and they call themselves the fire-worshipping holy sect. Their true core strength is beyond comprehension. Mongo Bo replied immediately, his expression solemn, this notebook is the culmination of my master's lifetime of effort in tracking the cult's movements before his death. It contains information on the possible locations of the cult's hideouts, outer strongholds, and the marking methods of its core members. It even contains clues related to the Holy Order. This is the most closely guarded secret of Tianjian Mountain Villa, and it has been the heaviest burden on the hearts of every generation of villa masters. He gently unfolded the scroll. With great care. His movements were so gentle they bordered on reverence. The foundational techniques of our mountain estate, that heavenly sword 36 forms, were created by our founder by synthesizing his lifetime of swordplay insights. Their roots are profound and encompass all things. Monk Bo flipped through the yellowed pages of the manuscript, his voice low and heavy as he spoke. However, throughout the generations, those who have truly mastered its essence have grown fewer with each passing generation. Though I have forced its power to manifest using the strength of a master, in truth, I can only replicate its form, not its spirit. The ancestral master also mentioned this in the manuscript. He turned to a few pages. Monk Bo's voice suddenly grew bleak and heavy. The ancestral master spoke these words without reservation. His fingers rested on the words, whose ink was as black as iron and penetrated the paper. Those who study the sword in later generations will find it increasingly cumbersome. This is not because their intelligence falls short of mine, but because the vital energy of heaven and earth is gradually withering away. Depleted. This single character. As if carrying the weight of 1,000 tons. It struck hard at the heart of Mu Rongbo. His trembling hands could barely turn the pages. As speculated in the ancestral master's notes. Monk Bo continued to speak with difficulty, his voice hoarse. This land, its primordial energy, the fundamental spiritual source sustaining our martial artists' cultivation, is drying up. He pointed to the following pages, where the characters were slightly messy, with ink smudges spreading, as if the scribe's emotions were still turbulent. The primordial energy is growing thin. The great Tao will soon fade. The challenges for future generations to break through will far exceed those of the past. The great master realm mentioned by our predecessors has become a distant dream. Bound by the limits of heaven and earth, this realm has reached its peak. There is no further path to seek. The great Tao is sealed, and immortality has been severed. Sealed. Immortality has been severed? Mu Rongbo almost groaned as he uttered these words, his face as pale as paper, his hands trembling like withered leaves in the wind as he held the scroll. He had spent his entire life pursuing the pinnacle of the sword path. The realm of the Grand Master. He had already looked up to it. That elusive, traceless grandmaster. A legend. He never dared to dream of immortality. But at this moment, this heavy manuscript written by the founding patriarch, in a brutally honest manner, reveals a truth that shatters all their beliefs and leaves countless martial artists despairing the path of martial arts they have spent their entire lives pursuing, sacrificing everything for. It was actually a dead-end path locked shut? The end is a sheer cliff. The so-called pinnacle was nothing more than a symbol drawn by the heavens for the ants trapped within, something they could only gaze at from afar. No matter how brilliant the talent, no matter how relentless the pursuit, cannot break this iron cage that imprisons all beings. This news, like a thunderclap from the heavens, it shattered the mind of the master, Mu Rongbo. The foundation of the worldview he had spent decades building was violently shaken. On the brink of collapse, cold sweat trickled down his temples. His eyes were unfocused. He muttered unconsciously. The end of the Dharma. Could this be the end of the Dharma era mentioned in those vague legends? The end of the Dharma era. A term that only existed in absurd ancient texts and vague legends of the martial arts world. At this moment, it seemed to transform into icy, bone-chilling chains, wrapping itself around his heart. It nearly suffocated him. Honored. Honored one. Mongbo suddenly looked up, his panicked and terrified gaze fixed on Chu Xian's calm, still eyes, which seemed to contain the vastness of the universe, like a drowning man clinging to the last straw. Is this really? Chu Xian did not respond to Mu Rongbo's frantic questions. His gaze fell upon the middle section of the animal skin manuscript that Mu Rongbo was flipping through. A drawing with exceptionally bold lines. Yet it carried a sense of desolate, ancient simplicity. Almost filling the entire page, the sketch was accompanied by several lines of text written in vermilion mixed with the founder's own blood, still as red as blood after centuries of passage. Those blood-red characters seemed to be imprinted on the animal hide, emitting a faint yet incredibly resilient spiritual vibration. Yet heaven does not abandon the way. I have searched the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, combed through the secret archives of past dynasties, and came across an absurd ancient teaching. When the heavens and earth were not yet sealed, a great sage set up the world-escaping array and left 9 dragon vein jade pendants at the 9 points where the dragon chi of the 9 provinces converge. He who gathers the 9 jade pendants can summon the 9 dragons returning energy, perhaps opening the gate to the void and seeking the traces of the upper realm. Escape this prison and enter the gate to eternal life. Every word cuts like a knife, etched into the soul, filled with resentment, longing, and a faint glimmer of hope. Dragon vein jade pendants. Chu Xian stared at the sketch. The sketch depicted 9 dragons of varying forms and postures, some coiling, some roaring, some lurking, some extending their claws, all rendered in ink. Each dragon was incredibly lifelike. Their bodies were not fully drawn. Instead, they were composed of 9 independent nodes connected by swirling cloud-like or star-like patterns. At the center of each node, there is a faint outline of a jade pendant, each with a different shape, incomplete, and ancient in appearance. Some resemble a full sun, others a crescent moon, some have missing corners, and others form triangles. At the bottom of the sketch, 4 characters written in blood stand out vividly on the animal hide, shocking to behold. A sliver of hope. Boom! These 4 words, as if imbued with a mysterious power, violently surged into Chu Xian's vast spiritual realm. The heavenly heart consciousness roared. The miniature heavenly heart core, which had been slowly rotating in his sea of consciousness, suddenly accelerated violently. Countless golden data streams surged forth like boiling water. Madly reflecting and analyzing the information contained within the sketch and the void structure of the dragon vein jade pendant. Almost simultaneously, in the depths of Chu Xian's eyes, as deep as the starry sea, 2 beams of chaotic divine light, pure enough to pierce through the void of eternity, flashed briefly. At the corner of his lips, in the dim light, a faint, almost imperceptible curve formed, yet it was enough to send shivers through the stars of all heavens. The upper realm? A passageway? Chu Xian's inner voice was as indifferent as the decree of the 9 heavens, carrying a hint of absolute control over the ages. This prison cell has also seen enough. It's time to go see the outside world. The end of the law prison. Prisoners of heaven and earth? To him, it was merely a temporary inn where he could rest his feet. Just as Chu Xian's divine consciousness began an extreme analysis of the structural diagram of the dragon vein jade pendant, seeking to decipher the faint possibility of a connection to a greater world through the void's secret key. The heavy bronze inner door of the core restricted area of the scripture hall trembled slightly. A faint, star-like, dust-sized symbol of light. Ignoring the spatial barriers, it pierced through the bronze door's thickness. It appeared precisely before Chu Xian. It flickered briefly. Instantly, the symbol shattered silently, transforming into a fleeting wisp of blue smoke. Only Chu Xian's vast divine consciousness clearly captured the information stream contained within that wisp of smoke, carrying a hint of reverence and urgency. This information came from the Black Gold Pavilion's exclusive top-tier communication talisman. As the green smoke dissipated, a cold, condensed voice, tinged with the aura of iron and blood, erupted directly within Chu Xian's mind. The voice's owner, none other than the master of the Black Gold Pavilion, Xiao Tang. Your Excellency, the Black Gold Pavilion's Jiangnan Star Division Night Owl reports with utmost urgency. Xiao Tang's voice was brief and clear, each word as sharp as tempered steel. We have just intercepted a top-secret eagle message. The 3rd Prince Chu Jing has secretly arrived in Jinling. He plans to assume the alias Jinling Merchant Wan Baoyuan and host a banquet at the Jushan Tower in Jinling City to invite the leaders of all major factions in Jiangnan. The event is named Jiangnan Heroes Gathering, but its true purpose is to seek treasure under the guise of a gathering. According to intelligence, one of Chu Jing's primary objectives in establishing his base in Jinling is to search for an extremely hidden dragon vein jade pendant sealed away by a great sage of the previous dynasty. The description of this jade pendant matches the records in our Black Gold Pavilion archives with an extremely high degree of accuracy. It is highly likely to be one of the 9 jades. Dragon vein jade pendant. Chu Jing's target also includes one of them. The information abruptly ends. Like the sharpest blade. Immediately, Xiao Tang's final words, laden with the scent of blood and a chilling intent to kill, turned into a cold, searing imprint, piercing Chu Xian's heart and soul. The second. The Jinling Summit. It is a fatal trap. The net is set, the bait is laid. Chu Jing intends to use the heroes of Jiangnan to achieve his ends. Within the walls of Jinling City. Slay the dragon. Chapter 25, The Sword Phoenix by his side, Journey to Jinling. Within the core forbidden area of the Tianjian cave, the bronze gates slowly closed, once again sealing the heavy beastskin scroll containing the truth of the world, along with the founder's resentment and hopes, back into the darkness. The shock and confusion on Morong Bo's face had not yet fully faded. He held the newly rolled up manuscript in his hands, as if it were a scalding hot potato, or the only lifeline he had left. The brutal truth about the end of the law era and the heavenly prison, like an invisible mountain, weighed heavily on him, nearly suffocating the master. But the sliver of hope left by the ancestral master's scroll, the dragon vein jade pendant and the gateway to the upper realm ignited a nearly glimmer of hope in his eyes. And this hope, at this moment, was clearly tied to the enigmatic figure before him. Honored master. Manhwa Bo hurried forward 2 steps, following closely behind Chu Xian, his voice filled with unprecedented urgency and pleading. Jinling City has become a den of tigers and wolves. The 3rd Prince Chu Jing has plotted meticulously, setting a deadly trap, and even used the dragon vein jade pendant as bait. The journey ahead is fraught with danger. Please reconsider, Your Excellency. Perhaps we should remain at the mountain villa for now, allowing this old man to reorganize our forces in Jiangnan before. Chu Xian stopped at the exit of the corridor. He did not turn back. He simply gazed calmly at the bright sunlight streaming into the cave from outside. The light fell into his deep, piercing eyes, as if igniting two flickering flames of coldness. The dragon vein jade pendant has caught my eye. Jinling, I must go there. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unwavering resolve, like a divine decree. Mao Rongbo's words were choked in his throat, turning into a helpless sigh. He understood that the Supreme Lord's decision was final and could not be changed. Chu Xian's gaze pierced through the mountain rocks, as if he could see the ancient city thousands of miles away, where prosperity and danger coexisted. He turned slowly, his gaze resting on Murongbo, his eyes holding a hint of foresight. Mongolian bow. The mountain estate is your foundation, and it is also this palace's anchor in Jiangnan. Seize this opportunity to consolidate the martial arts factions of Jiangnan and keep them firmly under your control. Ensure that orders are carried out without question, as if they were commands from your own fingers. He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold, like icy water flowing over ice. There may be changes within the country. These 4 words struck Mu Rongbo like a thunderclap. Changes in the country? Could it be the capital? Thinking of the supreme ruler's unmatched power and status, of the third princess' actions, and of the possible reactions of the crown prince and the second prince, Monk Bo felt a chill run up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Yes, I obey. Monk Bo's voice trembled slightly from excitement and pressure. He suddenly knelt on one knee, burying his head. This old servant will not disappoint the supreme leader's trust. I will unite Jiangnan and build an impregnable fortress. If anyone dares to trespass the mountain estate, every member of the estate will fight to the death. At the same time, I will immediately send a secret token to inform the Honorable One. Chu Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging his declaration. At that moment, a cold yet resolute voice echoed at the entrance of the corridor. I will go as well. Chu Xian and Mu Rongbo followed the sound and looked over. There stood Mu Rongshui, dressed in a simple moon-white gown, her posture as straight as a pine tree, having arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling unnoticed. Sunlight bathed her exquisitely beautiful profile, outlining her soft features. But her eyes, as clear as autumn water, shone with an unprecedented determination, no trace of her former cold detachment remaining. Shui'er? Mu Rongbo startled, instinctively trying to stop her. Jinling is dangerous. You. Mu Rongshui's gaze swept past her father and landed directly on Chu Xian's face, calm and composed. Father, the mountain estate has you to protect it, and the divine might of the supreme being to deter any foe. We can handle anything. Her voice was clear and firm, like a stream striking a rock. Having witnessed my husband's extraordinary abilities, I now understand the vastness of the heavens and the boundlessness of the Tao. In the past, Shui'er was like a frog in a well, using the sword as her path, believing that Jiangnan was the vastness of the martial arts world and that a master was the pinnacle of martial arts. Her eyes grew incredibly deep, filled with a strong longing for a higher realm. Now I realized that was merely a drop in the ocean. My husband's abilities are like a bright moon in the sky, dispelling the mist of ages. I no longer wish to be a frog at the bottom of a well, wasting my time in vain. She took a step forward, bowed deeply to Chu Xian in a standard gesture of respect, her posture graceful yet her eyes burning with intensity. Shui'er vows to follow by your side, not as a burden, but to witness the vast landscapes of the higher realms with my own eyes. I implore you to grant me this wish. Her words were clear and sincere, without any pretense or excuses. There was no pretense, no excuses. Only a pure longing for a higher realm, and an indescribable trust and devotion toward Chu Xian. This tremendous transformation from initially viewing the arranged marriage as a disgrace to now voluntarily offering herself, willing to follow by his side, all for the sake of observing the great path. This honesty and resolve moved even Mu Rongbo to tears. Chu Xian's gaze, for the first time, truly carried a hint of scrutiny as it fell upon Mu Rongshui. That gaze was no longer indifferent, but instead carried a subtle, almost admiring ripple. He saw the sharp determination breaking free from her eyes, the thirst for the essence of power. Such a mindset was rare in this confined world. Observing the Tao? Chu Xian's lips curved into an extremely subtle, meaningful smile. The Tao is formless and everywhere. If you wish to see it, then follow me. Thank you, master. Meng Yushui's cold face lit up with a captivating glow, like ice melting in the sun, instantly illuminating the entrance to the cave. 3 days later. The gates of Tianjian Mountain Villa. A small yet exceptionally well-trained caravan was ready to depart. Chu Xian's carriage remained the same plain and unadorned ebony cart, but the horses pulling it had been replaced with carefully selected, majestic steeds from the manor. Fu Bo and several loyal guards stood vigilantly by the carriage, their faces radiating excitement and pride. Meng Yushui did not ride in another carriage but instead mounted a snow-white horse with not a single blemish on its coat, closely following Chu Xian's carriage. She had changed into a moon-white, form-fitting outfit that allowed for easy movement, highlighting her slender figure. Her long hair was tied back, giving her an elegant and fierce appearance. At her waist hung the autumn water sword, adding a touch of sharpness to her already cool demeanor. The young master of the Mu family, Mu Rongfeng, stood at the front of the crowd bidding farewell, his expression complex beyond words. He watched his sister, Mu Rongshui, stand beside Chu Xian's carriage on horseback. The gentle and radiant expression in her eyes as she looked at Chu Xian's carriage was something he had never seen before, leaving him feeling as though his heart had been turned upside down. Resentment? Jealousy? Confusion? Awe? A myriad of emotions swirled within him. Ultimately, under his father Mu Rongbo's stern gaze and recalling Chu Xian's terrifying power capable of quelling chaos with a single finger, like a god or demon, all his emotions dissolved into a silent sigh in deep dread. He bowed deeply in the direction of Chu Xian's carriage, unwilling yet compelled to do so, his voice hoarse. Farewell. Your Excellency. Farewell. Sister. Wishing you a safe journey. Monkbo stood at the front, bowing deeply toward Chu Xian's carriage, his voice loud and respectful. Farewell, honored one. Should there be any errands during your journey to Jinling, the entire mountain estate will not hesitate to sacrifice our lives. Farewell, honored master. Farewell, young miss. At the mountain gate, all the disciples of the mountain estate shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, filled with fervent reverence. Fubo straightened his hunched back, his wrinkled face breaking into a wide smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. He looked at the simple yet majestic carriage carrying his young master, then at the peerless beauty beside him, the first fairy of Jiangnan, and the pride in his heart nearly overflowed. Look! That's what a true dragon emperor is. That's what destiny is all about. His prince had not only subdued the most powerful martial arts factions in all of Jiangnan with a single flick of his finger. Even the renowned sword phoenix of Jiangnan, whose fame spread far and wide, had willingly chosen to follow him as a loyal subordinate. This grandeur, this splendor. Wow! Fubo felt that his life was worth it. The convoy slowly departed from Tianjian Peak amid countless gazes filled with awe, envy, and blessings. The wheels rolled over the mountain path, emitting a rhythmic rumble. Inside the carriage, Chu Xian remained dressed in his plain-colored brocade robe, leaning casually against the soft white tiger skin-covered couch, his eyes closed in meditation, his breath long and steady. Meng Yushui sat across from him, separated by a small purple sandalwood tea table. The interior of the carriage was not particularly spacious, and the two were extremely close, able to smell the faint, pleasant scent emanating from each other. Chu Xian's scent was as crisp and refreshing as the pine and cypress trees in the mountains. Mongolian snow's scent was as cold and crisp as snow-capped plum blossoms. The atmosphere, amidst the sound of the wheels, felt somewhat delicate. Mu Yushui sat upright, her back straight, striving to maintain a composed demeanor, but the slight flush on her ears betrayed the ripples of emotion within her. She secretly glanced at Chu Xian across from her, who had his eyes closed. His handsome, angular profile, illuminated by the light streaming through the window, appeared particularly deep and enigmatic. She took a deep breath, suppressing the unusual feelings in her heart, and decided to break the silence by asking about sword techniques, the most familiar way she knew to communicate, and also a means to ease the awkward atmosphere. Husband? Her voice remained clear and crisp, yet it carried a hint of unnoticeable softness. On that day at the training ground, you broke the divine weapon with a wooden sword. The sword intent you displayed was simple and pure, returning to its essence. Schwer is dull-witted, and the more I think about it, the more profound it seems. I wonder if my lord... Before she could finish, Chu Xian, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slowly opened them. That gaze was like a deep pool, calm and still, yet it carried a piercing power that directly fell upon Mu Rongshui's face. He did not look at her sword. He did not look at her movements. Just looking at her face. That gaze made Mu Rongshui's heart skip a beat, and the words she had intended to ask were instantly stuck in her throat. Sword? Chu Xian's voice was calm, devoid of emotion, yet it carried a peculiar magnetic quality that echoed clearly within the enclosed carriage. He leaned forward slightly, his long fingers tapping gently on the smooth surface of the purple sandalwood tea table. His gaze remained fixed on Mu Rongshui's clear yet slightly flustered eyes. The corners of his mouth seemed to curve into an extremely subtle, almost playful smile. To observe the great way, why seek far when the near is sufficient? He spoke slowly, his voice low and magnetic, like feathers gently brushing against the heart. The ultimate realm is right before your eyes. Meng Yushui was startled by his sudden words and the intense gaze, causing her heart to race. She instinctively leaned back slightly. What does my lord mean by that? Snow is so ignorant. Chu Xian leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them even further. The air inside the carriage seemed to grow thick and sticky. Meng Yushui could even feel the warm breath he exhaled brushing against her cheek, causing a slight tingling sensation. 2 flushes of red spread across her snow-white cheeks, spreading all the way to her ears and neck. Chu Xian's gaze, filled with an unhidden scrutiny, swept from her smooth forehead, down her straight nose. It lingered on her lips, which were slightly parted in nervous anticipation, as delicate and pink as March peach blossoms. His voice grew even lower, carrying an unmistakable tone of authority. The journey ahead is long. It's the perfect opportunity to practice. Why don't we? Xu Xian paused, staring at Mu Rongshua's wide eyes filled with astonishment and shame, and her face, which had turned as red as a boiled shrimp in an instant. He spoke each word clearly. Consummate the marriage now? Boom! It felt like a thunderclap had exploded in her mind. Man Yushui felt an indescribable wave of heat surge up to her head. Her entire mind went blank. Consummate the marriage? Those two words felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing her heart. She never could have imagined Xu Xian would say such words at this moment, in this place, in this situation. What observing the great way? What supreme realm? He clearly. Man Yushui was filled with shame and anger. Her cold and ethereal deity-like image crumbled instantly. She suddenly stepped back, her body pressed tightly against the icy cold carriage wall, as if the cold touch could dispel the burning heat on her face. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Xu Xian, filled with disbelief, shame, and a hint of anger at being toyed with. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Xu Xian! You lecher! In her anger, she even forgot to address him as husband, instead calling him by his name. Her delicate face flushed bright red, like a ripe peach, as if it might bleed. That shy yet angry, utterly devoid of her usual coldness, delicate and charming appearance stood in stark contrast to her usual aloof and arrogant demeanor, creating a breathtakingly beautiful contrast. Xu Xian looked at her, and the hint of amusement in his eyes seemed to grow even stronger. Far from being angry, he leaned back comfortably on the soft couch, even taking the time to admire Mu Rongshua's rare moment of embarrassment. The faint smile on his lips never faded. Inside the carriage, only the rhythmic sound of wheels rolling over the ground could be heard. And the rapid, thudding sound of Mu Rongshua's heartbeat, as if it were a frightened deer. The atmosphere was ambiguous and delicate. Like a taut bowstring. Or like a calm sea brewing a storm. Chapter 26, Jinling, the ancient capital, where the heavenly mechanism begins to unfold. The rumbling sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestone road mingled with the bustling voices of the marketplace, echoing into the carriage. Jinling City had arrived. This ancient capital of 6 dynasties, the most prosperous city in Jiangnan, immediately revealed a bustling and lively atmosphere vastly different from the secluded tranquility of Tianjian Mountain Villa. The wide Juke Avenue was bustling with carriages and horses, and people jostled shoulder to shoulder. On both sides, shops lined the streets, flags flutter in the breeze, and the sounds of hawking echo through the air. Wealthy merchants in silk robes, farmers carrying seasonal fruits, scholars fanning themselves with folding fans, vagabonds with waist swords, and flower sellers with double buns. A diverse crowd gathers, forming a vibrant tableau of urban life. The air is filled with the aroma of food, the sweet scent of cosmetics, the sweat of horses, and the unique dampness of the river. Your Highness, Miss, the inner city is just ahead. Fu Bo's voice came through the carriage curtain, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. This Jinling truly is the most prosperous place in all of Jiangnan. Mao Rongxue sat elegantly beside Xu Xian. Through the cracks in the curtain, she gazed at the bustling scene outside, her cold eyes sparking with curiosity. Although Tianjian Mountain Villa was the pinnacle of the martial arts world, it was ultimately deep in the mountains, rarely exposed to such worldly bustle. However, Xu Xian closed his eyes slightly. He paid no heed to the vibrant scenery outside the carriage. But just as the carriage was moving, a formless energy fluctuation, perceptible only to him, rippled through his mind like a pebble dropped into a still lake, spreading rapidly through the depths of his consciousness. Ding! Host has arrived at an important historical node, the Jinling Dragon Vein node. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward, Heavenly Mechanism Calculation Basic. Heavenly Mechanics Calculation Basic. Passive effect: within 10 days, the host may experience vague premonitions regarding major crises or important opportunities related to themselves, e.g., sudden inspiration, ominous signs, or divine intervention. Active effect: consumes a large amount of mental energy to perform a vague proactive simulation targeting a specific event or objective, offering a glimpse into the mysteries of the heavens. Note: simulation results may be influenced by external factors and may contain inaccuracies. Please interpret with caution. A cold system prompt echoed in Xu Xian's mind. Celestial calculation? Xu Xian's heart stirred slightly as a stream of profound information instantly merged into his consciousness. No deliberate study was needed. The method of using this divine ability was already clear to him. Passive warnings, active probing of the heavens. Though still rudimentary, with some ambiguity and inaccuracies, it was a lifeline for him as he was about to enter the storm-tossed city of Jinling. There was no hesitation. Xu Xian's mind flickered. A vast mental energy, as vast as the sea, was instantly mobilized. Like surging tides, it poured into the core of the newly acquired Heavenly Mechanics Calculation divine ability. Within Xu Xian's spiritual sea, it seemed as though an invisible, ancient mirror formed from countless starlight suddenly illuminated. The mirror's surface was initially shrouded in chaos. Then, it began to spin and twist at an incredible speed. Countless chaotic fragments of light and shadow, like boiling bubbles, flickered wildly and appeared and vanished on the mirror's surface. Xu Xian's brows furrowed slightly. A massive stream of information surged into his consciousness with overwhelming force. Fragmentation. Chaos. Yet it contained some sort of hidden pattern. Several extremely blurry, fragmented images, as if separated by countless layers of frosted glass, struggled to emerge from the boiling chaotic mirror surface, fleetingly appearing before vanishing. Scene 1. An ancient altar constructed from massive dark red rocks, its surface covered in twisted, grotesque runes, emanating a putrid, blood-curdling stench. It seemed to still bear traces of fresh, dark blood. Scene 2. A smooth, ancient jade pendant, seemingly carved from the finest jade, is being fiercely clenched in the palm of a large hand wearing black metal gloves, with knuckles twisted into grotesque shapes. Cracks instantly spread across the jade body, which then exploded with a loud bang. Countless tiny jade shards mixed with a pale golden, dragon-like stream of light scattered and splashed everywhere. Scene 3. On the brilliantly lit Qinhuai River, a lavishly decorated, enormous pleasure boat floated quietly. Inside, the sounds of stringed-in wind instruments filled the air, and figures moved about, clinking cups and glasses. However, in the shadows of an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the scene, a cold, serpentine gaze fixed intently on a specific direction of the pleasure boat. Finally, all the shattered scenes vanish like bubbles. At the center of the chaotic mirror-like surface, an arrowhead formed from pure spiritual energy, emitting a faint golden glow, coalesces into a clear shape. The arrow points straight downward, toward the southern direction of Jinling City. It finally comes to a halt on the faint outline of a temple, a structure that appears to have been abandoned for years, shrouded in the tangled vines of ancient trees. The ancient mirror shatters. An intense dizziness and a weakening sensation from the sudden depletion of mental energy swept over him. Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his piercing eyes, a fleeting trace of exhaustion vanished, replaced by an even deeper, colder, sharper gaze. Blood-red altar, shattered jade pendant. Qinhuai pleasure boat, southern city, ruined temple. Chu Xian silently recited these crucial fragments of information in his mind. The ghost hand behind the blood-sucking powder is in the Extreme Joy Pavilion. The third prince's Jiangnan Heroes Gathering is at the Gathering of Talents Pavilion. The arrow points to the abandoned temple in the southern part of the city. The dragon vein jade pendant. It's here after all. The trap is also set. Well done, Xu Jing. A cold smile curled the corners of Chu Xian's lips. Opportunity and danger coexist. This was precisely the situation he had sought. Just as Chu Xian finished his calculations and opened his eyes, Meng Yushui seemed to sense something and turned her head to look at him. Husband? She asked softly, keenly sensing the subtle shift in Chu Xian's breath. It's nothing, Chu Xian replied casually, his gaze already fixed on the window outside. The carriage had already entered the city of Jinling. The wide cobblestone main road, wide enough for 8 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side, was lined with shops, fluttering banners, and bustling crowds. Elaborately carved and painted taverns, jewelry shops sparkling with jewels, pastry shops wafting the aroma of freshly baked goods, and bustling teahouses. A prosperous scene reminiscent of a thriving region in southern China. However, under the powerful perception of Chu Xian and the newly acquired passive warning ability of heavenly mechanism calculation, he clearly saw that beneath this facade of bustling prosperity, countless terrifying undercurrents were surging. Several powerful auras, some brutal, some cold, some savage, lurked like giant sharks in the depths of the ocean, scattered and entrenched in different parts of the city. Among them, the largest and most menacing aura, coiling like a venomous serpent near the Gathering of Talents Tower at the city center, carried a chill tinged with the domineering aura of royalty. There is no doubt that it belongs to the third prince, Xu Jing. Another aura was extremely subtle, like shadowy figures scattered across the city's vital points, carrying a sense of surveillance from above. This is clearly the blood guard secretly deployed by Crown Prince Chu Yao. The final aura carried a brutal, bloodthirsty military aura, faintly resonating with the direction of the southern garrison camp, clearly the forces infiltrated by the second Prince Chu Xiong through military channels. 3 massive undercurrents. Like 3 invisible giant hands, they silently struggled in the skies above Jinling City, transforming this bustling ancient capital into a vast chessboard and trap. As Chu Xian's convoy entered the city, it was like a giant rock dropped into a calm lake, instantly drawing countless gazes, both open and concealed. Look! Whose carriage is that? It's so plain, but the guards look formidable. Hey, must be an outsider. You don't recognize him? Look at the old man sitting on the carriage. He's a veteran of the Imperial Guard. Look at the guards' waist badges, they're clearly the Imperial Guard's insignia. Imperial Guards? Goodness gracious. Could the one inside the carriage be? Whoa! Wait! Look at the person sitting behind the carriage, my goodness. That's not the eldest daughter of Tianjian Mountain Villa, Jiangnan Jianfang Mu Rongxue? Miss Mu Rong? What is she doing in Jinling? Wait! Miss Mu Rong! The young man beside her, the one wearing the python-patterned robe, could he be the legendary That mysterious ninth prince Chu Xian who spent 10 years in the Imperial tomb, yet suppressed the rebellion of the Tianjian mountain villa with a flick of his finger at the wedding, and bestowed the divine pill to save the life of the Murong clan as patriarch. What? That revered figure? He has actually come to Jinling? Quick! Quick, go report! The crowd erupted into chaos. Shouts and whispers surged like a tidal wave. Countless gazes, filled with shock, curiosity, reverence, fear, and curiosity. Like countless probes, they instantly focused on the seemingly ordinary carriage. Meng Yushua's identity was too dazzling, like a bright moon in the night sky, impossible to hide. And Chu Xian had no intention of hiding either. He was determined to walk into this den of lions and tigers with his head held high, using himself as bait. Under the gaze of everyone present. The sword phoenix of Jiangnan, Mu Rongshua, the peerless beauty who has captivated all of Jiangnan, sits quietly beside a young man in a black robe. The impact of this scene was more shocking than any announcement. The news of Prince Chu Xian's arrival in Jinling swept through the city like a hurricane. Just as the crowd fell into a momentary silence of shock, with the streets nearly blocked, a series of urgent, rhythmic horse hooves grew louder from the distance, swiftly parting the crowd. A group of elite Jinling city guards, clad in gleaming armor and exuding a fierce aura, surrounded a middle-aged man dressed in a purple official robe, wearing a black hat, and sporting a stern expression, as they charged forward. The crowd scattered to make way. It's Lord Wei. The city lord has arrived in person. The man was none other than Wei Hong, the city lord of Jinling City. He dismounted swiftly and gracefully, then hurried to the carriage of Chu Xian. Ignoring the dust on the ground, he bowed deeply toward the carriage. His voice was loud and clear, filled with utmost respect. This humble official is Wei Hong, the city lord of Jinling City, paying respects to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. We were unaware of your highness's arrival and failed to greet you properly. We deserve 1,000 deaths. The city guards behind him knelt on one knee in unison, the clanging of armor echoing throughout the area. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. The sound shook the entire street. This act of kneeling and bowing was like a thunderclap. It completely confirmed Chu Xian's identity. It also silenced the lingering doubts of those around him. In their place came an even more deathly silence, filled with reverence and the sound of countless people gasping in shock. Chu Xian sat upright inside the carriage. His gaze calmly swept over Wei Hong, who was bowing respectfully outside the carriage. Divine Eye operated silently. The patterns of true qi flowing within Wei Hong's body, the faint trace of tension and calculation hidden deep within his eyes. And the faint, almost imperceptible scent of a unique perfume belonging to an important advisor of Prince Chu Jing, the third prince, clinging to his body. All of it fell into Chu Xian's eyes. Oof. Third brother's way of welcoming guests is indeed thorough. Chu Xian sneered inwardly, but his expression remained calm. Lord Wei, there is no need for such formalities. Chu Xian's voice drifted through the curtain, calm and unruffled. Your Highness is too kind to me. Wei Hong hurriedly bowed again, his face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Your Highness has just arrived in Jinling. I have already arranged accommodations for you. It is the most serene and elegant Tingqiao courtyard in the city, built by the river with breathtaking views, and secluded and safe, ensuring it will not disturb your Highness's seclusion. He paused for a moment before adding, the hero's gathering is imminent, and the city is teeming with all manner of people. I dare to request that your Highness graciously move to the villa, so that I may fulfill my duties as your host and ensure your safety. The words were sincere and the reasons were well-founded. It seemed as though he was truly concerned only for Chu Xian's safety and peace of mind. Through the car curtain, Chu Xian's gaze seemed to pierce through Wei Hong's official robe, seeing the invisible hand behind him. The icy curve of his lips grew even deeper. Lord Wei has been thoughtful. Chu Xian's voice remained calm. Since that is the case, then, lead the way. Yes. Your Highness, please follow me. Wei Hong's smile grew even broader as he quickly mounted his horse and led the way ahead. The city guards swiftly parted the crowd, clearing a wide path. Fu Bo cracked his whip, and the carriage, under the gaze of countless complex eyes, followed Wei Hong and the city guards, rolling over the heading toward the meticulously arranged, listening to the tide villa. Meng Yushui peered through the carriage window, watching the crowd on either side of the street retreat like a receding tide, their expressions complex. She looked at Wei Hong's seemingly respectful back ahead, and the cold, snake-like glances lurking behind the windows of the buildings in the distance. A fleeting expression of gravity flashed in her cold, clear eyes. This city of Jinling was indeed a den of danger, a lair of dragons and tigers. However, when the corner of her eye caught sight of Chu Xian beside her, his eyes closed in meditation, his expression serene as if everything were under his control. The unease in her heart oddly began to subside slowly. As if, as long as he was there, no matter how fierce the storm, it would be no more than a ripple in the palm of his hand. Chapter 27, Listening to the Tide Courtyard, Heavenly Net. The bustling and vibrant city of Jinling, an ancient capital of 6 dynasties, gradually faded into the distance as the carriage turned onto a quiet riverside path. The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, emitting a crisp, rhythmic clatter. The river breeze carried a hint of moisture, dispersing the smoky aroma of the city and bringing a touch of coolness and tranquility. Your Highness, the listening to the tide villa prepared for you is just ahead. Wei Hong, the ruler of Jinling City, rode at the front of the procession, reining in his horse and turning back with a face brimming with almost fawning smiles. He pointed to a mansion hidden behind dense bamboo groves and tall walls, his voice loud and full of self-praise. This place was once the secluded retreat of a great scholar from the previous dynasty. Backed by Qixia Mountain and facing the vast Yangtze River, its location is unparalleled, and the scenery is breathtaking. Most importantly, it is far removed from the bustling city, quiet and secluded, making it the perfect place for His Highness, who appreciates peace and tranquility, to stay. I have personally dispatched a large contingent of troops to clear the area within a 5-mile radius of the estate, ensuring that no unauthorized individuals will disturb Your Highness's enjoyment. As Wei Hong spoke, he glanced sideways at the plain, unadorned black wooden carriage. His posture was humble to the extreme, as if he were the most loyal and devoted servant. However, beneath his overly enthusiastic smile, a fleeting glimpse of cold calculation, as swift as a snake striking, flashed deep in his eyes. The curtain of the carriage stirred slightly. Xu Xian's calm voice drifted out from within. Lord Wei, you've gone to great lengths. Hearing this lukewarm compliment, Wei Hong felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. It's done. This so-called ninth prince, who had supposedly gone mad from spending too much time in the Imperial tomb, was indeed exactly as the third prince had predicted, a good-for-nothing fool who knew nothing but pleasure and had no ambition. He hurriedly bowed again, smiling even more brightly. Serving the prince is my duty. Please, Your Highness. He dismounted himself, made a gesture of invitation, and led the procession slowly toward the ancient, weathered red-lacquered gates of the secluded courtyard. The procession came to a halt before the gate. Fu Bo lifted the curtain, and Xu Xian stepped out slowly. Dressed in a simple plain-colored brocade robe, he could not hide the innate, bone-deep nobility that was part of his very being. Meng Yushui also dismounted, dressed in a moon-white, form-fitting outfit, her figure graceful and poised. Her cold gaze swept over the courtyard before her, like a drawn sword. Xu Xian and his entourage, led by Wei Hong, entered the villa named Listening to the Tide. Upon entering, they were greeted by the typical scenery of a Jiangnan garden. A massive Taihu stone rockery stood before them, with trickling water flowing around it and into a clear pond. A small, 9-turn stone bridge spans the pond, connecting the pavilions and towers on the opposite shore. The courtyard was adorned with exotic flowers and plants, bamboo groves, and green trees, arranged in a harmonious and orderly manner. The air is filled with the faint scent of flowers and the mist from the water, creating a refreshing and invigorating atmosphere. What a serene and elegant place! Fu Bo couldn't help but praise sincerely. Your Highness, look at the flowing water and the pavilions and towers, it truly resembles a paradise on earth. Wei Hong listened, his smile growing broader. He bowed his head, acting like the most professional tour guide, describing every scenic spot to Xu Xian. Your Highness may not know, but every stone and every tree here was personally supervised by me as I oversaw the craftsman's work, ensuring every detail was perfect, so that Your Highness would feel at home. He pointed to a gardener nearby who was carefully trimming flowers and plants, and smiled. Even the servants in this courtyard were carefully selected by me from the city. Each of them is hardworking and clever, ensuring that not a single mistake will be made. Xu Xian followed his gaze. He smiled slightly and nodded, seeming quite satisfied with Wei Hong's arrangements. Lord Wei has gone to great lengths. However, just as he nodded, the divine eye had already activated silently. Boom! The world before his eyes instantly stripped away all its warm and tender facades, revealing its most true and hideous form. The picturesque Jiangnan garden transformed in an instant into a terrifying prison filled with deadly traps and a web of deadly nets. Array patterns! Under Xu Xian's gaze, the seemingly random cobblestone paths on the ground were densely engraved with countless runes finer than hair, emitting a faint red glow. These runes were interconnected, forming a massive array diagram covering the entire courtyard. This was no ordinary decorative pattern, it was the most elite dragon-binding earth-sealing array. Once activated, it could trap even a master. It could also completely block all information from entering or escaping. The intricate carvings on the columns are hollow inside, each containing a metal array needle as thin as a strand of hair. Each array needle corresponds to a monitoring node. Any true energy fluctuations exceeding the condensation realm within the courtyard are instantly detected and transmitted to the array's central hub. The clear water at the bottom of the pond, seemingly swaying with the current, is actually woven from a special type of sensory crystal. Anyone attempting to escape underwater or use large-scale water-based cultivation techniques will immediately trigger an alarm. Hidden pillar disguise. The gardener, who appears to be carefully pruning the flowers and plants, is bent over with a focused expression. But under Xu Xian's divine insight, the seemingly ordinary temple on his head was slightly bulging. This is a sign that his internal qi cultivation has reached an extremely high level, with qi and blood surging, about to erupt outward. The true qi circulating within his body is condensed and violent, clearly marking him as a third-rank martial artist of exceptional skill. The scissors he uses to trim the flower branches emit a cold glow far surpassing that of ordinary iron. Not far away, the maid playing the zither in the pavilion had slender fingers and an elegant posture. Yet Chu Xian could clearly see that the tips of her seemingly delicate fingers were covered with a layer of extremely thin, callous skin, worn from years of gripping a sword hilt. As she plucked the strings, every twist of her wrist carried the unique power technique of military swordplay. Her aura was subdued, yet like a poisoned blade hidden in its scabbard, ready to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. What caught Chu Xian's attention most was the withered old servant leaning against the artificial hill by the pond, wearing a straw hat, as if dozing off. His clothes were ragged, his breath faint, and he looked like an ordinary old man on the brink of death. However, under his insightful heavenly eye, every breath the old servant took was long, dense, and deep, like the currents of the deep sea. The true energy within his body was like a dormant volcano, seemingly dormant yet harboring terrifying power capable of incinerating mountains in boiling seas. This was none other than a second-rank master of unimaginable prowess. Just one more step, and he would have reached the threshold of a first-rank master. These so-called gardeners, maids, and old servants all carried the same chilling aura, shrouded by a special secret technique yet still impossible to completely erase, like the shadow of a cold presence. The most elite assassin organization under the command of the third prince Chu Jing, the Shadow Guards. Traces of poison. Wei Hongzhang, with a forced smile on his face, took a tray of freshly brewed fragrant tea from a maid and personally served it to Chu Xian. Your Highness, this is a speciality of Jinling, rain before the dragon well tea, brewed with spring water from the summit of Qixia Mountain. It is most refreshing and invigorating. Please enjoy. The tea set was made of fine white jade, translucent and radiating an enticing aroma of tea. However, in Chu Xian's eyes, there was a layer of colorless, odorless, and extremely fine powder clinging to the rim of the white jade teacup, completely invisible to the naked eye. Divine insight instantly analyzed its composition. Chronic paralysis powder. An extremely toxic ancient formula. This toxin is colorless and odorless, dissolving instantly upon contact with water. Upon first ingestion, it causes no noticeable symptoms and may even give the victim a temporary burst of energy. However, its potency acts like maggots burrowing into bones, silently infiltrating the martial artist's meridians and gradually paralyzing and eroding the flow of true energy. After 3 cups, even a grandmaster would find their true energy stagnant, unable to unleash even 10% of their full power, reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. A net of heaven and earth. Death lurks everywhere. This seemingly serene and elegant listening to the Tide Villa is, in reality, a meticulously prepared, inescapable death trap for Chu Xian. Wei Hong is gambling. He's betting that Chu Xian is nothing more than an arrogant, pampered fool. He was right. At least, on the surface. Chu Xian looked at everything before him, his smile growing warmer. He seemed completely unaware of anything unusual, reaching out to take the teacup Wei Hong offered him. Fine tea. He even brought it to his nose to inhale the aroma, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. The fragrance is refreshing and invigorating. Holding the teacup, he surveyed the garden around him, where every step revealed a new scene and every corner held hidden dangers, and sincerely praised. Lord Wei has truly gone to great lengths. This place is very much to my liking. It is my honor to have found such a place that suits your highness's tastes. It is truly my honor. Wei Hong saw that Chu Xian had been so easily lured into the trap, even taking the teacup, and the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished. He was so excited he almost laughed out loud, quickly bowing again as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead from the excitement. It's done. The third prince's grand plan was now 90% complete. As long as this 9th prince drinks the 3 cups of poison tea, I will be the one with the greatest merit. At that point, not even the lord of Jinling City would be out of reach. Being granted a marquisate or becoming a chancellor would be within reach. By his side, Mu Rongshui, though lacking Chu Xian's all-seeing divine insight, possessed the keen intuition of a master swordsman. This instinctive sense made her feel an inexplicable, soul-crushing oppression and unease. She felt as though countless cold, malevolent gazes were staring at them from every invisible corner. The air seemed to be filled with an intangible, spider-web-like viscous intent to kill. She furrowed her delicate brows and, without a sound, placed her hand gently on the hilt of her autumn water sword at her waist. The cold touch of the sword hilt calmed her restless heart slightly. She scanned her surroundings warily, trying to pinpoint the source of the unease. Just then, a gaze that only she could understand came from Chu Xian beside her. That gaze was calm, deep, and tinged with a hint of amusement, as if it were saying, "Relax, don't be nervous. Enjoy the show, the one we've carefully prepared for us." Boom! Mon Yushui's heart trembled violently. She instantly understood the meaning behind Chu Xian's gaze. Her body, which had been tense in an instant, felt as though all its strength had been drained away, only to be replaced in the blink of an eye by a completely different kind of composure. So, he had known all along. He knew that everything here was a trap. He knew that those so-called servants were all top-notch assassins. He knew the tea was poisoned. And yet, he remained so calm and composed, even with a hint of amusement, as if watching a play. Mu Rongshui's heart was engulfed in a storm of shock. This man, his character, his depth, his courage, how deep did they truly go? After understanding everything, the vigilance and tension in her heart instantly transformed into a strange, odd sensation tinged with excitement and anticipation. She no longer gripped the sword hilt tightly. Her tense body relaxed completely. She even mimicked Chu Xian's expression, her face adorned with a subtle, innocent curiosity and delight, as if she were an unworldly young lady. She walked to the edge of the pond, pointed at the koi fish swimming in the water, and turned to Chu Xian with a charming smile. "Husband, look. The fish here are so beautiful." That smile was bright and charming, innocent and pure. It was perfectly coordinated. The unspoken understanding between the two was once again elevated in this moment, through their silent gaze and harmonious coordination. Wei Hong watched this golden couple enjoying the scenery, sipping tea, and flirting with each other in his deadly trap, completely unaware of the danger. His contempt and arrogance reached their peak. Fool! He was indeed nothing more than a good-for-nothing who took a beautiful woman sightseeing. Apart from his good looks and princely status, he was utterly worthless. He stood by respectfully, already scheming in his mind about how he would report to the third prince and claim his reward once he had captured Chu Xian. At the same time, Jinling City, a heavily guarded secret hideout. In the study, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. The third prince Chu Jing, dressed in luxurious purple brocade, sat leisurely before a chessboard, slowly placing a black piece on the board. Across from him, there was no one else. He was playing against himself. A shadow guard leader, dressed in black, form-fitting knight attire and wearing a bronze mask, appeared silently in the center of the study like a ghost, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness." The shadow guard leader's voice was hoarse and icy, devoid of any emotion. "The target has entered the Tingqiao Villa. The Jiulong Suadi Division has been silently activated. The courtyard is now surrounded by an impenetrable net, leaving no room for escape. Wei Hong has already presented the soul-devouring powder. The target is unaware and is currently enjoying the scenery and tea with Mu Rongshui, laughing and chatting cheerfully." The leader of the shadow guards paused, his tone tinged with unmasked contempt. Based on the real-time footage transmitted from the front lines, this individual, his lack of vigilance far exceeds our estimates. Perhaps he is truly a worthless fool. Chu Jing paused, his fingers lingering on the chess piece. He slowly raised his head, revealing a face that bore a faint resemblance to Chu Xian's, yet was far more ruthless. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smug, cold, and cruel smile. "A worthless fool?" He slammed the black piece he held in his hand onto the chessboard with a loud thud, instantly capturing a large area representing the white pieces. "Then let him die the most miserable death possible at the height of his joy. This grand performance of mine should also come to an end." Chapter 28, The Silent Realm, Pawns in the Palm of a Hand. Night had grown deep. Jinling City had shed its daytime bustle and fallen into a deep slumber. Only the painted boats on the Qinhuai River remained lit, their light shining brightly, and the sound of debauchery drifting through the air, adding a touch of luxury and ambiguity to the ancient city's night. The listening to the tide courtyard. This mansion, meticulously transformed into a deadly prison, now lay shrouded in utter silence. The shadow guards who had disguised themselves as gardeners and maids during the day had already withdrawn, replaced by a group of genuine servants personally arranged by the city lord Wei Hong. The outer perimeter of the courtyard is guarded by elite troops of the Jinling City Guard, with sentries stationed every few steps, leaving no room for escape. "Everyone, stay alert." A captain of the city guard whispered harshly to his subordinates. "Tonight is a critical moment. The people from the Third Princess camp are about to carry out their mission. Our task is to secure the perimeter, not a single fly can escape. Sir, you can count on us." A young soldier rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of white vapor, and smiled. "That ninth prince inside is said to be nothing but a good-for-nothing fool. Our city lord lured him into this prison with just a few words. He is probably still enjoying himself with that Mu Rongxianzi right now." "Exactly. During the day, he looked so pampered and spoiled. I could see him from a distance. He didn't look like a skilled fighter at all. Ah, what a pity for that Mu Rongxianzi. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. After tonight, she'll probably have to live as a widow. Shoo! What nonsense are you spouting? Watch your tongue." The captain glared at them but couldn't help curling his lips into a sneer. Clearly, he didn't believe either that the worthless prince who had spent 10 years in the Imperial tomb could stir up any trouble. In the depths of the courtyard. In the main bedroom, the candles had long since been extinguished, leaving only the moonlight streaming through the window panes, casting mottled shadows on the floor. In the inner chamber, Chu Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed tightly, breathing slowly and deeply. His entire being seemed to merge with the deep night, his breath faint and almost imperceptible, like a lifeless jade sculpture, calmly in meditation. In the outer room, separated by a single curtain, Manga Shui, dressed in a plain white gown, sat quietly on a soft couch. She was not sleeping. The autumn water sword lay across her knees, its cold scabbard keeping her alert at all times. She knew that this night would not be peaceful. That seemingly respectful and fawning city Lord Wei Hong, that perilous listening to the Tide Villa, that cup of poison tea accidentally spilled by Chu Xian. All of this signaled that the third Prince Chu Jing's patience had reached its limit. The true decisive move was about to unfold tonight. Yet, there was not a trace of tension in her heart, only a strange, bittersweet calm mingled with anticipation and trust. She trusts the man behind her. The man who could quell the chaos at Tianjian Mountain Villa with a flick of his fingers, and who could casually produce the legendary divine pill. She was eager to see what astonishing and unconventional methods he would employ tonight to break free from this deadly trap set for him. Time flows slowly in the stillness. Midnight had passed. The night was as dark as ink that couldn't be dissolved. Suddenly, a faint sound, as delicate as willow catkins settling to the ground, echoed simultaneously from 3 different directions. "They're here." Meng Yushue's pupils contracted sharply, and her hand gripping the sword hilt tightened instinctively. 3 blurry black figures, like ghostly apparitions blending into the night, silently scaled the high walls of the courtyard and landed within the courtyard. Immediately afterward, 6 more figures emerged like mercury spilling from a container, sliding silently out from the rooftops, behind the artificial hills, and from the shadows of the bamboo grove. 3 teams, 9 people. They wore specially made black night cloaks, made of a unique material that absorbed light to the maximum extent and even blocked some spiritual perception. Their faces were covered with cold bronze masks. Their movements were utterly silent, even their breathing seemed perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the night wind. Landing, stealthily moving, spreading out, encircling. Every movement was precise, efficient, and brimming with deadly professionalism. They communicated without words, relying solely on a few extremely subtle hand signals to complete their tactical arrangements, working together seamlessly. The leader of the elite squad, codenamed Shadow 3, was the commander of this elite unit. His gaze was as cold as ice, piercing through the slits in his mask to fixate on the master bedroom illuminated by the faint moonlight. He could clearly sense a powerful aura belonging to a first-rank master, vigilantly guarding the area outside. That was Mu Rongshui. Inside the inner chamber, another aura was more chaotic and unstable, though it had also reached the realm. Its foundation was unstable, far from the terrifying reputation it had earned. Just a pretender. Ing San sneered inwardly. The intelligence on the third prince was spot on. This 9th prince might indeed have had some extraordinary encounters, but his own cultivation was definitely not that high. He made a hand signal. Clear the perimeter, severely wound the target, leave survivors, and probe their true capabilities. That was their mission for the night. It's not a kill order. It is a test. The third prince is naturally suspicious. Without fully understanding Xian's true capabilities, he would never risk his life lightly. However, capturing him alive or severely wounding him to force out any potential guardians behind him is an absolute must. Instantly, 9 shadow guards moved. 3 shadow guards darted outward like ghosts, silently firing poison-tipped needles from their hands, aiming for the major acupoints on Mu Rongshue's body, intending to paralyze her movements in an instant. The remaining 6 bypassed the outer area, like hunting leopards, entering the inner chamber simultaneously from 6 different angles through windows, rooftops, and doors. Sword flashes, dagger shadows, poisonous mist. 6 different lethal techniques, silent yet ruthless, descended from all directions, enveloping the figure still seated in meditation on the bed. Their coordination was flawless. Their timing was impeccable. In their eyes, even a true first-rank grandmaster would have no chance of survival against such a meticulously planned thunderous assassination. However, just as they stepped into the room, at the very moment their bodies entered the 3 zhang radius centered on Chu Xian, a sudden change occurred. There was no earth-shattering roar, no energy explosion that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Only a muffled hum, as if emanating from the deepest recesses of the soul. The entire world, in that instant, seemed to be pressed into pause by an invisible, divine hand from the heavens above. The air froze instantly. No longer a flowing gas, it had transformed into an absolute solid, more viscous than mercury and harder than ice, frozen for 10,000 years. The 3 shadow guards who had lunged toward Mu Rongshui saw their poisonous needles, which had been just a foot away from her, collide with an invisible wall of sighing energy, coming to an abrupt halt mid-air. Their charging bodies remained frozen in mid-air, frozen in their attacking positions. The 6 shadow guards who had burst into the inner chamber fared even worse. The blades in their hands froze mid-swing. The poisonous mist about to erupt from their fingertips froze solid. The hand gestures mid-seal froze in place. The savage, cold, and relentless intent to kill on their faces were frozen like sculptures, forever etched in stone. 9 people. 9 lifelike statues. They were frozen in an extremely bizarre, defying all laws of physics, posture within this small courtyard and room. Not even a single eyelid could flicker. Even the beating of their hearts had been forcibly stopped by that overwhelming power. However, what is 10,000 times more terrifying than being physically restrained is, their minds were crystal clear. They clearly felt the boundless terror akin to the collapse of the heavens and the universe. clearly seeing themselves like insects trapped in amber, being toyed with at will, unable to resist even the slightest bit. What kind of despair is that? It is a complete breakdown stemming from the deepest recesses of the soul, facing the absolute gap between gods and ants. Their hearts were screaming, roaring, and begging for mercy. But not even the faintest breath could escape their throats. Fear. Endless fear. Like icy seawater, it instantly engulfed their minds. What kind of power is this? A domain? No. They had once witnessed the first-rank grandmaster in attendance to the third prince unleash his domain. Though powerful, it was absolutely impossible to achieve such complete silence, such absolute, overwhelming confinement. This is no longer a domain. This is the divine authority of words becoming law. This is the miracle of creation and destruction, the divine miracle. They finally realized that what they were facing was not some useless prince, but a being, beyond their wildest imagination, a primordial god-demon cloaked in human form. Inside the room, Xu Xian had not opened his eyes once since the beginning. He sat cross-legged, his expression serene. Not even a single fingertip had twitched. It seemed as though everything happening outside had nothing to do with him. However, his vast spiritual energy, as boundless as the sea and as vast as the stars, had already transformed into 9 invisible probes, effortlessly piercing through the fragile mental defenses of the 9 shadow guards, like keys unlocking a door, directly penetrating into the deepest recesses of their minds. Hum. 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 The minds of the 9 shadow guards instantly plunged into complete darkness. Their memories, their identities, their missions, their martial arts techniques, their loyalty to the third prince Chu Jing, were like items on a shelf, being freely flipped through and read by Chu Xian's mental energy. Shadow guards, belonging to the third prince Chu Jing's personal guard, the Xin Jiaowei, with the highest commander being Ying Yi, and the task leader being Ying San. Mission objective: probe the true strength of the 9th prince Chu Xian, expose the forces behind him, and capture him alive or severely wound him. Follow-up plan: if the target is too weak, the second contingent of 20 shadow guards stationed outside the villa, along with 300 elite soldiers under the command of Jinling City Lord Wei Hong, will launch a surprise attack and eliminate him completely. The third prince Chu Jing is currently stationed at the top floor of the Juxian Tower in Jinling City, remotely commanding operations and awaiting results. His true objective is not only to eliminate me as a threat, but more importantly, to obtain the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant hidden within Jinling City. Countless streams of information were swiftly processed and fully grasped by Chu Xian. He even traced the memory patterns of these shadow guards, gaining a general understanding of the third prince Chu Jing's personality, methods, and some of his deeper plans. So that's how it is. Chu Xian understood everything. Immediately, his boundless spiritual energy stirred slightly. Like the most skilled painter, he used a brush dipped in white paint to gently stroke the canvas. In an instant, the memories of the 9 shadow guards regarding the recent incident being controlled by the domain and having their memories read were completely erased from their minds, eradicated at the very source. It was as though that period of time had never existed at all. Immediately afterward, Chu Xian, like the most skilled screenwriter, began implanting a meticulously fabricated, entirely new true memory into their blank mental canvases. A scene of intense, brutal, yet logically plausible false battle began to unfold wildly in the minds of the 9 shadow guards. Memory sequence. We had just infiltrated the courtyard and hadn't even approached the main bedroom. At least 5 ghostly figures suddenly emerged from the shadows of the courtyard. Their movements were bizarre, their aura powerful. Every one of them was a genuine innate level expert. Even stronger than the elite among the shadow guards. Their coordination was flawless, as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times, instantly forming a deadly formation that trapped the 9 of us. They're Imperial guards. Their techniques carry the shadow of the Imperial family's secret martial arts. They're the top-tier experts sent by the Emperor to protect the 9th prince. We fought desperately, but we were forced back step by step. Their killing formation was too terrifying. We couldn't break through at all. Just as we were about to be completely annihilated, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. The 9th prince Chu Xian was awakened by the sounds of battle outside. He peeked out of the room. His face showed no trace of a master's composure, only endless terror and panic. His face was as white as paper, and his legs were trembling. When he saw us, he screamed in terror and scrambled back into the room, hiding behind Mu Rongxue, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, nothing but a coward. A complete and utter waste of space. We were ultimately no match for them and were severely injured by the joint attack of those Imperial guards, losing consciousness instantly. This memory is intense, realistic, and filled with details, making it highly logical. It perfectly explains why their mission failed and why they suffered such severe injuries. More importantly, it portrays the image that Chu Xian wants the third prince Chu Jing to see. A weak and cowardly prince who relies entirely on the Emperor's elite guards for protection. Enough. Chu Xian murmured the 2 words softly in his heart. His divine consciousness stirred slightly. Hum. The invisible domain that had been restraining the heavens and earth instantly dissipated. The 9 shadow guards suspended mid-air suddenly regained control of their bodies. However, the implanted memory of a grueling battle in their minds caused them to instantly feel excruciating pain coursing through their meridians. Ugh! The 9 let out a muffled groan in unison. Immediately, it felt as though they had been struck by 9 invisible whips. Their bodies, completely beyond their control, flew through the courtyard and rooms like 9. They traced beautiful parabolas through the air, soaring over the high walls of the adjacent courtyard. Bang! 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 Finally, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, they landed one after another, with pinpoint accuracy, in front of the second wave of shadow guards stationed outside the courtyard to receive them. One after another, they lay there, breathing heavily, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their eyes rolling back, all fainting simultaneously. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. It was as though the 9 elite assassins who had appeared earlier, as ghostly as they were, had never been there at all. Outside, Manhwa remained frozen in place, her sword drawn. She had clearly seen 3 black shadows rushing toward her, and even caught a glimpse of the poisonous needles flickering with a blue glow. But the next moment, those 3 black shadows vanished in an eerie manner. Then, she heard several faint muffled groans coming from the inner chamber. And then, nothing. She didn't even feel the slightest aftereffect of a collision of true energy. Come in. Chu Xian's calm voice echoed from the inner chamber. Manhwa took a deep breath, sheathed her sword, and with a heart filled with shock and confusion, she took delicate steps and entered the inner chamber. The room was empty. Only Chu Xian remained, still seated cross-legged on the bed, slowly opening his eyes. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, calm and still, without a single ripple. Where is everyone? Mu Rongshui couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling slightly. She simply couldn't comprehend how the 9 assassins with such powerful auras had vanished without a sound. They've left. Chu Xian said indifferently. He stood up from the bed, walked to the window, opened it, and looked out into the dark night. Gone? Mu Rongshui was even more confused. Why did they leave? Did you do something? She voiced her greatest doubt. She hadn't sensed any signs of a fight. Chu Xian smiled, and his smile, bathed in moonlight, seemed enigmatic and profound. He turned his head, looking at Mu Rongshui's stunningly beautiful face filled with confusion, and spoke slowly, his voice calm yet seeming to contain some profound truth about the world. Mao Rongshui, remember this. The dead have no value. They cannot speak, think, or tell stories. His gaze grew intense, as if piercing through the endless night to see the third prince, who was anxiously awaiting news thousands of miles away. Only the living losers can return to their masters, bearing the scars of their wounds and the terror etched on their faces. Then, they must tell the story I want them to believe, word for word, with all the emotion and detail. Tell their masters. Chapter 29, Xinhui Night Painting, The 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Demon. That night at the listening to the tide courtyard ended in silence. The humiliating defeat and unconsciousness of the 9 top-tier shadow guards were like boulders dropped into a deep pool, stirring up unstoppable waves beneath the surface of Jinling City. Within the secret hideout of the third prince Chu Jing, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Useless. All of you are useless. A priceless blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to pieces on the ground. Chu Jing's face was so dark it seemed like rain was about to pour out of it, his eyes blazing with rage and a hint of surprise that even he hadn't noticed. 5 Imperial guards? Personal bodyguards? He ground the words out between clenched teeth, repeating the intelligence he had obtained from the surviving shadow guard captain. My father actually values this worthless trash so highly that he would dispatch forces of this caliber to protect him? This outcome completely caught him off guard and completely disrupted all his subsequent plans. He dared not act rashly. If he launched a direct assault and drew out those 5 mysterious Imperial guards, not only would his side suffer heavy losses, but it would also be equivalent to openly defying his father, which would be a devastating blow to his plans to seize the throne. Your Highness, please calm down. A advisor hurriedly interjected, this matter may not be entirely bad. At least, we've uncovered the 9th prince's true colors. He is nothing but a puppet, relying entirely on his father's protection. As long as we don't touch him, those attendants won't act on their own. We can take our time and plan carefully. Let's get that dragon vein jade pendant first. Chu Jing took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the rage boiling within him. Issue the order. Everyone stand down. Keep a close watch on the Tingqiao Villa, but do not provoke them in any way. Additionally, the Jiangnan Heroes Gathering will proceed as scheduled. I'll see for myself what kind of waves this worthless son of the late emperor, Chu Xian, can stir up in Jinling City. For several days in a row, the Tingqiao Villa remained eerily quiet. It was as if the assassination attempt from that night had never occurred. Wei Hong continued to come daily to pay his respects, bringing various rare trinkets and delicacies, his smile even more humble and respectful than before. Chu Xian, on the other hand, was enjoying his leisure. Each day, he either spent his time in the courtyard instructing Meng Yuxue in sword techniques or reclining on a lounge chair with his eyes closed, as if he were truly just a wealthy prince here to enjoy the scenery. That evening, The setting sun bathed the river in an intoxicating orange-red glow. Husband, are we going to stay here in this secluded courtyard forever? Manya Shui poured Chu Xian a cup of fresh tea, her cool voice tinged with a hint of unnoticeable doubt. She couldn't believe that someone like Chu Xian would willingly be trapped in this place, which was called a villa but was really a prison. Chu Xian opened his eyes, took the teacup, and blew gently on it. He looked out the window at the dazzling sunset and curved his lips into a playful smile. The scenery of Jinling is unmatched under heaven. The night view of the Qinhuai River is renowned as the Six Dynasties' land of gold and powder, famous far and wide. He set down the teacup, stood up, and stretched lazily. Since we're here, wouldn't it be a shame to miss out on such a beautiful scene? Let us go for a walk. Manya Shui paused for a moment, then a flash of understanding and brightness crossed her eyes. She knew that this enigmatic husband was finally about to break the deadlock. As night fell and the lanterns began to glow, the Qinhuai River, the mother river of Jinling City, fully revealed its enchanting beauty in the night. Along both banks of the river, taverns, teahouses, brothels, and thatched cottages stood side by side, each hanging large red lanterns. Thousands of lanterns reflected in the rippling water, shimmering and dazzling, resembling a brilliant Milky Way woven from stars and flames. On the river, various painted boats and pleasure craft glide back and forth, the sounds of stringed instruments and flutes filling the air, mingling with the recitations of literati and the laughter of beautiful women, creating a symphony of opulence and decadence. My goodness! Look at that boat! Isn't that the famed Tianjian pavilion on the Qinhuai River? It really is the Tianjian pavilion. Look at the Su lantern hanging from the bow. It must be the painted boat of the renowned Su Xiaoxiao. I heard that to board the Tianjian pavilion, money alone isn't enough, you must also have talent. Without a decent poem or verse, you won't even be allowed to set foot on the boat. Not just that. Su Xiaoxiao charges 1,000 gold pieces for a single song, and she only sells her art, not herself. Countless noblemen and martial artists have spent a fortune just to catch a glimpse of her, yet few have succeeded. Along the shore, countless onlookers pointed and whispered at a massive, lavishly decorated painted boat slowly gliding toward them, their eyes brimming with envy and longing. The painted boat was crafted entirely from premium golden cypress wood, divided into 3 levels, with intricately carved beams and pillars, and upturned eaves, every detail exuding the pinnacle of luxury and elegance. At the bow, a stunningly beautiful woman in a white silk gown stood gracefully by the railing, holding an ancient-looking 7-stringed zither in her arms. Her face was veiled by a thin veil, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water and as cold as stars. As her gaze flickered, it seemed as though she could steal one's soul. A gentle breeze rustles her skirt and hair, adding a touch of ethereal grace. She was none other than Su Xiaoxiao, renowned as the first lady of talent of the Qinhuai River and the music fairy. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, a seemingly ordinary small boat glided slowly downstream, stopping precisely beside the Tianjian pavilion. On the boat, there were 2 people. A man and a woman. The man wore a plain-colored brocaded robe, stood with his hands behind his back, his face handsome and his demeanor distinguished. The woman wore a moon-white long dress, cold and ethereal like a fairy, her beauty beyond compare. They were none other than Chu Xian and Mu Rongshui. This boat is reserved for me. Chu Xian's gaze fell upon the Tianjian pavilion, his voice calm yet clear, echoing in the ears of everyone on the painted boat. The music on the painted boat paused briefly. Su Xiaoxiao at the bow of the boat flashed a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes before turning to look at Chu Xian. A maid in charge of reception immediately swayed her hips as she stepped forward, her face adorned with a professional smile, yet exuding an air of arrogance that kept others at a distance. Sir, I apologize. The Tianjian pavilion only accommodates refined gentlemen. Wait. Before she could finish, Fubo had already tossed a token from another small boat following behind, gently tossing it over. The token was made entirely of purple gold, with a dragon and phoenix-style Chu character on the front and a 4-clawed coiled dragon on the back, symbolizing the status of a prince. The matron's face turned pale. With a thud, she knelt on the deck, her voice trembling. No. I did not know that His Royal Highness the 9th Prince had graced us with his presence. This servant is blind and unworthy. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The painted boat fell into complete silence. The 9th Prince? Chu Xian. That mysterious figure said to have subdued the Tianjian mountain villa with a single finger and struck fear into the hearts of all in Jiangnan? Su Xiao's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with shock and awe. Her body stiffened slightly before regaining her composure. She bowed gracefully in Chu Xian's direction, her voice soft and seductive. I did not know your highness had arrived. I failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. Chu Xian paid them no mind. He lightly touched the tip of his foot on the small boat. His figure as weightless as a falling leaf, landing silently on the deck of the Tianjian pavilion. Manya Shui followed closely behind, her figure graceful and ethereal, like a celestial being. Ding! The moment Chu Xian's feet touched the deck of the Tianjian pavilion, a cold and familiar mechanical alert sounded in his mind. Host has arrived at special check-in location, Tianjian pavilion imbued with profound musical rhythms and Taoist essence. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mythical tier reward, 9 Heavens Ring Sash Chin Intent. Congratulations! You have obtained the mythical tier reward, the Heavenly Demon's 8 Sounds, Fragments. Boom! 2 utterly distinct yet incredibly powerful streams of information surged into Chu Xian's soul in an instant. One was the noble, grand, elegant, and timeless essence of the true way of the Zither. It seemed to emanate from the heavens above, containing the ultimate truths of the universe, the orbits of the sun, moon, and stars, and the rhythmic patterns of all creation. That was the 9 Heavens Ringing Ornamental Zither Intent, a technique capable of driving any Zither master to madness. The other was completely opposite. Eerie, domineering, and filled with a seductive, demonic essence. It is not merely a melody but a terrifying secret technique that uses sound as a blade and rhythm as a sword to directly attack an opponent's mind, soul, and will. Killing without a trace. It shatters the divine with the touch of a string. It is the long-lost fragment of the supreme technique for mental attack, the Heavenly Demon 8 Sounds from the Heavenly Demon strategy left behind by his mother. One good, one evil, one divine, one demonic. 2 entirely different paths of sound and rhythm within Chu Xian's vast sea of consciousness. Not only did they not clash, but they intertwined like the 2 opposing forces of the Taiji, instantly absorbed and mastered by him. At this moment, he was not merely a grandmaster of the sword arts. He was also the absolute master of the path of sound. Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Su Xiaoxiao, who was holding an ancient zither nearby, her beautiful eyes filled with caution and curiosity. Divine insight activated silently. Su Xiaoxiao's identity information instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Su Xiaoxiao alias. True identity, core member of the Shadow Butterfly organization under the command of the second Prince Chu Xiong, codename Sound Butterfly. Cultivation level, 3rd rank specialty, mental power. Technique, Nini Tianin Ju spiritual seduction technique. Mission, approach and probe the 9th Prince Chu Xian to ascertain his true strength and the forces behind him. One of my older brother's men. Chu Xian understood immediately, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. Su Xiaoxiao, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. He walked to the main seat at the bow of the boat and sat down, his posture relaxed, as if this were his natural place. I've heard that your songs are worth 1,000 gold pieces. Today, I'd like to hear one. Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, forcing down the shock and anxiety in her heart. She knew that tonight was her best chance to complete the second prince's mission. It is my honor to play the zither for your highness. She bowed gracefully once more, then sat down across from Chu Xian, placing the ancient zither across her knees. Her delicate hands gently lifted the strings, ready to play. As she plucked the strings, a fleeting, icy sharpness flashed in her eyes. The Nini Tianinju technique quietly activated. Ding! A clear and resonant note rang out, like droplets of water falling onto a jade plate, crisp and pleasant to the ear. The melody was lingering and heartrending, like the whispers of lovers, telling the story of the misty rain and sorrow of Jiangnan. The atmosphere on the painted boat instantly became ambiguous and dreamlike. However, beneath this beautiful melody, an intangible spiritual vibration, imbued with a powerful allure and hypnotic force, spread silently toward Chu Xian's mind like countless invisible threads. This music could stir the deepest desires within one's heart, amplify one's 7 emotions and 6 desires, causing one's mind to sink into oblivion without even realizing it, ultimately revealing all secrets without reservation. Meng Yushui furrowed her brows slightly. Though she knew nothing of music, her master-level spiritual cultivation immediately sensed the eerie nature of the sound. The sound seemed to carry a magical power, causing even her calm and composed sword heart to ripple slightly, and her blood to grow hot and restless. She was about to channel her true qi to resist and warn Chu Xian. But she saw that Chu Xian merely lifted his teacup, took a sip, and maintained his usual calm expression, as if he were completely oblivious to the demonic melody that could unsettle even a master. Su Xiaoxiao saw this and sneered inwardly. Indeed, he was a worthless fool. He couldn't even detect this most basic mental attack. She suddenly increased the force in her fingers. The sound of the qin suddenly changed. From tender and melancholic, it became high-pitched, hypnotic, and filled with a seductive, enchanting power. Countless mental threads instantly coalesced into a vast net, descending fiercely to envelop Chu Xian's mind. She aimed to shatter Chu Xian's mental defenses in one fell swoop. At that critical moment, Chu Xian moved. He didn't even glance at Su Xiaoxiao, who was playing the zither. He simply extended his slender index finger and, with his nail, tapped the rim of the white jade teacup holding the clear tea, doing so with the utmost casualness. Clink! A faint sound echoed. The sound was faint, almost jarring. But it was just that simple sound. Seemed not to strike the teacup but to resonate through the heavens and earth, striking the very string of the Tao that sustains all existence. The sound was clear, ancient, majestic, and grand. Like the divine bell of the heavens being struck. Like the first sound of the Tao at the moment of creation. It contained an undeniable, supreme authority and law. Boom! The enchanting and hallucinatory world of sound created by Su Xiaoxiao using the Nini Tianin Ju. Fragile as a colorful soap bubble. In an instant. With a pop, it was completely pierced, crushed, and obliterated. All spiritual threads snapped one by one. All the enchanting demonic sounds vanish into thin air. Put. Su Xiao was struck as if by lightning. A terrifying force of backlash, indescribable in intensity, surged back through the mental connection between her and the, violently flooding her mind. She felt as though her brain had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. A sweet taste filled her throat. A mouthful of bright red blood couldn't be suppressed, trickling out from the corner of her lips and dripping onto her snow-white robe, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, a sight that was shocking to behold. Her face, shrouded in a veil, instantly lost all color, turning as pale as paper. Clang! 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 The ancient zither before her, worth a fortune, could not withstand the aftereffects of the divine sound, and its strings snapped simultaneously in an instant, emitting a piercing, mournful cry. Su Xiao's body trembled violently as she clutched the broken zither, her eyes filled with endless horror and disbelief. Her pride and joy, the Mimi Tianinju technique that could even make innate experts fall into despair, had been broken by someone simply tapping a teacup with their fingernail? And the opponent hadn't even glanced at her. This wasn't just a crushing defeat. This was the contempt of a deity toward an ant. Who is he? What kind of monster is he? In Su Xiao's heart, the melody-based heart she had built up over the years by controlling others' minds, a heart that was incredibly arrogant, was shattered into pieces by Chu Xian's casual gesture. As the painted boat fell into complete silence and Su Xiao was on the verge of despair, Chu Xian's brows furrowed slightly. He slowly raised his head. His gaze did not linger on the battered Su Xiao on the ground. Instead, his gaze pierced through the pavilion of the painted boat, through the mist-filled night, and locked onto the top floor of the tallest, most magnificent inn across the Qinhuai River, the Wangjianglu. Just moments ago. At the very moment he had shattered Su Xiao's enchanting voice with the 9 heavens ringing bells in zither intent, about to completely control the situation, and even prepare to trace the thread back to its source, infiltrate Su Xiao's consciousness, and probe for more secrets about the second prince. A completely different, icy, arrogant, and eerie aura filled with foreboding surged forth like a venomous snake in the night, silently emerging from the top floor of the Wangjiang pavilion. This divine thought did not directly attack him. Instead, it flashed by in an instant, severing the extremely fragile mental connection between Su Xiao and Chu Xian that had been formed due to the backlash of the musical rhythm. The precision and eeriness of the technique far surpassed Su Xiao's abilities by 100-fold. It even carried a sense of something utterly foreign to the martial arts system of this world, a chilling, deathly stillness that was deeply unsettling. This aura, after completing this action, immediately receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. For the first time, a genuine, icy sharpness flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Within the city of Jinling, besides the pawns his brothers had placed here, there was actually a third-party force, so strange and powerful, hiding here? And it seemed that the other party was also keeping an eye on him? Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. A faint, chilling, and amused smile curled the corners of Chu Xian's lips once more. This chess game in Jinling seems to be more lively than he had anticipated. Chapter 30, The Final Showdown. That night on the Qinhuai River ended with Su Xiao's humiliating retreat and the mysterious divine consciousness on the Wangjiang pavilion quietly disappearing. Chu Xian did not dwell on it, instead leading the pensive Mu Rongxue back to the Tingqiao courtyard under the moonlight. It seemed as though the musical duel filled with hidden danger was nothing more than a trivial diversion during their journey. Over the next 2 days, Jinling City appeared calm on the surface. But beneath the surface, the currents were churning violently. Have you heard? Last night, the 9th prince rented out the Tianjian pavilion, and the music fairy Su Xiao personally played the zither. But halfway through the performance, all 7 strings snapped, and she even coughed up blood on the spot. What? Is that true? Su Xiao's qin skills are already at the pinnacle of mastery, and she even possesses the ability to enchant with her spirit. How could that be possible? It's absolutely true. My cousin was working as a boatman on the Qinhuai River and saw it with his own eyes. Apparently, the 9th prince merely tapped the teacup with his fingernail, and Su Xiao was defeated. Wow! Tapping a teacup? This is even more fantastical than a storyteller's tale. Who exactly is this 9th prince? Not just that. Haven't you noticed? There are so many unfamiliar faces in the city lately, each with prominent temples and a fierce aura. They're clearly seasoned martial artists from the underworld. Exactly. I saw soul-shattering blade Wang Wu and iron sand palm Li Batian at the inn yesterday. Aren't they supposed to be out in the frontier regions? Why are they in Jinling now? You fools! You've forgotten? In 3 days, at the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion, the 3rd prince will host the once-in-a-century Jiangnan Heroes Gathering. These martial arts masters are all here for that. The whispers in the streets flowed like countless streams, all converging on the same name, Prince Chu Xian, the 9th prince, and the upcoming, grand-scale Jiangnan Heroes Gathering. Inside the listening to the tide courtyard, the atmosphere remained as calm as ever. Chu Xian's daily life was so routine it bordered on monotony. In the morning, he would lean against the wisteria trellis in the courtyard, closing his eyes to rest, letting the golden sunlight filter through the leaves and cast dappled shadows on his body. Manhwa stood nearby, practicing swordplay in silence. She no longer sought the precision of her techniques but instead followed Chu Xian's example, focusing more on sensing the flow of the wind, the shifting of light, and the vitality of plants. Occasionally, she would hit a roadblock and look at Chu Xian with a puzzled expression. But Chu Xian, without even opening his eyes, would casually utter a few words. The sword follows the heart, not the hand. The wind has no form. The sword can also be formless. What you hold in your hands is a sword, yet it is not a sword. These few words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly enlightening Mu Rongxue, immersing her in a new understanding of the way of the sword, leaving her spellbound for a long time. Fu Bo smiled broadly as he directed the servants to tidy up the courtyard, his wrinkled face brimming with pride and joy. His young master, with just a few casual words, could leave the renowned sword phoenix of Jiangnan spellbound. Such divine-like skills were truly unheard of. That afternoon, Chu Xian was dozing in the courtyard. Suddenly, a faint, hoarse cry drifted from the secluded alley behind the side courtyard. Selling malt sugar. Sweet and fragrant malt sugar. The voice was faint and intermittent, like that of an old peddler whose business was struggling and who was growing weary. Mu Rongxue, who was practicing swordplay, merely furrowed her delicate brows slightly, finding the sound somewhat disruptive to the peace and quiet, but paid it no mind. Fu Bo rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the city lord of Jinling, Wei Hong, was incompetent. How could even a peddler dare to come to this quiet place to hawk his wares? However, the man lying on the wicker chair, who seemed to be sound asleep, twitched his eyelids imperceptibly. To others, the vendor's cries were just ordinary hawking. But to his ears, it was an extremely complex and urgent code. The drawn-out trailing notes, the two extremely subtle pauses in the hoarse voice, the subtle rise and fall in pitch between the words fragrant and sweet. Every detail corresponded precisely to a code known only to him and the highest ranks of the Black Gold Pavilion. Translated, it amounted to just 8 words. Night Owl's urgent report, a matter of life and death. Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and stood up from the wicker chair. It's a bit stuffy. He stretched his limbs and spoke to Meng Yuxue in a casual tone. I'll go out for a walk. My lord, I'll accompany you. Mu Rongxue immediately sheathed her sword and prepared to follow. No need. Chu Xian waved his hand, a meaningful smile curving his lips. I just want to be alone, to see how many flowers and plants in the backyard of this courtyard have been carefully trimmed. Meng Yuxue paused for a moment, then detected a hint of something else in Chu Xian's words. She no longer insisted, merely nodding slightly, yes. Chu Xian walked with his hands behind his back, his steps leisurely, seemingly heading toward the more secluded bamboo grove at the back of the courtyard. His figure soon vanished into the dense shadows of the bamboo grove. In the narrow alley, the old peddler carrying his goods on a shoulder pole continued to hawk his wares weakly. He leaned against the wall, as if exhausted from walking, preparing to rest his feet. Just then, a figure appeared before him silently, like a ghost. It was Chu Xian. The old peddler's cloudy eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying gleam, which was quickly replaced by a deeper, almost fanatical reverence, as if he were facing a deity. He stumbled forward, about to kneel down. No need. Chu Xian's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable air of authority. The old peddler's knees froze mid-air, his body stiffening so much he held his breath. He dared not look up, instead using his trembling hands to retrieve a wax-sealed pellet the size of a fingernail from the deepest, most hidden compartment of his cart. He held it high above his head. Chu Xian extended 2 fingers and gently pinched the wax ball between them. The entire process was smooth and swift, as fast as lightning. The next second, Chu Xian's figure had already vanished from the spot. As if he had never been there at all. In the alley, only the old peddler remained, still kneeling, his body soaked in cold sweat, trembling in the wind. After a long while, he dared to slowly rise, lift his cart, and once again begin his hawking cry in a hoarse voice. But this time, his voice contained no trace of the previous encoding, only the purest, most primal fear of that godlike figure, endless terror. Back inside the room, Chu Xian closed the door, his expression still calm. He pinched his fingers together lightly. The hard wax ball crumbled like tofu, silently turning into powder, revealing a specially made silk scroll rolled into thin threads, as delicate as a cicada's wing. He unfolded the silk scroll. It contained intelligence written in a secret code known only to him and Xiao Tang, concise and to the point. In just a few short sentences, lies information that could shake the entire Jiangnan martial arts world to its core. Core ally, Prince Chu Jing, the third prince, has formed a deep alliance with the uncrowned king of the Jiangnan underworld, the Extreme Joy Pavilion. Chu Xian's gaze swept calmly over the line of text. He had heard of the Extreme Joy Pavilion. The largest den of vice in Jinling City, it appeared to be a place of pleasure on the surface, but in reality, it controlled the underground moneylenders, intelligence networks, assassin trades, and even the smuggling of contraband across the entire Jiangnan region. Its influence was deeply entrenched, like a massive tumor buried beneath the prosperity of Jiangnan. Even the authorities dared not provoke it. Key figure, the master of the extreme joy pavilion, Ghost Hand Mochi. This man is not only a master of poison, with divine-like skills, but also Chu Jing's largest source of funds in Jiangnan and the cleanup man responsible for handling all the dirty work that cannot see the light of day. The soul-devouring powder of Tianjian Mountain Villa was created by this very person. Upon reading this, a cold gleam flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. It turned out that the mastermind behind the creation of the vicious soul-devouring powder was none other than the master of the extreme joy pavilion. The ultimate plan: 3 days later, at the most prestigious inn in Jinling City, the Juxian Pavilion, Chu Jing will host the Jiangnan Heroes Gathering as the host. This gathering, though ostensibly to unite the heroes of Jiangnan, is in fact a three-pronged assassination plot targeting Your Excellency. The secret letter exposed Chu Jing's entire scheme in meticulous detail. First arrow: flattery and destruction. Chu Jing has secretly spread rumors portraying Your Excellency as a once-in-a-century royal prodigy, a martial arts genius destined by heaven, luring heroes from all over the land to Jinling under the pretext of attending the ceremony, but in reality to bear witness. Second arrow: framing. At the heroes' gathering, Chu Jing has arranged witnesses to publicly expose Your Excellency's demon's bloodline. Using the example of Tianjian Mountain Villa's submission, they will accuse you of secretly practicing lost demonic arts, revealing your ambitions to control the entire Jiangnan martial arts world and overthrow the righteous path. Third arrow: ambush. Under the guise of irrefutable evidence, Chu Jing will incite the sense of justice of all the deceived martial arts heroes, raise the banner of exterminating demons and upholding the righteous path, and use the hands of thousands of heroes to launch an ambush against you. At that time, even if the emperor investigates afterward, he can shift all blame onto the so-called righteous indignation of the martial arts world. One plot twist leads to another. Flattery, frame up, and using others to kill. Twisting Chu Xian's identity, lineage, and the submission of Tianjian Mountain Villa into the most detrimental weapons against him. The cunning of his intentions and the meticulousness of his plans are truly flawless. Anyone caught in such a deadly trap would feel a chill run down their spine and be unable to eat or sleep upon learning of this fatal scheme. However, after reading the secret report, Chu Xian showed no signs of gravity or anger on his face. Instead, he slowly revealed an extremely peculiar smile. The smile was faint. Yet it carried an air of indifference, as if he were surveying a chessboard and seeing everything clearly, along with a hint of the faint amusement of someone watching a child play with knives and guns. One plot leads to another: flattery to destroy, framing, and then using others to kill. He casually crumpled the silk scroll in his hand, and the specially made secret letter worth a fortune turned into the finest dust between his fingertips, vanishing into the air without a sound. The calculations were indeed precise. Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back at the window, gazing at the setting sun outside, murmuring to himself in a voice tinged with an indescribable, almost otherworldly scrutiny. What a pity! He shook his head slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, tinged with a hint of cold pity. He calculated everything, plotting the schemes and intrigues of the mortal world, manipulating hearts and minds. But he underestimated the most fundamental thing. The meticulously planned hero's death trap he set up, the one he invited to enter, was a god. At that moment, Chu Xian's deep eyes held no trace of laziness or calmness. In their place was a sharp and domineering aura, as if he were the absolute ruler of the world. He instantly understood. The Jiangnan Heroes Gathering orchestrated by the third prince Chu Jing was not a fatal trap for him at all. On the contrary, this was a stage meticulously crafted by his enemies, the most perfect stage imaginable. A stage where he could eliminate all of the third prince's forces in Jiangnan once and for all. A stage where he could, in front of the entire Jiangnan martial arts world, crush all doubts in the most shocking and direct manner, and win over the hearts of everyone. A stage where he could transform from the mysterious ninth prince into the unquestioned, supreme ruler of the entire Jiangnan region, the true master. Chu Jing. Chu Jing. Chu Xian's gaze pierced through the layers of space, landing on his younger brother on the roof of the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, who was gloating over his brilliant plan. The gift you've sent me. I shall not refuse it out of politeness. Chapter 31, Nighttime Exploration of the Abandoned Temple, the Blood-Red Altar. The night grew deeper. Jinling City lay like a dormant beast, exhaling its final bursts of noise in the thick darkness. Outside the listening to the tide courtyard, spies from various factions tasked with surveillance were on high alert. Keep your eyes peeled. On the roof of a nearby civilian house, a shadow guard squad leader whispered harshly to his men. The third prince has issued an order. Tonight is the final night before the heroes' gathering. There must be no mistakes. Every move of that good-for-nothing ninth prince, even if he gets up to use the restroom multiple times at night, must be recorded in detail for me. Sir, you can rest assured. Another shadow guard whispered back, his tone tinged with boredom. We've been watching him for 3 days now. The ninth prince has done nothing but eat, drink, and play, and accompany Princess Mu Rong on walks in the courtyard. He hasn't even stepped foot outside the main gate of the estate. He's more well-behaved than a proper young lady. Exactly. Last night, I was on duty and used a special 1,000-mile mirror to watch him all night. Guess what I saw? Another shadow guard hiding in the treetops couldn't help but interrupt, his voice brimming with contempt. The prince is actually in his room, having Mu Rong Xianzi teach him calligraphy. Practicing calligraphy? The squad leader was taken aback. That's right. The characters he wrote were all crooked and messy, like a dog's scribbles. Mu Rong Xianzi was watching beside him, her face turning green with anger. She must be furious. A grown man, and a prince at that, can't even write properly. What a complete waste of space. This is hilarious. Such a worthless person, and we were treated like he was an enemy? It seems the rumors are true. He is just a good-for-nothing who relies on his father's favor. We've been worrying for nothing. From the shadows, a suppressed, contemptuous chuckle echoed. They believed they had uncovered the truth. Little did they know that what they saw was exactly what Chu Xian wanted them to see. At that moment, in the main bedroom of the listening to the tide courtyard, the candles burned brightly. Inside, a figure identical to Chu Xian sat upright at a writing desk. He wore the same plain-colored brocade robe, his expression focused, holding a wolf hairbrush in his hand, furiously writing on a sheet of Xian paper. However, the characters he wrote were indeed as the shadow guards had described, crooked and sloppy, lacking any sense of structure or elegance, utterly unreadable. Man Yushui, dressed in a white gown, stood quietly by his side. She looked at the horrible calligraphy, her beautiful face bearing a perfect mix of helplessness and frustration, occasionally offering a few words of guidance. My lord, the 8 strokes of the character emphasize strength and character. Your brushstroke is too soft. And this stroke should have a 3-fold curve, not a straight line. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian lifted his head, adopting a humble expression, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. Schwer is right. I'll try again. All of this seemed so real, so appropriate for the behavior of a useless prince. However, if a powerful expert were present, they would be shocked to discover. The Chu Xian who was supposedly diligently practicing calligraphy was actually composed of pure, highly condensed light and energy. Every movement, every expression, was indistinguishable from that of a real person. Even the aura emanating from his body and the rhythm of his heartbeat were imitated with uncanny precision. Mirror flower, water moon clone. This is the supreme divine ability Chu Xian obtained through his check-in. The clones he creates are indistinguishable from the real thing, capable of deceiving the vast majority of investigative techniques in the world. Meanwhile, the true Chu Xian had already transformed into a faint, imperceptible dark breeze that blended into the spatial fissures the moment night fell, silently departing from the heavily monitored listening to the Tide Villa. Without alerting a single soul. He did not trigger any arrays. Not even the self-proclaimed elite shadow guards stationed outside the courtyard noticed the slightest hint of something amiss. Jinling City, South. This was the most dilapidated and desolate area of the entire city. Compared to the bustling prosperity of the northern part of the city, it was like 2 different worlds. Dilapidated dwellings, barren fields, and scattered gravesites formed the dominant landscape. The air is permeated with an inescapable stench of decay and poverty. A black shadow, like a ghostly figure in the dead of night, darted swiftly through the ruins, moving so fast it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. It was Chu Xian. Guided by the vague instructions he had obtained from the heavenly mechanism calculation that day, he had been heading south, straight toward the direction where the scent was strongest. Finally, his figure came to a halt before an abandoned temple, completely engulfed by a massive ancient tree and countless vines, its original form long since obscured. The temple's main gate had long since collapsed, leaving only a cracked stone tablet covered in moss, lying crookedly among the weeds. Vaguely discernible were 3 blurred characters. Jing. Yi. Si. This was the very place where the golden arrow in the heavenly mechanism calculation had ultimately pointed to. Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back before the ruins of the temple gate, his expression calm. However, his deep eyes had already pierced through all the superficial appearances of this place. In his perception, this abandoned ancient temple was shrouded in an extremely eerie aura. A faint yet pure and weak Buddhist aura, like a flickering candle in the wind, stubbornly enveloped the entire temple. But beneath this thin layer of Buddhist light, a far more intense, colder, and bloodthirsty aura of evil surged, filled with hatred and vengeance. 2 utterly opposing forces had formed a strange yet fragile balance in this place. The Buddhist light suppressed the evil energy, preventing it from escaping and causing unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, the evil energy continuously erodes and weakens the dwindling Buddhist light. Interesting. Chu Xian raised the corner of his mouth. He did not enter through the main gate. His figure flickered, and he appeared in the temple's backyard as if he had teleported. The area was even more desolate, with collapsed monks' quarters and vegetable gardens overgrown with wild grass. Chu Xian's gaze, however, was fixed on a massive ancient well in the center of the courtyard, its mouth long since dried up. The well was constructed from green stone, its opening sealed by a massive, 1,000-pound, broken dragon stone. Engraved on the stone were some faded red-painted suppression talismans, their inscriptions now barely discernible. To the ordinary eye, it was nothing more than a completely sealed-off abandoned well. However, under Chu Xian's divine insight, the well was actually the entrance to an underground palace, perfectly concealed by a highly sophisticated array formation. The 10,000-pound dragon-breaking stone was merely a diversion. The true entrance was hidden beneath the dragon-shattering stone, connected to the temple's underground veins at an extremely concealed spatial node. They've hidden it quite well. Chu Xian did not touch the dragon-shattering stone. He simply extended a finger and gently tapped the air beside the well opening. A faint ripple of spatial distortion rippled out from his fingertip. The space distorted and concealed by the array's power suddenly revealed an extremely faint, water-like ripple. Chu Xian took a step forward. His figure blended into the water's surface like a droplet of ink, silently passing through the spatial barrier and vanishing from his original position. The next second, he found himself in a deep, wide underground passage. Every 10 zhang along the walls, embedded stones emitted a faint green glow, casting a eerie, chilling light throughout the underground palace. The air was thick with the scent of blood and that had been faintly detectable on the surface, now so concentrated it seemed almost tangible. If an ordinary martial artist were to enter this place, even a single breath would be enough to corrode their mind and drive them mad. The guards aren't weak. Chu Xian's divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, instantly mapping out the entire underground palace's structure and the distribution of its occupants. On either side of this seemingly empty corridor, countless hidden chambers were concealed. Each hidden chamber housed powerful guards. Their auras were cold and eerie, their techniques bizarre. Each of them possessed at least a second-rank cultivation level. Moreover, at several critical junctions along the passageway, several powerful auras comparable to those of the elders of Tianjian Mountain Villa first-grade master-level cultivators lay in wait. Such meticulous planning and such stringent defenses. It is clear that the secrets hidden here are no ordinary matter. Chu Xian paid no heed to the guards. He activated his divine ability, void walking, and his figure moved through the gap between reality and illusion, like a ghost that didn't exist in this dimension. The powerful guards sensed an extremely faint fluctuation in the air, yet they could detect nothing else. They looked around warily, their faces filled with confusion. Chu Xian continued deeper into the passage. On the stone walls on both sides of the passage, numerous murals began to appear. The murals were distorted and eerie in style, and their content was utterly horrifying. They did not depict the Buddhist salvation of all beings nor the Taoist ascension to immortality. Instead, they depicted scenes of brutal and bloody human sacrifices. Thousands upon thousands of slaves, prisoners of war, and even young warriors were bound to massive altars and brutally slaughtered and bled dry. Their flesh, souls, and were gathered through a bizarre ritual, forming streams of black and red energy that were channeled into the body of an unrecognizable deity. The priests depicted in the murals wore black and red robes, their faces twisted into maniacal grins. The runes they used were neither Buddhist nor Taoist, neither Confucian nor demonic. Instead, they were ancient blood sacrifice runes filled with primal and barbaric energy, something Chu Xian had never seen before. This is not the influence of the third prince Chu Jing. Chu Xian's gaze grew sharp. Nor are they affiliated with the crown prince or the second prince. Within Jinling City, there actually exists such a mysterious and evil third-party faction? This discovery added another layer of uncertainty to the previously clear chessboard in his mind. Rather than feeling weighed down, he felt an even greater sense of curiosity. He was determined to see what these shadowy figures were up to. He sped up, his figure darting like a streak of light, swiftly traversing the lengthy corridor and arriving at the deepest part of the underground palace. Before him, the scene suddenly opened up. A massive underground cave, as large as several football fields, appeared before him. The dome of the cave was adorned with countless massive stalactites, each as sharp as swords. And at the very center of the cavern, a massive altar, dozens of zhang tall, emanating a torrent of blood-red energy stood like a temple rising from the depths of hell, violently assaulting the eyes and soul. The altar was constructed entirely from a dark red, eerie rock that seemed to have been soaked in endless blood. The altar's base is even more horrifying. It was formed by countless human skulls, long since weathered yet still bearing the terrified expressions of their final moments, piled upon one another. Dense and countless, beyond count. And on the surface of the altar, countless blood sacrifice runes were carved more complex, more evil, and more powerful than any murals. As Chu Xian's gaze fell upon those runes, his expression suddenly froze. The structure of these runes, the way the energy flows, were strikingly similar to the most primitive and core descriptions of the heavenly demon sacrifice array found in the fragmented notes about the heavenly demon strategy left behind by his mother, He Lian Yueshuang. Yet, there were also differences. The sacrifices of the heavenly demon cult, though equally, were centered on communicating with the heavenly demons beyond the realms using one's own power to obtain strength. Yet this altar before him was far more pure, far more primitive and barbaric. It is not about communication, but pure feeding. It uses the flesh and souls of countless living beings to nourish a terrifying entity sealed within this place. Chu Xian's gaze fixed on the very top of the altar. There, a massive black mist, writhing like a living creature and as viscous as ink, tightly enveloped the center of the altar. Within that black mist, there was an overwhelming presence of violent, destructive, and all-consuming negative willpower. It seemed as though an ancient, primordial beast of unimaginable malevolence was sealed within. At the center of this terrifying black mist, faintly visible, was an object being ruthlessly suppressed and sealed by the combined forces of the black mist and the altar. That thing emanates a faint yet incredibly pure dragon vein energy that is utterly out of place in this world. It was none other than that dragon vein jade pendant. So that's it. Chu Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Prince Chu Jing couldn't find this jade pendant. No wonder this place had been occupied by this mysterious force. They weren't searching for the jade pendant at all. They already knew it was here. They built this blood sacrifice altar, harnessing the vengeful spirits of countless souls, all for the purpose of contaminating, eroding, and ultimately controlling this jade pendant imbued with the celestial dragon vein's cosmic fortune. What a grand scheme! What a vicious plot! Just as Chu Xian was analyzing this shocking scene before him and preparing to investigate further the true form of the jade pendant sealed within the black mist, suddenly, a completely different yet equally powerful aura, as strong as the previous one, appeared without warning, like a ghostly presence, silently filling the vast cavern. This aura was icy, arrogant, and filled with pure, emotionless intent to destroy. It seemed as though its very existence was to bring an end to everything. But strangely, amidst this ultimate destruction, there was a faint glimmer of something like the first delicate flower blooming from the ruins, a hint of new life. Chu Xian's gaze suddenly shifted away from the altar. Like two invisible bolts of lightning, they instantly shot toward the entrance of the cavern. There! A figure, having appeared silently and unnoticed, now stood in the darkness. Chapter 32, The Holy Maiden and the Demon Child, their first encounter from the same source. That figure appeared suddenly and without warning at the entrance of the cave. As if she had always been there, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Or as if she had torn open the void and descended directly here. It was a young girl dressed in a black, form-fitting outfit. Her slender, graceful figure was breathtaking, with curves that took one's breath away. The black garments clung to her body, highlighting every muscle, as if she were a leopard ready to pounce. Her face was covered by a sheer black veil, revealing only her eyes. What eyes they were! Cold, arrogant, and profound, they seemed to contain the endless cycle of night and stars. A single glance carried an innate sense of nobility and indifference, as if she were above all others. Her aura was so restrained it was almost imperceptible, yet as unfathomable as the depths of an abyss. Standing there, she formed her own world, utterly at odds with the bloodstained, evil altar around her, yet strangely without any sense of conflict. Behind her stood a female attendant dressed in black, bowing respectfully. The maid's figure was equally striking, yet her face bore a hint of boldness and ferocity. Her aura was refined and powerful, clearly marking her as a master of the first rank. Holy Maiden! The moment the black-veiled girl appeared, the powerful guards who had been lurking in the shadows of the cave, like dormant venomous snakes, emerged simultaneously. They emerged silently from every corner, their movements precise and synchronized, kneeling on one knee in the direction of the black-veiled maiden and performing an incredibly devout and fervent act of worship. Their voices were suppressed, yet filled with awe that seemed to come from the depths of their souls. We greet the Holy Maiden. The few guard leaders whose aura had reached the first rank master realm prostrated themselves completely, burying their heads deeply in their arms, daring not to breathe a single breath. All withdraw. The black-veiled maiden's voice was cold and melodious, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Like cold spring water flowing over jade, it echoed softly. Yes. All the guards, including the few master-level leaders, obeyed without hesitation, retreating silently like a receding tide and disappearing back into the darkness. In an instant, the vast cavern was left empty, save for the black-veiled girl and her maid. You two, step back and guard the entrance. The black-veiled girl spoke again, her voice calm. Yes, Your Highness. The master-level female attendant bowed respectfully, then flickered like a wisp of smoke and vanished at the entrance to the cave. Now, the entire cavern was empty, save for the black-veiled maiden. Of course, this was from her perspective. Chu Xian, hidden in the spatial fissure, watched the scene with interest. The Holy Maiden? This title caused a slight stir in his heart. He was curious to see what this Holy Maiden, who could make several master-level experts bow before her, intended to do at this evil blood sacrifice altar. The black-veiled girl walked slowly, step by step, toward the massive altar constructed from countless skulls and blood-stained rocks. Her steps were slow but unusually steady. With each step, it seemed as though she was in perfect harmony with some peculiar rhythm of the heavens and earth. She reached the base of the altar, raised her head, and gazed at the swirling, viscous black mist at the top of the altar, which emitted an overwhelming aura of evil intent, and the jade pendant within the mist, which was tightly sealed and suppressed, emitting a faint dragon vein aura. Her eyes, cold as a frozen pond, narrowed slightly. It seemed as though she was examining it, yet also communicating. She stood there motionless, as still as a statue frozen in eternal beauty. Just as Chu Xian was curious about her next move. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The figure of the black-veiled girl vanished instantly from where she stood, without any warning. It wasn't the blinding speed of a teleportation. Rather, it was a far more eerie technique, as if she had directly merged into the void, completely erasing herself from this dimension. Void walking? No. It was even more focused on pure killing and destruction than Chu Xian's void walking. At the exact moment the black-veiled girl vanished, a deadly, bone-chilling intent to kill erupted from behind Chu Xian, as cold as ice, capable of freezing the soul, like a venomous snake emerging from its lair, without any warning, exploding with a thunderous roar. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped, oddly curved black blade of light, like a death scythe tearing through the night sky, emerged silently from the void, striking directly at Chu Xian's vital spot in the back. This strike. Fast. Accurate. Merciless. The timing was so precise it was almost impossible to predict. The choice of angle was utterly baffling. It seemed to completely ignore the spatial distance, appearing directly where it should have been. The power contained within this strike has been condensed to its absolute limit, compressing all its might onto the razor-thin blade, reaching the terrifying level of a first-rank master at the peak of their art. It even approaches the realm of a half-step grandmaster. This is a fatal strike. A move so terrifying that any grandmaster would feel their scalp tingle, and the slightest misstep would lead to certain defeat. However, facing this fatal strike coming from behind, Chu Xian didn't even bother to turn his head. His handsome face remained as calm as a still pond. As if what was stabbing him from behind was not the scythe of death, but merely a reckless mosquito, extending its ridiculous proboscis. Just as the black blade was about to touch the very edge of Chu Xian's back, in that split second, Chu Xian moved. His movement was extremely simple. He did not turn around, did not block, and did not even release any earth-shaking true energy. He simply, casually reached behind him with his hand. Keep your right index finger and middle finger together, like an indestructible divine sword. Strike last, but strike first. His two fingers, though appearing slow, moved at a speed that defied all logic, as if directly piercing through time and space, with unparalleled precision and effortless grace, pointing toward the heart of the black-veiled maiden who had materialized from the void. This single finger. No killing intent, no overwhelming pressure. Only a return to the purest, most absolute form of reason. Where I point, you must hit principle as unquestionable as the laws of the universe. Humph. The black-veiled girl, whose eyes were as cold as a 1,000-year-old frozen pond, contracted violently for the first time, revealing a look of disbelief and shock. She couldn't comprehend it at all. How had the other party discovered her? Even more incomprehensible. How had the other person managed to launch such an unimaginable counterattack under such a fatal blow? That single finger, seemingly ordinary, instilled in her a terrifying sense that no matter how she dodged or changed her stance, she would absolutely be unable to evade it. It felt as though all her escape routes had been completely sealed off by that single finger. Life and death hung in the balance. The black-veiled girl demonstrated an extremely terrifying level of combat prowess. She acted decisively, forcibly interrupting the fatal strike. The oddly curved short blade in her hand moved in an unnatural, almost inhuman manner, defying the natural movement of the wrist joint. In an instant, it returned to her side, transforming into a black shield that blocked her chest. At the same time, her body twisted backward like a boneless serpent, arching to its limit. Clang! A crisp, crystal-clear sound, like jade beads striking a metal plate, rang out suddenly. The two fingers of Chu Xian, which seemed like mere flesh and blood, touched the flickering, eerie short blade, erupting into a visible energy ripple resembling ripples on water. Terrifying force surged along the blade. Clang! 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 The figure of the black-veiled girl was violently shaken out of the void. She tapped her toes on the ground 3 times, leaving deep footprints in the hard rock with each step, finally managing to dispel the overwhelming finger force. Her hand gripping the short blade was split open, a trickle of blood flowing slowly down the hilt. Before she could catch her breath, Chu Xian's second strike arrived like a shadow following its master. His body remained motionless, but his outstretched right hand suddenly spread into a gigantic hand that blocked out the sky, reaching out through the air to grab the black-veiled girl with all its might. Heaven-shattering palm. Boom! The air within the entire cave seemed to be sucked out in an instant under that grab. An indescribable, terrifying restraining force capable of crushing mountains surged from all directions, completely sealing off any escape route for the black-veiled girl. The black-veiled girl's expression changed drastically. She sensed an unprecedented life-threatening crisis. Without hesitation, she bit down on her tongue. A stream of pure, destruction-infused life-blood instantly sprayed onto the pitch-black short blade. Hum! The short blade let out a piercing, mournful cry. Countless eerie demonic runes flickered to life along its blade, and a terrifying blade chi, far surpassing anything before, erupted with a force filled with destruction and annihilation. Demon Path, Annihilation Slash. She let out a fierce shout, gripped the blade with both hands, and swung it with all her might toward the formless, sky-obscuring giant hand. A terrifying blade aura, dozens of Zhang Long and as black as ink, instantly tore through space, carrying the supreme will to sever and annihilate everything, colliding fiercely with the formless giant hand. Boom! A terrifying explosion, loud enough to collapse the entire underground palace, erupted suddenly. The entire massive cavern shook violently. From the dome above, countless stalactites fell like rain. A terrifying energy storm erupted from the center of their clash, sweepingly outward in all directions. The massive blood sacrifice altar, under the impact of the energy storm, emitted a strained crackling sound as its surface cracked open into numerous fine fissures. Put! The black-clad girl spat out another mouthful of blood. Her all-out strike with the void-shattering blade was as futile as a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, shattered by the invisible, palm-shaped hand. The remaining terrifying force slammed into her body with brutal force. Her body was struck head-on by a battering ram, sending her flying backward and crashing heavily into the distant stone wall of the cavern. A dull thud echoed through the air. The hard stone wall was shattered into a massive human-shaped crater. Her specially made black battle armor shattered into pieces. The thin black veil covering her face also drifted away in the intense impact, revealing a face. A face so breathtakingly beautiful that it could make the heavens pale and the sun and moon lose their light. Her features were so exquisitely crafted, as if they were the most perfect masterpiece of heaven, with not a single flaw to be found. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate enough to burst at the slightest touch. However, at this moment, the face that should have captivated all who beheld it was covered in frost. Those eyes, as dark as black gems, were filled with vigilance, murderous intent, and a hint of, even she couldn't understand it, deep shock and disbelief. She couldn't believe it. She, the current holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult, bearing the purest heavenly demon bloodline, practicing the cult's supreme scripture, the silence demon scripture, and wielding the inherited sacred artifact, the morning blade. How could she possibly be defeated by someone who looked younger than her, a nameless nobody with no reputation whatsoever? And she had been utterly defeated in a manner that was almost crushing. This is impossible. Who is this man? However, just as a storm of shock was raging within her heart, a more bizarre sensation began to emanate from within her body. In the instant they clashed, she distinctly felt, within the seemingly noble and righteous true energy of her opponent, there was a faint yet incredibly pure trace of the same source as the silent extinction demon scripture she had been cultivating, the essence of a demon. Though their styles were completely different. One was domineering and unmatched, the other was destructive and annihilating. But their most fundamental, bloodline Deep Tao and Li were undeniably of the same origin. This feeling was like two rivers flowing from the same source, yet heading in completely opposite directions. Xu Xian also sensed this. In the instant he unleashed the heaven-shattering palm, the true chi he had cultivated from the heavenly demon scroll fragment within his body resonated with the annihilating blade chi erupting from the black-clad maiden, creating an extremely faint, almost imperceptible resonance. That feeling was indescribable. It was as though he had encountered another version of himself. Though their martial arts styles were as different as night and day, one seeking the ultimate control of power, the other pursuing pure destruction and rebirth. But their core essence clearly pointed to the same legendary supreme demonic scripture. The heavenly demon strategy. Xu Xian's gaze fell upon that cold yet breathtakingly beautiful face. His expression grew profound. Your martial arts are quite interesting. Xu Xian spoke slowly, breaking the dead silence in the cave. His voice was calm, yet seemed to carry a magical power that seemed to see through everything. Though it leans toward destruction, it also nurtures new life, vastly different from ordinary demonic arts. The figure shrouded in black, no, now she should be called the stunningly beautiful young woman, struggled to rise from the recesses of the wall. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her icy phoenix eyes fixed intently on Xu Xian, her voice as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. Who are you? Her voice trembled slightly, not from injury, but from an inexplicable tremor stemming from the same source of martial arts. Why do you have the aura of our holy sex martial arts on your body? What is your connection to my demon cult? She asked each word slowly, clenching the morning blade in her hand once more and adopting a defensive stance. But she knew that this gesture, in front of him, was probably meaningless. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Invitation. In the vast underground cavern, the air seemed to have frozen. Xu Xian and the holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult, who had just removed her veil, stood facing each other from dozens of feet apart. One remained calm, his gaze deep and unwavering, like an ancient, unmoving rock. The other was pale-faced, with blood at the corners of his mouth, his icy eyes filled with vigilance, shock, and an unresolved confusion. The same martial arts energy, like invisible threads, oddly connected these two people who should have had no connection whatsoever. The heavenly demon cult? Xu Xian savored the three words, a faint smile curving his lips. He did not respond to the question, instead examining the stunningly beautiful saintess with the gaze of one appraising an intriguing artifact. That gaze was calm yet carried an overwhelming pressure that made the holy maiden feel an inexplicable pang of fear and humiliation. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, ready to erupt at any moment. Holy maiden. Enemy attack. From outside the cave, the urgent shouts of the master-level female attendant echoed. Immediately afterward, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps grew louder as they approached rapidly. Clearly, the earth-shattering blow exchanged between the two earlier had been mostly absorbed by the cave itself, but the intense vibrations and residual energy waves had still alerted all the guards outside. Poof! Chu Xian let out a faint, enigmatic hum. He was not a bloodthirsty man. His purpose in coming here tonight was to investigate the whereabouts of the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant and uncover the true nature of this mysterious force. Now that his objective was nearly achieved, he had unexpectedly encountered a holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect who practiced the same cultivation technique as him. Continuing to engage further would only attract unnecessary trouble, making it pointless. His gaze lingered for a moment on the saintess's icy yet breathtakingly beautiful face, as if he wanted to etch that face deeply into his memory. Then, he spoke slowly, his voice calm yet clear, reaching the other's ears. There is something intriguing about us. This game, we will meet again. Before he could finish. Chu Xian's figure, still in the same spot, resembled a water reflection pierced by a needle, pop, and instantly became illusory and transparent. The next second, he vanished completely. Not a single breeze stirred, not a single trace of his presence remained. It was as though he had never set foot in this blood-soaked underground space. The holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect, Luo Li, her pupils suddenly contracted. She stared intently at the spot where Chu Xian had vanished, feeling the sudden severance of that energy that could no longer be detected. A wave of terror surged through her heart, even more terrifying than when she had been defeated head-on earlier. What kind of masterful spatial technique was that? Coming without a trace, departing without a sound. Not even the slightest trace of spatial fluctuations remained. Such techniques had completely surpassed her understanding of what a martial arts master was capable of. Princess! Are you all right? At that moment, the master-level female attendant, accompanied by dozens of black-clad guards with overwhelming auras, surged into the cave like a tidal wave. When they saw the new cracks on the massive altar and the bloodstains on the holy maiden's lips and her pale face, everyone's expressions turned pale with horror. Who injured you? The maids' voices trembled, their eyes blazing with unbounded fury. The holy maiden, in their hearts, was a being as exalted as a deity. She was the sole hope for the revival of the heavenly demon cult. How dare someone harm her? This is an unforgivable crime of the highest order. Luo Li did not respond. She merely raised her hands slowly to calm her subordinates. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction where Chu Xian had disappeared, and for the first time, her icy eyes revealed an emotion other than murderous intent and vigilance, a solemn resolve. Transmit my orders. Her voice returned to its usual cold and authoritative tone, devoid of any emotion. What happened tonight must not be revealed to anyone, not a single word. Those who disobey shall have their souls and bodies destroyed. Yes. All the guards knelt on one knee in unison, their voices filled with absolute obedience. Seal this place off completely. No one is to set foot here until I emerge from seclusion. Luo Li issued the order once more. As you command. The female attendant glanced at her saintess's unprecedentedly solemn expression. Though her mind was filled with countless questions, she dared not ask a single one, immediately leading all the guards out of the cave with a bow. The vast space was once again empty, save for Luo Li alone. She walked to the stone wall where the impact had left a human-shaped indentation, extended her delicate fingers, and gently touched the cold rock. A sharp pain tingled at her fingertips. But such superficial wounds were nothing compared to the shock she felt within her heart. An unknown being. She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with self-mockery. To drive me to this point, you can't possibly be an unknown. She closed her eyes, her mind replaying the brief yet breathtaking exchange that had just occurred. That finger, so simple yet containing the ultimate truth. That domineering, sky-obscuring giant hand, as if it could crush stars. And, that terrifying true energy, which shared the same origin as her own cultivation technique yet was utterly different, grand and majestic. And the enigmatic gaze and words he left behind as he departed. This game, we will meet again. Game? He actually referred to their battle as a game? A surge of intense emotion, mingled with humiliation and resentment, welled up from the depths of Luo Li's heart. She suddenly opened her eyes, and two fiery flames blazed in her icy gaze. Those were the flames of battle, ignited by meeting a worthy opponent. It was also the flames of anger at being underestimated. She quickly walked over to the stone table nearby, where brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone were prepared. She picked up the brush without hesitation, relying on her deeply ingrained memory, and swiftly sketched out the outline on the snow-white rice paper. Soon, the side profile of a man came to life on the paper. Handsome, deep-set, with a touch of laziness, yet seeming to hold the vastness of the stars and the sea. It was none other than Chu Xian. Qingwan! Luo Li called out coldly to the empty cave. Here I am. The next moment, the master-level female attendant reappeared behind her like a ghost. Luo Li handed her the portrait she had just finished drawing. Mobilize all the power of the heavenly net. I want to know everything about this man. Her voice was cold and resolute. His identity, his background, his lineage, every word he has spoken, and every person he has come into contact with since his arrival. Within 3 days. I don't care what methods you use or what sacrifices you make. All the details must be presented before me. Yes, holy maiden. The female attendant named Qingluan took the portrait and, upon seeing the handsome face on it, her eyes flickered with surprise. However, she did not ask any questions, merely responding with a heavy nod before quietly retreating once more. The vast cavern once again fell into complete silence. Only Luoli remained, standing before the massive blood sacrifice altar. She stared at the portrait she had drawn herself, her icy eyes growing incredibly complex. A master at the age of 20. She seemed to be speaking to herself, yet it also sounded like a declaration of war to an unseen foe. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, the secrets you hold, the Tianma sect will claim them all. On the other side, Chu Xian's figure silently returned to the Tingchao courtyard once more. Inside the room, the clone created by the mirror flower, water moon technique continued to practice calligraphy tirelessly. Meng Yushui continued to fulfill her role as a strict teacher. Chu Xian flickered his thoughts, and the clone instantly transformed into a streak of light, merging into his body. Husband? Meng Yushui sensed the movement and turned around immediately. When she saw Chu Xian's true form appear, a hint of concern flashed in her cold eyes. You're back. Chu Xian nodded, walked to the table, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea that had long since grown cold. How was it? Mu Rongshui couldn't help but ask. She knew that Chu Xian's departure had not been an ordinary stroll. Chu Xian took a sip of the cold tea, his gaze growing deep. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to briefly share some information with this woman who was, in name only, his wife. After all, the upcoming chess game might still require her strength. The waters of Jinling City are deeper than we imagined. Chu Xian said casually. I encountered an interesting person tonight. He did not mention the specific location or the details of their encounter, merely stating the facts in a matter-of-fact tone. A woman, very strong, so strong that it caught me off guard. Her martial arts techniques are bizarre, unlike any martial arts system I know of, but their origins share some similarities with mine. I suspect she is the heir to an ancient, long-hidden faction. Upon hearing this, Mu Ronshui's beautiful face instantly grew solemn. If even Chu Xian had to use the phrase beyond my expectations, the opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Then, has she discovered you? Mu Ronshui asked anxiously. That was the most critical question. If Chu Xian's true strength were exposed, Prince Chu Jing's plans targeting the useless prince would all be scrapped immediately. That so-called Jiangnan Heroes Gathering could very well turn into a relentless, even more brutal direct ambush. She did. Chu Xian's reply was crisp and decisive. What? Mu Ronshui's face turned pale in an instant. No need to panic. Chu Xian looked at her tense expression and couldn't help but smile. Although we've been discovered, she doesn't know my identity. And? His expression grew amused. I suspect she's probably more troubled than we are right now. He briefly recounted the brief encounter he had with the Heavenly Demon Sect's Holy Maiden that night, omitting the core secrets regarding the Heavenly Demon strategy and the blood sacrifice altar. He only mentioned encountering a mysterious female expert guarding a secret hideout, exchanging a few probing blows, and ultimately retreating with ease after she was no match for him. Even so, Mu Rongshui was left trembling with fear. If that's the case, Meng Yushui, who was as sharp as ice, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. The mysterious woman's backing after witnessing your strength, they will undoubtedly launch a relentless investigation into you. And Prince Chu Jing, the third prince, will also alter his original plans due to your exposure tonight. That so-called Jiangnan Heroes Gathering will likely no longer be held as scheduled. Her tone carried a hint of regret. She knew that Chu Xian had originally planned to use that Heroes Gathering to turn the tables and decide the fate of the realm in one fell swoop. Now, with an uncontrollable variable suddenly appearing on the chessboard, all plans could be disrupted. Perhaps. Chu Xian smiled non-committally, his gaze deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his true thoughts. The night passed in silence. The next day, the atmosphere in Jinling City suddenly grew eerie. The various martial arts heroes who had gathered in the city for the upcoming Jiangnan Heroes Gathering suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The forces loyal to the third prince Chu Jing had suddenly become unusually low-key. Meanwhile, the spies loyal to the crown prince and the second prince were becoming increasingly active. The air was thick with a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. Everyone sensed that a massive storm was brewing. However, to everyone's surprise, the much-anticipated Jiangnan Heroes Gathering showed no signs of being cancelled. Messengers sent from the third prince's mansion continued to distribute elegant invitations to the various heroes. It was as if nothing had ever happened. This left everyone feeling a sense of unease and confusion. Chu Xian and Mu Rongshui also felt a hint of surprise. They had assumed that after last night's events, Chu Jing would immediately change his plans. But to their surprise, he had chosen to remain inactive? What was he really up to? Just as both of them were feeling puzzled. The following evening, the setting sun bathed the listening to the tide courtyard in a warm golden glow. A servant from the city lord's mansion approached the courtyard gate with great respect. He did not request an audience with Chu Xian but instead handed a sealed letter to Fu Bo. Fu Bo, this is from an anonymous guest who instructed me to deliver it personally to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. After speaking, the servant hurriedly departed. Fu Bo dared not delay and immediately delivered the letter to Chu Xian. Chu Xian took the letter. The envelope was made of ordinary material, with no signature or markings on it. He gently squeezed it. A faint, icy, and arrogant scent, carrying the meaning of destruction and rebirth, flashed briefly from the sealed edge of the envelope. It was her. A flash of understanding flickered in Chu Xian's eyes. He unfolded the letter. There were only a few lines of elegant yet sharp handwriting, as cold and direct as the person who wrote them. At the third hour of the dog, by the Qinhuai River, at the entrance to Wui Alley, on the painted boat Forget Sorrow. One person will come. Luo. Luo? Chu Xian looked at the signature and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He instinctively guessed that the one who had invited him to meet was none other than the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect he had faced last night. He hadn't expected the other party to be so efficient, tracking down his residence so quickly and even taking the initiative to extend an invitation. Husband, it's... Manhwa Shui saw the familiar, amused expression on Chu Xian's face and immediately guessed what was going on. Whom? Chu Xian nodded and handed the letter to her. It's the interesting guest from last night. Mao Rongxue took the letter and saw the cold and direct invitation written on it, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. She's inviting you to meet her? This is probably another trap. Perhaps, Chu Xian smiled, but his gaze grew deep. But whether it's a trap or not doesn't matter. He stood up, folded his arms behind his back, and walked to the window, gazing out at the sunset that was about to be swallowed by the night. Actually, I also have some things I'd like to ask her in person. For instance, about the heavenly demon strategy. For example, about that blood sacrifice altar. Or, for example, about her identity as the sacred maiden of the demon cult, and her mother, who had long since passed away and was also a sacred maiden, and what exactly? What kind of connection they have? Stay at the guest house. Chu Xian turned his head and said to Manhwa Shui. Tonight, no matter what happens outside, do not leave under any circumstances. I'll go alone. Without waiting for Mu Rongshue's response, his figure vanished into the night like a gentle breeze, disappearing from the room. Chapter 34, The Forget Worry Painted Boat. At the third watch of the night, the sky was as dark as ink. By the banks of the Qinhuai River, at the entrance to Wui Alley. This ancient alley, once the birthplace of countless nobles and scholars, now seemed unusually desolate. In contrast to the bustling, brightly lit main channel of the Qinhuai River nearby, this place seemed like another world forgotten by time. On the river, there was only a small painted boat quietly moored under an old locust tree by the shore. The boat is small, entirely black, with only a lantern hanging at the bow, emitting a faint blue glow. On the lantern, two ancient Chinese characters were embroidered in silver thread, Forget Sorrow. The boat is shrouded in an invisible, icy aura that seems to ward off strangers, causing passers-by and other boats to instinctively keep their distance. Ugh! What's going on at the entrance to Wui Alley tonight? It's freezing cold, like an ice cellar. A drunken reveler, who had been trying to take a shortcut home, was suddenly jolted awake by the bone-chilling cold as he passed by the alley entrance. Are you trying to get yourself killed? His companion yanked him back, whispering urgently while pointing at the eerie painted boat with a terrified expression. Did you see that forget-me-not boat? It's a taboo on the Qinhuai River. Legend has it that only those who are about to die or those with great despair in their hearts are lured onto that boat. I heard from my grandfather that decades ago, a wealthy merchant in Jinling City lost his family and fortune overnight. In his despair, he entered the Wui Alley and boarded that boat. No one has seen him since. Stop talking. Stop talking. Let us go, let us go. This place is too unlucky. The two drunken men scrambled away from the place, as if evil spirits were chasing them. Just then, a figure appeared, walking leisurely from the other end of the alley. The man was dressed in plain silk robes, with a handsome face and a calm expression. It was none other than Chu Xian, who had come as promised. He ignored the icy aura that could freeze ordinary people to the bone, as if he were simply strolling through his own courtyard, and walked straight up to the Forget Worry boat. He touched the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. His body floated like a feather without weight, silently landing on the deck of the painted boat. Inside the painted boat, there was no one. Only a single candle, as small as a bean, burned in the cabin, casting a dim light. A faint, cool fragrance, a mix of sandalwood and some strange flower, drifted out from the cabin. Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm as he gazed at the half-open cabin curtain, hesitating to enter. He could sense a cold, arrogant, yet incredibly powerful aura emanating from within the cabin, waiting silently for him. That aura belonged to the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect who had fought him the previous night. It seemed to have sensed Chu Xian's arrival. A clear, pleasant voice, tinged with a hint of unashamed sensuality and laziness, echoed from within the cabin. Since you're here, why not come in for a chat? The voice seemed to carry a magical power, capable of directly scratching at the tip of one's heart. It was completely different from the cold and resolute tone of last night. Chu Xian raised the corner of his mouth, lifted the curtain, and stepped inside slowly. The scene inside the cabin caused his eyebrows to twitch imperceptibly. There was no sign of the lurking danger he had imagined, nor any flashes of swords or daggers. The furnishings were unusually simple. A small purple sandalwood table, 2 cushions, and an incense burner emitting wispy wisps of smoke. And a woman. A woman who could drive any man mad with desire. She leaned lazily against the soft couch in the center of the room, her posture both relaxed and seductive. She wore a sheer black silk robe so thin it was almost transparent, revealing a curvaceous, irresistibly seductive figure beneath. Her snow-white, slender legs were crossed without hesitation, exposed to the dim candlelight, emitting a lustrous glow like ivory. Her face was no longer veiled. Her face, so beautiful it could make the heavens pale, was lightly adorned with makeup, and in the candlelight, she appeared even more alluring. Her phoenix-like eyes, with their slightly upturned corners, flickered with a natural allure that seemed capable of stealing one's soul. She held a glass of wine as red as blood in her hand, gently swaying it with her slender fingers painted with nail polish. Upon seeing Chu Xian enter, she parted her red lips and gave him a smile that was both alluring and provocative, filled with both temptation and aggression. "My lord, how have you been?" Her voice was soft and seductive, a stark contrast to the cold, saintly image she had displayed the night before. "It seems the wounds from last night have healed." Chu Xian's gaze swept calmly over her nearly perfect, naked body, his eyes showing no emotion, as if he were looking at a lifeless, red-painted skeleton. He casually sat down on the cushion across from her, his voice as flat as water. The woman, seeing that Chu Xian remained utterly unaffected by her breathtaking beauty and the seductive atmosphere she had carefully crafted, flashed a fleeting glimpse of surprise and defeat in the depths of her eyes. She set down her wine cup and sat up straight. In that instant, the lazy allure that had enveloped her vanished, replaced by the icy arrogance and divine aura of a saintly maiden from the night before. 2 completely different personas, yet they were seamlessly integrated within her. "It seems that ordinary tactics are useless against you." She spoke softly, her voice returning to its usual cool tone. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. Luoli Heavenly Demon Sack, the current Holy Maiden." She stated her identity directly, her icy eyes fixed intently on Chu Xian, trying to discern even the slightest hint of surprise or emotion on his face. However, she was disappointed. Chu Xian's face remained as calm as a still pond. As if the title Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect, which could stir up a storm of blood and chaos in the martial arts world, meant no more to him than Zhang San or Li Si. "What you saw last night was merely the disguise I wear as I walk this world." Luoli took a deep breath and dropped another bombshell, hoping to shatter Chu Xian's infuriating calm. "My true age is nearly 100 years old. My cultivation is just 1 step away from the legendary grandmaster realm." Her words were filled with absolute confidence and pride. Nearly 100 years old, yet she still retained the appearance of a young girl. Half a step away from the great master realm. Across the entire Great Xian Empire, such power is enough to move anyone to tears and make any faction treat her as an honored guest. However, Chu Xian simply picked up the teacup on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely saying indifferently, "So what?" "So?" Luoli was taken aback by his indifferent attitude, then laughed lightly again. "So, you don't want to know why I asked you to meet?" A youngster who possesses the purest bloodline of the heavenly demon yet remains unaware of it, and even bears the title of a prince of the Xian dynasty. Her words were like a thunderclap, echoing through the quiet, elegant room. She had actually managed to uncover Chu Xian's background in such a short time. Even his most secret demon son bloodline was no mystery to her. "I'm curious," Luoli leaned forward slightly, a strong fragrance wafting toward him. Her red lips were almost touching Chu Xian's ear as she spoke softly. "Where did you obtain that strange yet incredibly powerful strength?" Her voice was filled with irresistible temptation. As if revealing this secret would grant him everything she possessed. Chu Xian finally lifted his gaze from the wine cup, fixing it on her face, which was mere inches away, breathtakingly beautiful. He spoke slowly, uttering 4 words. "Grandmaster Realm." Boom! Luoli's body stiffened abruptly. Her seductive phoenix-like eyes widened in disbelief, filled with utter horror. Grandmaster? He actually admitted it himself? And the way he looked so calm and unconcerned, it didn't seem like he was lying at all. A grandmaster who isn't even 20 years old? This isn't just a prodigy anymore. This is pure mythology. A monster. Her demonic heart, cultivated for a century and long since calm as a still pond, was suddenly stirred into a raging tempest. "As for how I achieved it," Chu Xian's lips curled into a playful smile, "that is my secret." He shifted the focus and threw the question back at him. "Now, it's your turn to answer my question. What was the matter with that altar last night? And what was the jade pendant sealed on the altar?" Luoli's mind was still reeling from the immense shock caused by the words Grandmaster. Upon hearing Chu Xian's question, she snapped back to reality. Looking into Chu Xian's eyes, which were as deep as an abyss, she felt a chill that seemed to come straight from her soul for the first time. She realized that all her tests and tactics seemed so laughable and powerless in the face of this man. She took a deep breath, forcing down the turbulent waves in her heart, and regained a semblance of composure. I don't know what you're talking about. She picked up her wine cup, took a sip, and her voice returned to its lazy, seductive tone. Last night, I merely sensed that some intruders had dared to enter my secluded retreat, so I dealt with them accordingly. She clearly did not wish to reveal any information about the altar or the jade pendant. Is that so? Chu Xian smiled and did not press further. Luoli put down her wineglass, her expression growing complex, even tinged with a hint of warning. Chu Xian, listen to my advice. Her voice, unusually serious, carried a hint of urgency. Leave Jinling as soon as possible. The farther, the better. The Jiangnan Heroes Gathering in 3 days is a dead-end slaughterhouse prepared specifically for you, with no way out. There will be a massive unexpected event that even I cannot foresee. Even if you are truly a grandmaster, in such a situation, you may not be able to escape unscathed. Oh? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, looking at her with interest. It seems you know quite a lot. He picked up the blood-red cup of wine but did not drink it, instead playing with it between his fingertips. However, I appreciate your kindness. He changed the subject abruptly, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp and piercing, like a sword drawn from its sheath. But I refuse. I did not come here to be a helpless prey. He slammed the cup down on the low table, causing the wine to slosh violently, yet not a single drop spilled. On the contrary. He stared into Luoli's eyes, which had once again filled with shock, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. I am the hunter. Luoli's breath caught in her throat. She stared at the man before her, whose aura had suddenly become domineering and overwhelming, and the faint glimmer of kindness that had just begun to emerge in her heart was instantly replaced by overwhelming shock. What does he intend to do? Doesn't he know that once his true identity is exposed, he will face the combined forces of the entire righteous martial arts world? Chu Xian looked at her face filled with confusion, and a mysterious smile curled at the corners of his lips. Before Luoli could speak again, he began his deductions, acting like a chess master who had already seen the entire game unfold. In this city of Jinling, dragons and snakes mingle, and hidden currents swirl. His voice was calm, yet it seemed to carry a magical power that could see through everything. The Imperial family's power, led by my 3 good brothers, has already infiltrated every corner. With the remnants of your heavenly demon sex power, you dare to stir up trouble and overturn the chessboard in this game? It's nothing but a pipe dream. Luoli's pupils contracted slightly. And the news about the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant was leaked at just the right time. The Grand Jiangnan Heroes Gathering was also timed perfectly. The mastermind and the biggest beneficiary behind these 2 events are the same person. Chu Xian's gaze grew as sharp as a blade. My so-called brilliant older brother, Chu Jing. So? Chu Xian leaned forward slightly, his deep eyes fixed intently on Luoli's breathtakingly beautiful face. You of the heavenly demon sect must be entangled with him. Or perhaps, you're trying to skin a tiger. Boom! Chu Xian's words struck Luoli's heart like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Her body trembled violently beyond her control. The lazy, seductive expression on her face vanished, replaced by uncontrollable shock and horror. She stared at Chu Xian as if he were a monster. These were the most closely guarded secrets of the heavenly demon sect. It was the secret agreement she had reached with Chu Jing after countless rounds of bargaining and compromise. This man, he had deduced the entire complex situation with just a few clues, and his conclusions were spot on? Is this even human? What kind of terrifying wisdom and insight does that require? At that moment, Luoli finally understood. From the very beginning, she had completely misjudged the man before her. His strength was not merely his unimaginable cultivation. It was this strategic brilliance, this ability to read people's hearts, this demonic cunning. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Chu Xian had completely changed. No longer was it one of testing, curiosity, or simple caution. But rather, a genuine, heartfelt re-evaluation of a player of the same or even higher level. You. Luoli's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of genuine dryness. Why did you come to Jinling? What are you really after? This time, she asked with utmost seriousness. Because she knew that she was facing a terrifying existence capable of overturning the entire chessboard. Chu Xian smiled. He laughed lightly, as if nothing mattered. My intentions are simple. First, I want that Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. His tone was neither negotiable nor forceful. It was a declaration. As if to say, from this moment on, this item belongs to me. Luoli's heart sank suddenly. The second. Chu Xian's gaze seemed to pierce through the painted boat, pierce through the endless night, and land on the vast Jiangnan land. He spoke slowly, his voice calm yet brimming with the unmatched dominance of a ruler. The martial arts factions of Jiangnan should also have a new master. I want them all to serve me. Chapter 35, The Demon Heart is a Pawn, the 10-Move Pact. Inside the cabin of the forget-worry painted boat, the atmosphere was as still as ice frozen for 10,000 years. The flickering candle flame, caught between the two men's invisible energy fields, was compressed into a thin, almost extinguished flame, yet it stubbornly continued to burn. Luoli's face, which could have captivated anyone, was, for the first time, stripped of all its laziness and allure, leaving only a shockwave of awe. She looked at the man before her, calm and composed, as if he were discussing something as trivial as eating or drinking. For the first time, the demonic heart she had cultivated for 100 years felt a hint of helplessness. The dragon vein jade pendant, he wanted it. He also wanted the Jiangnan martial arts world. How domineering! How arrogant! And how utterly inevitable! As if everything in this world was meant to be his. Luoli took a deep breath, her chest, which had been heaving wildly from shock, slowly calming down. She picked up the blood-red wineglass once more. This time, her hands were steady. Chu Xian. She spoke slowly, her voice returning to its usual cool tone, yet tinged with an unprecedented gravity. I admit, you are strong, so strong that you surpass my imagination. Your cunning is equally terrifying, almost completely uncovering every thread of this chess game. She looked into Chu Xian's bottomless eyes, shook her head slowly, and curved her lips into a self-mocking smile. But you still underestimate your third brother too much. Or rather, you underestimate the price he paid to set this fatal trap, and the true trump card he holds in his hands. Chu Xian remained silent, lifting his teacup and taking a sip, his expression one of eager anticipation. Luoli looked at his perpetually calm and composed demeanor, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled up in her heart, but she forced it down. Because she knew that the words that were about to follow would send a chill down the spine of any self-proclaimed hunter. Do you think the so-called Jiangnan Heroes Gathering is merely a stage for a simple frame-up and ambush? Luoli sneered, her voice as sharp as an icy blade. You're wrong. Dead wrong. It's not just a killing trap, it's a sacrifice. A feast of blood and flesh, prepared to fully activate that dragon vein jade pendant. Chu Jing's true purpose is to use the pretext of exterminating demons to eliminate all the Jiangnan martial arts heroes who refuse to submit to him in the Gathering of Heroes Hall. He plans to mix the essence and souls of hundreds of top-tier martial artists with the so-called righteous fury of the martial arts world and the overwhelming malevolent energy to forcibly sacrifice and activate the dragon vein jade pendant. Once the jade pendant is successfully activated, the dragon vein energy it contains will instantly envelop the entire Gathering of Heroes pavilion. At that point, he can harness the power of the jade pendant to temporarily control the minds of all the martial artists present, turning them into mindless puppets driven solely by the urge to kill. And you. Luoli's gaze, like two sharp swords, pierced Chu Xian with deadly intent. As one bearing the heavenly demon bloodline, under the impact of the dragon vein energy, the demonic nature within you will be amplified to its limit, causing you to instantly lose control and fall into demonic madness, becoming the perfect demon lord he needs to solidify this ironclad case. At that time, you will not only face the assault of thousands of martial arts experts, but also the erosion and suppression of your mind by the dragon vein chi. This is his true plan. Killing multiple birds with one stone. He can eliminate his rivals, subdue the Jiangnan martial arts world, gain control of the dragon vein jade pendant, and eliminate you, his greatest threat, in the most legitimate manner possible. Now, do you still think you're the hunter? Luoli finished speaking and stared silently at Chu Xian. She believed that anyone, after hearing this cruel, meticulous, and flawlessly executed plan, would be unable to remain calm. However, Chu Xian merely smiled. He set down his teacup, shook his head gently, and his eyes even held a hint of disappointment. That's it? He uttered the two words casually. What? Luoli's pupils contracted sharply once more. I thought he had something more clever up his sleeve. Chu Xian's tone was like that of a teacher critiquing a student's homework neat and proper, but utterly lacking in originality. Borrowing the energy of the dragon vein to manipulate human hearts and turn them to your own use, such crude methods were already outdated 100 years ago, even by the standards of the first demon emperor of your heavenly demon sect. He looked at Luoli's face, which had turned pale with horror, and slowly made a proposal that sent shivers down her spine. Luoli. Since you and Chu Jing are merely using each other, why not? Then why not? Chu Xian leaned forward slightly, his deep eyes flashing with a light as if he were a god or a demon. How about switching allies? Betray him and join me instead. In the name of the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect, help me ascend to the supreme throne of the Jiangnan martial arts world. Boom! The air in the entire ship's cabin seemed to ignite in that instant. Luoli felt her mind go blank with a loud buzzing sound. What had she just heard? This man, this arrogant, lawless brute. After hearing Chu Jing's fatal trap, not only did he not think about escaping, but instead, he was trying to turn her against her own allies? Making her, the revered holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, betray her allies and aid this mysterious demon son of unknown origin? After a moment of daze, an unprecedented surge of intense anger and absurdity erupted in Luoli's heart. She abruptly stood up, and the lazy allure and icy aura of a holy maiden vanished completely in that instant. In their place emerged a world-shattering, pure demonic might. Ha 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 ha. She laughed aloud, her laughter clear yet filled with endless mockery and icy intent to kill. Help you? Why should I? She suddenly lowered her head, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Chu Xian, as if looking at a fool who didn't know his own worth. With your bizarre cultivation? Or your laughable prince's status? Chu Xian. You think too highly of yourself. And you underestimate the heavenly demon sect. I admit you are strong. But to make me, Luoli, bow down and submit to you, to make the Tianhua sect serve you. Her voice suddenly grew as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. You are not qualified. The moment the words fell. Boom! A terrifying, purer force of annihilation magic erupted from Luoli's delicate body, like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. The entire forget-worry boat groaned under the relentless assault of the demonic energy, unable to bear the pressure. The river water surrounding the ship instantly boiled and swirled backward, forming a massive vortex. Today, I shall let you witness the true, supreme inheritance of the heavenly demon sect. Luoli let out a fierce shout, and the oddly curved short blade, the morning blade, reappeared in her hand. This time, however, the blade was no longer pitch black. Instead, countless blood-red, writhing, otherworldly patterns glowed on its surface, resembling living creatures. Heavenly demon dance, 100 ghosts at night. Her figure instantly transformed into over 100 blurry afterimages, filling the entire ship's cabin. Each afterimage emitted a chilling demonic aura, wielding a morning blade in its hand, charging toward Chu Xian from all directions, 360 degrees with no blind spots, intent on slaughtering him. The wails of ghosts and the howls of demons filled the air. It seemed as though, in an instant, the small ship's hold had been transformed into the endless abyss of hell. This was her ultimate killing move. It was the supreme technique recorded in the silent extinction demon scripture. With a single dance, 100 demons emerge, even gods and Buddhas flee. She intended to use this technique to completely shatter the arrogance and dignity of the man before her. However, facing this terrifying scene that seemed like hell had descended, Chu Xian remained seated on his meditation cushion. He didn't even stand up. He merely raised his right hand slowly. First move. He uttered the 3 words calmly. Then, he extended a single finger and gently tapped the swirling ghostly shadows. Hum. A golden, rippling wave spread out from the tip of his finger, silently expanding outward. Though the ripples appeared gentle, they contained an undeniable, supreme suppressing power. Break the void. Wherever the golden light touched, the hundreds of ghostly shadows, so lifelike they could fool the eye, melted away like snow in the sun, vanishing in an instant. Only Luoli's true form and her morning blade, which was about to pierce Chu Xian's forehead, remained exposed in mid-air. How is this possible? Luoli was utterly shocked. Second move. Chu Xian's voice remained calm. His index and middle fingers, like a snake emerging from its hole, gently clamped down on the rapidly approaching blade. Clang! A faint clang echoed. Luoli's all-out strike, powerful enough to split mountains, was effortlessly caught and held fast by those 2 seemingly fragile fingers. It could not advance even an inch further. A colossal force surged back along the blade. Luoli felt excruciating pain in her wrist, and the morning blade in her hand nearly flew out of her grasp. Third move. Chu Xian's voice echoed in Luoli's ears like a deadly incantation. He shifted his fingers, gripping the blade slightly. Shatter. Crack. A crisp, heart-wrenching sound. That blade, which had accompanied Luoli for nearly a century, forged from celestial meteorite iron, and deemed indestructible the sacred artifact of the holy sect, the morning blade, had been shattered by Chu Xian with just 2 fingers, snapping it in 2. No! Luoli let out a piercing scream of grief. Her mind was shaken to its core. In that split second of distraction, the 9th move. Chu Xian's figure had appeared before her without a sound. His movements remained slow. He simply extended a finger, as gentle as a lover's caress, yet as stern as a divine judgment, and lightly touched Luoli's smooth forehead. Stay still. Hum. Luoli's body stiffened suddenly. The overwhelming demonic energy within her, capable of shattering the heavens and earth, ceased abruptly, as if its source had been severed, vanishing without a trace. The true energy within her body seemed to be completely sealed by an invisible force, unable to move even the slightest bit. Her entire body froze in place, like a puppet under a paralysis spell, still clutching the broken blade. Only her icy phoenix-like eyes could still move. Those eyes were filled with boundless, utter, bone-chilling fear and despair. Defeated. Completely and utterly defeated. Within 10 moves. No. Not even 10 moves. The opponent used only a few fingers from start to finish. They shattered her most prideful ultimate technique, leaving it completely destroyed. The sacred artifact she regarded as the inheritance of her life was destroyed beyond recognition, sealing her cultivation at the threshold of a grandmaster with no room for improvement. This isn't just a difference in strength. This is a dimensional, She stared at the calm, unflinching face mere inches away, and for the first time, she gained a clear and terrifying understanding of what it meant to be a grandmaster. Xu Xian slowly withdrew his fingers. He looked at Luo Li's face, which was filled with resentment and horror, shook his head, and spoke with a hint of disappointment, as if he were disappointed in someone with potential. You've been practicing this silent extinction magic incorrectly. What? Luo Li's mind was once again shattered by the revelation. The essence of the heavenly demon strategy lies in breaking to rebuild, embracing death to rebirth. Xu Xian's voice rang out like the tolling of a bell, echoing loudly in Luo Li's mind. Silence is merely a means to break, not the ultimate goal. You have only pursued the extreme of destruction, neglecting the even more crucial regenerative power that follows destruction. Your path has strayed. Your foundation is already unstable. If you continue on this path, within a decade, you will be consumed by your own void-extinguishing demonic energy, your soul and spirit annihilated, reduced to ashes. Every word Xu Xian spoke was like the sharpest blade, piercing deeply into Luo Li's spiritual core. They completely exposed all the pride and confidence she had built up over the past century, revealing the rotten core that had long since decayed within. Luo Li's body trembled violently. The icy killing intent in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confusion and wavering. Because she knew that every word Xu Xian had spoken was the truth. In recent years, she had indeed sensed signs of her cultivation technique backfiring, but she had forced herself to suppress them. And Xu Xian, with just a single exchange, had uncovered her most critical weakness. This level of insight, this level of cultivation. He was truly a grandmaster. A living legend. Luo Li looked at Xu Xian, her expression growing incredibly complex. After a long while, she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all the resentment, anger, and intent to kill had vanished. In their place was a resolute determination, as if she had burned her bridges behind her. And a hint of cunning, well disguised and perfectly timed. She suddenly smiled. That smile was no longer seductive or cold. It was a smile of one who, like a chess player finally waiting for their opponent's move, held all the cards in their hand. Congratulations. She faced Xu Xian, slowly and solemnly, performing the highest-ranking ritual of the heavenly demon sect for equals. You have passed my test. Xu Xian raised an eyebrow, watching her clumsy yet shrewd performance, neither confirming nor denying it. Test? That's correct. Luo Li's charming face instantly regained the arrogance and composure unique to a saintly maiden, as if the disheveled person from moments ago had never been her. The Tianma sect selects allies based solely on their strength and wisdom, not their background or status. You are strong enough and clever enough. You have passed my final test. She casually tossed the broken blade on the ground, as if discarding all the persistence she had held onto in the past. From this moment onward, I, Luo Li, and the heavenly demon sect behind me, swear to ally with you. Her voice was firm and unwavering. At the Heroes' Assembly, the heavenly demon sect will be your sharp blade, aiding you. Stir the winds of change, slay the dragon, and usher in a new era. Chapter 36, The Heroes' Assembly begins, gathering from all directions. Within the forget-worry painted boat, candlelight flickered. Luo Li quietly watched the figure disappear at the entrance of the cabin, as if he had never set foot here. The air still carried the faint yet overwhelming aura of his presence, along with the final words he left behind. I am the hunter. Those words echoed in her mind like the deepest of curses, stirring up a tidal wave of emotion. After a long while, she slowly bent down, extending her delicate fingers to gently pick up the broken mourning blade. The icy touch sent a piercing pain through her bones. This sacred artifact of the Holy Order, which had accompanied her for nearly a century, was a symbol of her identity and power. Yet now, it had been casually snapped in two with just 2 fingers. Along with it, all the pride and confidence she had built up over the past century as the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect were shattered. However, after the extreme pain and humiliation, what surged up in her heart was an unprecedented madness and excitement, a sense of breaking through and rebirth. A grandmaster not yet 20 years old. A mysterious prince bearing the purest demon cult bloodline, yet knowing nothing of the demon cult. A monster who could see through the flaws in her techniques at a glance and offer guidance as if revealing the secrets of the heavens. This is simply a divine gift, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to revive the holy sect. Worth it. Luo Li gripped the broken blade, murmuring to herself. In her icy phoenix eyes, 2 flames of an unprecedented intensity called a gamble began to burn. This gamble, the heavenly demon sect will follow. She suddenly stood up, the despair and loss on her body vanishing completely, replaced by the resolute determination of a formidable leader. Qingluan. At your service. The master-level female attendant named Qingluan reappeared behind her like a ghost. When she saw the broken blade on the ground, her pupils contracted sharply, but she wisely refrained from asking any further questions. Compile all the information in the heavenly net regarding the third Prince Chu Jing, including the locations, strengths, and activation codes of all the spies and assassins he has planted within the Gathering of Talents pavilion. Luo Li's voice was cold and clear, without a hint of hesitation. Additionally, transmit my secret orders. All shadow warriors currently infiltrating the vicinity of the Gathering of Talents pavilion are to abandon their original plans and lie low, awaiting further instructions. Tomorrow, we'll change the game. Yes. Xing Luan, though his heart was filled with turmoil, obeyed without a moment's hesitation. One more thing. Luoli paused, then curved her lips into a cold yet striking smile. Send a false report to the third prince, stating that the ninth prince, unaware of his place, has refused my kind offer and will attend the banquet tomorrow as scheduled. As you command. Chang Luan's figure faded away once more. The vast ship's cabin fell once more into complete silence. Luoli stood quietly by the window, gazing out at the pitch-black waters of the Qinhuai River, her eyes growing incredibly deep. Xu Xian Xu Jing. The power struggles within your royal family are none of my concern. But this time, I shall see for myself whether it is this witch who has lain dormant for a century who holds the higher hand, or whether you so-called heaven-born dragons are truly the superior ones. The moon hung high in the sky. Xu Xian's figure silently returned to the listening to the tide courtyard. Inside the room, the lamps were still lit. Meng Yushui, dressed in a white gown, sat quietly by the lamp, using a piece of fine silk to wipe her beloved autumn water sword over and over again. The sword's blade was so polished it reflected her coldly beautiful face, and the faint worry in the depths of her eyes. Upon hearing the door open, she suddenly looked up. When she saw Xu Xian's familiar figure, her tense body slowly relaxed. Husband. Whom? Xu Xian nodded, walked to the table, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea that had long since grown cold. I have gained an unexpected ally. His voice was calm, as if he were merely commenting on the weather. So, tomorrow's heroes gathering might turn out to be more exciting than we anticipated. He did not elaborate on what had happened on the painted boat, but Mu Rongxue had already understood everything from the depths of his eyes, which were filled with a playful gleam. She asked no more, simply sheathing the autumn water sword slowly. A faint smile, enough to melt even ice and snow, flickered across her cold, delicate face. No matter what happens, Shuer's sword is for her husband alone. The next day, the sky was just beginning to grow light. Jinling City, the mighty fortress of Jiangnan, awoke from its slumber. Erupting with an unprecedented, almost boiling fervor. The clatter of countless hooves, the grinding of wheels on cobblestones, and the steady, powerful footsteps of countless warriors. Pouring out from the inns and mansions of the city. These heroes and martial arts masters, who had been scattered across the Jiangnan region, now seemed to have been summoned by an invisible force. Forming an unstoppable torrent, all heading toward the same destination. The southern part of the city, the Dragon Ascension platform, gathering together. Shenglong Tai. A legendary site that had stood for over 1,000 years, witnessing the rise and fall of the Great Shen dynasty. It is not a mere platform but a vast arena spanning 10 miles in all directions, formed naturally from a single massive, unknown dark green rock. Legend has it that the founding emperor once stood upon this platform, raised his arms, and rallied 3,000 elite soldiers to launch an unparalleled campaign that swept across the 6 realms and unified the entire realm. Therefore, this massive rock not only retains the overbearing dragon energy of the founding emperor, but also the fierce, blood-soaked aura from countless battles that have taken place here over the centuries. Even ordinary people standing here feel their spirits stirred and their blood boiling. And today, this very place is the final stage for the heroes gathering that has drawn the attention of the entire martial arts world of Jiangnan. Before the hour of the dragon, the area around the ascending dragon platform was already teeming with people, surrounding the surrounding peaks so densely that not a single person could pass through. The dark mass of people surges like an ant tide, stretching as far as the eye can see. Flags of various colors, representing different martial arts sects, fluttered in the wind, rustling like a forest of colorful steel. Goodness gracious! I've never seen such a grand spectacle in my life. It feels like every martial artist in the entire Jiangnan region has gathered here. Of course. This is a hero gathering personally hosted by His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Who dares to show disrespect? Besides, this gathering is where they'll expose the true identity of that demon son in public. Such a major event, how could we miss it? Look! Isn't that the banner of the Raging River Gang? The fat man leading the way with a face full of scars is Mixed River Dragon Tianjian. They say his rain-covering sword technique can stir up towering waves on the river. Whoa, the procession over there is even more impressive. Did you see that bronze war chariot pulled by 16 steeds? That's the chariot of the Tang family from the Thunder Hall, the first family of Jiangnan. The one leading the way must be the head of the Tang family, Thunder God Tang Outyen. Amidst the crowd, occasional bursts of gasps and shrieks echoed through the air. On ordinary days, these martial arts masters, whose mere footsteps could shake the ground, would cause a huge stir whenever any one of them appeared. Yet today, they were appearing one after another like a swarm of fish crossing the river, leaving everyone dazzled and unable to take it all in. The wandering cloud swordsman Lu Sanshur, clad in white, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, moved with grace and elegance, resembling an immortal, drawing the admiring screams of countless young female warriors. Mountain-splitting Palm Wangba, with a flushed face and steady steps, caused the hard rock ground to tremble slightly with each step, showcasing his unimaginable terrifying cultivation. These renowned masters, who had achieved fame long ago, exchanged nods or cold snorts, their eyes filled with deep caution and scrutiny. They were well aware that today's gathering of heroes was far from a mere spectacle. Behind it all lay imperial intrigue and the reshaping of the future landscape of the Jiangnan martial arts world. Under the gaze of countless eyes filled with awe, envy, and fervor, these martial arts giants were escorted by the Xuanjie guards under the command of the third prince to the most central and prime seats on the Dragon Ascension platform. Just as the atmosphere in the entire venue was being pushed to its first climax by the arrival of these legendary figures, a plain, unadorned ebony carriage, completely out of place among the lavish carriages around it, slowly made its way to the entrance, escorted by several equally unremarkable guards. The carriage's appearance immediately sparked a wave of unrestrained laughter. Put! What kind of old clunker is that? They dare to show up at the Dragon Ascension platform and make a fool of themselves? Probably some lowly family trying to climb the social ladder, but they can't even afford a decent carriage. It's laughable. The captain of the Xuanjie guards, responsible for security, also flashed a look of impatience and contempt. However, when Fu Bo stepped down from the carriage with an expressionless face and presented the purple gold token symbolizing his princely status before him, the captain's expression instantly shifted from contempt to shock, and then from shock to a highly unusual, complex expression mingled with disdain and fear. His facial muscles twitched, but he eventually knelt down on one knee, albeit reluctantly. "I humbly greet His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince." The sound was like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil, instantly causing the surrounding chaos to erupt. What? He's the mysterious Ninth Prince Chu Xian? He actually dared to come? My goodness. That's way too bold. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Didn't you see he is still in the dark? He probably thinks the third prince is genuinely hosting this fame-building event for him. Under the gaze of countless eyes filled with mockery, pity, and schadenfreude, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Chu Xian emerged, dressed in plain robes, his expression calm. Behind him followed Mu Rongshui, as ethereal and beautiful as a moon goddess. Their appearance once again caused a huge commotion. Is that Mu Rongxianzi? She truly is a heavenly beauty, capable of captivating an entire nation. Alas, a flower has been planted in Caodong. Once the true identity of the Ninth Prince, the Demon Sun, is exposed, Mu Rongxianzi will likely be implicated and become the enemy of the righteous path. Chu Xian ignored all the whispers around him. He didn't even spare a glance at those self-righteous heroes and warriors. He simply led Mu Rongshui, guided by a Xuanjie guard with extreme respect, to the most remote, corner, and poorly visible spot in the entire venue. It was as if he, the prince, was not even as good as the leaders of third-rate sects. This was a blatant humiliation. However, Chu Xian's face remained completely expressionless. He casually found a spot to sit down, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. But the moment his feet touched the rising dragon platform made of a single massive rock, a cold, familiar, and supremely authoritative mechanical alert sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected, host has arrived at a mythical tier check-in location, Dragon Ascension platform imbued with the primordial dragon's chi and the malevolent energy of an ancient battlefield. This is the birthplace of the dragon. Check-in rewards will be greatly enhanced. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mythical tier supreme demonic technique, Swallow the Heavens Demon Art Fragment. Boom! In an instant. A terrifying martial art technique, impossible to describe in words, filled with ultimate dominance, plunder, devouring, and refining everything into oneself, surged like a black cosmic torrent. It was not a technique, but an instinct. An instinct that transcended all existence, viewing the entire cosmos as its sustenance and nourishment, the most primal, most terrifying demonic instinct. Devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Refine the essence of the sun and moon. Plunder others' true essence. Absorb the of divine souls. This cultivation technique was tailor-made for the feast of flesh and blood unfolding before their eyes. The third Prince Chu Jing intends to use the essence and of hundreds of warriors as a sacrifice to activate the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant? Excellent! A cold, almost demonic smile slowly curled the corners of Chu Xian's lips. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep, piercing gaze swept over the thousands of chaotic, murderous heroes before him. In his eyes, this so-called Dragon Ascension platform was no longer a martial arts arena. It was a gigantic banquet table. And the so-called heroes, warlords, and tyrants before him, along with his self-important, self-proclaimed all-powerful third brother, were nothing more than a feast for the gluttonous. Chapter 37, The Ascending Dragon Platform, Hidden Danger. At the third hour of the morning, the sun rises in the east. A dazzling golden light pierced through the clouds, bathing the Dragon Ascension platform in radiance. At this moment of golden light and auspicious chi, dong dong dong, 3 deep, thunderous drumbeats, as if they could penetrate the very depths of one's soul, resounded from the highest platform of the Dragon Ascension platform. The drum beats carried a peculiar rhythm, as if resonating with the supreme dragon energy left behind by the founding emperor, instantly silencing all the noise and whispers in the crowd. The gazes of tens of thousands of people, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, converged on the chairman's platform, built of white marble and symbolizing the highest authority. There stood a young man dressed in a four-clawed golden dragon robe, wearing a purple gold crown, with a face as fair as jade and a graceful, handsome demeanor. Surrounded by a group of fierce-looking guards clad in blood-red armor, he walked slowly onto the podium. His steps were steady, his posture erect, and his face bore a gentle, jade-like smile that made everyone feel as though they were bathed in spring breeze. Every movement exuded an innate elegance and nobility befitting the Imperial family. He was none other than the initiator of this gathering of heroes, one of the most favored princes of the current emperor. The third prince, Chu Jing. It's him. It's His Royal Highness the third prince. Heaven. The third prince is truly a dragon among men. Such charisma, such presence, he will surely become the pillar of our great Xian dynasty. With such a wise prince like the third prince, how can we worry about the stability of our great Xian dynasty? How can we worry about the peace of the Jiangnan martial arts world? As Chu Jing made his appearance, the crowd erupted into a thunderous, earth-shaking roar of cheers and applause. Countless martial arts practitioners wore expressions of genuine admiration and fervor on their faces. Chu Jing stood at the center of the podium, smiled, raised both hands, and gently pressed them downward. The deafening noise, which could have lifted the roof, miraculously fell silent in an instant. Everyone held their breath, gazing at him with the utmost reverence, awaiting the wise prince's address. Heroes and of Jiangnan. Chu Jing spoke, his voice, enhanced by true energy, resonating clearly throughout every corner of the rising dragon platform. His voice was magnetic, steady, and powerful, exuding an air of sincerity that was impossible to resist. I, Chu Jing, am here today in the name of the great Xian prince, and as a warrior with a heart dedicated to the nation and the world, I have gathered you all here. For the world today, though seemingly peaceful, is in fact teeming with hidden dangers. To the north, barbarian tribes lurk with hostile intent. To the east, Japanese pirates plunder the coasts, and the remnants of the demon cult, dormant for a century, dare to resurface, seeking to overthrow the very foundations of our righteous path. When the nation is on the brink of collapse, every citizen has a duty to act. We martial artists, who have been nourished by the Emperor's grace and wield swords in the martial arts world, must shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting our homeland and defending the righteous path. Therefore, I have gathered here today to host the Jiangnan Heroes Assembly, hoping to unite all the martial arts forces of Jiangnan, to form a united front, a network of strength. Together, we will resist the external enemies and eliminate the demons. Let all the petty villains see that the martial arts world of Jiangnan is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, a solid block of iron. We are not a people to be bullied. These words were spoken with great passion and righteous indignation. The noble ideals of family and nation, and the righteous path of the martial arts world, have been seamlessly blended together. In an instant, it ignited the fiery sense of chivalry in the hearts of all the martial artists present. Well said. The third prince is wise. We are willing to die for the third prince. To protect our homeland and eliminate the evil forces. We of the Jiangnan martial arts order all look to the third prince for guidance. The cheers grew even more fervent than before. Countless people were moved to tears by Chu Jing's words, their blood boiling with passion, eager to sacrifice their lives for this wise prince. On the podium, Chu Jing still wore his gentle smile, but deep in his eyes flashed a cold, contemptuous glance, as if he were looking at a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. He basked in the thunderous adulation, but inside, he sneered. A bunch of fools. A few pretty words, and you're all willing to walk into the slaughterhouse. At the same time, in an unnoticed corner, hundreds of blood-clothed guards clad in blood-red armor and wearing grotesque demon masks had silently dispersed like ghosts, taking positions at all exits and key points around the Dragon Ascension platform. Their bodies emanated a thick, putrid stench, as if they had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Their sudden appearance instantly transformed the vast Shanglong platform into an inescapable, colossal iron-blooded prison. On the podium, Chu Jing raised his hand once more, signaling everyone to fall silent. To enhance the success of today's gathering and to reward the young talents of the Jiangnan martial arts world, I have specially prepared a few modest gifts. He spoke, clapping his hands. Immediately, 16 beautiful maids with graceful figures, carrying 8 trays covered in red cloth, glided forward. As Chu Jing personally lifted the red cloth covering each of the 8 items. In an instant, a brilliant light shot into the sky. The scent of medicine filled the air. The entire Shanglong platform was enveloped in a dazzling radiance and a soothing fragrance. Heavens! That's a top-grade Earth-rank spiritual weapon, the Chasing Wind Sword. Legend has it that it can cut through iron like mud and move as swiftly as the wind. Good heavens! That sword! It's the long-lost Mad Thunder War Blade. Also Earth-grade upper tier. It's said to be able to summon the thunderous power of the 9 heavens. And those few bottles of pills. Can you smell them? Those are the Breaking Realm pills that even masters go mad for. And the 9 turns life-saving pills that can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. The stands erupted into chaos. Everyone's eyes turned red. Their breathing grew. Earth-grade upper-tier spiritual weapons. Rare pills that can help masters break through their bottlenecks. Any one of these items, if taken outside, would be enough to spark a bloody battle. And now, His Royal Highness the Third Prince has actually brought them all out as prizes for a martial arts competition? What a grand gesture! What a display of unparalleled grandeur! At this moment, the last shred of doubt in everyone's heart toward Chu Jing vanished completely. All that remained was endless admiration and fervor. Today's gathering is a gathering of friends through martial arts. Chu Jing's voice rang out once more, filled with seductive and inciting words. All young talents under the age of 30 from Jiangnan may step forward to challenge. The one who can win 5 consecutive matches shall be able to choose any one of these 8 treasures. Now, the heroes shall compete. Begin! His voice was like the fuse igniting a barrel of gunpowder. I'll go. Before he had finished speaking, a burly young man wielding a massive axe leaped onto the central platform of the Dragon Ascension stage with unbridled enthusiasm. Golden Axe Gate, Li Kuei. I come to throw out the first stone for the tournament. I'll take you on. Immediately, another young martial artist wielding a long spear leaped onto the stage, unwilling to be outdone. Clang! 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 Without any further ado, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Swords and blades clashed, and true energy surged. The intense battle instantly drew everyone's attention. Next, the third, fourth, fifth. Countless young martial artists eager to make a name for themselves and obtain precious treasures rushed onto the combat stage like fish swarming across a river. The atmosphere on the Dragon Ascension platform was completely ignited. The sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, exploding true energy, and the cheers and applause from the audience below intertwined, creating a deafening roar that grew louder and louder, piercing the heavens. The scene was intense and fiery. However, no one noticed. As the martial arts competition progressed, and one after another, martial artists were injured and bleeding on the stage. The crimson blood, containing the pure life force of the warriors, did not dry up as it normally would. Instead, it was absorbed like a sponge, swiftly seeping into the dark blue, incredibly hard rock surface. Immediately afterward, on the once smooth rock surface, extremely complex and obscure twisted patterns, resembling ancient totems, began to glow with a faint, eerie red light under the blood's influence. Threads of blood-red mist, finer than hair, began to rise silently from the patterns. The blood mist was extremely thin, yet carried a faint, distinctive, metallic scent characteristic of a warrior's blood. Amidst the chaotic, blood-soaked atmosphere of the scene, no one could detect it. No one noticed. As the blood-red mist spread, the emotions of all the martial artists present grew increasingly frenzied, restless, and warlike. The battles on the stage grew increasingly brutal. Even severe injuries, and even death, began to occur. Every time someone's blood splattered 5 steps away, Chu Jing on the podium would smile even more brightly, and the coldness and cruelty in his eyes grew even more intense. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned, perfectly. On the other side of the VIP section, Luoli, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, dressed in a luxurious purple palace gown, wore a look of perfect laziness and allure on her face. She seemed utterly disinterested in the intense battle, instead focusing on herself as she picked up a crystal-clear grape with her slender fingers and slowly placed it between her red lips. However, her seductive phoenix-like eyes swept across the entire arena without a trace of emotion. When she saw the blood-red mist beginning to spread and the faint outlines of a blood sacrifice array on the ground, a cold sneer flashed in the depths of her eyes. "Fool, you're still celebrating the grave someone else dug for you." She gently lifted the teacup and, with the lid, seemingly casually scraped the rim 3 times. The motion was elegant and natural. Yet it was the prearranged signal between her and Chu Xian, signifying everything is going smoothly. The fish has been caught in the net. After completing the gesture, her gaze, seemingly casual, darted toward the secluded corner where Chu Xian was standing, casting an extremely subtle, fleeting glance. "Husband, something's wrong." Just as the entire hall was engulfed in frenzy, Mu Rongshua's cold voice echoed softly in Chu Xian's ear. Her expression was incredibly solemn. Her clear, autumn-like eyes were filled with vigilance and unease. There's an ominous aura in the air. Born with a keen sense of the sword, her perception of the various energies in the world was far more acute than that of ordinary masters. She could clearly sense that a thread of strange energy filled with evil and resentment was constantly seeping out from the Dragon Ascension platform beneath her feet. Though faint, it flowed endlessly. Moreover, this energy seemed to resonate in an eerie way with the heightened emotions and surging chi of all the martial artists present. Even her once calm and composed sword heart was beginning to stir with a hint of restlessness and unease. And she lowered her voice even further. "I can sense it beneath this Dragon Ascension platform. There seems to be a colossal array hidden beneath. The fluctuations of that energy, though well concealed, cannot escape the perception of my sword heart." Her grip on the autumn water sword tightened instinctively. Her instincts told her that this place was an unprecedented, extremely dangerous, a true death trap. However, in response to her solemn warning, Chu Xian merely opened his eyes slowly. His face remained calm and composed, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. He even gave Mu Rongxua a reassuring smile. Rest assured. He uttered the two words softly, his voice carrying an undeniable, reassuring strength. The bait has been set. The fish have already entered the net. Now, all we need to do is wait patiently. He glanced at the blood-soaked martial arts stage, then at the VIP section where the stunningly beautiful witch was lazily sipping her tea, and finally fixed his gaze on the chairman's platform, where his beloved third brother was basking in the adoration of the crowd. The corners of his lips curled into a cold, amused smile. He reached out and gently patted the trembling hand of Mu Rongxue, who was tense with anxiety. Watch closely, Schwer. A good show. It's about to begin. Chapter 38, The Dagger Revealed, The Blood Sacrifice Array. Noon had arrived, and the sun blazed overhead. The martial arts competition on the Rising Dragon platform had reached its most intense stage. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the sweat of warriors boiling with intensity. And the increasingly thick, blood-red mist filled with brutality and madness. All mingled together, transforming the vast training ground into a frenetic and blood-soaked battlefield. At that moment, on the central combat platform, there were dozens of young martial artists, their eyes bloodshot, engaged in a furious battle. Their eyes are bloodshot, their expressions, having long since forgotten the concept of using martial arts to make friends, leaving only the most primal instinct to tear their opponents to shreds. Sword flashes, blade shadows, fist winds, palm strikes. The furious true energy collided with reckless abandon, producing deafening explosions. Every second, someone screamed in agony as they were knocked off the stage, their bodies covered in blood, bones broken and limbs shattered. Every second, fresh blood spills like blooming flowers of death, staining the dark gray rock floor. The tens of thousands of spectators below are already completely enraged. They waved their fists and shouted hoarsely for their favorite fighters, their faces filled with excitement and fervor. No one noticed that their own vitality was being drawn away by this frenetic atmosphere. By an invisible force, silently and continuously being drawn out, gathered, and ultimately merging into the eerie ground beneath their feet. Essence. Energy. Spirit. Blood. The four elements had reached an unprecedented, boiling point critical mass. On the podium, Prince Chu Jing, the third prince, still wore his usual gentle, jade-like smile that made everyone feel at ease. He even clapped his hands in admiration for the outstanding performance of a contestant on stage, appearing like a wise ruler who values talent. However, beside him, the black-robed old man who had been closing his eyes in meditation, resembling an old monk in deep contemplation, slowly opened his eyes. What a terrifying pair of eyes! They were cloudy, cold, and filled with deathly stillness and foreboding, like two deep, swirling abysses leading to the depths of hell. The old man turned his head and locked eyes with Chu Jing. There were no words, yet the message was clear. The time has come. Chu Jing's smile grew even brighter. And it grew even more icy and ruthless. He slowly withdrew a jade talisman from the wide sleeves of his python-patterned robe. The talisman was entirely blood-red, as if formed from congealed blood, and engraved with bizarre demonic patterns. He placed the jade talisman gently in the palm of his hand. It was this very action. This action, which would soon unleash chaos across the entire Jiangnan martial arts world and drag tens of thousands of heroes into an endless abyss. He performed it with such elegance, such composure. As if what he was about to crush was not a earth-shattering conspiracy, but merely a fully ripened grape. He cast one last glance at the crowd below, still screaming wildly and praising him as a hero. He glanced at the useless ninth brother still sitting in the corner, eyes closed, as still as a corpse. In the depths of his eyes, the last remnant of humanity was completely devoured by boundless greed and ambition. It's over. He murmured to himself. Then, his hands clenched tightly. Snap. A faint yet crystal clear cracking sound echoed through the air. The blood-red jade talisman was crushed in his hand at the sound. Boom! At the very moment the jade talisman shattered. The entire massive dragon ascension platform, along with the dozens of surrounding peaks, suddenly trembled violently. Like a earth dragon turning over. Like the heavens splitting apart. What's happening? The earth is shaking? The tens of thousands of martial artists below, who had been caught up in the frenzy, were instantly jolted awake by this sudden upheaval, their faces filled with shock and confusion. However, before they could react, another anomaly erupted. Thick, blood-red pillars of light, as thick as water barrels and eerily distorted, erupted from all directions around the Rising Dragon platform, shooting skyward with overwhelming force. These light columns connected with one another, instantly forming a gigantic blood-red light barrier that covered the entire venue. Like an inverted blood-red bowl, it trapped everyone beneath it. The sky was instantly dyed a heart-stopping crimson red. The sun's light was completely blocked out. The entire world seemed to plunge from daylight into twilight in an instant. What is this? An array. It's an array. Someone has activated the legendary Great Array. Third Prince. What's going on? The crowd erupted into complete chaos. Screams of terror and confused questions echoed through the air. However, the response they received was not the third prince's gentle explanation, but instead, an even more terrifying, hellish sight. Boom! The ground of the entire Rising Dragon platform, covered in countless blood-soaked, eerie blood sacrifice runes, lit up in an instant. Eerie red beams, like molten lava, surged wildly across the ground, converging into a single point. Finally, at the very center of the Rising Dragon platform, a gigantic, slowly rotating, bottomless, blood-red vortex. A terrifying suction force, indescribable and filled with greed and the intent to devour, erupted violently from the blood-red vortex. Ah! A young martial artist standing closest to the vortex's center, with only the chi condensation realm cultivation, let out the final, piercing scream of his life. His body deflated instantly, like a punctured balloon. His essence blood, true chi, and even his soul were forcibly torn from his 7 orifices by an invisible force. Transforming into a series of blood-red streaks visible to the naked eye, they were violently sucked into the enormous blood-red vortex. It all happened in the blink of an eye. A once living being was reduced to a skeletal husk, its face still frozen in the ultimate expression of terror, a desiccated corpse. With a loud thud, it crashed to the ground and turned into flying ash. This was merely the beginning. Help me. My true energy. My true energy is fading. No. My blood is gushing out. A living hell. The legendary Dragon Ascension platform, at this moment, had completely transformed into a gigantic, life-devouring flesh grinder. The terrifying suction force engulfed everyone present without discrimination. Those weaker second and third-rate martial artists had no chance to resist. They fell in droves, like wheat being harvested, instantly sucked dry and turned into desiccated corpses, offering their lives to the blood-red vortex. Within just a few dozen breaths, the battlefield was littered with thousands of horrifying desiccated corpses. Even the high-ranking martial artists of the realm were in dire straits. Damn it! What kind of demonic array is this? Splitting Mountain Palm Wangba roared, unleashing a colossal surge of earth-yellow true chi from his body, attempting to resist the terrifying suction force. However, to his horror, he discovered that his protective true chi, which could shatter boulders, was as fragile as paper in the face of the blood-red vortex. His true energy and vital blood continued to flow out at an extremely slow yet unwavering pace, beyond his control. Everyone, unite! Attack that blood-red light barrier! Break through! Lu Sanshur, the wandering cloud swordsman, reacted the fastest. He shouted fiercely, his long sword unleashing over 100 sharp sword chi, slashing viciously at the blood-red canopy above his head. Thunderbolt divine lightning. Thunder god Tang Outyin roared in anger, forming hand seals, and thick bolts of lightning shot from his palms, crashing into the light barrier. Boom! 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 Dozens of level experts, at that moment, simultaneously unleashed their most powerful attacks, pouring them all onto the blood-red light barrier. However, all the attacks were like drops in the ocean, merely causing a series of insignificant ripples on the blood-red light barrier before being completely swallowed and dissolved. They caused no damage whatsoever. Despair. Endless despair. Like a cold tide, it instantly engulfed the hearts of all the surviving beings present. There was no way out, no escape. They were trapped within this death trap that was madly devouring their lives. And beyond this hellish realm, on the hidden peaks surrounding the Dragon Ascension platform, the spies dispatched by Crown Prince Chu Yao and Second Prince Chu Xiong to monitor the situation were all stunned speechless when they saw the blood-red light curtain rising into the sky, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. What is that? What a terrifying demonic array! Has the third prince lost his mind? He's trying to wipe out the entire Jiangnan martial arts world in one fell swoop. A high-ranking disciple under the Crown Prince's command spoke with a trembling voice. Quick! Send the intelligence from this location back to the capital using the highest-level Blood Eagle messenger. Report to His Highness. Another general under the Second Prince's command shouted with a grim expression. Captain, what should we do? Should we intervene? If Third Prince's plan succeeds and he gains control of the entire Jiangnan martial arts world, intervene my ass. The general slapped him across the face and shouted angrily. Didn't you see the power of that formation? Even A couldn't withstand it. If we charge in with just a few of us, we're going to die. The princess orders were to monitor and gather information about the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. Not to come here and die. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with cold calculation. Moreover, I suspect that the third prince set up this evil formation with the explicit intention of activating the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. Everyone, listen up. Stay put. Keep your eyes fixed on the center of the formation. If you spot anything resembling the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant appearing, a flash of greed crossed his eyes. At any cost, bring it to me. Both factions, after a moment of shock, surprisingly chose to temporarily stand by and wait for the opportunity to reap the benefits. They were all waiting for that piece of jade that could propel them to greatness, the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. At the heart of the chaos, in the most remote corner, Manga Shui had already drawn her autumn water sword, her beautiful face solemn to the extreme. An invisible aura enveloped her and Chu Xian within a 3-foot radius, temporarily blocking the terrifying suction force that seemed to penetrate everything. But even she could feel her true energy being consumed at an astonishing rate. This formation is too terrifying. And Chu Xian? He remains seated there in silence. As if the hellish chaos outside, the countless screams and deaths, had nothing to do with him. He merely raised his head slowly. He glanced at the podium, where the third Prince Chu Jing stood, his face filled with ecstasy as he admired his own masterpiece. Then he glanced at the center of the blood-red vortex, where a massive, blood and flesh essence was gathering so vast that it could drive any innate cultivator to despair. Finally, he slowly stood up. His deep, piercing eyes held no anger, no pity, only a cold, ruthless determination. The cold calm of a hunter who had finally waited for all his prey to fall into the trap. He turned to Mu Rong Shui, who was tense to the extreme, and gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't be afraid." He reached out and gently smoothed the strands of her hair that had been tousled by the strong wind. "I told you, we are hunters." Chapter 39. Heroes point their swords, the demon son Chu Xian. Beneath the blood-red light barrier, the dragon ascension platform had transformed into a hellish battlefield. Piercing screams, desperate wails, and the sickening sounds of flesh being torn from bone blended into a death symphony that made one want to vomit. Tens of thousands of living beings were being devoured and refined by the massive blood-red vortex at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire space was shrouded in an overwhelmingly dense, toxic energy filled with hatred and despair. In the VIP section, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult, Luo Li, her elaborate palace robes already held aloft by an invisible energy shield, was shielded from the filthy blood mist. She gazed at the scene before her, as brutal as the demon-slaying war of a century ago. Her face, beautiful to the point of being unsettling, showed no mercy, only cold calculation. Her seductive phoenix-like eyes pierced through the chaos and death, landing precisely on the figure slowly rising from the corner. She cast a questioning glance in the direction of Chu Xian. "Is it time to act now?" According to their agreement from last night, the moment the blood sacrifice array was activated, she would lead the hidden forces of the heavenly demon sect to strike Chu Jing from behind with a fatal blow. However, Chu Xian merely shook his head imperceptibly in her direction. Then, he made a mouth gesture that she couldn't possibly understand. "Wait a little longer." "Wait? What else is there to wait for?" Luo Li furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. However, out of trust or perhaps fear for Chu Xian's unimaginable strength, she forced herself to suppress her doubts and sat back down, adopting a wait-and-see attitude. As for Chu Xian, after making this gesture, he did not look at anyone else. He simply closed his eyes slowly. The next moment, the Swallow Heaven demon art fragment within his body began to silently, yet powerfully, activate. A formless, intangible yet overwhelmingly powerful force field centered on his body suddenly erupted. If that blood sacrifice array were a massive pump frantically sucking water, then, at this moment, Chu Xian had transformed into a black hole. A bottomless abyss capable of devouring everything in the universe, even light itself cannot escape. The terrifying energy torrent, formed by the essence and souls of tens of thousands of martial artists, which had been surgingly toward the central blood-red vortex, was so vast that even any innate cultivator would pale in fear. As it flowed past the corner where Chu Xian stood, it was suddenly split off into a tributary by an even more domineering and ruthless gravitational force. That blood-red torrent, composed of the purest life energy, was like a river that had found an outlet. Silently Anli surged into Chu Xian's body. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. No overwhelming pressure that could shatter the heavens and earth. Everything happened in complete silence. Chu Xian's body was like an bottomless pit that could never be filled. Unflinchingly devouring and refining the vast torrent of flesh and essence, transforming it into the most primal force within himself. What a rush! An unprecedented sensation of ultimate comfort, as if every one of his 36,000 pores were joyfully breathing, spread throughout Chu Xian's limbs and bones. This swallow the heavens demon technique was truly a divine ability created for such a moment. On the podium, Chu Jing stood with his hands behind his back, his face adorned with the triumphant smile of a victor, brimming with intoxication and pride. He felt the colossal energy within the blood sacrifice array growing at an exponential rate. He felt the dragon vein jade pendant hidden at the core of the array being rapidly matured and activated by this energy. The ambition that had been dormant within him for years now burned like a raging fire, fueled by oil. "It's done! Ha 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 ha! It's finally done!" He screamed wildly in his heart. Once the blood sacrifice array had completely drained the essence of all the worthless beings in the arena, once the dragon vein jade pendant was fully activated, he would be able to harness the jade pendant's divine power to control all the surviving Jiangnan martial artists, turning them into his most loyal puppets. At that point, the entire Jiangnan martial arts world would be his for the taking. And in the end, he would simply brush aside all the sins of this act. Blame it all on his ninth younger brother, Chu Xian, who was accused of practicing demonic arts, losing his mind, and plotting to sacrifice the masses, making him the perfect scapegoat. Killing two birds with one stone. Perfectly executed. He looked at his ninth younger brother in the corner, still closing his eyes and waiting to die, and the mockery on his lips grew even stronger. A good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, and play. Does he even deserve to be my opponent? In his eyes, the only thing worth watching out for in this chess game was not Chu Xian. It was those lurking in the shadows, like venomous snakes, the forces loyal to the crown prince and the second prince. He must act swiftly and decisively. Before those men could react and move to seize it, he must secure the dragon vein jade pendant and keep it safely in his possession. However, just as he was basking in self-satisfaction, fantasizing about his glorious future as the ruler of the realm, the expressionless black-robed array master beside him suddenly changed slightly. A fleeting, almost imperceptible trace of confusion flashed across his murky, lifeless eyes. What's going on? The convergence speed of the array's energy seems to have slowed down? At the very moment the black-robed elder detected the anomaly. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the indestructible blood-red light barrier. Under the relentless, all-out assault of dozens of surviving innate cultivators who spared no expense, the once impenetrable light barrier, due to the weakening of the array's energy supply, began to show the slightest, most unstable tremor. It's working. Everyone, give it your all. Tang Outyan, the master of the Thunder Hall, was both shocked and delighted, roaring wildly. Break it! Splitting mountain palm Wang Ba, his eyes wide with fury, channeled all his inner strength into his palms and struck out with all his might. Boom! Under the attacks of dozens of top-tier experts. Crack! The blood-red light barrier, finally unable to withstand the pressure, emitted a crisp, mournful cry. A spider web-like crack suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, with a loud boom, it completely shattered. The death cage binding everyone was broken. Charge! Kill Chu Jing, that bastard! Avenge our fallen brothers! In the moment of liberation, the hundreds of surviving warriors, their eyes bloodshot, like demons rising from hell, fueled by overwhelming anger and murderous intent, charging toward the podium. Especially the dozen or so level experts led by Tang Outyan, Wang Ba, and Lu Sansi. They charged forward first, their killing intent palpable, determined to tear Chu Jing, the mastermind behind this tragedy, to pieces. Third Prince! How cruel you are! What grudge does the Jiangnan martial arts world hold against you that you would use such a vicious array to exterminate us all? Tang Outyan's voice echoed before he arrived, his furious accusation resounding like rolling thunder across the sky. However, facing this crowd of enraged survivors filled with murderous intent, Chu Jing on the podium showed not the slightest sign of panic. His face remained calm and composed, as serene as a cloudless sky. As if the mutiny before him, which could topple a dynasty, was nothing more than a pre-scripted farce. Just as Tang Outyan and the others were about to charge toward the podium. Swish! 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 Dozens of figures clad in blood-red armor and wearing grotesque demon masks, like ghostly apparitions, silently appeared before Chu Jing, forming an impenetrable iron wall. The intense blood-soaked aura emanating from their bodies caused all the martial artists who had charged forward to feel a chill run down their spines, causing them to instinctively halt their advance. Everyone, please remain calm. Chu Jing spoke slowly, his voice as gentle as ever, as if he were a peacemaker settling a neighborhood dispute. His gaze swept over the faces filled with anger and hatred, and finally, he slowly raised his hand. He pointed toward the corner, where a figure had just stood up, still wearing a look of confusion on his face. Chu Xian. Gentlemen, you have all misunderstood me. His voice was filled with sorrow and pain. It was not I who set this treacherous and evil array, intending to sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands of heroes from Jiangnan. It was him. Chu Jing's voice suddenly became loud and filled with righteous anger. My ninth younger brother, the ninth prince of the great Xian dynasty. Chu Xian. A wretch whose veins flow with the blood of the demon son of the heavenly demon cult. Boom! The earth shook. These words exploded in the minds of all the survivors like a nuclear bomb of unimaginable power. What? The ninth prince Chu Xian? Impossible. Lu Sancher blurted out instinctively. Who in the world doesn't know that Jinling is your third prince's territory? How could a powerless prince like him secretly set up such a massive blood sacrifice array here without anyone noticing? Tang Outyan also immediately pointed out the biggest flaw in the accusation. This frame-up is way too obvious and way too stupid, isn't it? However, Chu Jing seemed to have anticipated their question all along. He wore an expression of sorrowful certainty on his face. I know, but you all don't believe me. He sighed, and immediately, a blood-clad guard leader by his side stepped forward with a look of understanding. This leader was none other than the shadow guard who had led the attempt to assassinate Chu Xian and had been implanted with false memories. With a face filled with bitter anger, he pointed at Chu Xian and shouted. You all are unaware. This Chu Xian has long been possessed by a demonic entity. He has secretly cultivated the lost heavenly demon strategy, and his powers are beyond measure. He has used demonic arts to control the Tianjian mountain villa and, through treachery, slaughtered dozens of our Xuanjia guards. The blood sacrifice array today was successfully set up by him using his supreme demonic arts, combined with the remnants of the Emperor's dragon chi left beneath the rising dragon platform. His purpose is to sacrifice all of you in this blood ritual, break through the realm of mythology, and overthrow our great Xian dynasty. These words were spoken with logic and evidence, linking all the previous rumors about Chu Xian into a seemingly complete chain of evidence. Chu Jing looked at the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces and poured more fuel on the fire. He looked at Chu Xian with a pained expression, as if he were an older brother deeply grieved by his younger brother's actions. "Nine, brother. At this point, are you still so stubborn? Look at the ground beneath your feet. Those tens of thousands of innocent souls. How can you bear it? Now, if you renounce your demonic powers and return to the capital with me to confess your sins, I might still be able to plead for your life before the Emperor. Act. Keep acting." Chu Xian stood in the corner, watching everything unfold with a cold smile. Just as everyone was still hesitating, Chu Jing finally revealed his true intentions. His eyes hardened, and his voice suddenly turned as cold as ice from the depths of hell. "Everyone, don't hesitate any longer. This blood sacrifice array of great calamity is being controlled by the demonic energy of the demonic son Chu Xian. As long as we can kill him on the spot, this array will collapse on its own. All of you, follow my orders. Join me in eliminating this demonic sun and restore the clear and bright skies of Jiangnan." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Outyin, Lu Sansi, and the others' expressions turned utterly grim. They weren't fools. They were certain with 90% confidence that all of this was a scheme orchestrated by Chu Jing himself. But they glanced at the disciples behind them, who were still being drained of their life force by the great array. Then they looked at the dozens of blood-clad guards on the podium, glaring menacingly, their auras even matching their own. They realized they had no choice left. To confront Chu Jing, a prince with vast military power and unimaginable strength, even if they could win, they would be severely weakened. The best option now was to follow his orders. First, eliminate that seemingly harmless useless Prince Chu Xian, allowing their men to survive this cursed formation. As for the truth, in the face of life and death, what does the truth matter? In an instant, all the surviving innate experts reached a tragic understanding. Swish. 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 Hundreds of gazes filled with murderous intent, helplessness, and guilt locked onto the lone figure in the corner. "Prince Qi. I'm sorry." Tang Outyin took a deep breath and spoke in a hoarse voice. "For the lives of hundreds of my Tang family members, today, we can only ask you to die." Amit Bab Buddha. A high monk from Jinshan Temple clasped his hands together, his face filled with sorrow. To save the masses, this monk can only perform the Vajragaze technique today. In an instant, the focus of the entire scene shifted instantly. Chu Xian, who had been a victim, had now become a monster of the highest evil, about to be surrounded and attacked by hundreds of martial arts masters. This was a desperate situation. A situation with no room for reason, no hope of turning the tide, an absolute dead end. Under such immense pressure, with the killing intent of hundreds of top-tier experts locked onto him, and amidst the wails of tens of thousands of wronged souls, anyone would be terrified out of their wits, begging for mercy on their knees. However, Chu Xian, who had been targeted by everyone, not only did he show not a single trace of fear or panic. Instead, under everyone's gaze, he slowly curled his lips into a smile. "Ha ha. He. Ha 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 ha." He laughed. He laughed so wildly, so unrestrainedly. The laughter, which started out low and muffled, soon grew into a thunderous roar, echoing throughout the entire Shanglong platform, drowning out all the screams and wails, suppressing all the killing intent and chaos. In that laughter, there was no anger, no resentment. Only one thing. The laughter of a deity who, after witnessing the clown's entire pathetic performance, laughed from the depths of their being, filled with endless mockery and pity. Laughter. Chapter 40. Here, I am the chessmaster. Chu Xian's laughter was wild and unrestrained, like an invisible hammer striking the heart of everyone present. This laughter was too sudden, too eerie. A demon son about to be surrounded and attacked by hundreds of top-tier experts, about to be crushed and scattered to the winds. He wasn't afraid, didn't beg for mercy, wasn't angry. He was laughing out loud? What gives him the right to laugh? What gives him the right to laugh? What are you laughing at? Tang Outyin, the master of the Thunder Hall, was enraged by the laughter and shouted angrily. He felt that this laughter was the greatest insult to him and to all the heroic warriors present. Chu Xian's laughter slowly subsided. His deep, piercing eyes swept across the faces before him, filled with anger, murderous intent, helplessness, and guilt. That gaze was calm, yet it carried a sense of pity, as if looking down on ants from a position of supreme superiority. "I laugh." His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. "I laugh at you, so-called heroes of Jiangnan, so-called pillars of the righteous path. You are truly a pitiful and laughable bunch of cowards." Boom! Those words were like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil, instantly sending shockwaves through the entire crowd of martial arts experts present. What did you say? You bastard! Even at the brink of death, you dare to speak so boldly. Demon spawn! Dare you be so arrogant? Countless angry roars echoed in the air. They could accept compromising to save their lives, but they could never tolerate being called cowards to their faces. This was the most vicious trampling of the chivalry and dignity they had upheld all their lives. However, Chu Xian ignored all their anger. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the third prince, Chu Jing, who was standing on the podium with a faint, mocking smile on his face. Are you all blind? His voice was calm, yet it sounded like a heavy hammer, shattering their pitiful sense of self-worth with every word. Can't you see that this entire farce, from start to finish, has been orchestrated by this righteous and wise third prince? A grand gathering of heroes, a flawless blood sacrifice array, a perfectly timed frame-up. With each word Chu Xian spoke, the expressions of the experts grew darker. You all know full well that the true culprit behind this is standing up there on the high platform, smiling and watching you struggle and die like trapped beasts. You know you're nothing but fish on a butcher's block, pawns on a chessboard, at the mercy of others. Yet you dare not bare your teeth at him, dare not roar at him. Instead, you wield your so-called slaughtering knife, a laughable weapon against a fellow kindred spirit who was being sacrificed just like you. A mocking curve formed at the corner of Chu Xian's lips. Because he is strong, because he is powerful, because he holds the lives of your disciples in his hands. So you can abandon the so-called truth, trample on the so-called righteousness, and beg for mercy from a true executioner. Tell me. Chu Xian's voice suddenly grew as cold as ice that had frozen for 10,000 years. This isn't cowardice, what else could it be? Every word cuts to the bone. Every sentence cut to the bone. Chu Xian's words were like a sharp blade, peeling away the skin to expose the filthiest, weakest, and most despicable aspects of their inner selves, leaving them exposed and bleeding in front of everyone. Shut up! You demon spawn! Stop spreading your heretical nonsense and corrupting the people. Kill him. Only by killing him can this end. Tang Outyan, Lu Sansi, and the others were so enraged by his words that their faces turned red with shame and anger. They knew that every word Chu Xian spoke was the truth. But they couldn't admit it. Once they admitted it, they would become the laughingstock of the entire martial arts world. The only solution was to act swiftly and ruthlessly to eliminate this man who dared to speak the truth. Let everything be buried without a trace. On the podium. The third prince Chu Jing sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Nine brother, I thought you had some clever plan. But it turns out that even at the brink of death, you can only resort to such childish tricks, biting the hand that feeds you to sow discord. His voice suddenly turned icy cold, filled with an authority that brooked no argument. Everyone. What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten that your disciples are still trapped in that blood sacrifice array, crying out in agony? Every moment we delay, they face greater danger. Act now. Slay this demon. Break the evil array. Chu Jing's urgent command was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The heroes of Jiangnan were now in a no-win situation. That last shred of remorse was completely transformed into overwhelming killing intent by Chu Jing's urging. Kill him. Splitting Mountain Palm Huangba was the first to endure such humiliation. He roared in anger, his massive body charging forward like a cannonball, the first to charge out. Demon spawn. Come and die. He struck out with a palm, unleashing a powerful earth-yellow true energy that instantly a massive palm print the size of a small mountain, carrying the terrifying might to split mountains and shatter rocks, crashing down on Chu Xian. Amat Ba Buddha. Layman, I apologize. The high monk from Jinshan Temple murmured a Buddhist chant, then suddenly hurled the massive rosary beads in his hand. They transformed into 18 golden streaks of light, resembling 18 enraged golden warriors, sealing off all of Chu Xian's retreat routes. Ah! Lu Sancher sighed deeply, a fleeting glimpse of struggle flashing in his eyes, but ultimately it transformed into a sharp sword intent. His long sword trembled, and over 100 sword chi as fleeting as willow catkins yet harboring hidden killing intent surged forth, forming a dense sword net that enveloped Chu Xian. In an instant, over a dozen top-tier experts at the level launched their most powerful attacks against Chu Xian simultaneously. Palm prints like mountains. Prayer beads like a prison. Sword chi like a net. Various colored true energy lights illuminated this blood-red world in an instant, completely engulfing Chu Xian's slender figure. In their eyes, under such a devastating joint attack capable of shattering the heavens and earth, let alone a mere useless prince. Even if a true grandmaster were to arrive in person, they would absolutely have to retreat temporarily. However, facing this earth-shattering strike, Chu Xian, who had been locked onto as the target of the attack, remained standing in place. He didn't even show the slightest intention to dodge. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Between his index and middle fingers, a faint yet incredibly sharp silver-white sword intent flickered sharp enough to pierce the heavens. A flash of silver-white sword intent flickered and vanished. Very well. He murmured to himself, his voice calm yet carrying an air of unquestionable authority and supreme majesty. Today, I shall let you fools who dwell in the depths of a well see. What is the height of the heavens? What is the depth of the earth? As the words fell, he brought his sword fingers together and, with a gentle flick forward, sliced through the swirling attacks. No earth-shattering roar. No overwhelming pressure that could shatter the heavens. Only a single. A dazzlingly brilliant, utterly indescribable. Silver-white sword chi. That sword energy was not large, only 3 feet in length. It was faint, as if it might vanish at any moment in the wind. But, in the instant it appeared, the entire world seemed to lose all sound and color. Time, in that moment, froze into eternal stillness. Space, in that instant, was completely frozen. Whether it was the massive palm print as large as a small mountain, or the golden prayer beads that transformed into the 18 arhats, or the sharp sword chi as dense as a spider's web. Everything, in the face of this seemingly ordinary silver-white sword chi, was as fragile as ice sculptures, shattered by a single sword. Split open. Without the slightest obstruction. Not even a moment's pause. That sword chi, in a manner completely beyond reason and comprehension, swept away everything in its path like a whirlwind, shattering everything in its path. Then, at the same unhurried pace, it sliced through the sky and came to a halt just inches away from the faces of over a dozen innate experts. The sword energy dissipated. As if it had never existed. But, the dozen or so innate experts stood frozen in place, their bodies stiff as if they had been turned to stone by a spell. Each face was frozen in the ferocious, hideous expression of the previous moment. But their eyes were filled with boundless, extreme, bone-chilling horror and fear. A cold, deathly chill surged from the base of their spines, shooting straight up to the crown of their heads. They could feel it clearly just an instant ago. An invisible sword, powerful enough to completely obliterate them along with their very souls, was poised at their throats. If the opponent's intent moved forward even the slightest bit, they would be obliterated in an instant, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Dead silence. A deafening silence, like a tidal wave, engulfed the entire Dragon Ascension platform. The agonizing screams of the tens of thousands of souls as they met their end still echoed in their ears. Yet they were suppressed by an even more terrifying, primal fear that originated deep within their souls. All the surviving martial artists, whether the leading innate masters or the trembling ordinary disciples. All the surviving martial artists, whether the leading innate experts or the trembling ordinary disciples. One sword. Just one sword. That ninth prince, whom they had deemed a waste, used as a scapegoat and driven to the brink of despair. With a devastating, unstoppable might, he shattered the combined attacks of over a dozen top-tier innate martial artists. This is no longer martial arts. This is a myth. A legend. A miracle beyond their wildest dreams. Gulp. Someone, the first to succumb to the suffocating pressure, struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. The sound, in this deathly silent atmosphere, rang out unusually clear and piercing. It was like a signal, instantly awakening the frozen minds of countless people. What did I just see? One sword, just one sword. Wang Ba's splitting mountain palm, which could shatter boulders, was as fragile as paper, shattering instantly. And Senior Lu Sanchure's heavenly clouds and feathers sword. I didn't even see his sword chi clearly, it's gone? A grandmaster. This is definitely the legendary power of a grandmaster. Goodness gracious. A grandmaster under 20 years old? We actually tried to surround and kill a living grandmaster? Terrified, horrified, and disbelieving whispers spread like a plague through the crowd. Everyone's gaze toward Chu Xian had changed. No longer filled with mockery, pity, or schadenfreude. Instead, as if they were gazing upon a deity walking among mortals. It was a profound reverence, stemming from the depths of the soul, in the face of an absolute disparity in the levels of existence. On the podium, the face of the third Prince Chu Jing, with his jade-like features and ever-confident smile, had long since frozen in shock. The pride, cruelty, and amusement in his eyes were instantly replaced. Were completely replaced by an unprecedented, overwhelming shock and disbelief. His pupils contracted violently into the most dangerous needle-like points. His heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping altogether. What did he see? A grandmaster? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That ninth younger brother, who had always been timid and cowardly in his memory. The one he had always regarded as a pawn to be manipulated and sacrificed at will. Could it be? A grandmaster with the power to destroy the heavens and earth? These past 10 years. What on earth did he go through in the Imperial tomb? What kind of extraordinary encounter could possibly transform a worthless into a being who has ascended to the heavens and entered this legendary realm of myth? Chu Jing's mind was in complete chaos. He felt that the meticulously planned, flawless chessboard he had set up has introduced an uncontrollable, even incomprehensible, terrifying variable. Just as everyone was immersed in utter shock, Chu Xian moved slowly. He took a step forward, neither hurried nor hesitant, and began to walk toward the center of the Dragon Ascension platform from that secluded corner. Each step he took felt as though he were stepping on the heartbeats of everyone present, steady and powerful. He ignored the innate experts lying motionless on the ground, their faces ashen. He also ignored the ordinary martial artists who gazed at him with reverence. His gaze fell calmly upon the figure on the podium, the third Prince Chu Jing, whose face had grown twisted and distorted with anger. Third brother. Chu Xian spoke, his voice calm yet tinged with a playful, cat-toying with a mouse tone. You seem surprised? Chu Jing's face turned ashen in an instant. You treated me like a pawn, like prey, like the perfect sacrifice for your heroic gathering. Chu Xian walked forward, laughing softly, his laughter filled with endless mockery. Yet you know not. His footsteps came to a halt at the center of the rising dragon platform, beside the blood-red vortex that was. He slowly turned around, spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. His deep, piercing eyes swept across the entire arena, finally settling once more on Chu Jing. On this chessboard, from beginning to end, I am the one, the true chess master. His voice suddenly became high-pitched and domineering, like a divine king declaring judgment from the heavens. And you, along with your ridiculous blood sacrifice array, and all these so-called heroes and warriors, are nothing more than pieces on this palace's chessboard, to be taken or discarded at will. Pawns, nothing more. Boom. Domineering. Arrogant. Looking down on the world. At this moment, Chu Xian had not a trace of his previous laziness or calmness. What he displayed was the unparalleled aura of a supreme ruler who commands the world. On the podium, Chu Jing was so overwhelmed by this overwhelming aura that he instinctively took a half step back. Chapter 41, The Witch Switches Sides, The Defeat is Inevitable. On the podium, Chu Jing was so overwhelmed by this overwhelming aura that he instinctively took a half step back. Immediately, an unprecedented sense of humiliation and anger surged through his heart. Chu Xian. Don't you dare act so arrogantly. He roared furiously, looking like a madman. Do you really think that with just your own strength, you can turn the tide of destiny? You have been cursed by my blood sacrifice array. Your demon son identity is irrefutable. Today, you will die without a doubt. Is that so? The mockery on Chu Xian's lips grew even more pronounced. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on the Jiangnan warlords who were still struggling for survival. Gentlemen, haven't you had enough of this show? His voice grew cold and sharp. Do you really think that this third prince merely wants to kill me, a demoness son, so simply? He pointed his finger at the blood-red vortex beneath his feet, which was constantly devouring lives. The Dragon Ascension platform beneath your feet has already been transformed into a flesh-grinding mill using ancient demonic rituals. His purpose is to use all of your essence and souls as sacrifices to hasten the maturation of a even he cannot control. He intends to devour all of you, along with your sect and your legacy, and turn you into the capital he needs to seize the throne. The so-called Jiangnan Heroes Gathering is nothing more than a trap, a banquet to lure you into a trap. The so-called execution of the demoness son is nothing more than a laughable fig leaf he uses to cover his heinous crimes. Every word Chu Xian spoke was like the sharpest dagger, piercing through the final layer of deception. Exposing Chu Jing's most vicious and darkest schemes, bloodied and exposed, under the harsh light of day. No! Don't listen to his nonsense! Chu Jing's face turned deathly pale as he screamed hoarsely. He is the son of a demon. He is spreading heresy. He is sowing discord. However, it was too late. The surviving warriors were no pushovers. Given the hellish scene before them and hearing Chu Xian's logical analysis, they couldn't help but realize had been completely played like monkeys. A rage more terrifying than death, a rage of being deceived and betrayed, erupted in everyone's hearts, burning fiercely. Chu Jing! You bastard! We trusted you so much. You actually intend to turn us all into sacrificial offerings? I'll fight you to the death. However, anger was anger. They looked at the blood sacrifice array still spinning madly, at the dozens of blood-clad guards glaring menacingly before the podium. A deep sense of helplessness once again welled up in their hearts. Just then, Chu Xian's calm voice rang out once more, like the sound of heaven. Now, I, the Emperor, give you a choice. All eyes instantly turned to him. Submit to me. Chu Xian's gaze swept over Tang Outyan, Lu Sancher, and the other innate experts. Join me in defeating this beast. After today, all past offenses against this palace shall be forgiven. And this blood sacrifice array of great calamity, I shall personally break it for you. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with unwavering confidence and authority. He said he could break the array? Tang Outyan, Lu Sanci, and the others instantly burst into brilliant flashes of determination in their eyes. This was their only chance of survival. Prince Qi. Tang Outyan was the first to struggle to his feet, kneeling heavily on one knee in the direction of Chu Xian. If your highness can truly resolve this crisis and save us and our disciples from this dire situation, I, Tang Outyan, along with the entire Thunder Hall, swear from this day forward to follow your highness, through fire and water, even if it means dying 10,000 times. I, Lu Sanci, swear. Jinshan Temple, swear. In an instant, all the surviving innate experts, without exception, knelt down in the direction of Chu Xian. Their eyes were filled with the excitement of having narrowly escaped death and the resolute determination of those who have nothing left to lose. We will face boiling water and blazing fire. We will die 10,000 times rather than surrender. The oaths, as loud as the roar of mountains and the crash of waves, echoed through the heavens. At that moment, the pinnacle of Jiangnan's martial arts world, in name at least, had all sworn allegiance to Chu Xian. Rebellion! Rebellion! You traitors! On the podium, Xu Jing, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, was so enraged that he trembled uncontrollably, nearly spitting blood. Everything he had meticulously planned had been completely dismantled by Chu Xian in just a few words. Worse still, he had turned this very force into a weapon against him. Don't let him deceive you. You fools! He pointed at Chu Xian and roared madly. He's the demon's son. The demon's son. As long as he lives, this array cannot be broken. Only by killing him can you survive. However, this time, no one paid any attention to his roar. Everyone's gaze was filled with hope and anticipation, fixed on the lone savior standing beside the blood-red vortex. Chu Xian looked at the scene before him, where the people's hearts were united and the tide had turned, and nodded satisfactorily. He slowly raised his head and once again fixed his gaze on the massive blood-red vortex. The game is over. He murmured to himself. The next moment. Swallow the Heavens demon technique, activated at full power. Boom! A force of devouring power beyond words, as if it were about to swallow the entire universe whole, erupted violently from Chu Xian's body. His entire body seemed to transform into a humanoid black hole connected to the endless void. The spinning blood sacrifice array trembled violently. The colossal blood essence and vital energy that had been surging toward the vortex's center like a tidal wave suddenly encountered its natural enemy, emitting a piercing, agonizing wail. Instantly, like 100 rivers flowing back to the sea, it reversed its course. At a speed 10 or even 100 times faster than before, it surged back into Chu Xian's body. The entire blood sacrifice array instantly became unstable. The blood-red light screen began to flicker violently. The runes on the ground flickered between light and dark. It seemed as though, at any moment, it might completely collapse. No! This can't be! Xu Jing on the podium was horrified beyond words. He saw that Chu Xian was actually absorbing the power of the Great Array. Not only was he unafraid of the blood sacrifice array, but he was even devouring it? What kind of demonic technique is this? Quickly attack. Kill him. At any cost. Kill him for me. Xu Jing had completely lost his mind. He knew that if he let Chu Xian continue like this, the blood sacrifice array he had spent countless efforts and blood to create would not only fail but become the enemy's nourishment. Pointing at Chu Xian, he issued his final, hysterical death order to his most elite blood-clothed guards. Kill. Dozens of blood-robed guards showed no hesitation. They erupted with overwhelming killing intent, like arrows leaving the string, transforming into dozens of blood-red streaks of light, charging toward Chu Xian from all directions with unbridled fury. At that critical moment, as everyone's hearts were in their throats, Chu Xian merely raised his head slowly. His gaze pierced through the dozens of blood-red shadows rushing toward him, landing on the VIP section, where the stunningly beautiful witch, Luo Li, who had been sitting quietly and watching the battle, sat. A cold smile curled the corners of his lips. He spoke, his voice calm and indifferent, uttering 4 words. Why haven't you moved yet? Chu Xian's calm voice echoed through the chaotic dragon ascension platform, sounding like the final judgment or a pre-arranged signal. Why haven't you moved yet? 4 words, spoken casually. Yet they seemed to contain an undeniable magical power. In the VIP section, the heavenly demon cult's holy maiden, Luo Li, who had been lazily sipping her tea, seemingly oblivious to the hellish chaos around her. The moment she heard those 4 words, her seductive phoenix-like eyes suddenly burst forth with 2 dazzling beams of light, as tangible as substance. The lazy, seductive aura that had enveloped her vanished without a trace in an instant. In its place emerged a cold, ruthless, and utterly destructive force, one that embodies both destruction and rebirth, the unparalleled might of the demon lord. Now is the time. This is the optimal moment she had agreed upon with Chu Xian to strike. After Chu Xian used the Swallow Heaven demon technique to restrain and destabilize the energy core of the entire blood sacrifice array. At the moment when the third prince Xu Jing, desperate and cornered, had dispatched all his elite guards to surround and kill Chu Xian, leaving his own defenses most vulnerable. This is the perfect moment for her to deliver the most fatal blow to this ally. Attack! Luo Li's crimson lips parted, uttering 2 words as cold as ice that had frozen for 10,000 years. Boom! A terrifying demonic energy, several times more powerful than what had been unleashed on the painted boat earlier, erupted from her delicate frame with the force of a volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years. Her figure vanished from her seat in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already like a ghostly figure, standing behind the black-robed array masters who were desperately maintaining the array's core. Trouble! It's the witch! The black-robed array masters instantly sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from behind them, powerful enough to freeze their very souls. They tried to turn around, to defend themselves. However, it was all too late. Heavenly demon palm, heart-shattering. Luo Li's shrill cry echoed like the whisper of death. Her white, jade-like, slender, and delicate hand had turned pitch black, with countless eerie blood-red demonic patterns emerging on its surface. She struck out with a single palm. Space itself seemed to collapse slightly under the force of the strike. Several pitch-black palm prints, as if capable of devouring all light, appeared as if teleporting, ignoring the distance of space, and directly imprinted themselves on the backs of the several black-robed array masters. Puff! 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 A series of dull, explosive sounds, like watermelons bursting, rang out almost simultaneously. Those array masters, whose cultivation levels were at least at the first-rank grandmaster realm and were considered powerful figures in the demonic path. They couldn't even utter a single scream. Their protective true chi, in the face of that pitch-black demonic palm, was as fragile as window paper, shattering upon contact. Their hearts, along with their internal organs, were instantly reduced to a pulp by the overwhelmingly powerful demonic energy. Their bodies stiffened suddenly. The vitality and brilliance in their eyes faded away like candles being extinguished, growing dimmer by the second. Immediately, black, viscous blood flowed simultaneously from their 7 orifices. Bang! 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 Several lifeless bodies collapsed limply to the ground. One palm strike. Just one palm strike. The top-tier array masters maintaining the core of the blood sacrifice array were instantly killed. A fatal blow. This sudden, earth-shattering reversal left everyone present speechless, their minds going blank. No one could have imagined it. This mysterious, stunningly beautiful woman, who had always been regarded as the favored guest of the third prince, was actually the deepest hidden assassin. She had betrayed the third prince? Boom! Just as those array masters met their end. The blood sacrifice array, deprived of its core control, plummeted into chaos and uncontrollable rampage like a colossal beast severed at its spinal cord. The massive blood-red vortex that had been voraciously devouring lives suddenly halted. Then, it began to tremble violently and twist. The blood-red light screen enveloping the entire world flickered wildly like a malfunctioning television screen, its brightness fluctuating unpredictably, as if it might collapse at any moment. No! A piercing scream, filled with endless shock, anger, and disbelief, erupted from Chu Jing's mouth. He whipped his head around, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on Luo Li, who stood beside the corpse, her palace robes fluttering without a breeze, as if a demon lord from the underworld had descended. The muscles on his face twisted wildly from sheer rage, his features contorted beyond recognition. Luo Li! You dare betray me? He never could have imagined it. His most trusted ally, whom he had believed he controlled completely, had betrayed him at the most critical moment, striking him from behind with the most fatal blow. This was even more shocking and incomprehensible than the astonishing martial arts prowess Chu Xian had displayed. Betrayal? Luo Li wiped away a trace of black blood from her fingertips, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Third Prince, our relationship has always been nothing more than a mutual transaction. What, betrayal? Moreover, her gaze pierced through the layers of space, locking eyes with Chu Xian, who was frantically devouring the energy of the great array in the distance. In his eyes, a fleeting, unusual gleam flashed one even she hadn't noticed. To abandon the true dragon of destiny and instead collaborate with a starving wolf? The heavenly demon sect isn't that foolish. You. Chu Jing was so enraged that his entire body trembled, and a surge of blood rose to his throat, which he forced back down. He knew this was not the time for anger. The great array was out of control. If he didn't find a way to stabilize it soon, the plan he had poured his heart and soul into would be completely ruined. Hold him down for me! He roared furiously, no longer bothering to deal with Chu Xian. His body flickered, and he plunged toward the collapsing core of the array. His hands formed seals, and his true energy poured out like water, attempting to stabilize the collapsing blood sacrifice array with his own strength. And in that fleeting moment of chaos, when the array was in turmoil. Brothers! The array is in disarray. That demonic cultivator Chu Jing is fully focused on stabilizing the array's core and has no time to spare. Splitting mountain palm Wang Ba was the first to react. His eyes, as large as copper bells, erupted with an overwhelming desire to survive and unwavering resolve. He leaped to his feet with a mighty bound, pointing at the blood-clad guards about to pounce on Chu Xian, and shouted with all his might. The ninth Princess Divine Might is unmatched. He has created an opportunity for us. How can we stand idly by and wait for our doom? This is our oath of loyalty. Everyone, follow my command. Charge with me. Kill these traitorous blood-clad guards who aid the tyrant. Help the prince and eliminate this beast. Chapter 42, The Dragon Vein Jade Pendant emerges. Kill! He roared furiously, his massive frame charging forward like a tiger emerging from the mountains, leading the charge against the blood-clothed guards. The prince is right. This is our oath of loyalty. Lu Sancher, the wandering cloud swordsman, also let out a long laugh, and all the hesitation and struggle in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a ruthless intent to kill. Today, we will wash away the shame of the past with the blood of these dogs. He flickered his long sword, turning it into a swirling cloud of steel, following closely behind. Disciples of the Thunder Hall, heed my command. Form the Heavenly Thunder Formation. Follow me to kill. Monks of Jinshan Temple. Form the Subdued Demons Formation. Send these demons spawn to their doom. In an instant, all the surviving heroes of Jiangnan, having witnessed Chu Xian's godlike power, and witnessed Luo Li's earth-shattering betrayal, the last remnants of doubt in their hearts vanished completely. They knew that today, the only way to survive was to cling tightly to the Nine Princes' thigh so thick it was beyond imagination. And these blood-clothed guards before them were the first offering they would present to their new master. Charge! For the prince! To survive! Hundreds of survivors, driven mad by overwhelming anger and the desperate desire to live, collided fiercely with the dozens of elite blood-clothed guards. Clang! Clang! Put! Crack! The piercing clang of clashing weapons. The dull thud of blades piercing flesh. The crisp sound of bones shattering. Accompanied by furious roars and piercing screams. The entire Rising Dragon platform was plunged into an unprecedented chaotic battle. The sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, and exploding true energy echoed through the skies, turning this ancient training ground into a brutal meat grinder. Meanwhile, on the hidden hills surrounding the Shanglong platform, the spies dispatched by Crown Prince Chu Yao and Second Prince Chu Xiong to monitor the situation had long been stunned speechless and their minds shattered by the breathtaking twists and turns reversal unfolding before their eyes. My heavens! What am I seeing? A scout leader under the Eastern Palace Prince clutched his spyglass tightly, his veins bulging on his knuckles, his voice trembling. That witch, that mysterious woman who has been following the third prince all along is actually a demon from the Heavenly Demon sect? And she betrayed us at the most critical moment? It's not just betrayal. His deputy, standing beside him, was even more horrified, his voice trembling. She took out those black-robed old monsters maintaining the array with a single palm strike. Those were master-level experts. One strike, one kill. Like swatting flies. And the ninth prince. The scout leader's gaze was fixed on the figure at the center of the battlefield, who was. He's not just some useless fool. With a single sword strike, just one strike, he subdued over a dozen. This is a grandmaster. An actual living grandmaster. A prince who was deposed 10 years ago, transformed into a grandmaster, and even defected the demoness of the Heavenly Demon sect. This is even more absurd than a storyteller's tale. After a moment of shock, an uncontrollable surge of joy flooded the hearts of all the prince's spies. Ha 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 ha! Heaven is on our side. Heaven is on His Highness's side. The spy leader could no longer contain himself and burst into loud laughter. The third prince is finished this time. Everything he has worked so hard to build will all go to waste. That's right. His plot to undermine the entire Jiangnan martial arts world has been completely exposed. From now on, his reputation in the martial arts world will plummet and he'll be as despised as a rat crossing the street. Even if he manages to escape today, he will never again pose a threat to our prince. If he were to die here on the Dragon Ascension platform, killed by that mysterious ninth prince. The eyes of the spy leader flickered with an incredibly malicious and eager glow. Then our prince will have one less formidable rival. This is an absolute blessing. At the same time, on another mountain peak, the forces under the command of the second Prince Chu Xiong were also plunged into immense shock and ecstasy. General! This is truly a gift from heaven. A deputy general, staring at the chaotic battlefield through a telescope, was so excited his face was flushed red. The general at the front, clad in black armor, remained silent, but his eyes, as sharp as those of a hawk, also gleamed with excitement. The third prince, he was still too inexperienced. He's messed it up, he muttered under his breath, his lips curling into a smug smile. He thought he was the hunter, but little did he know he had already become the prey in someone else's eyes. However, the general's gaze fell upon Chu Xian, his expression growing incredibly solemn. That ninth son is the true threat. 10 years of patience, and now he strikes with such force. That determination, that power, it's terrifying. General, what should we do? No rush. The general waved his hand, his eyes flashing with the cunning of a seasoned strategist. Let them fight. The fiercer the better. The best outcome is for them to destroy each other and perish together. Our goal is clear, there is only one. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, landing on the core of the blood sacrifice array, which was trembling violently and on the verge of collapse. The dragon vein jade pendant. Just as all factions harbored ulterior motives and waited for their chance. On the battlefield, an unexpected change occurred once again. Suddenly, Luo Li, who had been standing motionless on the podium, coldly observing Chu Jing's desperate efforts to stabilize the array, gently snapped her fingers in a certain direction. Snap! A faint sound echoed. The next second. Swish! 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 Over a dozen figures dressed in black, their faces concealed by demonic masks, emerged silently from the underground tunnels beneath the Dragon Ascension platform, which had been hollowed out long ago. Each of them exuded a cold and powerful aura, clearly elite shadow demons of the heavenly demon cult who had been lying in wait for years. The leader held a jade box made of thousand-year-old cold jade in his hands. Upon their arrival, they did not engage in battle but instead moved directly through the chaotic battlefield and arrived behind Chu Xian. Thud! The lead demon shadow knelt on one knee, raising the jade box high above his head. His voice was hoarse yet filled with absolute reverence. Report to the Honorable One. The Holy Maiden has commanded that this item is the objective of your journey. This subordinate has come here specially to present it to the Honorable One. This scene instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Presenting a treasure? In the midst of such chaos, these mysterious black-clad figures had come to present a treasure to the Ninth Prince? Chu Xian slowly ceased the circulation of the Swallow Heaven demon technique. It wasn't that he couldn't continue devouring, but the energy from the blood sacrifice array had already been drained to the point where only scraps remained, and he no longer deemed them worth his effort. He turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at the jade box. He extended his hand and gently opened the lid. In the very instant the lid opened. A force so pure and vast, so ancient and primal that it seemed to emanate from the very core of the universe, erupted from the jade box with overwhelming force. A dazzling golden pillar of light, as tangible as solid matter, instantly tore through the blood-red sky, shooting straight into the heavens, illuminating the entire dimly lit Dragon Ascension platform in a dazzling golden glow. All the martial artists bathed in the golden light felt a surge of exhilaration, as if their souls had been cleansed. The true energy within their bodies, which had been restless due to the great array, instantly calmed down. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the jade box. There, lying quietly within, was an ancient jade pendant, no larger than the palm of a hand, carved from an unknown, mysterious jade stone that seemed to pulsate with life. The jade pendant had a simple, ancient design, shaped like a crescent moon, with a vividly carved golden dragon sleeping on its surface. It was none other than the legendary jade pendant said to open the gateway to the upper realms and contain endless mysteries. The Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. It's the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. It's really the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. Heavens! The legend is true. Such a divine artifact actually exists in this world. Whoever possesses this jade pendant shall rule the world. They shall glimpse the secret of immortality. In an instant, the entire Dragon Ascension platform erupted into chaos. Everyone's eyes blazed with endless, raw greed and fervor. Even the warriors engaged in fierce combat instinctively halted their actions, fixating their gaze on the artifact that could alter their destinies. Attack! Seize it! Almost simultaneously. On the distant mountain peaks, the forces under the command of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince could no longer contain themselves. Hundreds of powerful figures, like arrows released from a bow, transformed into two unstoppable surges, charging toward the rising dragon platform from two different directions with relentless fury. Their objective is singular: to seize the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant. Chu Xian ignored the greedy glances around him. He reached out his hand and gently cradled the jade pendant, which felt as smooth as jade and seemed to still beat with a heartbeat, in the palm of his hand. A vast, primordial force surged into his body, filling him with an indescribable sense of ease. He slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on the third prince, Chu Jing, who was frantically stabilizing the array, his face already twisted into a demonic grimace. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Third brother. His voice was calm, yet it struck Chu Jing's heart like a heavy hammer. Do you see now? You schemed and plotted, sacrificing the lives of the heroes of Jiangnan, only to end up. You've merely done the work for this palace. Put. Chu Jing could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of blood gushed out violently. Humiliation. Ultimate humiliation. He looked at the Dragon Vein Jade Pendant in Chu Xian's hand, which should have been his, at the faces of those who had betrayed him, and at the blood sacrifice array that was about to collapse completely. He felt like a complete and utter the biggest clown in the entire world. He let out a scream like a wounded beast filled with endless hatred and madness. Chu Xian. I want you dead. I want you dead. Pointing at Chu Xian, he issued his final command to the last and strongest few master-level attendants under his command. Kill him. Kill him for me. Take back the jade pendant. At the same time. Swish. 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 The forces of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince had also arrived. They split into two groups, one charged toward the blood-clad guards and the Jiangnan heroes engaged in fierce combat, aiming to take advantage of the chaos. The other group, led by over a dozen top-tier martial arts masters whose aura was no weaker than Tang Aoyan's, charged straight toward Chu Xian. Prince Jiu Huang. The leader, a cold-eyed old man dressed in Eastern Palace attire, shouted harshly. The Dragon Vein Jade Pendant is a national treasure. It is not something you can lay your hands on. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for disregarding royal ties. On the other side, the general in black armor under the second prince also snorted coldly, his voice booming like a bell. Prince Chu, this item is not something you should possess. Hand it over immediately. This general will spare your life. The three factions formed a triangular formation, surrounding Chu Xian tightly in the center. Every pair of eyes was filled with unhidden murderous intent and greed. However, facing such a desperate situation, surrounded on all sides, Chu Xian merely raised his eyelids slowly. His deep, piercing eyes swept across the distorted faces. Finally, he uttered a few cold, emotionless words. I am the son of the great Xian dragon. Dare you touch me? His voice was not loud, but it carried an innate, unparalleled authority befitting the royal lineage. However, ha ha ha. Dragon's son? The cold-eyed old man from the eastern palace burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A monster with the blood of the demon cult runs through your veins and you dare to call yourself the dragon's son? Today, we have come here on the prince's orders to purge the family and eliminate you, the shame of the royal family. That's right. The general in black armor sneered, pointing his long spear forward. We'll kill you here and frame the third prince and the demoness of the heavenly demon sect for the crime. No one will ever know. Who would know it was us? Die, Chu Xian. The dagger was drawn. For the dragon vein jade pendant, they had completely torn away their last shred of disguise. They would even kill a prince. Kill. No more words. Three factions, dozens of top-tier masters, simultaneously launched their most deadly, thunderous strike at Chu Xian. Chapter 43, The Ancestral Dragon's Chi, Destroy. Kill. 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 Greed is the most terrifying poison in this world. It can make loyal subjects betray their masters, brothers turn against each other, and even make people forget fear. When the dragon vein jade pendant, which holds the secret of immortality and symbolizes supreme power, appeared in the world, whether it be the blood-clothed guards under the third prince who have already fought until their eyes are red with blood, or the battle-hardened Xuanjia army under the second prince, or the cold and enigmatic blood drops under the command of the crown prince, everyone's reason is completely consumed by the most extreme greed, reduced to ashes. In their eyes, there are no longer princes, no longer any status, no longer any hierarchy. All that remained was that golden jade pendant, emanating a deadly allure. Kill him. Take the treasure. The jade pendant is mine. Anyone who dares to take it from me, I'll kill their entire family. Charge. For the prince. For the marquis of 10,000 households. Screams, roars, and the labored breathing filled with madness and greed echoed through the heavens. Three factions, hundreds of top-tier experts, like wolves sensing blood, had completely lost their minds. They charged recklessly from three different directions, transforming into three unstoppable steel torrents, rushing madly toward the figure in plain robes standing at the center of the storm, clutching the dragon vein jade pendant. Sword flashes. Blade shadows. Gun blasts. Countless attacks filled with terrifying intent to kill, like a storm, came from all directions, completely sealing off all of Chu Xian's retreat routes. Among them, three terrifying auras clearly surpassed the ordinary level, reaching the master level. They were the mysterious master-level attendant who had been hiding among the bloodguard under the third prince's command, the second prince's subordinate, the Xuanjia general, renowned for his bravery and skill with the dragon's gallant silver spear, and, under the command of the crown prince, the pale-faced, beardless eunuch wielding a poisonous snake-shaped soft sword, whose movements were as eerie as a ghost, the lead eunuch. Three grandmasters. Hundreds of innate martial arts experts. This is nearly the entire elite force that the three princes can muster in Jiangnan. At this moment, they all simultaneously channeled all their strength toward the same person. This is a fatal, inescapable trap. Husband. Standing beside Chu Xian, Mu Rongshua's fair face turned deathly pale in an instant. She could clearly feel the terrifying pressure bearing down on her, nearly crushing her resilient sword heart completely. But there was not a trace of fear or retreat in her eyes. Only a resolute and icy determination, like a sword drawn from its scabbard. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry rang out. The autumn water sword drew from its scabbard in an instant. She took a step forward, shielding Chu Xian behind her, and assumed the strongest defensive sword stance of the Tianjian mountain villa, preparing to use her delicate frame to block the earth-shattering strike aimed at the man behind her. Even if it was as futile as a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Even if it meant her life would be taken in an instant. She was willing to sacrifice everything. However, just as she was about to burn her life away and unleash the most brilliant sword strike of her life, a warm, strong hand gently rested on her delicate shoulder. Step back. Chu Xian's voice, calm and unruffled yet carrying an undeniable, reassuring strength, echoed softly in her ear. I said, you are my woman. In this world, no one has the right to stand in front of me for you. Meng Yushue's delicate body trembled violently. She slowly turned her head and saw Chu Xian's face, still calm yet brimming with unparalleled dominance and tenderness. In that moment, her heart melted completely. She no longer insisted, but obediently stepped back behind Chu Xian. Because she knew that the stage that followed was not meant for her. Chu Xian slowly raised his head. He looked at the hundreds of figures surging forward like a tidal wave, filled with madness and murderous intent. He looked at the three master-level experts, whose aura was overwhelming and whose determination was unwavering. His face remained calm and composed. As if the terrifying army before him, capable of leveling an entire city, was nothing more than a group of ants charging toward a windmill, a laughable sight. He slowly raised his right hand, which held the dragon vein jade pendant. Then, he unleashed the vast, boundless true energy that had been accumulating within him, energy that belonged to a grandmaster, without holding back, pouring it into the jade pendant in his hand. Hum! A dragon's roar, as if from the primordial chaos, resounded with a deep, heavy thud like the beating of the earth's heart. The jade pendant, which had previously only emitted a gentle golden glow, erupted into a blinding radiance under the force of Chu Xian's boundless true energy. Blinding golden light erupted like a nuclear explosion. The entire ascending dragon platform was bathed in a golden sea of light. The colossal 9 provinces dragon chi, which had been suppressed within the jade pendant, erupted like a primordial divine dragon awakened from slumber, letting out a furious roar that shook the heavens. Roar! A massive golden dragon shadow, hundreds of feet long, formed from pure, highly condensed dragon vein energy, suddenly shot up from the jade pendant. It soared above the ascending dragon platform, its massive dragon head gazing down upon the tiny ants below. Its golden dragon eyes, as bright as the sun, moon, and stars, were filled with the boundless, majestic might of the ruler of heaven and earth. The heavens and earth, in that instant, completely changed color. The wind ceased, and the clouds dispersed. The blood-red light barrier that had once enveloped the heavens and earth, under the overwhelming might of the dragon's aura, shattered like ice encountering its nemesis, emitting a piercing cry before being torn apart, purified, and dissolved into nothingness in an instant. The entire world seemed to be left with nothing but that golden divine dragon coiled in the sky, emanating supreme majesty. What is that? A dragon. It's a dragon. A real dragon. Heavens! Prince Jiuhuan, he actually summoned the ancestral dragon's chi? Is this even human? This is clearly a divine being descended from the heavens. Whether it was the enemies charging forward, the warlords watching the battle, or the scouts on the distant peaks who prided themselves on their worldly knowledge. Everyone, upon seeing that golden dragon shadow that obscured the sky, had their minds completely frozen. Their worldview was shattered into dust in that instant, ruthlessly and without mercy. Especially the 3 master-level experts charging at the forefront. They were closest, and the overwhelming dragon's might they felt was the most terrifying. In the face of that terrifying might that seemed capable of crushing the heavens, their prideful master-level aura was as fragile as a joke. Their bodies froze mid-air, completely beyond their control. The fierce and greedy expressions on their faces instantly transformed into endless, primal fear, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. On the podium. That very moment, Chu Jing, who had just been delirious with joy over the imminent success of his plan, now stood there like a rooster with its throat squeezed shut, his mouth wide open but unable to utter a single sound. He looked up at the majestic golden dragon silhouette in the sky, at Chu Xian, bathed in golden light, as if a god had descended from heaven. A primal emotion called fear surged from the depths of his soul, uncontrollably, for the first time, erupting wildly from his heart. Who is he? How dare he control the energy of the ancestral dragon? Just as everyone was plunged into utter shock and fear, the man standing beneath the golden dragon's shadow moved. He slowly raised his other empty hand, extended a single finger. Toward the 3 surging waves of people rushing forward like a tidal wave, he gently pointed forward. Destroy. One word. Flat, indifferent. Yet it felt like the divine decree of a god manipulating the laws of the universe. Roar. The massive golden dragon silhouette soaring through the sky seemed to have received the highest command. It suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a colossal breath of pure dragon energy as thick as mountains, capable of obliterating everything in its path. Golden dragon breath erupted with a thunderous roar. The dragon's breath made no sound and carried no heat. Yet it contained an undeniable, all-consuming power that could obliterate everything in its path. It moved at a speed that seemed slow yet transcended time and space, instantly engulfing the 3 human currents. The next second, a scene so horrific that all survivors would never forget it for the rest of their lives appeared. Puff. 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 No screams, no struggles. The hundreds of elite warriors at the forefront, whose cultivation levels were below the realm. Their bodies, upon contact with the golden dragon's breath, were like snowflakes thrown into a steel furnace. Not even a wisp of smoke escaped, as they were completely obliterated by the overwhelming dragon energy from the very core of their being. Decomposed, vaporized, annihilated. Not even a single speck of dust remained. As for the 3 master-level experts who charged forward first, those who once deemed themselves invincible, their fate was no better. No! The Xuanjia general let out a desperate roar. He channeled all his true energy into the dragon's gallant silver spear in his hands, attempting to block the overwhelming golden dragon's breath sweeping toward him. However, his spear melted silently like a candle the moment it touched the dragon's breath. Immediately afterward, the golden dragon's breath slammed into his body with tremendous force. His supposedly impenetrable protective true energy shattered like an eggshell. His entire body was struck as if by lightning, blood gushing from his mouth like a broken kite, flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground 100 feet away, his fate unknown. The lead eunuch of the prince's entourage didn't even have time to react before being struck directly by the dragon's breath. His body exploded mid-air into a cloud of blood mist. His soul was shattered. Only the most mysterious master attendant under the third prince's command, at the moment of life and death, unleashed an unknown life-saving technique. Managed to transform into a blood-red beam of light and narrowly escape the core range of the dragon's breath at the very last moment. However, he was still struck by the aftereffects of the dragon's breath, letting out a piercing scream as half his body was vaporized, plummeting to the ground like a torn sack, his breath weakening to the point of extinction. One finger. Just one finger. 3 factions, hundreds of top-tier experts, and 3 master-level peak-tier powerhouses. In an instant, annihilated. The remnants of the dragon's energy swept across the battlefield like a whirlwind. Those who survived, those who narrowly avoided participating in the charge, and those who had just surrendered from the Jiangnan factions. In the instant they were struck by the aftereffects of this dragon's might. Thud. 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 Everyone, regardless of their cultivation level or inner thoughts, was completely overwhelmed, as if crushed by an invisible mountain. Their knees gave way, and they fell to their knees in unison, unable to control their bodies. One after another, their heads buried deep, their bodies trembling violently like sieves. Not even the slightest thought of resistance could arise. In their hearts, there was only endless, complete, and utterly overwhelming fear, as if facing the onset of a natural disaster. No one knew how long it had been. The golden dragon's shadow that had been circling in the sky slowly transformed back into streams of golden light, retreating into the jade pendant in Chu Xian's hand. The overwhelming dragon might that had crushed the ages gradually dissipated. Only then, the people kneeling on the ground dared to slowly lift their heads. They looked at the chaos on the ground, at the few severely injured and dying masters, who lay there like lifeless mud. Then they looked at the man who still held the dragon pendant, bathed in the golden afterglow, overlooking the masses like a god. Everyone's gaze changed completely. If before, they had felt awe toward Chu Xian, then now, it was faith. A fervent, unquestioning, and absolute faith in a deity. Chapter 44, Unifying Jiangnan, Establishing Sovereignty. In the dead silence, a seductive and graceful figure slowly approached. It was none other than the heavenly demon sex holy maiden Luoli, who had dealt the fatal blow to the third prince at the critical moment. Dressed in a splendid palace gown, she remained spotless and radiant, even after surviving this earth-shattering upheaval. Under the gaze of the crowd, filled with complex emotions, she moved gracefully, step by step, until she stood before Chu Xian. Then, under the stunned, disbelieving stares of everyone present, this mysterious, powerful, and regal-like witch, whose beauty rivaled that of a queen, slowly retracted all her pride and sharpness. She knelt down before Chu Xian, her eyes brimming with emotion. She gently pressed her smooth forehead against the cold ground, still lingering with the residual might of the dragon's aura. Her posture was humble and devout. Her voice was clear, melodious, yet filled with an unquestionable submission that emanated from the depths of her soul. Luoli, the current holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect reformist faction, leading her demon shadow guards. We pay our respects to the new master. Boom! Earth-shattering. If Chu Xian's single finger that defeated 1,000 soldiers was awe-inspiring, then, Luoli's earth-shattering kneel and bow were a complete upheaval. The demon cult. That demon cult, which, according to legend, stood in irreconcilable opposition to the righteous path and was sought after by all for annihilation. Its exalted holy maiden bowed her head and submitted to the ninth prince? What on earth is going on? Chu Xian slowly lowered his eyelids, his gaze falling upon the breathtakingly beautiful figure kneeling before him. He could sense that her submission was genuine. It was the fervor and trust of a gambler who had bet everything and finally saw the dawn of victory. He nodded in satisfaction. His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of praise acknowledging her efforts. Luoli, you did well. Today's achievement will be recorded in my annals. Thank you, master. Luoli's delicate body trembled slightly, and for the first time, a fleeting glimpse of indescribable, heartfelt excitement and joy flashed in her icy phoenix eyes. She knew she had made the right choice. And as Luoli knelt down, thud, thud, thud. Led by Tang Outyin and Lu Sansi, all the surviving Jiangnan heroes, after a moment of shock, quickly regained their composure. Dragging their legs, which had grown weak from fear, they scrambled and crawled their way to Chu Xian's feet. One after another, without hesitation, they knelt down heavily. Their heads pressed deeply into the blood-stained ground. I, Tang Outyin, leading the entire Thunder Hall, pay our respects to the honorable master. I, Lu Sanshur, vow to be your sword, slaying all the petty criminals. All of Jinshan Temple swear allegiance to you as the ruler of the Jiangnan martial arts world. We will protect the righteous path and all living beings. We pay homage to the revered master. We pay homage to the revered master. A deafening roar, filled with the relief of survival and fervent adoration, surged upward, forming a mighty wave of sound that echoed endlessly above the entire Shanglong platform. At that moment, no one dared to question Chu Xian's identity. No one cared about his so-called demon's bloodline. In the face of absolute, godlike power, everything else seemed so pale, so laughable. They knew only that the man before them was the sole hope that could lead them to survival. And he was the supreme being they had spent their entire lives looking up to. Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, calmly accepting the kneeling of the masses. His gaze swept over the faces filled with awe and fervor, and he spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Rise. Thank you, Your Excellency. The crowd, as if released from a great burden, dared to rise slowly, yet still kept their heads bowed. Chu Xian's gaze grew deep and distant, as if piercing through the chaos before him to see the turbulent future that lay ahead. What has transpired today, I am sure you all have seen clearly. His voice carried an air of unquestionable authority. The Great Shen dynasty, though seemingly peaceful, is in fact already teeming with hidden dangers and crises. A single prince has stirred up such a bloody storm, daring to sacrifice the entire Jiangnan martial arts world. If in the future, the realm descends into chaos, with the northern barbarians invading from the north and the eastern barbarians attacking from the east. At that time, with you all scattered and fighting on your own, how could you possibly withstand the overwhelming tidal wave? By then, the of today's Dragon Ascension platform will likely be the grim reality of the entire Jiangnan region. These words rang out like a warning bell, striking deeply into the hearts of everyone present. They caused the hearts that had just begun to calm down to grow heavy once more. Indeed, had it not been for the divine intervention of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince today, they would have long since become a wisp of vengeful spirits in that blood sacrifice array. How insignificant is the power of an individual in the face of an overwhelming tide of events. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Chu Xian knew that the time was ripe. Therefore, I propose. His voice grew firm and resolute. To prepare for the chaos to come and ensure the safety of our Jiangnan region. From this day forward, all martial arts sects and clans in Jiangnan must unite as one. Form the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Appoint one alliance leader and several elders to issue unified commands, coordinate all resources and forces. Orders must be obeyed without question, as swift as the movement of one's own arm. All who join this martial alliance shall be brothers, sharing blessings in times of prosperity and bearing hardships together in times of adversity. Should any external enemies attack, we shall unite in hatred against the enemy and fight them together. Does anyone have any objections? The Jiangnan Martial Alliance? Unified commands? Everyone present was a local warlord, and none of them would bow to one another in peacetime. If this had been in the past, anyone who suggested such a thing would have been mocked on the spot, and it might even have sparked a major conflict. But now, after witnessing Chu Xian's godlike, unparalleled power with their own eyes, after enduring this brutal baptism of death, everyone present shared the same thought. Perhaps only an existence as divine as the Honorable One is worthy and capable of unifying the entire Jiangnan martial arts world. We of the Thunder Hall swear allegiance to the Ninth Prince. We join the Martial Alliance. Tang Outyan was the first to raise his arms and shout. We of the Luyan Sword Sect pledge to join the Martial Alliance. We of the Golden Mountain Temple pledge to join the Martial Alliance. We all pledge to join the Martial Alliance. We swear to follow the Honorable One to the death. In an instant, the crowd was filled with enthusiasm, and supporters gathered in droves. There was not a single trace of hesitation or resistance left. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he flipped his wrist, and several pills, radiating a strong life force and crystal clear, appeared in the palm of his hand. These were simplified versions of the 9-turn revival pill that had previously saved Mu Rongbo, the 3-turn life-saving pill. Though its effects were far inferior to the original, it was still more than sufficient as an unparalleled divine elixir for treating injuries of a master-level practitioner. Tang Ho Master, Wang Sect Leader, Lu Swordsman. Chu Xian flicked his fingers lightly. Those few healing elixirs seemed to have eyes of their own, transforming into streaks of light and flying with pinpoint accuracy into the mouths of the few master-level experts who had been most severely injured in the previous battle. The pills dissolved the moment they touched their tongues. A colossal surge of life energy erupted within their bodies. Their previously weakened vital energy rapidly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their injuries healed miraculously and rapidly. It all happened in the span of just 10 breaths. Several masters who had been on the brink of death now had rosy complexions, brimming with vitality, and even felt their cultivation had improved by several levels. This is a divine pill. Thank you, Honorable Master, for bestowing this medicine. Several disciples were so moved that tears streamed down their faces as they knelt before Chu Xian once more. This move combined both kindness and authority. It completely subdued everyone's hearts, leaving them utterly obedient. Not a single stray thought remained. Now that the martial alliance has been established, it cannot exist without a leader. I propose that the master of Tianjian Mountain Villa, Meng Yobua, serve as the first alliance master of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. He will be responsible for handling the daily affairs of the alliance and coordinating all forces. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly startled, but quickly understood. Tianjian Mountain Villa had always been the leading force in the Jiangnan martial arts world, and Mu Rongbo was highly respected and the father-in-law of the supreme leader. Having him serve as the alliance leader was the most appropriate choice. As for Chu Xian, everyone knew exactly what was going on. He would be the one behind the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance, the supreme authority who made decisions without question. Supreme Alliance leader. He is the true, uncrowned king. On the podium, the third prince, Chu Jing, lay limp on the ground, looking like a stray dog. Watching this absurd, dramatic, yet utterly real scene before him, he laughed. His smile was uglier than tears. His eyes were filled with endless despair and self-mockery. It was over. Everything was over. He had calculated everything, he had planned everything. He thought he was the chess player, the hunter, the protagonist of this world. In the end, he discovered that he was. From start to finish, he was nothing but a pitiful and laughable clown, working for others. Chu Xian's gaze finally fell back on his beloved third older brother, Chu Jing. Chu Xian took one step after another toward him, each step feeling like he was stepping on his already shattered heart. From the soul-devouring powder at Tianjian Mountain Villa, to the shadow guards at Tingqiao Courtyard. And now, this blood sacrifice array on the Rising Dragon platform. You, time and again, have sent men to eliminate me. Do you really think that this palace dares not kill you? Chu Xian's voice was soft and calm. But to Chu Jing's ears, it was more terrifying than the whispers of demons from the nine hells. No, don't kill me. Chu Jing could no longer maintain the dignity of a prince. He scrambled backward on all fours, his face contorted with sheer terror. I'm your third older brother. I'm your own third older brother. You can't kill me. If you kill me, our father the emperor will never forgive you. Is that so? A cold glint of murder flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. I, however, am quite eager to try. He slowly raised his hand. A thread of sword intent powerful enough to obliterate everything gathered silently at the tip of his finger. However, just as he was about to strike the fatal blow and eliminate this major threat once and for all, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out from within Chu Jing's embrace. The dragon-shaped jade pendant he wore close to his body suddenly shattered. Immediately afterward, an immense, awe-inspiring Imperial dragon chi erupted with tremendous force. The dragon energy instantly into a golden, semi-transparent dragon head shield, completely enveloping Chu Jing's body. This was the life-saving dragon talisman bestowed upon him by his father, the emperor. Boom! Chu Xian's fingertip sword intent, powerful enough to instantly kill a master, struck the golden dragon head shield, yet it only caused it to shake violently before being completely neutralized. Ha 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 ha! You can't kill me! You can't kill me! Chu Jing, seeing this, clung to it like a drowning man grasping at a straw, erupting into a maniacal laugh as if he had narrowly escaped death. Taking advantage of this brief moment of respite, he bit through his tongue without hesitation and unleashed an extremely vicious Imperial life-saving secret technique. Blood Dragon Escape Technique. Put! He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of golden flaming essence blood. The blood, mid-air, instantly transformed into a blinding crimson streak of light, enveloping his body. Chu Xian! You just wait. The shame of today. I will repay you 100-fold. In a roar filled with endless hatred and resentment, the blood-red light tore through the void at a speed defying all logic, vanishing into the horizon with a sharp whistle. All that remained was the gradually dissipating Imperial dragon chi belonging to the emperor. Chu Xian gazed at the direction where the blood-red light had vanished, his brows furrowing imperceptibly. He wasn't regretting not being able to kill Chu Jing. A stray dog, after all, it couldn't stir up much trouble. What he cared about was that Imperial dragon chi belonging to his father, the emperor. That dragon's breath had not only saved Chu Jing's life. It was more like a warning. Chu Xian immediately understood. Chu Jing's actions in Jiangnan, causing such a commotion, his father the emperor, could not possibly be unaware of them. Even his act of sacrificing Jiangnan in blood today could very well have been implicit approval, or even covert guidance. The emperor's heart is indeed unpredictable. Chu Xian watched the dragon chi dissipate, lost in thought. His father was far more unfathomable. These so-called princes, perhaps nothing more than pawns on that supreme chessboard, tearing each other apart. But a cold, piercing gaze flashed in Chu Xian's eyes, sharp enough to freeze the stars. Today, I have ascended to immortality. In this world, who can bind me? Chapter 45, The Arrival of the Heavenly Sword Manor Master. Tianjian Mountain Villa. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was so heavy it felt like water could drip from the air. The few core elders left behind at the mountain fortress were pale-faced, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Just half an hour ago, they had received an encrypted emergency letter from Jinling, personally written by the eldest Miss Mu Rongxue, with the highest level of encryption. When they used their secret techniques to decipher the letter and read the few lines of text containing earth-shattering information, everyone was struck as if by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. The third prince sacrificed tens of thousands of heroes in Jiangnan in a blood ritual? The Dragon Ascension platform has been transformed into a hell on earth? The Honorable One He with a single finger defeated 1,000 troops? Publicly summoned the Dragoness Chi of the founding ancestor? This is impossible? An elder's voice trembled, nearly crushing the letter in his hand. Another elder collapsed onto his chair, muttering to himself. Madness, everyone's gone mad, this world has completely lost its mind. They simply couldn't fathom what kind of terrifying, earth-shattering change had occurred in the once prosperous ancient capital of Jinling. Just as everyone's hearts were racing and they could barely contain themselves. The master has arrived. With a single announcement, Mu Rongbolong strode out from the inner chambers with the grace of a tiger. His expression was calm, his gaze sharp, and the aura of a master he exuded was even more composed and weighty than before. What are you all panicking about? He swept his gaze across the elders in the hall, who were still in a daze, and barked out the question in a voice as loud as a bell, instantly snapping everyone out of their shock. What a disgrace! Master! An elder tremblingly handed him the letter, stammering, please take a look. Mong Yubo took the letter and read it quickly. When he read the contents of the letter, even though he had already highly estimated Chu Xian's abilities, that resilient master's heart still couldn't help but beat wildly. Blood sacrifice array. Tens of thousands of martial artists were sacrificed. The third prince revealed his true intentions. The ninth prince summoned the ancestral dragon's chi with a single finger, routing thousands of troops. The crown prince and second prince intervene, forming a three-way siege. The ninth prince overpowers the three factions and ascends to the pinnacle of power in Jiangnan. The Jiangnan Martial Alliance is established, inviting him to travel to Jinling to serve as the first alliance leader. Huff. Monk Bo exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling his head spin. This isn't just defying heaven. This is rewriting history. He had thought that his daughter, following her husband to Jinling, would be safe even if there were dangers, given her husband's unimaginable strength. But he never could have imagined. His son-in-law hadn't gone there to protect himself. He went there to unify Jiangnan. This such achievements, such tactics, such boldness. Monk Bo's hands trembled slightly as he held the letter, his eyes filled with endless shock and fervor. He knew that he, or rather the entire Tianjian mountain villa, had already boarded a divine vessel bound for the stars and the vast seas the moment they made the decision to form an alliance. Someone come. Monk Bo suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire council hall. Transmit my orders. Immediately muster the 300 most elite heavenly sword guards of the mountain estate. Prepare lavish gifts. Prepare swift horses. Day and night, without rest. Follow me to Jinling. Pay homage to the Supreme Alliance Master. 3 days later, Jinling City, the city lord's mansion. This place had been completely cleared out and temporarily became the headquarters of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. Within the mansion, guards were stationed every 3 steps, and sentries every 5 steps. The patrols were no longer the Jinling City Guards, but elite disciples from major martial arts sects such as the Heavenly Sword Manor, the Thunder Hall, and the Floating Cloud Sword sect, collectively forming the Martial Alliance Guard. Every guard's face radiated pride and honor. To serve the Supreme Alliance Master is an honor beyond compare. The rear garden of the city lord's mansion. Mong Yubo, dusty and weary from his journey, yet still alert and energetic, finally reunited with his beloved daughter whom he had not seen in days. Father! Mao Rongxue, dressed in a white gown, remained as cold and ethereal as ever, but upon seeing her father, a hint of joy at their long-awaited reunion flickered in her eyes. Schwerer! Morong Bo looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with satisfaction and emotion. He could clearly sense that while her aura remained at the innate realm, the force within her had become several times more refined and harmonious than before. Especially her eyes, which were lively and profound, as if they contained a hint of the essence of the Tao. In just a few short days, her progress had surpassed that of the past several years. Was this the blessing of being by the side of a divine being? Father, you've come just in time. Mong Yushue smiled faintly. Husband, no, Supreme Alliance Master, is currently in the council hall discussing the regulations of the martial alliance with the other martial arts masters. Please follow me. All right. Mong Yubo hurriedly tidied his attire, his heart filled with a mix of excitement and reverence, and followed his daughter toward the assembly hall that once belonged to the ruler of Jinling City, a symbol of power. Even before they got close, they could already hear the intense yet reverent discussions echoing from within. As Morong Bo entered the hall, led by his daughter, All sounds came to an abrupt halt. Dozens of eyes filled with awe and complexity turned toward him in unison. The hall was packed to the brim. Thunder Hall Master Tang Outyan. Lu Yunjianke Lu Sanshur. Splitting Mountain Palm Wang Ba. The abbot of Jinshan Temple. Almost all the prominent leaders of the Jiangnan martial arts world who survived the battle at the Dragon Ascension platform were present at that moment. They sat upright, their expressions solemn and respectful. And at the very front of the hall, in the seat that had once belonged to the city lord, a young man dressed in plain brocade robes was casually leaning against the chair, playing with a golden, ancient-looking jade pendant in his hand. His expression was calm and composed. As if the martial arts giants before him, capable of stirring up the entire Jiangnan region, were nothing more than subordinates reporting for duty. It was none other than Chu Xian. Master Mu Rong has arrived. Please take a seat. Chu Xian raised his eyelids, glanced at Mu Rongbo, and spoke indifferently. Dare not. Dare not. Bo, I pay my respects to the Supreme Alliance Master. Mao Rongbo hurriedly bowed deeply, performing a flawless ceremonial salute. No need for formalities. Chu Xian waved his hand. You've come at the right time. I was just about to hear your suggestions on the structure of the martial alliance. He turned his gaze back to the crowd below. Earlier, Tang Hall Master reported on the losses suffered by various factions, as well as the current movements of my two good brothers within Jinling City. Lu Jianke analyzed the reactions of the surrounding states to the establishment of our Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. Now, it's time to discuss how our martial arts alliance should establish itself. At these words, everyone perked up, their eyes fixed intently on Mu Rongbo and Chu Xian. This was the crux of the matter. The distribution of power. Mu Rongbo, who had been in charge of Tianjian Mountain Villa for decades, stepped forward and spoke in a solemn voice. Reporting to the Supreme Alliance Master. In my humble opinion, now that the martial alliance has been established, stability should be our top priority. The alliance cannot function without a leader. We must establish the position of Alliance Master to oversee the entire organization and handle daily affairs. Additionally, for deputy alliance masters should be appointed to be filled by venerable masters of unparalleled virtue and strength who will assist the alliance master in deliberating major matters. His words were flawless, both elevating Chu Xian and giving Tang Outyan and the others sufficient face. Tang Outyan, Lu Sanshur, and the others nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Enforcement, intelligence, and trade are the indispensable cornerstones of any major power. Mong Yubo continued, I suggest that under the alliance leader, we establish 3 halls, the Enforcement Hall, the Intelligence Hall, and the Trade Hall. The Enforcement Hall will oversee the alliance's discipline and punishments, rewarding the good and punishing the evil. It is most appropriate for Wang Ba, a man of integrity and unwavering principles, to serve as its hall master. Wang Ba, who was called upon, smiled broadly, stood up immediately, and bowed his fist, saying, I am willing to serve the martial alliance. The Intelligence Hall will be responsible for gathering information from all corners of the world and monitoring the movements of all directions. Lu Sanshur, the swordsman with a mind as sharp as a hair and a wealth of strategies, is more than capable of this role. Lu Sanshur also smiled slightly and bowed in acknowledgement. As for the Commerce Hall, Mongo Bo's gaze swept over the crowd. We need a specialist skilled in calculation and business management to oversee this. This matter can be discussed further in the future. With those words, the power structure of the martial alliance was now clearly defined. 1 alliance master for deputy alliance masters, and 3 hall masters. Though the division of power seemed clear, the alliance master remained the ultimate authority. Everyone felt that this proposal was perfect. However, Chu Xian merely smiled faintly. Mon Yu Zhuangju's suggestion is good. He shifted his tone, and a flash of unquestionable, imperial sharpness flickered in his deep eyes. But it's not enough. Everyone's hearts tightened. Only Chu Xian spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying an absolute authority that pierced straight to the heart. Below this palace and above the alliance master, another position shall be established. It shall be called Inspector General. This position shall not participate in any daily management of the martial alliance and shall not be subject to the alliance master's authority. Its sole duty is to oversee the entire martial alliance, from the alliance leader and deputy alliance leader down to ordinary disciples. Anyone who harbors treacherous intentions, engages in hypocritical actions, or commits acts detrimental to the interests of the martial alliance. The inspector has the authority to act first and report later. They may directly mobilize any resources of the martial alliance to carry out purges. All information they possess is accountable only to this palace alone. Boom! These words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating deeply within the hearts of everyone present. Inspector General? To oversee the entire martial alliance? Act first, report later? Everyone's gaze instinctively converged on the vacant yet supremely powerful position of inspector. Who could possibly be trusted by the Supreme Alliance Master to hold this terrifying position, said to be second only to the Supreme Alliance Master and above all others? At that moment, A seductive and graceful figure slowly walked in through the side door of the hall. The arrival was none other than the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, Luoli. She bowed gracefully to Chu Xian, her lips curling into a smile that could charm the heavens. This servant, Luoli, is willing to serve as the master's inspector of the world. Chu Xian merely nodded in satisfaction at her. Approved. At that moment, in the hall, everyone's hearts sank to the depths of despair. They looked at the breathtakingly beautiful yet terrifyingly powerful witch, then at the calm and composed Supreme Alliance Master who controlled everything. They knew that from this day forward, the sky of the Jiangnan martial arts world had completely changed. A ruthless alliance, unprecedented in history, controlled by gods and monitored by a witch, was thus born. Alright, the structure is settled. Chu Xian seemed to be dismissing a trivial matter, waving his hand, and then dropped another bombshell. As for the financial issues of the newly established martial arts alliance, a cold smile curled the corners of his lips. My third elder brother has been doing business in Jiangnan for years and has left behind quite a few businesses. From today onwards, all salt and iron shops, silk shops, moneylenders, and mineral veins within Jinling City that are under the name of Prince Chu Jing, all of them shall be confiscated. Every last one shall be transferred to the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Does anyone have any objections? The entire hall fell into complete silence. Suddenly, a thunderous, heartfelt, and wildly enthusiastic cheer erupted. The Supreme Alliance leader is wise. This was exactly what they had been waiting to hear. With money and resources, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance could finally stand firm and unshakable. Watching the scene before him, filled with passion and excitement, a deep gleam flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Chapter 46, Dual Cultivation Secret Technique, bound by mutual interest. After the meeting, the intense atmosphere in the assembly hall lingered for a long time. Tang Outyan, Lu Sansi, and other leading figures of the Jiangnan martial arts world had confirmed their positions within the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. After finalizing the preliminary plan to divide the vast estate of the third prince, they departed in high spirits, their faces glowing with excitement. They seemed to already envision a martial arts sanctuary rising to unparalleled strength under the leadership of the Supreme Alliance Master. Soon, the once bustling hall grew empty. As the newly appointed public alliance leader, Mu Rongbo also took his daughter Mu Rongshui to handle the various mundane tasks of establishing the martial arts alliance. The entire hall eventually emptied, leaving only two people behind. Chu Xian remained casually leaning against the main throne, playing with the smooth dragon vein jade pendant in his hand. However, Luoli, who should have left, remained motionless. She leaned lazily against a vermilion-red pillar, her mesmerizing phoenix-like eyes fixed on the composed figure before her, her expression a mix of a smile and a frown. Her gaze was no longer one of caution or suspicion, but had taken on a new quality. Like a leopard sizing up its desired prey, filled with aggression and possessiveness. They've all left. Chu Xian did not turn around, merely speaking softly to break the ambiguous silence. Why haven't you left yet? Luoli's red lips parted slightly, emitting a lazy, cat-like chuckle. I am different from them. Her voice grew incredibly seductive, tinged with a deliberately lowered tone that could make any man's bones tremble. They are your subjects, whom you have subdued. But I. She moved gracefully, step by step, toward Chu Xian. The elaborate palace robe swayed gently with her steps, outlining a breathtakingly perfect silhouette. A rich, sweet scent, a mix of exotic floral fragrance and the delicate aroma of a maiden, filled the entire hall in an instant. You are the one who chose me the sword to oversee the world. She walked up to Chu Xian but did not stop. Instead, she moved naturally around the back of the grand chair. She extended her two slender, jade-like hands, soft as if without bones, and gently placed them on Chu Xian's shoulders. Then, with just the right amount of pressure, she began to gently massage them. The sensation of her fingertips was warm, soft, and tinged with a hint of coolness. Each press seemed to carry a peculiar magic, capable of completely relaxing even the most tense nerves. Master, there are several confidential matters regarding the heavenly demon sect that I wish to report to you privately. She whispered in Chu Xian's ear, her breath fragrant. The warm breath tickled his earlobe, causing a slight tingling sensation. Chu Xian's gaze remained calm as ever. He did not turn around nor push away the small hands that were gently caressing his shoulder. He merely said softly, "Go to the study." The city lord's mansion, study. This place had once been where Wei Hong stored his books and handled official business, but now it belonged to the new master of the mansion. Chu Xian sat casually behind the massive desk crafted from a single piece of golden thread cypress wood. His expression was calm. Luoli showed no signs of restraint. She walked straight to the opposite side of Chu Xian's desk but did not sit down. Instead, she leaned her voluptuous, curvaceous body against the edge of the desk. This posture showcased her breathtakingly perfect curves in an even more striking manner before Chu Xian. Beneath the sheer black veil, her snow-white, slender legs were faintly visible, exuding a deadly allure. Chu Xian. She no longer addressed him as master or supreme alliance leader, but instead called him by his name. Her voice had regained its usual cool and lazy tone. First, congratulations. Without lifting a finger, you have subdued the entire Jiangnan martial arts world and brought it under your control. Such skill, such ambition, even the first demon emperor of the holy sect in his prime would have to admit defeat. Her words carried a hint of genuine admiration. However, she changed the subject, and a gleam of sharpness flashed in her seductive phoenix-like eyes. Have you considered the consequences of your actions today? Oh? Xu Xian raised an eyebrow, looking at her with interest. You have unified Jiangnan, established the martial alliance, and issued commands to the heroes. In the eyes of anyone, this is amassing troops for personal gain, with ulterior motives. Luo Li's voice grew solemn. Especially in the eyes of the current emperor, your so-called father. He may tolerate minor conflicts among princes, and even tacitly approve of Chu Jing's blood sacrifice in Jiangnan. But he will never tolerate a son who possesses the strength of a grandmaster, controls the entire Jiangnan martial arts world, and bears the demon son bloodline, breaking free from his control. I suspect that the Imperial edict from the capital will arrive soon. At that time, what awaits you may not be reward, but the wrath of thunder. After speaking, she quietly watched Xu Xian, hoping to see even the slightest trace of gravity or unease on his face. However, Xu Xian's expression remained as calm as ever. He even smiled, a smile that carried a hint of disdain for the so-called imperial authority. My father's suspicion, the infighting among my brothers. From the moment I stepped out of the imperial mausoleum, it was already predestined. Xu Xian's gaze grew deep and distant, as if piercing through time and space to see the golden palace, which was both magnificent and filled with bloodshed and intrigue. Escape is impossible. Since we can't escape. A cold, contemptuous smile curled the corners of his lips. Then, let us destroy them, along with their laughable rules. Completely overturn. Boom. Luo Li's mind was once again violently shaken. Overturn? He actually dares to. She stared at the man before her. The depths of his eyes held nothing of the power struggles between princes. It was a desire to treat the entire world as a chessboard, to trample all earthly kingdoms and empires underfoot, an insatiable ambition. At that moment, Luo Li finally understood. She had underestimated him from the very beginning. She looked at Xu Xian's exceptionally handsome face filled with absolute confidence and felt the overwhelming aura of supreme authority emanating from him. Her heart, frozen for 100 years, beat wildly for the first time, beyond her control. A strange, unfamiliar yet fiercely passionate emotion, like vines, quietly wrapped itself around her heart. It was no longer the calculated scrutiny between mere partners. It was like a moth drawn to a flame, filled with admiration and obsession, a relentless pursuit of love. She realized that she had completely succumbed to the unparalleled charm this man had revealed. She couldn't escape it. She took a deep breath, her full chest rising and falling sharply. She wanted him. And she wanted to be desired by him. Once that thought entered her mind, it could no longer be suppressed. It seems my worries were unfounded. Luo Li took a deep breath, her full chest rising and falling sharply. The expression on her face was no longer one of hesitation and analysis. Instead, it had transformed into a pool of spring water, enough to melt even steel. Since that is the case, then the heavenly demon sect should also show our sincerity. As she spoke, she moved gracefully like a cat, slowly circling the desk and coming to stand beside Xu Xian. My branch is the reformist faction that split from the Tianma sect 100 years ago. We advocate abandoning bloodshed and violence, integrating into the secular world, and seeking long-term development. After a century of cultivation, we have already established a vast underground network that penetrates every industry in the Jiangnan region. Brothels, taverns, escort agencies, merchant houses, even some second and third-rate martial arts sects have our people within them. This network is called Heavenly Net, and it is the greatest trump card for the revival of the Heavenly Demon sect. She raised her naturally alluring phoenix-like eyes, gazing intently at Xu Xian. Today, I will hand over this Heavenly Net to you, complete and intact. From this day forward, it will become the sharpest, most secretive, hidden weapon in your hands. It will monitor the world for you, eliminate your enemies, and pave the way for you to the throne of supreme power. And all of this is to earn your trust. Oh? Xu Xian's gaze calmly swept over her nearly perfect, devilishly alluring figure, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. He didn't believe that this cunning, Ruthless witch would so easily reveal all her cards. What do you want? Xu Xian asked directly. Luo Li smiled. Her smile was so enchanting and alluring that it could captivate anyone. Then, she made a gesture that no man could resist. She, without hesitation, sat down on the wide desk, right in front of Xu Xian. A pair of snow-white, slender legs, enough to drive every man in the world mad with desire. They were casually crossed, suspended in mid-air, gently swaying. The sheer black veil, as thin as a cicada's wing, slipped down, revealing large patches of snow-white, smooth skin that left one dazzled and spellbound. She extended a slender, jade-like finger and gently lifted Xu Xian's chin. A pair of seductive phoenix eyes stared intently into Xu Xian's eyes, mere inches apart. Her red lips were almost touching his. Xu Xian. Her voice grew hoarse and viscous, brimming with irresistible allure. In my heavenly demon sect, there is a long-lost dual cultivation technique called the Yin-Yang Union of Bliss. This technique allows the two practitioners to fuse their souls, complement each other's yin and yang energies, and advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds in a single day. I am currently stuck at the half-step grandmaster realm, having been here for nearly a decade, unable to break through that final barrier. And you? Her fingertips gently traced circles on Chu Xian's chest. You possess the purest demon bloodline and harbor within you the long-lost, supreme yang attribute cultivation technique of our sect. You are the only opportunity for me to break through. Therefore, her voice grew fiery. I want to become your concubine. To practice dual cultivation with you. First, you can help me break through the constraints of the Grandmaster realm and enter the coveted realm of the Great Grandmaster. Secondly, she looked into Chu Xian's still calm eyes and slowly revealed her true purpose. It would also bind our interests together deeply and irrevocably. By then, you will be within me, and I will be within you. We will no longer have to worry about so-called betrayal. What do you think of this deal? My master. Luo Li finished speaking. The entire study fell into complete silence. All that remained was the increasingly intense, ambiguous fragrance. And Luo Li slightly hurried, expectant breaths. Chu Xian stared at the face before him, so close he could almost touch it, so beautiful it took his breath away. His mind raced with thoughts. Dual cultivation? Bound by mutual interest? How much of this woman's words were true, and how much were false? Was she truly seeking to form the closest alliance with him, or use this method to steal the secrets within him? Chapter 47, 3 Imperial Edicts. Just as the atmosphere in the study grew so tense it felt like it could burst into flames. Just as Chu Xian's fingertips were about to touch that smooth, jade-like skin. Dawn! 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 A series of urgent, life-threatening knocks suddenly rang out, completely shattering the erotic ambience and spring-like atmosphere of the room. Supreme Alliance Master. Urgent dispatch from the capital. Imperial Edict has arrived. Outside the door, the voice of the newly appointed Alliance Master, Mu Rongbo, echoed with urgency and gravity. The capital? An Imperial Edict? Luo Li's delicate face paled slightly. Her proactive embrace hesitated involuntarily. She knew that the main event was about to begin. A hint of amusement flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. He gently pushed aside Luo Li's snow-white legs that were blocking his path. The motion was gentle yet carried an unmistakable air of inevitability. It seems that this palace's good father emperor can't wait any longer. He stood up, straightened his slightly disheveled robes, and his expression once again returned to its usual calm and composed state. As if the nearly passionate scene that had just unfolded had nothing to do with him. Luo Li also calmly slid off the desk and stood up straight. As she watched Chu Xian's steady, mountain-like back, a faint sense of defeat arose in her heart for the first time. This man. His resolve was so unwavering, his self-control so terrifying, he didn't even seem like a living person. Come in. Chu Xian spoke softly. The study door creaked open. Mong Yubo and Fu Bo entered quickly, their faces solemn. In their hands, they held 3 scrolls wrapped in bright yellow silk brocade Imperial Edicts. Each scroll emanated a faint Imperial dragon aura. Supreme Alliance Master. Mu Rongbo's voice trembled slightly. Just moments ago, the flying feather guards of the Imperial Guard in the capital delivered 3 Imperial Edicts. It is an urgent matter of the highest priority. You are ordered to return to the capital immediately. Fu Bo was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he choked out the words. Your Highness. It is the Emperor. The Emperor has summoned you back to the palace. Chu Xian took the 3 Imperial Edicts and unfolded them slowly. First Imperial Edict. The language was ornate yet stern, exuding the majesty of an emperor and accusation. It harshly condemned the third prince, Chu Jing, for his actions in Jiangnan, accusing him of betraying imperial grace, acting recklessly, harming loyal officials, and committing unforgivable crimes. However, the tone shifted abruptly to subtly mention the 9th Prince Chu Xian in connection with the incident at the Dragon Ascension platform. His actions were overly ostentatious, violating the proper conduct of a prince. And orders him to immediately dissolve the so-called Jiangnan Martial Alliance, surrender all confiscated assets to the Imperial Treasury, and await further instructions. The second edict. The tone was much gentler, filled with the Emperor's care and comfort for his son. It states that upon hearing that the 9th prince had been startled in Jiangnan, the emperor was greatly relieved and specially bestowed a 1,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000 taels of gold as a token of comfort. It also states that it has been 10 years since we last met, and I miss you dearly. I eagerly await your return so that we may reunite as father and son. Third Imperial Edict. This is a cold, emotionless edict. Order: the 9th Prince Chu Xian must depart for the capital within 15 days of receiving this edict and must not delay. So ordered. 3 Imperial Edicts, 1 a stern rebuke, 1 a comforting assurance, and 1 a urgent summons. A combination of soft and hard tactics, blending kindness and authority. The art of imperial intrigue had been taken to its ultimate extreme. Clearly, the events in Jiling had shaken the entire court and the nation to its core. His high and mighty father, the emperor, could no longer stand idly by while his out-of-control son ran amok outside the palace. Please, Supreme Alliance leader, give your orders. Mangobo bowed in submission, his palms drenched in cold sweat. He knew that these 3 imperial edicts, though seemingly a recall, were in fact a trap. Once Chu Xian returned to the capital, a place brimming with intrigue and danger, it would be like entering a den of tigers and dragons, every step fraught with peril. Return? Of course he must return. However, to everyone's surprise, after reading the imperial edicts, Chu Xian's face showed no sign of solemnity, but instead a hint of amused smile. Since His Majesty has already set the stage for this grand performance, as the main character, how could I possibly refuse to take the stage? He casually tossed the imperial edict onto the table, as if it were not a sacred symbol of supreme imperial authority, but merely 3 insignificant pieces of scrap paper. What? Luoli and Meng Yobo both exclaimed in shock. They couldn't believe it. Knowing there's a tiger on the mountain, yet heading straight toward it? No. Supreme Alliance Master. Mangubo urgently pleaded. The capital is a place of intrigue. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince have long regarded you as a thorn in their side, and the Emperor's attitude toward you is so ambiguous. Going there now is no different from walking into a trap. That's right, Chu Xian. Luoli, rarely showing any of her usual charm, spoke with a serious expression. As long as the mountain remains, there will always be firewood. With your current strength and the entire Jiangnan Martial Alliance as your foundation, you can easily carve out your own territory and stand toe-to-toe with the capital. Once the time is right, you can march northward, it won't be too late. In their eyes, Chu Xian's decision to return to the capital was the most unwise and impulsive choice he could make. However, Chu Xian merely smiled. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over Luoli and Mu Rongboa's faces, which were filled with worry. That gaze was deep, calm, yet exuded an absolute confidence that seemed to overlook all of humanity and control everything. Do you think the capital is a den of dragons and tigers? In my opinion. He paused, his voice calm yet containing an overwhelming aura of dominance that could make the heavens tremble. It is merely a slightly larger. A pond, nothing more. Luoli and Mu Rongbo fell silent instantly. They stared at the man before them, his demeanor calm and composed, as if everything was under his control, and once again, they were overwhelmed by an endless sense of awe. Perhaps. In the eyes of a true deity, what is deemed a den of dragons and tigers is truly nothing more than a fish pond. Chu Xian paid no heed to their shock. His gaze fell upon Luoli. Luoli, your servant, is here. The waters of the capital are deep. I need a net that can penetrate to the bottom. Chu Xian's voice grew cold and sharp. From this day forward, mobilize all the forces of your heavenly net, at any cost. Using the assets we recently seized from the Third Prince as a base, expand your influence secretly toward the capital city. I want you to establish a series of secure intelligence stations and commercial outposts along the route from Jiling to the capital in the shortest possible time. I must know every single movement of my 2 good brothers and my beloved father within the capital city. Can you do this? Luoli's heart sank suddenly. She instantly understood Chu Xian's intentions. He was planning to turn the tables. On the way back to the capital, he had already laid out a vast net targeting the entire capital. What audacity! How utterly! Yes, master. Luoli's eyes blazed with an intense flame as she knelt heavily on one knee. Luoli, I will not disappoint my master's trust. The next morning. The city lord's mansion, the council hall. The newly formed Jiangnan Martial Alliance high-ranking officials gathered once again. When they heard from Chu Xian that the Supreme Alliance Master was about to return to the capital by imperial decree, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all rushed to him. Supreme Alliance Master, please reconsider. The capital is dangerous. Yes. You are the backbone of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. If you leave, we. However, Chu Xian merely waved his hand, silencing all voices. My decision is final. There is no need to say more. His gaze swept over the crowd, radiating an authority that brooked no argument. After I depart, all matters concerning the Martial Alliance shall be decided through collective deliberation by the Alliance Master Mu Rong and the 4 Deputy Alliance Masters. In the event of major emergencies, the Inspector General Luo Li may act on my behalf to exercise the final decision-making authority. He gestured toward the woman beside him, Mu Rongshui, dressed in a white gown, as cold and ethereal as a goddess. On this journey, I will be accompanied by my wife, Mu Rongshui, as we return to the capital. The crowd nodded in understanding this was only natural. He then pointed to the other side, where Luo Li stood, shrouded in black veils, her beauty both alluring and seductive. Additionally, I require a maid to attend to my needs. Let Inspector Luo temporarily take on this role and attend to me. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire hall fell into complete silence once more. Everyone's eyes darted back and forth between Chu Xian, Meng Yushui, and Luo Li, as if they had seen a ghost. Bring the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect to be a maid? This move is way too bold. As for Luoli, after a moment of shock, the delicate face hidden beneath her veil flushed slightly. But she still bowed gracefully toward Chu Xian, her voice soft and seductive. Yes, master. Half a day later, a small yet incredibly prestigious procession slowly departed from Jinling City. There was no grand send-off with thousands of people. Everything was unusually low-key. The carriage moved slowly along the official road leading out of the city. Just as the convoy was about to pass the southern part of the city, near the long-abandoned ruins of the former Imperial Palace, Chu Xian, who had been closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened them wide. He could clearly sense a colossal dragon vein energy, even more vast and ancient than that of the Dragon Ascension platform, surging forth from beneath the ruins. That was the true core of the dragon vein of the entire Jinling City. Ding! Host has arrived at a mythical tier check-in location, the former Imperial Dragon Vein Suppression Point. This is the site where the dragon vein of the former dynasty shattered, containing endless remnants of dragon energy and the of the dynasty. Check-in rewards will be greatly enhanced. Proceed with check-in? Here we go. A hint of anticipation flashed through Chu Xian's mind. Check-in, he murmured silently. Chapter 48, Check-in, the Human Emperor's Battle Body. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mythical tier Supreme Physique Reward, Human Emperor Battle Body Beginner. Boom! As the system prompt faded away, a golden torrent of unimaginable power, brimming with overwhelming majesty and seeming to carry the rise and fall of the entire human race, erupted from the shattered remnants of the former dynasty's dragon vein. This force did not manifest in earth-shattering phenomena or overwhelming pressure. It was like a gentle spring breeze, silently merging into every limb and bone of Chu Xian. Into every inch of his bones, every drop of his blood, and even every single cell of his body. At that moment, Chu Xian's body began the deepest, most fundamental transformation, a metamorphosis rooted in the very essence of life. He could clearly feel his physical body being reshaped and refined by an invisible divine hand. This was a power that transcended all physical cultivation techniques, directly elevating him from the very roots of the human race in unparalleled, supreme force. If before, he was merely a mortal possessing godlike power, then now, his body, his bloodline, and his level of existence were rapidly approaching the true Emperor of Humans, drawing infinitely closer. Human Emperor Battle Body Basic, a supreme physique imbued with the supreme authority of the Human Emperor. Passive effect, immune to all lost humanity, resists all forces belonging to the humanity category, including military souls, malevolent energy, dragon energy, and dynastic fortune. Possesses extremely strong, nearly immune resistance and absolute bloodline suppression power. Active effect, Imperial Might Rages, can actively emit the pressure of the Human Emperor, shaking the morale of 10,000 troops, causing those with weak resolve to collapse without even fighting. Possesses a natural, soul-deep appeal and deterrence toward all soldiers loyal to the Imperial authorities system. It's almost as if it were tailor-made for him. Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a faint, majestic golden halo flickered in his deep, piercing gaze. His entire demeanor underwent an incredibly subtle yet earth-shattering transformation in that moment. If before, he had been lazy yet sharp, calm yet domineering, then now, simply sitting there in silence, he exuded an aura of the majesty of an emperor who rules over the world, overlooking all living beings, as if the rise and fall of the entire human race rested on his shoulders, the unparalleled might of an emperor. Husband? Chu Xian. Mu Rongxue and Luo Li, who were brewing tea nearby, noticed this change almost simultaneously. A hint of astonishment flashed in their beautiful eyes. They clearly saw that, in that very instant, Chu Xian's body was enveloped in a faint, almost invisible golden divine glow. His entire aura had become vast, majestic, and utterly unapproachable. Simply sitting beside him made them feel an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It was as though the man sitting before them was not their husband, or even their master, but rather an ancient human emperor who had stepped out of myth and legend to rule over the human race. What did you just do? Luo Li's seductive phoenix-like eyes, for the first time, revealed the curiosity and astonishment of a young girl. Nothing. Chu Xian smiled, and the majestic aura emanating from his body instantly subsided, returning to his usual lazy and carefree demeanor. I was merely admiring the scenery along the way and felt inspired. He picked up the fragrant tea that Mu Rongxue had just brewed, took a sip, and gazed out the window at the scenery rushing by. Luo Li and Mu Rongxue exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness and understanding in each other's eyes. They knew that this man harbored far too many secrets. Every time they thought they understood him, he would reveal an even more enigmatic side of himself. But perhaps that was for the best. They exchanged a smile and no longer asked any questions. Instead, they remained silent, one pouring tea for him, the other peeling a crystal-clear grape and placing it in his mouth. Outside the window, the landscape was as beautiful as a painting. Inside the carriage, there was the fragrance of red sleeves. For a moment, time stood still, and even the fatigue of the journey seemed to melt away into poetic imagery. The journey northward proceeded smoothly. Whether it was the Crown Prince or the Second Prince, after witnessing the earth-shaking upheaval at the Dragon Ascension platform and the godlike tactics of Chu Xian, both remained unusually silent. They did not send assassins or troublemakers. It seemed as though they had all tacitly accepted that the rules of this game had changed. Half a month later, the convoy finally slowly entered the border between Zhengzhou and the north. A majestic fortress, resembling a colossal steel beast crouching between heaven and earth, loomed in the distance. Tianmen Pass. The northernmost gateway of the Great Xian dynasty, the first and most impregnable line of defense against the southern advance of the northern barbarian court. The entire fortress was constructed from massive black-green stone blocks, with walls soaring 100 zhang high and incredibly thick, covered in battle scars from axes and swords. The air is permeated with an inescapable, thick scent of iron and blood, mingled with a chilling, malevolent aura. This aura is cold and ruthless, enough to shatter the resolve of anyone with a weak heart. What an astonishing military spirit! Inside the carriage, Luo Li's demonically beautiful face showed a rare expression of gravity for the first time. To condense such pure military spirit, the one guarding this pass must be a renowned general of this age. Judging by the scale of this operation, there must be a large army being redeployed. Chu Xian sipped his tea, his gaze piercing through the carriage window to the distant, dark mass of soldiers, resembling a steel torrent, his expression remaining calm. His newly formed human emperor battle body not only felt no discomfort from this military soul aura powerful enough to make even masters tremble, but instead evoked a strange sense of familiarity, as if a sovereign were inspecting his own troops. Just as Chu Xian's convoy was about to pass through the official road before the pass. Whoa! A loud command echoed from ahead. A force of several thousand soldiers, their aura grim and their ranks imposing, like drawn swords, blocked the convoy's path. This army was entirely different from the ordinary border troops. Every soldier was clad in thick, black armor that glinted with a cold, icy light. In their hands, they held uniform-style spears designed to pierce armor. Their eyes were cold, indifferent, and filled with the hardened resolve and brutality of battle-hardened warriors. A pure, murderous aura, woven from iron and blood, surged upward from their bodies, coalescing above their heads into a shadowy, roaring, black colossal tiger. The military spirit takes form. This was none other than one of the most elite regiments in the entire Great Xian Empire. The Xuanjia Army. Who dares to disrupt the Xuanjia Army's formation? Do you want to die? Several Xuanjia Army scouts responsible for clearing the way immediately urged their horses forward and shouted harshly at Chu Xian's convoy. Their voices were powerful and resonant, exuding the brutality and unquestionable authority of soldiers. Fu Bo hurriedly dismounted and prepared to step forward to negotiate, revealing his identity. Just then, the ranks of the Xuanjia Army slowly parted. A snow-white warhorse, majestic and extraordinary, emerged at a steady pace, carrying a graceful figure. The rider was a young woman who appeared to be no more than 20 years old. She wore a custom-made silver white fish scale armor that perfectly highlighted her tall, slender, and powerful figure. Her long, jet-black hair was tied into a sleek ponytail. Her features were delicate yet masculine, without a trace of makeup, yet exuding an undeniable air of martial prowess. Especially her eyes bright, sharp, like a majestic eagle surveying its territory from the sky, brimming with resolve and determination. In her hands, she holds a silver-colored spear taller than herself, its tip glinting in the sunlight with a chilling brilliance. Her strength was truly astonishing. At just over 20 years old, her cultivation level has already reached the peak of the realm. A tiger cub from a military family. Inside the carriage, Luo Li gazed at the silver-armored female general and couldn't help but praise her sincerely. She is the only daughter of the current supreme commander of the army, Qin Shaotian, and the deputy commander of the Xuanjia army, Qin Shiyao. Chu Xian's gaze lingered on the female general for a moment, and information about her flashed through his mind. As a prince, he naturally had some knowledge of these young generals who held significant positions in the military. Qin Shiyao was the brightest rising star among the young generation of military officers in the Great Xian dynasty. There was no one else like her. Not only was she exceptionally powerful, having mastered the most elite combat techniques of the military arts, but she also possessed innate leadership abilities. She governed her troops with strict discipline, was upright and incorruptible, and was extremely loyal to the emperor and her country. However, she also harbors a natural and unhidden contempt for those pampered, idle members of the royal family who have never lifted a finger in their lives. At this moment, Qin Shiyao's gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly scrutinizing Chu Xian's lavish procession. When her gaze fell upon the spacious and comfortable carriage pulled by 16 majestic white horses. When she saw the dressed-in silk gentleman inside the carriage, lazily sipping tea with two stunningly beautiful women by his side. Her sharp, eagle-like eyes betrayed a hint of extreme contempt and disgust. Another one of these people. Relying on their family background to act arrogantly and disregard the law and military discipline, these spoiled brats. Who dares to speak so boldly? Qin Shiyao's voice was cold and crisp, like ice crystals falling on a jade plate, yet it carried the authority of someone accustomed to issuing orders. Why are you disrupting the deployment of the Xuanjia army? Fu Bo hurried forward, bowing respectfully, and spoke with dignity. General, this is the carriage of the 9th Prince, returning to the capital by Imperial decree. Please grant us passage. The 9th Prince? Xu Xian. Qin Shiyao's delicate brows furrowed imperceptibly. She had heard of this 9th Prince, who had spent 10 years in the Imperial Mausoleum and suddenly emerged recently. According to rumors, he was nothing but a good-looking fool, completely useless. Upon seeing him now, it was indeed true. The nation is in crisis, and the borders are under siege. As a prince, instead of thinking about how to alleviate the nation's burdens, he dares to make such a grand spectacle, accompanied by 2 stunningly beautiful women, traveling as if on a leisurely sightseeing trip? He is a disgrace to the royal family. Her contempt for him grew even stronger. A prince? Qin Shiyao sneered coldly, her voice brimming with unhidden scorn. A prince who breaks the law is no different from a commoner. Tianmen Pass is a military stronghold. We of the Xuanjia army are stationed here on orders, and we have military duties to fulfill. Even if it were the crown prince himself, he must obey military law. She pointed her long spear downward with force. Her voice was cold and resolute. Everyone, get off the vehicles immediately. Move the convoy to the side of the road. I don't care if you're a prince or a duke. If you want to pass through Tianmen Pass, you must queue up and make way. And submit to the inspection of my Xuanjia army. Routine inspection. Arrogant. Arrogant. No mercy. This is the style of Qin Shiyao, the daughter of a military family. Chapter 49, The Overwhelming Might of the Human Emperor, The Fall of the Military Family. Qin Shiyao's cold and resolute voice echoed like a boulder dropped into a calm lake. Instantly, it stirred up 1,000 waves. What? Make the princess carriage give way? And undergo a search? Fu Bo's face turned pale in an instant. This was utterly unheard of. Having served by Chu Xian's side for so many years, he had never seen anyone dare to publicly humiliate a prince in such a manner. How dare you? How dare you? The martial arts experts from the Martial Alliance guarding the sides of the convoy were all enraged. They had long since regarded Chu Xian as a deity. This ignorant woman dared to be so disrespectful to their supreme alliance leader? Had Chu Xian not given the order, they would have drawn their swords on the spot to teach this woman a lesson in respect. However, the soldiers of the Xuanjia army paid no heed to their anger. Their eyes remained cold and indifferent. In their world, there were only 2 words. Military orders. As long as it was the deputy commander's order, even if it meant charging into the domain of a grandmaster, they would never hesitate for a moment. Didn't you hear what I said? Qin Shiyao saw that Chu Xian's convoy hadn't moved, and the frost on her fair face grew even colder. She swung her long spear and coldly ordered the 100 elite personal guards behind her. What are you waiting for? Since they refused to come down on their own, then make them come down. Yes. The 100 battle-hardened elite guards roared in unison. The iron-blooded aura emanating from their bodies instantly coalesced, forming a terrifying black-red energy wave visible to the naked eye, which surged toward Chu Xian's convoy with overwhelming force. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, moving as one, taking steps forward to forcefully block the carriage. These 100 men were the true elite of the Xuanjia army. Each of them possessed combat prowess rivaling that of second-rate martial artists in the martial arts world. The military spirit and aura they released when united was enough to send shivers down the spines of any innate martial artist, making them dare not confront their might head-on. In their eyes, this flashy yet unimpressive convoy would inevitably be thrown into disarray and left in a sorry state under the overwhelming momentum. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The 100 elite warriors, the moment they took their first step, their bodies suddenly froze in place. Their feet seemed to be firmly anchored to the ground by an invisible force. No matter how they channeled their inner energy or exerted every ounce of strength in their bodies, they could not move forward even the slightest bit. Before them, it seemed as though an invisible, intangible, yet indestructible and insurmountable invisible mountain. What's happening? My feet. I can't move them. What the hell is this? What kind of sorcery is this? The 100 elite soldiers, who had always been fearless in battle, showed confusion and terror on their faces for the first time. They felt as though they had collided with an invisible, towering wall thousands of feet thick. No matter how hard they struggled, it was all in vain. Humph. Qin Shiyao's sharp eagle-like eyes suddenly narrowed. Her face also betrayed disbelief and shock. She clearly saw that her personal guard unit seemed to have been collectively immobilized by a spell, standing motionless in place. This is impossible. A storm of emotions raged within her heart. How could a single person, without making a sound, block the charge of 100 elite soldiers? This must be the work of a master-level expert, right? Could it be? She instinctively turned her gaze back to the large carriage. Could it be that the carriage of that worthless prince was hiding a master-level expert? A surge of anger at being toyed with instantly welled up in Qin Shiyao's heart. Good. So he dares to act so arrogantly and tyrannically because he has a master protecting him. I'll see about that. Can the master in your carriage withstand the soul-shaking assault of my Xuanjia army? All troops, heed my command. Xin Shiyao raised her silver spear, pointed it toward the sky, and let out a furious roar. Form. Tiger slaughter battle formation. Roar. Thousands of Xuanjia army soldiers sprang into action at the sound. In an instant, they formed an incredibly intricate military formation. A chilling, murderous aura filled with the scent of iron and blood surged skyward from every one of them. Finally, above their heads, it coalesced into a black tiger 10 times larger than before, almost solidified, roaring to the heavens. Black tiger. The tiger's ferocity was overwhelming, and its aura was suffocating. Its pair of tiger eyes locked onto Chu Xian's convoy, as if ready to pounce at any moment and tear everything to shreds. Under the terrifying military spirit pressure that could make mountains and rivers change color and even ghosts and gods flee, the air before the gates of Tianmen Pass seemed to have been completely sucked out. Gale force winds howled. The earth trembled. Sand and stones flew through the air, obscuring the sky. Even the martial arts experts from the Chu Xian convoy felt a sudden tightness in their chests and paleness in their faces. They knew that once that tiger demon, formed from the souls of thousands of elite soldiers, pounced down, their entire convoy, along with everyone inside, would be reduced to, turned into dust. However, at the very center of this overwhelming pressure, inside that wide carriage, it remained calm and serene. Inside the carriage, a small chessboard was placed at the center. Chu Xian, holding the black pieces, was engaged in a leisurely game of chess with Luo Li across from him. Meanwhile, Mu Rongxue stood by quietly, occasionally pouring a cup of fragrant tea for the two of them. It seemed as though the terrifying scene outside the window, capable of altering the very fabric of the universe, had nothing to do with them. Had nothing to do with them. This young lady has quite the temper. Luo Li picked up a white piece, placed it gently on the board, and a hint of amusement flashed in her seductive phoenix-like eyes. Shall I go out and deal with her for you? No need. Chu Xian's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, his head never lifting. Just a bunch of lost lambs. He slowly placed the black piece on the board. A crisp, pleasant ding sounded. It's time for them to meet their true master. As the words fell, hum. An invisible yet majestic and overwhelming force, as if bearing the fate of all humanity. Imperial authority. Spread out silently from Chu Xian's body. This pressure was neither domineering nor harsh. It was like sunlight, bathing the earth in its warmth. It was like spring rain, nourishing all things silently. But when this aura came into contact with the tiger demon formed by the combined aura of thousands of elite soldiers, the black tiger, which had been roaring and rampaging with overwhelming ferocity, suddenly froze. In its eyes, filled with brutality and murderous intent, there was a fleeting glimpse of confusion. Then, it turned into fear. A fear that originated from the deepest recesses of its bloodline, from the very core of its soul, like a mouse encountering a cat, or a subject facing its sovereign. Extreme terror. Roar. It let out a low, fearful wail. That massive, malevolent form, from malevolent energy, began to tremble violently, beyond its own control. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, slowly, it lowered its proud head. Toward the direction of Chu Xian's carriage, it made a submissive gesture. As if a child who had made a mistake was begging forgiveness from their parents. This. Xin Shiyao's mind froze completely. Her usually bold and confident face, for the first time, revealed an expression of sheer terror, as if she had seen a ghost. The military soul. The military soul of the Xuanjia army, which she had always pridefully regarded as capable of suppressing even a master. Could it be? Surrendered without a fight in front of the enemy? Even going so far as to adopt a submissive posture? This has completely surpassed her understanding of martial arts and military strategy. What on earth is this power? Thud. 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 Before she could recover from the overwhelming shock, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The thousands of Xuanjia army soldiers behind her, with wills as strong as iron and fearless in the face of death. In the instant they sensed that overwhelming imperial might. They all, one by one, collapsed as if all the strength had been drained from their bodies. Their knees gave way, and they knelt down on the ground in unison, unable to control their bodies. The weapons in their hands clattered to the ground. Every face was filled with confusion and fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their souls trembled uncontrollably. It was as though their bloodlines, their loyalty, and their very souls were issuing the strongest warning to them. Kneel. Obey your true emperor and swear your loyalty. Any act of disrespect will invite divine retribution. No. Get up. All of you, get up. Xin Shiyao looked at the absurd scene before her and let out a furious scream. She was the commander of this army. Yet now, her soldiers were kneeling before a useless prince she despised. This was the greatest humiliation she could endure. She bit her tongue hard, forcing the intense pain to dispel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of her soul. Her sharp phoenix eyes blazed with fierce determination. I don't care what demons or monsters you're hiding in your car. I, Qin Shiryao, will never surrender. She let out a fierce shout, channeling all her innate, perfected martial arts energy into the silver spear in her hands. Man and spear became one. She transformed into a silver bolt of lightning, tearing through the sky, and lunged fiercely toward Chu Xian's carriage. She intended to use her spear to defend the last shred of dignity she had as a commander. However, facing her earth-shattering, all-out attack, a slender, well-defined hand slowly emerged from the carriage window. Then, with a flick of her fingers, she gently deflected the silver gun beam, which was as fast as lightning. Clang! A crisp, ethereal sound, like a divine being plucking a zither. Qin Shiryao felt an overwhelming, unstoppable force surging from the tip of the gun, crashing toward her with relentless fury. Her full-force strike, powerful enough to pierce city walls, was rendered as laughable as a joke before that casual flick of the finger. Snap! The silver-colored long spear in her hands, forged from celestial cold iron, emitted an agonizing cry as it could no longer bear the strain. It shattered into pieces. Her right hand, which gripped the gun, split open instantly. Blood stained her silver armor red. Her entire body was struck as if by an ancient divine mountain, spewing a jet of blood from her mouth as she was flung backward from the horse's back in a pitiful state. In midair, she traced a tragic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of zhang away. One finger. Just one finger. She, the tiger daughter of the general's family, an innately perfect warrior hailed as the first star general in the army, was struck down from a distance, severely wounded. Not even the opponent had seen it coming. Master. No. This can't possibly be the power of a master. Qin Shiryao lay on the ground, feeling as though her internal organs had been displaced. She stared at the still calm carriage, her eyes filled with nothing but endless horror and despair. Just then, the curtain of the carriage slowly lifted. A tall, slender figure emerged, bathed in sunlight, walking out slowly. That strikingly handsome face, those deep, calm eyes. It was none other than the one she had once deemed a waste. The ninth prince, Chu Xian. Chapter 50, The Ghost City of Yuzhou, the Crown Prince's Poisonous Plot. The sun shone warmly and gently, casting a soft golden glow over the tall figure. He stood there silently, uttering no words and emitting no trace of his powerful aura. But in the hearts of all the Xuanjia army soldiers present, he was the sole ruler of this world. He was their emperor, their god. An unquestionable, unchallengeable supreme being. Qin Shiryao struggled to get to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her handsome, defiant face was filled with humiliation, resentment, and a deeper, indescribable shock and confusion. She glared at the young man who seemed as calm as a cloud, forcing out each word through clenched teeth. Who are you? She refused to believe it. She absolutely refused to believe that a worthless who had supposedly spent 10 years in the Imperial tomb could possess such supernatural, otherworldly abilities. Chu Xian slowly walked up to her. He looked down at her, a warrior's daughter covered in blood yet still refusing to fall, his eyes holding no contempt or mockery. There was only one thing, the calm indifference of a superior toward an inferior. This is Chu Xian. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable aura of imperial authority. The ninth prince of the great Xian dynasty. Do you have any objections now? Qin Shiryao's delicate body trembled violently. As she gazed into Chu Xian's deep, bottomless eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, the last remnants of her resentment and pride were completely shattered. Yes. He was a prince. He was one of the rightful rulers of this dynasty. No matter how useless he appeared, the blood flowing through his veins was that of a true dragon. The overwhelming imperial might that had just made her proud military spirit submit and tremble was the best proof of that. How could I? Daring to draw a gun against a prince with such pure human emperor bloodline? This is an absolute farce. Qin Shiryao. She struggled to lower her once proud head and performed a military salute toward Chu Xian, one that was extremely proper yet utterly humiliating. I greet His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. This humble soldier failed to recognize your highness and dared to obstruct your carriage. Please forgive this humble servant. Her voice was dry, hoarse, and filled with resentment. But she knew she had lost. She had lost completely. Punishment? Chu Xian smiled faintly. Ignorance is no crime. He turned slowly, his gaze sweeping over the Xuanjia soldiers still kneeling on the ground, too afraid to even lift their heads. Order the troops to disperse and clear the main road. His voice was not loud, but it rang clearly in the ears of every soldier. I am about to pass. That voice seemed to hold some kind of magical power. The Xuanjia army soldiers, who had previously only obeyed Qin Shiryao's commands, now stood up in unison without hesitation. Then, like a tidal wave, they retreated to both sides. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, with not a single trace of hesitation. It was as though Chu Xian's orders were the supreme military command they had ever known. Qin Shiryao watched the absurd scene before her, feeling as though her heart was bleeding. She felt like a laughingstock. A pitiful commander, abandoned by her own soldiers in broad daylight. Chu Xian paid her no further attention. He turned and walked slowly back to the large carriage. The curtain slowly closed, blocking out all outside gazes. The procession slowly began to move again, passing through the official road that had been cleared by thousands of elite Xuanzhe soldiers, moving neither too fast nor too slow. From start to finish, he did not spare a single glance at the helpless daughter of a once proud general lying on the ground. Ignored. This was the ultimate humiliation. Prince Chu Xian. Qin Shiyao clenched her fists tightly, letting her nails dig into her palms until blood flowed freely. She raised her head, gazing at the carriage that was growing increasingly distant yet seemed forever etched into the depths of her soul. Those sharp, eagle-like eyes were filled with humiliation, resentment, and a faint, unfamiliar gleam that even she herself had not noticed. I'll remember you. The caravan smoothly passed through Tianmen Pass. Officially, they had entered the territory of Yuzhou. Yuzhou was the northernmost province of the Great Qian dynasty, bordering the northern barbarian kingdom. Its people were fierce and the land barren. The convoy continued southward, heading toward the capital city. The deeper they went, the more eerie the atmosphere became. By all accounts, while this region may not match the prosperity of the Jiangnan region, it should certainly not be this, lifeless. The official road was almost devoid of any caravans or travelers. The villages along the road were deserted, with doors and windows tightly shut, resembling ghost towns. No smoke rose from the chimneys, and no human voices could be heard. The air was filled with a faint, musty, nauseating odor. Something's wrong. Inside the carriage, Luoli's seductive phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time, a look of gravity appeared on her delicate face. The aura here is off. Mao Rongxue nodded in agreement, her cold, beautiful face also betraying a hint of caution. The celestial and earthly energies here seem to have been corrupted by some evil force. I feel like it's a plague. Even Luoli, who had been carelessly massaging Chu Xian's shoulders, couldn't help but pull her hands back, feeling that the air around her was making her uncomfortable. Several more hours passed. As dusk fell, the outline of a city finally came into view before the caravan. Wangdu City. A medium-sized city within the borders of Yuzhou. However, as the caravan slowly entered the city gates, everyone was so shocked by the sight before them that they gasped in horror. A city of the dead. This was nothing short of a living, breathing ghost town. Within the city, the streets were deserted. All the shops were shut tight, with faded seals plastered on the doors. The entire city was shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive aura of death. Occasionally, a few figures can be seen darting past the street corners. But every single one of them has a pale, lifeless expression, vacant eyes, and moves slowly, as if soulless, walking corpses. What on earth has happened here? Fubo stared at the hellish scene before him, his voice trembling. How could this happen? Just then, a group of officials dressed in official robes, their faces ashen and their steps unsteady, approached as if they had been waiting there for a long time. At the front was a middle-aged official, obese in build, with a fake smile plastered across his face. This official is Lu Nong, the prefect of Wangdu City. I humbly pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. He bowed to Chu Xian's carriage in a hasty manner, his voice weak and trembling, as if he might collapse at any moment. Your Highness. Your Highness must be exhausted from the long journey. Please rest and refresh yourselves. Within the city, a banquet has been prepared for your Highness to welcome you. Please come to the prefect's office to rest for a while. His words were jumbled and incoherent, with no logical connection between them. But the meaning of his sincere invitation was crystal clear. Banquet? A cold snort echoed from within the carriage. I think it's a banquet of death, isn't it? She turned around, bowed deeply to Chu Xian, her fair face now covered in frost. Master. Your subordinate has uncovered the truth through the secret channels of Heaven's net. This city of Wangdu is not plagued by a plague at all. But rather, it has been cursed. A vicious sorcery known as the puppet curse, originating from the 10,000 mountains of the southern frontier. Those infected initially exhibit mental exhaustion and sluggish movements. Within 7 days, they completely lose their minds and become mindless zombies, utterly controlled by the sorcerer who cast the curse. And the one who cast the curse in this city. A cold gleam of murder flashed in Luoli's eyes. It is none other than the crown prince of the current dynasty, Shuyao's subordinate, a sorcerer from the southern mountains. His purpose is clear. He has already calculated your inevitable route back to the capital. He deliberately set this vicious trap here. He intends to use the lives of every single citizen in this city to trap you here and kill you. Once you are trapped and unable to return to the capital within the time limit set by the emperor, you will be guilty of the capital offense of disobeying the imperial decree. At that point, he will have countless reasons to act against you with complete justification. What a two birds with one stone scheme. What a ruthless and cunning crown prince. After Luoli finished speaking, the air inside the carriage seemed to freeze solid. Using the lives of an entire city's people as pawns to deal with political enemies. Such a despicable and cruel tactic. For the first time, the coldly beautiful face of Mu Rongshui revealed unbridled anger. Her hand gripping the autumn water sword trembled slightly with anger. And as the target of all this, Chu Xian remained seated there in silence. His face showed no sign of emotion. Only in his deep, piercing eyes flashed a glimpse of an icy, bone-chilling, murderous intent. My royal brother has truly given me a great surprise. He slowly stood up. He lifted the curtain of the carriage. His gaze, calm and steady, fell upon the prefect Lu Neng, who was still bowing and scraping, feigning flattery. Lead the way. He spoke softly, uttering 3 words. Go to your prefectural office. Chapter 51. Deep into the ghost city, the human emperor's compassion. The prefect's office. In the past, this was the most majestic and grandest place in the entire city of Wangdu. Yet today, it was shrouded in an inescapable aura of death. The courtyard was littered with fallen leaves, untouched by a broom. The columns were covered in spider webs, and dust had accumulated in layers. Even the officials, who should have been lively and energetic, looked like lifeless puppets, their eyes vacant and their movements sluggish. Inside the main hall, an extremely bizarre welcome banquet is underway. The long banquet table was laden with delicacies from land and sea, served on jade plates. However, whether it was the overly enthusiastic prefect Lu Neng seated at the head of the table or the officials from Wangdu City sitting on either side, not a single person moved their chopsticks. They merely maintained an extremely stiff, insincere smile, continuously toasting Chu Xian. Their mouths spewed out incoherent, flattering words of praise. The entire banquet was permeated with an indescribable, spine-chillingly bizarre and absurd atmosphere. Your Highness has traveled so far to honor us. This is a tremendous blessing for Wangdu City. Come, this humble official offers a toast to your Highness. The prefect Lu Neng, holding his wine cup, was trembling slightly, and his smile was more painful than a cry. Chu Xian simply watched him, observing the room filled with living dead, a faint, mocking smile curving his lips. He did not drink or speak. He simply watched them perform in silence. His gaze was calm and indifferent, yet it seemed to pierce through everything, sending chills down the prefect Lu Neng's spine. This bizarre banquet ended abruptly in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. After the banquet, Chu Xian and his group were graciously arranged to stay in the highest-ranking, independent courtyard within the prefect's office. It was euphemistically called resting. In reality, it was house arrest. The compound was surrounded, both openly and covertly, by slow-moving yet fearless puppet officials. They had surrounded the entire courtyard, leaving no room for escape. In the main hall of the courtyard, Meng Yushui and Luo Li both looked extremely solemn. Husband, this is clearly a trap. Mao Rongshua's cold, beautiful face was filled with worry. That prefect Lu Neng has likely already been controlled by poisonous spells. They're trying to trap us here. That's right. Luo Li added, her seductive face now filled with icy intent. The crown prince's move is too cunning. He's using the lives of an entire city's people as a prison to trap us. If we try to break out forcefully, he can pin the blame for the deaths of all these people on us. At that point, no matter how we explain ourselves, we'll have no way to defend ourselves. Advance is a dead end. Retreat is also a dead end. In their eyes, the current situation had already reached a dead end. However, as the target of all this, Chu Xian remained as calm and composed as ever. He poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and gazed out the window at the gray, lifeless sky. How many people live in this city? He suddenly asked a question that seemed completely unrelated. Luo Li was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied. According to the intelligence from Tian Luo, the permanent population of Wangdu City is approximately around 15,000. 15,000. Chu Xian repeated the number softly, his expression growing somber. All for that ridiculous power struggle between brothers. To turn these 15,000 lives into meaningless sacrifices? His voice was soft and calm. But Mu Rongxue and Luo Li detected a hint of an emotion they had never felt before in Chu Xian. It wasn't anger, nor was it a desire to kill. It was a kind of compassion. Luo Li's heart trembled violently. She suddenly understood. You chose to stay not because you were trapped. She stared at Chu Xian's towering figure, his demonically alluring phoenix eyes filled with disbelief and shock. But, you wanted to save this city? Save these 15,000 ordinary citizens who have nothing to do with you? The thought was so absurd that even she found it preposterous. In her eyes, they, as cultivators, had long since transcended the ordinary mortal realm. The lives of ordinary people had nothing to do with them. And yet, to risk their own lives for these mortals? This was sheer folly. Meng Yushui also looked at Chu Xian with an extremely complex expression. She was born into the Tianjian mountain villa, though she harbored a sense of justice, she had never considered taking on such a heavy burden for the common people. However, Chu Xian merely smiled faintly. He slowly turned around, looking at the two women whose faces were filled with shock, and spoke slowly. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority befitting the Emperor of humanity. They are my subjects. They are the most innocent and vulnerable foundation of this land. As a prince, I live off their offerings and enjoy their honor. I will not stand by and watch them become sacrifices in the power struggle between my brothers. This has nothing to do with strength or realm. This is my way. The way. The moment those words left Chu Xian's mouth, Mao Rongshui and Luo Li's souls were both violently shaken by an invisible force. They looked at the man before them and, for the first time, felt as though they had glimpsed a corner of his bottomless inner world. It was not the domineering aura of a warrior, nor the indifference of a strong individual. It was a kind of a force that carried the destiny of humanity, with a heart that cared for all living beings. The way of the Emperor. In that moment, all their doubts and confusion vanished into thin air. All that remained was endless admiration and heartfelt submission. I understand now. Luoli took a deep breath and bowed deeply before Chu Xian. Master, whatever you wish me to do, Luoli will follow you through fire and water. Good. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Luoli, immediately arrange for the heavenly net to investigate thoroughly, at any cost. I need to know where that southern frontier sorcerer is hiding right now. I need to know the characteristics, weaknesses, and the whereabouts of the mother parasite. Yes. Luoli obeyed without hesitation, her figure flickering like a ghost as she vanished from the spot. Shua. Chu Xian turned his gaze toward Meng Yushui, his expression softening considerably. Come with me for a walk. All right. Mu Rongshui nodded gently. Half an hour later, Chu Xian and Mu Rongshui had changed into ordinary civilian attire and slipped out of the heavily guarded governor's mansion without a sound. With their abilities, evading the officials who had long since become mere puppets was as easy as turning over one's hand. The two walked along the desolate streets of Wangdu City. Without the escort of the prefectural officials, they finally saw the true face of this ghost town. How tragic. So tragic. It was a living hell. They arrived at the lowest class residential area of the city. Here, there were no grand mansions, only rows of dilapidated mud brick huts. The air was thick with a putrid, nauseating stench that grew even more intense. It was almost suffocating. The streets were littered with the rotting, putrid corpses of livestock that had long since died and decomposed. Occasionally, a few houses with open doors could be seen. Chu Xian and Mu Rongshui entered one of them. The sight before them was so horrifying that even Mu Rongshui, with her unwavering resolve, couldn't help but feel her stomach churn, her face turning pale. In the cramped, dimly lit room, 5 people were crowded together. Every one of them had a gray, lifeless complexion, their eyes hollow and devoid of any spark of life. Some sat, some lay, motionless, like lifeless puppets. A little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old clutched a stiff, cold doll tightly in her arms. A strange, stiff smile hung on her lips. But her eyes revealed no spark of life, only a lifeless, gray. On their bodies, Chu Xian could clearly sense strands of black threads filled with evil and icy coldness. Deeply rooted in their minds. Constantly devouring their vital energy, their souls, their everything. An old woman lay collapsed by the bed, her body already beginning to show signs of localized decay. Black parasites the size of grains of rice were frantically burrowing in and out of her rotting flesh. The sight was enough to drive any sane person mad on the spot. Meng Yushui could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as she rushed out of the room and vomited violently in a corner. Chu Xian slowly walked out. His face remained calm. But anyone could see in his deep, piercing eyes a volcano on the verge of eruption. He slowly raised his head and looked toward the direction of the capital. His gaze was icy and menacing. As if it could pierce through 10,000 miles of time and space, directly piercing into that golden and magnificent Eastern Palace. Shu Yao. He murmured softly, his voice calm yet brimming with enough killing intent to freeze the heavens and earth. You, really, dared to touch this palace's bottom line. Chapter 52, The Divine Physician Zhang Daxian. Meng Yushui's fair face turned deathly pale. She leaned against the wall, vomiting violently, feeling as though her stomach was churning violently, and bile was about to come up. The hellish scene in the room earlier had dealt a massive blow to her pure sword heart. She could accept the swordplay and vendettas of the martial arts world. But she could not bear to see so many innocent civilians meet such a tragic and despairing end, slowly succumbing to death and agony. Chu Xian slowly walked over to her side. He said nothing, only reaching out to gently pat her back. A warm and peaceful stream of true energy quietly entered her body, instantly calming the surging qi and agitated spirit within her. Are you feeling better? Meng Yushui nodded, but her face remained as pale as ever. Husband, this is what you meant by the struggle for imperial power? Her voice trembled slightly. For that position, you can treat human lives so carelessly, regarding the masses as mere ants? For the first time, her clear eyes were filled with deep confusion and doubt. She had always believed that the imperial family was the embodiment of justice and the guardian of order. But now, what she saw was cruelty and cold-bloodedness 1,000 times worse than the demon cult. Chu Xian looked at her pained expression and sighed softly. On this chessboard, the chess master does not care about the lives of the pieces. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the gray, lifeless sky. Let's go. Perhaps we can find something interesting. Just then, a commotion, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible scent of sandalwood, drifted from the corner of the street. It broke the monotony of the quiet neighborhood. The Divine Healer. It's Zhang the Divine Healer. Master Zhang is distributing his magical water again. Everyone, hurry over. Drink the Divine Doctor's talisman water, and you won't turn into a living dead person. Several weak yet hopeful cries echoed intermittently. Suddenly, the villagers who had been sitting or lying lifelessly at their doorsteps. Upon hearing the words Master Zhang, the vacant expressions in their eyes suddenly, miraculously, lit up with a glimmer of light. They struggled to rise from the ground, as if pulled by invisible threads. Then, with an extremely slow yet unwavering pace, they began to gather in the direction of the sound. As if the source of that voice were there, only salvation. Divine Healer? Mao Rongshui furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Such a vicious poisonous technique leaves even us martial artists helpless. Could there truly be someone in this mortal realm capable of curing it? Go and see for yourself. Chu Xian's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. He took Mu Rongshui's hand and slowly walked toward the gathering crowd. Soon, they arrived at the central square of the district. The square was already packed with hundreds of pale-faced villagers. Each of them stared at the makeshift platform in the center of the square with an expression of intense fervor and devotion. On the platform, an elderly man dressed in white robes, with the demeanor of a sage and the appearance of a reclusive hermit, sat cross-legged. Before him stood a massive bronze cauldron filled with clear water emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. By his side stood a dozen young disciples, also dressed in Taoist robes. These disciples were busily tossing yellow talisman papers adorned with mystical symbols into the bronze cauldron. They murmured incantations as they did so. Soon, the talismans dissolved in the water, dyeing the entire cauldron of clear water with a faint golden hue. Mercy, Zhang the Divine Healer. Mercy, Zhang the Divine Healer. Please, Divine Healer, bestow your miraculous water and save my child. The Divine Healer's great kindness and mercy. We will be your servants in the next life and repay you forever. The people below knelt on the ground, bowing their heads repeatedly toward the white-robed old man, their faces filled with the excitement and gratitude of having survived a catastrophe. The old man in white robes slowly opened his eyes, his face adorned with a compassionate expression of pity for the world. He stood up and addressed the crowd below in a loud voice. My fellow villagers, there is no need for such formalities. I am Zhang Daoxian, a wandering Taoist who has come here. Seeing the plague rampant in this land and the soaring to the heavens, I could not bear to see the common people suffer. Therefore, I have set up this altar and used the secret Taoist purifying spirit symbol to transform it into sacred water, to drive away the demons and purify the evil spirits for all of you. Though this talisman water cannot eradicate the root of the disease, drinking it daily will keep your minds clear and slow the progression of the illness. Once I locate the source of the plague and refine the true antidote, I shall restore the city of Wangdu to its former glory. His words were spoken with righteous indignation and a sense of great justice. Instantly, the crowd below erupted into a thunderous chorus of gratitude and adoration. Divine Healer. You are a living Buddha. Zhang Divine Doctor is truly the savior of our city. Immediately, the dozen or so disciples began distributing the so-called sacred water in wooden bowls, one bowl at a time, to the crowd of people who had been waiting patiently below. The people, upon receiving the talisman water, clutched it as if it were a treasure, trembling as they drank it all in one gulp. Remarkably, after drinking the talisman water, their once sallow and lifeless complexions actually regained a hint of color. Their vacant eyes also became slightly more lively. It works. It really works. I feel stronger. The crowd erupted into cheers of joy. Meng Shui watched the scene before her, her cold eyes filled with shock and confusion. Could it be? Could there truly be such a master of medicine in this world? Could a mere talismanic water truly suppress that vicious puppet poison? However, Chu Xian, standing beside her, watched the man on the high platform, the so-called Zhang Divine Doctor with his dignified demeanor and a cold, mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. In his deep, enigmatic eyes, countless mystical symbols were swirling at an astonishing speed. Heavenly mechanism divine calculation, silently activated. In an instant, countless chaotic, shattered threads of causality flashed before Chu Xian's eyes. The past, present, and future of that Zhang Divine Doctor transformed into blurry scenes, flashing rapidly through his mind. Zhang Daoxian, originally named Zhang Guden, was a native of Yuzhou. In his youth, he was idle and aimless. Later, by chance, he became a disciple of a lowly, obscure Taoist temple called Sanqingguan. After studying for several years, he mastered the unorthodox arts of drawing talismans and reciting incantations. He then left the monastery and made a living by deceiving others through sorcery and fraud. Several months ago, he was noticed by a confidant of Prince Chu Yao and taken under his wing. Half a month ago, he was sent by the crown prince to infiltrate the city of Wangdu with a mysterious witch doctor from the southern frontier. On the surface, he posed as a divine healer, setting up a clinic to treat the sick, soothe the people, and gain fame. But in secret, A cold gleam flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. His so-called divine elixir was no life-saving nectar. The purifying spirit symbols he used, though seemingly able to alleviate the symptoms of the puppet curse, were in fact a slow-acting poison. This talisman was crafted using a highly toxic substance called heart-eating grass as its primary ingredient. When consumed by the people, it indeed provided a temporary boost of energy due to the Taoist-inspired purifying qi it contained. However, over time, the toxicity of the heart-eating grass will fuse and mutate with the poison of the puppet curse within their bodies, creating an extremely bizarre fusion and mutation. Ultimately, it transforms them into something far more terrifying than walking corpses, creatures driven solely by the urge to kill and destroy. Blood demon corpses. At that point, once the crown prince triggers these blood demon corpses, the entire city of Wangdu will be reduced to a true wasteland of death. And he can then shift all the blame for this catastrophe onto the ninth prince Chu Xian, who failed to contain the plague in time. What a cunning move. A cunning plan that achieves 3 objectives with 1 move. Husband, what's wrong? Meng Yushui noticed the fleeting change on Chu Xian's face and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Chu Xian slowly withdrew his gaze and briefly relayed the information he had deduced to Mu Rongshui. What? When Mu Rongshui heard that the so-called divine physician with his ethereal demeanor was actually one of the masterminds behind the secret harm inflicted upon the people, her cold, beautiful face was instantly filled with icy intent to kill. Damn it! Her grip on the autumn water sword tightened violently. A fierce sword intent erupted uncontrollably from her body. I'll go kill him right now. To seek justice for these innocent people. She spoke, about to draw her sword. Wait. Chu Xian quickly grabbed her hand. Now is not the time to kill him. Why? Mu Rongshui looked at him in confusion, her eyes filled with anger and urgency. Look. Chu Xian pointed to the people around them, who were bowing and prostrating themselves in gratitude toward Zhang Daoxian. Right now, in their eyes, this Zhang Daoxian is the living deity who saved them from the brink of disaster, their only hope. If we were to rush out now, expose him, or even kill him, do you think these people, whose minds have been clouded by despair, would believe us? No. Chu Xian shook his head, a flash of penetrating wisdom gleaming in his eyes. They won't believe us. On the contrary, they will see us as demons seeking to cut off their means of survival. At that point, we will truly become the target of everyone's hatred. By then, even if we had 1,000 tongues, we couldn't explain ourselves. After hearing Chu Xian's analysis, the fiery anger in Meng Yushui's heart gradually subsided. Looking at the fervent and blind expressions in the eyes of the villagers, she felt a deep sense of helplessness welling up inside her. Yes. Saving people is sometimes far more difficult than killing them. Then what should we do? She looked at Chu Xian helplessly. Are we just going to stand by and watch him continue to do evil here? Of course not. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. To break this deadlock, it's simple. We just need to find a more effective and direct treatment method than his. Use facts to shatter his false, divine healer aura. By then, he will inevitably be disgraced and left with no place to bury his remains. But, Mu Rongshui furrowed her brows, this puppet poison is a secret technique of the southern frontier. We know nothing about it. How can we possibly break it? Every poison has its source. Chu Xian's gaze grew deep. This puppet toxin was able to infect an entire city in such a short time. Then its method of transmission must be. His gaze swept over the dry wells lining both sides of the street. Water. Let's go. Chu Xian grabbed Mu Rongshui's hand, turned around, and vanished into the depths of the alley. Now, let's go and see. The heart of this city, just how badly has it been polluted? The next hour. Chu Xian, accompanied by Mu Rongshui, explored nearly every corner of Wangdu City. He did not look at the citizens suffering from the poisonous insects. Instead, he focused all his attention on the city's water sources. Under the scrutiny of his heavenly mechanism, divine calculation, and his incredibly sharp divine perception, he quickly discovered that every river, canal, and even the water jars in the residents' homes in this city had been contaminated by an extremely weak yet omnipresent malevolent energy. And all the sources of contamination pointed to the same direction. The west of the city, that long abandoned, supposedly haunted, dragon-sealing ancient well. Legend has it that this well, thousands of feet deep, directly connected to the earth's veins, was dug by the previous dynasty to suppress the dragon vein of this land. After the previous dynasty fell, the well was completely abandoned. Often, strange and unsettling sounds would emanate from the well steps, and over time, no one dared to approach it anymore. When Chu Xian and Mu Rongshui arrived at the ancient well, surrounded by overgrown weeds and crumbling walls, a black mist, hundreds of times denser than any other place in the city, filled with a chilling and evil aura, rose from the bottomless well, as if it had a life of its own. We've found it. Chu Xian stared at the ancient well emanating an ominous aura, his eyes growing cold and sharp. This is the source. Chapter 48, Check-in, the Shin Known Legacy. By the dragon-sealing ancient well, the air was deathly still. The black mist rising continuously from the well's opening, visible to the naked eye, seemed to have a life of its own, twisting and swirling in the air before transforming into grotesque, pain-twisted demonic faces. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, as if the scent of rotting corpses had lingered for centuries. Even standing here, a martial artist with unwavering resolve would feel his soul unsettled and his true chi stagnant. How terrifyingly evil! Meng Yushua's face grew solemn. She instinctively gripped the autumn water sword in her hand, and a sharp sword intent erupted from her body, barely managing to repel the evil energy that was corroding her mind. Husband, it seems that the southern witch has cast the mother of the puppet toxin into this well. He used the ancient well's connection to the earth's veins to silently spread the poisonous toxin throughout every water source in the entire city. His methods are truly diabolical. She stared at the bottomless well, a deep worry flashing in her eyes. But, how can we break this spell? Meng Yushue furrowed her brows and analyzed solemnly. To eradicate the poison, we must first destroy the mother poison in the well. But the well is filled with malevolent energy, its depths unimaginable. Descending recklessly would even endanger a master. Moreover, even if we destroy the mother poisonous insect, how will we save the tens of thousands of citizens in the city who have already been infected? This puppet poison is utterly bizarre. Unless we can find the southern frontier witch who cast the poison and obtain the unique antidote, then. She didn't finish her sentence. But the meaning was clear. The situation before them was almost an unsolvable dead end. Destroying the mother parasite is difficult. Saving the people was even harder. However, Xu Xian simply stood there, gazing at the ancient well emanating endless malevolent energy, his expression as calm and composed as ever. As if the problem before him, which would baffle anyone, was nothing more than a trivial matter in his eyes. Just as Mu Rongxue was racking her brain, trying to figure out a solution. A cold, familiar, and authoritative mechanical alert sounded once again in Xu Xian's mind. Ding! Host has arrived at the special disaster check-in location, puppet poison source contaminated dragon vein node. This place is where natural disasters and human calamities converge, with resentment reaching the heavens. The check-in reward will be greatly enhanced. Proceed with check-in? Here it comes. A flash of understanding crossed Xu Xian's mind. He knew this kind of place was the perfect spot for the system's check-in. Check-in. Xu Xian murmured silently in his mind without hesitation. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mythical tier Supreme Medical Arts Inheritance, the Divine Farmer's 100 Herbs Classic. Detected that the host harbors compassion for all beings. The human emperor's battle body resonates with the karmic resentment of this place, triggering an additional bonus reward. Congratulations! You have obtained the Dao tier Supreme Talisman, Pure World Sweet Dew Talisman 3 pieces. Boom! 2 golden surges, completely different yet equally imbued with supreme power, instantly surged into Xu Xian's spiritual sea and body. The first torrent was ancient, vast, and filled with the rhythms of nature and the mysteries of life. It was a book. A supreme tome seemingly forged from the essence of all plants and trees in the heavens and earth, shimmering with emerald green divine radiance. The Divine Farmer's 100 Herbs Classic. As this extraordinary book merged into the depths of Xu Xian's soul, countless supreme knowledge and traditions of medicine, alchemy, and poisonology surged forth like a burst dam, flooding his mind. What are the properties of herbs and plants? What are the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements? What are the roles of the sovereign, minister, assistant, and messenger herbs? What are the meridians and acupoints? What alchemical techniques, what poison tempering secrets, what using poison to counter poison, what reviving the dead? The vast and intricate body of knowledge was enough to keep any ordinary person busy for 10 lifetimes, yet they would still only grasp a fraction of it. But, under the system's relentless indoctrination, Xu Xian, in the blink of an eye, he had already mastered the entire Shinon's classic of herbal medicine, thoroughly and completely. It was as though he had become the ancient Shinon himself, the one who tasted 100 herbs and founded the medical arts of the entire human race. At that moment, his medical skills, his alchemical arts, and his understanding of the heavens and all things in the world instantly surpassed all the divine doctors and alchemist kings of this world. He had become a master of medical arts. The second torrent was even purer and more sacred. 3 supreme talismans, entirely formed from golden divine light and engraved with profound and mysterious symbols of clouds, rain, thunder, and lightning, floated quietly within his system space. Pure World Dew Symbol, a supreme symbol of the Dao realm. Effect: upon activation, it can summon a pure world dew within a 100-mile radius, containing the supreme purifying power of the heavens. This divine rain can wash away all plagues, toxins, evil spirits, and demonic energies. Purify all things and cleanse the heavens and earth. After reading the descriptions of these 2 rewards, a cold, calculating smile slowly curled the corners of Xu Xian's lips. With these 2 items, break the deadlock? No. This is no longer about breaking the deadlock. This is a one-sided, overwhelming, a dimensional strike. He not only has to save the people of the entire city, he must also That arrogant prince, along with his so-called divine physician and all their schemes and calculations, must be utterly crushed and ground into the ground. Let them know what true, utter despair. A perfect, multi-pronged plan instantly took shape in Chu Xian's mind. Husband? Meng Yushui saw the familiar, enigmatic smile appear on Chu Xian's face and couldn't help but ask curiously. You have figured out a way? Chu Xian nodded, then reached out and gently traced the delicate curve of Mu Rongshui's flawless, straight nose with his fingertips, smiling tenderly. Let us go, my dear wife. Now, let's go back and watch a truly breathtaking performance. That night, deep into the night. The governor's mansion, a side courtyard. The prefect Lu Nang, who had long since become a puppet, was once again invited to appear before Chu Xian. Accompanying him were all the officials, both high and low, who were still able to stand in the city of Wangdu. They still looked as pale and hollow-eyed as before. However, under Chu Xian's gaze, which contained a hint of imperial might, they instinctively felt a deep-seated fear emanating from their souls. One by one, they fell silent, dared not utter a word. Lu, the prefect. Chu Xian sat on the main seat, sipping his tea leisurely, speaking in a calm tone. Yes, your highness, this official is here. Lu Nang bowed his head, his voice still weak and trembling. This morning, I went out to inspect the city. Chu Xian set down his teacup, his voice taking on a playful tone. I have heard that a remarkable divine physician has emerged in the city. It is said that he can halt the plague in the city with just a single talisman, saving countless lives, and the people worship him as a god? Is there any truth to this? Yes. It's true. Lu Nang, upon hearing this, saw a fleeting glimmer of hope in his otherwise vacant eyes. Here it comes. The main target is finally taking the bait. That divine physician is named Zhang Daoxian, a wandering sage who has attained enlightenment. He hurriedly began to exaggerate and praise him. He is a compassionate old man who, seeing the suffering of the people of the capital city, specially set up this altar to perform his magic and save all beings. Truly, his merits are immeasurable. Oh, such a remarkable person exists? Chu Xian feigned surprise, raising his eyebrows. If that's the case, this Zhang divine healer is truly a pillar of our great Xian dynasty. All right. Chu Xian leaned back in his chair and ordered in a tone that brooked no argument. Lu, the prefect, you must immediately send someone to invite this Zhang divine doctor to come to me. As a prince, I am deeply concerned about the crisis facing this city. I was just about to seek his guidance in person, discuss strategies, and save the people of Wangdu City from this dire situation. The plan to save the world. What? Lu Nan was completely stunned. The officials behind him were all speechless. What did they hear? This worthless prince actually. Go and ask that Zhang divine doctor for help? And discuss a plan to save the world with him? This is simply. He's voluntarily offering his face to be struck. Lu Nang's heart was suddenly filled with wild joy. He had been struggling with how to lure Chu Xian onto the stage that Zhang Shini had already set up. But he never expected. The other party actually came right to him? What a! Heaven is on my side. Yes. This subordinate obeys. This subordinate will go and handle it immediately. He suppressed his overwhelming joy, scrambling out of the hall, afraid that Chu Xian might change his mind. Half an hour later. In a secluded mansion within the walls of Wangdu City. This was the secret hideout of Zhang Daoxian and his southern frontier witch companion. What? You mean the ninth prince wants to meet me voluntarily? When Zhang Daoxian heard this news from the prefect Lu Nang, his eternally youthful face instantly betrayed utter astonishment and wild joy. Ha. It's truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. He clapped his hands and laughed, his eyes flashing with a mix of cruelty and triumph. I was originally thinking about how to lure him to my dojo. But I never expected him to be so foolish. So ignorant of his own peril. Beside him, a figure shrouded in black robes, emanating a chilling aura, emitted a horse laugh that sounded like a snake hissing. Very good. When he arrives, Zhang Daozhang, you will follow our previous plan. At that time, you will, in front of the entire city as citizens, righteously point out that the root of this so-called plague does not lie in Wangdu City. But rather, it was brought here by His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince from the South. Say that he practiced a lost demonic art, causing demonic energy to leak out, contaminating the water supply and bringing down divine retribution. Make him the scapegoat for the hatred and anger of all the citizens in the city. Let this Ninth Prince, who once unified the martial arts of Jiangnan, be disgraced and ruined. The laughter of the black-robed figure grew eerily sinister and malicious. Brilliant! Zhang Daoxian stroked his goatee, his face brimming with delight and satisfaction. Wizard, your plan is truly flawless. Once I ruin that worthless princess reputation, he'll become a rat everyone wants to beat. Let's see how he dares to challenge our master. He suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable greed. Let us go and confront this. The soon-to-be disgraced Ninth Prince. Chapter 49. The charlatan sets up his altar, luring the guest into the trap. The night was as dark as ink. In the main hall of the prefect's office in Wangdu City, the lights were bright. The atmosphere, however, was eerily tense. Xu Xian sat casually on the main seat, smiling as he sipped his tea. Meng Yushui and Luo Li stood on either side of him, as if they were two divine maidens, standing silently behind him. Across from them, the so-called Zhang divine doctor Zhang Daoxian, who had just been invited there, stood bowed in what appeared to be humility. Deep within his seemingly cloudy old eyes, however, lurked a hint of excitement and triumph that could not be concealed, the excitement of a hunter about to see his prey fall into a trap. This humble subject, Zhang Daoxian, pays his respects to His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. He bowed deeply before Xu Xian, his posture as low as possible. Your Highness, with your noble status, has deigned to summon a lowly mountain dweller like me. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime honor. A once-in-a-lifetime honor. Zheng the divine healer, there is no need for such formalities. Xu Xian waved his hand and wore a sincere smile that conveyed his eagerness to recruit talent. I have heard that you are a master of medicine, capable of halting this plague sweeping the city with your own hands. You are truly the living Hua Tua of our great Xian dynasty, a pillar of the nation. We have invited you here today to discuss with you a definitive solution to eradicate the plague in Wangdu City. Please do not hesitate to share your wisdom. These words were indeed very flattering. They had elevated him, a mere charlatan, to the status of a pillar of the nation. Zhang Daoxian was overjoyed, feeling as though he were floating on clouds. But on the surface, he maintained his usual demeanor of a sage, compassionate and concerned for the world. He sighed deeply, his face betraying an expression of profound sorrow. Your Highness, you are unaware of the situation. The plague that has struck the capital city is no ordinary disaster. It is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Oh? Xu Xian feigned surprise, raising his eyebrows. What do you mean by that? This plague is not a disease, but an evil spirit. Zhang Daoxian spoke in a mysterious tone, lowering his voice and using an extremely solemn tone. I observed the heavens last night and noticed that above this city, black mist rises to the heavens and swirls around. This is clearly the work of a great evil entity that has descended upon this land, polluting the water sources and bringing chaos to the people. My purifying spirit amulet can temporarily suppress the evil energy, but it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Xu Xian's reaction. Xu Xian's face perfectly displayed expressions of gravity and urgency. Then, in your opinion, what should be done to eradicate this calamity? Zhang Daoxian had been waiting for this question. His face immediately betrayed a look of dilemma and struggle. He paused for a moment, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, he clenched his teeth and bowed deeply to Xu Xian. Your Highness. He who tied the bell must untie it. This evil spirit arose because of a person naturally, it must be resolved by a person. I do have a method, but... He hesitated, leaving everyone in suspense. Please speak freely, sir. Xu Xian immediately pressed him urgently. However, this method requires someone with great fortune and merit to personally oversee it for it to be effective. Zhang Daoxuan's gaze fixed intently on Xu Xian. And throughout the entire city of Wangdu, when it comes to noble lineage, pure bloodline, and vast fortune, who could possibly compare to your Highness? Therefore, he revealed his true intentions and finally spoke his ultimate purpose. This humble monk intends to construct a 7-star altar of heavenly supplication in the city square. At that time, I will personally perform the ritual, communicate with heaven and earth, and convey your prayers to the heavens. Then, your Highness will serve as the chief priest, ascend the altar, bathe and change into ceremonial robes, and burn incense in prayer. With your exalted imperial aura as a prince, we will pray to the divine beings in the heavens above, to beseech the heavens to bestow the plague-cleansing sweet rain that can purify all evil. Only then can we completely purify this city of poisonous toxins and rescue the 15,000 citizens from the brink of disaster. These words were spoken with great pomp and circumstance, leaving no room for doubt. They had elevated Xu Xian to the status of a savior, and seamlessly led him to the stage he had already meticulously prepared. He was certain that any prince who valued his reputation and was eager to prove himself would never refuse such a proposal that promised both fame and fortune. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Xu Xian's face immediately betrayed a look of sudden realization and overwhelming joy. He abruptly stood up from his chair. Excellent! Excellent! Sir, your plan is truly a stroke of genius. He grabbed Zhang Daoxuan's hand excitedly and said, if we can truly use this method to save the people of the entire city, I will personally request your reward before the emperor. I will bestow upon you the title of Guardian of the Nation for the Great Xian Dynasty. It's settled. Xu Xian made a decisive decision and declared in a tone that left no room for argument. Immediately. Right now. Build an altar in the city square for me. The higher, the better. The larger, the better. I want all the people of the city to see it with their own eyes. See how I, for them, will pray to the heavens. Yes. Yes. Your Highness is wise. Zhang Daoxian's heart was already bursting with joy. He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and bowed deeply before Chu Xian, knocking his head against the ground with a loud thud. Your Highness's kindness will be blessed by heaven. This humble subject will go prepare at once. Saying this, he scrambled out, rolling and crawling. His departing figure was filled with eager excitement. Overnight, the once lifeless city of Wangdu suddenly seemed infused with an eerie vitality. Under the full organization of the prefect's office, a massive altar, standing 9 jiang 9 chi tall and covering several mu of land, rose from the ground at an astonishing speed in the center of the city square. The altar was entirely constructed from the finest cypress wood, divided into 9 layers, corresponding to the 9 heavens. Its surface was adorned with 5 colored banners emblazoned with various mystical symbols, fluttering in the wind with a rustling sound. An atmosphere of solemnity and mystery instantly enveloped the entire square. At the same time, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Wangdu City. Have you heard? The 9th prince is coming to bless us personally. Is that true? The prince? He's a true dragon from the heavens. He's coming to bless us? It's absolutely true. The altar in the city center has already been set up. Zheng the divine healer said we must invite His Royal Highness the 9th prince to channel the divine energy of the true dragon, and request the divine rain that can eradicate the plague for us. Heavens! We were saved. Quick! Quick, to the square! We must go and witness this with our own eyes. We must go and cheer for the prince. This news was like a shot of adrenaline, injected directly into the heart of this ghost town. Those who had already fallen into despair, wandering like the living dead, in the instant they heard the news. Those hollow eyes once again burst with an incredibly brilliant light called hope. They dragged their weakened bodies, supporting one another, and emerged from the dark corners. Then, like pilgrims, they rushed madly toward the central square of the city. They were going to witness a miracle. They were going to pay homage to the one who was willing to pray to the heavens for them, the lowly commoners. The merciful prince. At dawn, the sky began to grow light. The city lord's mansion, the side courtyard. Luo Li, with a solemn expression, hurried into Chu Xian's room. Chu Xian, are you really going? Her voice was filled with concern. That altar has been investigated using a secret technique, and it is covered in extremely toxic blood curse runes that can trigger the poisonous insects. This isn't some heaven-praying altar at all. This is clearly a death trap designed to trigger the poisonous toxins within the bodies of all the city's citizens, turning them into blood demons in an instant. That Zhang Daoxian, how utterly malicious his intentions are. He just wants to wait until you're on the altar under everyone's gaze, then trigger the array. At that moment, all the citizens of the city will turn into bloodthirsty demons, and the first one to attack will be you, the mastermind standing on the altar, tearing you to pieces. And he can then pin all the blame on you. Going there is no different from walking into a trap. She looked at Chu Xian, her eyes filled with unhidden anxiety. She couldn't understand why, even though she had already uncovered all of his schemes, Chu Xian was still willing to jump into this trap? I am well aware that it is a trap. Chu Xian merely smiled faintly. He calmly changed into a set of robes adorned with 4-clawed golden dragons, a symbol of his princely status that had been prepared long ago. His demeanor was as calm as ever, as if he were about to attend not a life or death banquet, but merely a ordinary royal ceremony. But he slowly turned around, gazing at Luo Li's beautiful face filled with worry. His eyes shone with the confident gaze of a chess master who sees everything. Who says that the traps set by hunters are always guaranteed to catch their prey? Sometimes, the prey willingly walks into the trap. The corners of his lips curled into a cold, enigmatic smile. Is it simply to turn the tables and devour that self-important hunter? Swallow whole. Luo Li's heart lurched violently. She looked into Chu Xian's eyes, filled with absolute confidence, and the heart that had been hanging in the balance, for some reason, miraculously calmed down. Then you. Go, do something for me. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Behind that Zhang Daoxian, there must be the true witch of the southern frontier. Once the ritual begins, you must have your heavenly net keep a close watch on the entire square. Don't let any suspicious-looking individuals slip away. I want to catch them all. Yes. Luo Li nodded heavily, then flickered and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Chu Xian tidied up his attire. He pushed open the door and stepped into the morning sunlight. He walked toward the stage that had already been prepared for him. Death stage, walking slowly toward it. Chapter 50, Altar of Blessings. The sun rose in the east, casting golden rays in every direction. Looking toward the capital city's central square, it was already teeming with people, so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. Tens of thousands of people, their faces pale but their eyes shining brightly, surrounded the 7-story tall 7-star altar of heavenly prayer, forming layers upon layers of people. Their eyes were filled with fervor, anticipation, and an intense longing for life. They were all waiting. Waiting for that compassionate prince who would pray to the heavens for the welfare of these lowly commoners. Waiting for the miracle to descend. At the 3rd hour of the morning, the auspicious time had arrived. Dong dong dong. 3 deep, resonant bell tolls, as if piercing the very depths of the soul, echoed from the altar. There he stood, the white-robed, ethereal Zhangshini Zhang Daoxian, holding a peachwood sword, his feet planted in the 7-star stance, surrounded by his disciples, slowly ascending to the highest level of the altar. His expression was solemn, his gaze earnest, and he muttered incantations as he began an extremely complex and mystical ritual. At times he swung his sword to draw symbols, at other times he burned incense and prayed, and then he sprinkled handfuls of cinnabar into the sky. His pretentious demeanor truly had the air of an enlightened master. This drew another round of gasps and worship from the crowd below. Look! Zhang the divine healer has begun his ritual. I can feel it. I can feel it. The evil energy in the air seems to have been purified by the master's magical power. The divine doctor is mighty. The divine doctor is merciful. Under the gaze of countless fervent eyes, Zhang Daoxuan's monkey show lasted a full half-hour. Finally, he suddenly thrust the peachwood sword in his hand forcefully into the incense burner in front of him. Then, he turned around and addressed the tens of thousands of people below, as well as the officials led by Prefect Lu Nang who had been waiting at the altar, shouting loudly. His voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing across the entire square. The heavenly gates have opened. The divine beings have arrived. The people humbly invite. He suddenly knelt down heavily toward the east, the direction representing the Imperial family. His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. Ascend the altar. Pray to heaven. Whoosh! With his loud shout. Below the stage, the tens of thousands of people below all knelt down simultaneously, as if someone had flipped a switch, their bodies rigid and motionless. With all their might, they let out a deafening roar, filled with endless hope. We humbly invite His Royal Highness the 9th Prince to ascend the platform and pray to heaven. Please welcome His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. To rid the people of the plague. We humbly invite His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. The waves of sound grew louder and louder, piercing the heavens. The entire city of Wangdu was shaken to its core, resonating with a deafening hum. Amidst the deafening cries of the crowd, a magnificent chariot, pulled by 8 majestic white horses and symbolizing the supreme imperial authority, slowly approached from the end of the street, escorted by dozens of elite guards. The chariot came to a halt beneath the altar. The curtains were drawn aside. A young man dressed in a robe adorned with 4 golden dragon serpents, wearing a purple gold crown, with a face as fair as jade and a graceful demeanor, stepped out of the carriage, bathed in a dazzling golden light. It was none other than Chu Xian. At that moment, his expression was solemn, his gaze dignified, and his body emanated an innate air of imperial grace and nobility. Even as he stood there in silence, he exuded an overwhelming divine majesty that made one dare not look directly at him. Your Highness! It's the 9th Prince! Heavens! His Highness is truly the true Dragon Emperor. Such majesty! Such grandeur! The moment they saw Chu Xian, the fervor in the eyes of the common people below reached its peak. They kept bowing their heads, shouting, "Long live the prince!" It seemed as though, just by catching one more glimpse of the savior, their illnesses would ease slightly. Chu Xian's gaze swept calmly over the densely packed crowd below. He said nothing, simply taking one step at a time, slowly making his way toward the towering altar, 7 Zhang 7 Qi high. Each step he took was unusually steady and solemn. It seemed as though he was not about to step into a death trap filled with intrigue and danger. But it was truly the path leading to the heavens above, where one could converse with the gods, the path to the heavens. Behind him, Meng Yushui and Luoli, one on each side, followed closely behind. Though their faces bore a hint of solemnity, what shone through more brightly was their absolute trust in Chu Xian's unfathomable depths. Soon, Chu Xian had already ascended to the highest level of the altar. He stood before Zhang Daoxian, who exuded an air of otherworldly grace and wisdom. Zhang Daoxian hurriedly bowed, his face adorned with an expression of utmost reverence. Your Highness, the auspicious time has arrived. Please face the heavens and recite the prayer to heaven that I have prepared for you. As long as your voice and your sincerity reach the heavens will surely be moved by your kindness and send down timely rain to save all living beings. As he spoke, he handed a prayer, already written and made of fine silk, to Chu Xian with the utmost respect. In his eyes, there was a gleam of extreme satisfaction and cruelty, as his scheme was about to succeed. Chu Xian took the prayer. He did not even glance at it. He simply turned slowly, facing the thousands of people below who were eagerly awaiting him. He took a deep breath. Then, he casually tossed the so-called prayer for heaven aside. This action left Zhang Daoxian on the stage and Lu Nang, the prefect below, both momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Before they could react, Chu Xian's voice, filled with magnetic charm and exuding the supreme authority of an emperor, already echoed throughout the entire heavens and earth. He did not recite any flowery words. He did not utter any hollow blessings. He simply spoke in the most plain and sincere tone, stating the simplest yet heaviest truth. Heaven above. Earth below. I am Chu Xian, the eldest prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. Today, I see the people of Wangdu, stricken with a dreadful disease, suffering unbearably, their lives hanging by a thread. My heart is torn apart, and I cannot sleep at night. I cannot bear to see innocent lives destroyed. I cannot bear to see bones littering the fields. Therefore, today, I have gathered here to establish this altar not for myself, not for glory, but for the 15,000 innocent people of the great Xian Empire who stand beneath my feet. If heaven has a spirit, if the gods have eyes, please send down sweet rain to save my people. If this act goes against the will of heaven and harms the way of heaven, all sins, all punishments, I, Zhu Xian. His voice suddenly became high-pitched and resolute, like the clash of metal and stone, resounding with authority. I shall take it upon myself. As the words fell, the heavens and earth fell silent. The entire square was engulfed in a deathly silence. The tens of thousands of people below were all. They were utterly shaken. They had seen high-ranking officials and powerful nobles who abused their authority. But they had never seen any prince, any member of the Imperial family, willing to speak such earth-shaking words like I am willing to take the blame for them for these lowly commoners. Your Highness. Whoa. Your Highness is so kind-hearted. After a brief moment of silence, what erupted was more fervent and heartfelt than ever before. A deafening roar of weeping and adoration. At this moment, no matter the outcome, Zhu Xian, in their hearts, had already become the true Holy Emperor. On the altar. After speaking those words, Zhu Xian slowly closed his eyes. He stood there quietly, as if truly communicating with the heavens above. Below the altar, the crowd gradually fell silent. All the people held their breath, wide-eyed, gazing at the sky with an expression of eager anticipation. Waiting for the timely rain to fall. Meanwhile, in secret, a silent struggle had already begun. Around the altar, those among the crowd who were Zhang Daoshuan's disciples each quietly placed their hands on something hidden within their robes. Their eyes grow cold and eerie. On the rooftops and in the alleys further out, one by one, black-clad figures wearing bronze masks, known as the Shadow Guards, lurked like venomous snakes in the darkness, fixing their icy gazes firmly on the suspicious-looking Daosher. Luoli, clad in black veils, hid on the top floor of an inn. She watched the figure standing with closed eyes on the altar, her fair face still clouded with worry. Zhu Xian, what exactly are you trying to do? She murmured softly. She refused to believe that Zhu Xian would truly place his hopes in the ethereal heavens. He must have a backup plan. What could it be? Time passed, second by second. 1 stick of incense. 2 sticks of incense. Half an hour. The sky remains cloudless, with the sun blazing down. Not a single cloud in sight, no sign of rain. Below the stage, the people who had once been filled with hope began to grow anxious and restless. What's going on? Why hasn't it rained yet? Yes, the prince's sincerity, has heaven not seen it? Could it be that the prayer failed? Whispers spread like a plague, quietly spreading through the crowd. The flickering flame of hope that had just begun to burn seemed to be slowly extinguished by the harsh reality. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. There, the prefect Lu Nang, who had been anxiously waiting below the stage, suddenly looked worried and shouted at Zhang Daoxian on stage. Master Zhang! What is happening? His Highness has such a kind heart and such sincere intentions. Why has heaven not yet sent down the much-needed rain? His question instantly drew everyone's attention to him. Exactly. Why? Zhang Daoxian on the stage, upon hearing this, immediately wore an expression of distress and heartbreak. He sighed deeply. Then, in a voice that was incredibly solemn, as if revealing some cruel truth, he spoke slowly, his words echoing throughout the entire square. Alas! The ways of heaven are unpredictable. The ways of heaven are unpredictable. Although your Highness has a kind heart, but... He changed the subject abruptly, his voice suddenly becoming high-pitched and filled with the righteous tone of judgment. But perhaps, it is the prince's virtue that is lacking. Or perhaps... His gaze, like 2 sharp swords, pierced straight through the altar, where Zhu Xian still stood with his eyes closed. It is his Highness's bloodline that is impure. Unworthy of heaven's approval. This is why the gods were angered, leading to the failure of the prayer. Chapter 51, The Truth is Revealed. Boom! Earth-shattering. The moment those words were spoken, the entire hall erupted into chaos. What? Moral failings? Impure bloodline? Could it be the rumors are true? The 9th prince is really the demoness son? So, heaven refuses to send down a savior to save us? Doubt, disappointment, and even a hint of resentment began to grow like poisonous weeds in the hearts of the people. You're talking nonsense. Mu Rongxue, standing beside the altar, heard these words and her fair face instantly froze over with icy coldness. She could no longer contain herself. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry rang out. The autumn water sword drew from its sheath in an instant, pointing directly at Zhang Daoshuan's throat. You demonic sorcerer! How dare you speak such blasphemous words here and slander the prince? You have no respect for your superiors. This is treason. Today, I shall execute you first to set the record straight. She spoke, ready to strike with her sword, intending to execute this demonic sorcerer who spoke nothing but nonsense on the spot. Protect the divine healer. Demonis! Dare not be so bold. Zhang Daoxian was so terrified that he fled in panic, hiding behind his dozen or so disciples. The disciples immediately drew their long swords and shielded him fiercely. Humph! Hit a nerve and now you're furious, aren't you? Zhang Daoxian, hiding behind his disciples, continued to provoke her with his words. Everyone here can see it. This demonis intends to kill and silence us. This only proves that this ninth prince has something to hide. He is an unrecognized disaster star by heaven. Just as he was ranting wildly. Just as the entire square was about to erupt into chaos due to suspicion and anger. A sudden change occurred. Boom! The previously clear sky suddenly darkened without warning. Massive clouds, as black as ink, surged forth from nowhere, instantly obscuring the sky. The entire world seemed to plunge from daylight into darkness in an instant. Crack! Eerie, black-purple lightning bolts, filled with an ominous and destructive aura, rolled and roared wildly within the clouds. They emitted a series of heart-pounding, muffled thunderclaps. A terrifying, oppressive force, as if the end of the world had arrived, instantly engulfed the entire city of Wangdu. Ah! My head! It hurts so much. Help! I can't control myself. In that very moment when the heavens and earth seemed to shift. Among the crowd below, a few of the weakest citizens suddenly let out a piercing scream. Their eyes turned blood red in an instant. Countless black, worm-like patterns began to emerge on their skin. From their mouths, they emitted bestial growls. On the ground, they writhed and rolled in agony, struggling frantically. The puppet parasites within their bodies, driven by some unknown force, had activate prematurely. Boom! Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. Dark thunder rolled, as if countless demon gods were raging in the sky. The entire city of Wangdu was shrouded in an apocalyptic, suffocating atmosphere of terror. The square is in complete chaos. Ah! My body! My body won't obey me! Help! Someone, please save me! We're all going to die. Piercing screams and desperate wails echoed through the air. Those who had fallen ill earlier were convulsing and rolling on the ground like they were having epileptic seizures. Foaming at the mouth, their appearance utterly pitiful. On their bodies, the cold, evil-filled poisonous energy was erupting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire square instantly transformed into a living hell on earth. Ha ha ha. It's done. Finally, it's done. On the altar, Zhang Daoxian watched the chaotic and brutal scene before him. The face that once bore the appearance of a sage could no longer hide the extreme, twisted delight and ecstasy. He knew that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He suddenly turned around, extending his withered finger, like a judge of justice, pointing it toward the figure still standing with eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Chu Xian. He summoned every ounce of strength in his body and let out the loudest, most righteous roar of his life. The sound, like a thunderclap, instantly drowned out all the screams and wails, clearly reaching the ears of every survivor. Divine retribution. This is divine retribution. Fellow villagers. Did you all see that? His voice was filled with endless grief and anger. I had a premonition that this plague was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. And the source of this man-made disaster. His voice suddenly turned as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, filled with an undeniable sense of judgment. It is he. This one, the ninth prince of the great Xian dynasty. Chu Xian. Boom. Earth-shattering. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. All the surviving civilians, upon hearing those words, froze in place as if petrified. Suddenly freezing in place. Each of them stared at the figure on the altar with eyes filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Staring intently at the figure on the altar, who remained calm and composed. What? The source of divine retribution. It's His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince? This is impossible. Everyone. Do not be deceived by his false facade. Zhang Daoxian seized the moment and unleashed a prepared speech, spilling it all out like beans being poured from a bag. As a Taoist, with my divine vision, I have already seen it. This ninth prince is surrounded by demonic energy and bound by karma. He must have secretly cultivated some long-lost, utterly vicious demonic art in secret. He has also committed acts that defy heaven and earth, acts that outrage both gods and humans. This is why the heavens have unleashed their wrath, bringing down this endless calamity. We, the people of Wangdu City, all the citizens of this city, are nothing more than innocent victims suffering for his sins, pitiful souls. Every word cuts to the bone. Every word cuts to the bone. These words were like a poison-tipped dagger, ruthlessly piercing through all the sins and disasters, leaving no mercy for Chu Xian, transforming him from a savior into a disaster star, bringing calamity to the entire city. How utterly malicious. How cunning. What? All the suffering we've endured is because of him? Impossible. The prince came to save us. But what the divine doctor said also makes sense. If not for that, why would the sky suddenly change color? Why would our illnesses suddenly worsen? The people were completely in chaos. Their minds were no longer capable of rational thought. On one side was the kind-hearted savior prince who had just given them endless hope. On the other side was the revered living deity who had worked tirelessly to heal them. Who should they believe? Among the crowd, the pre-arranged plants loyal to the crown prince began to step forward one after another. I believe in Zhang the divine doctor. The divine doctor would never deceive us. A farmer who looked honest and hardworking was the first to raise his arms and shout. I remember now. There's a suspicious-looking woman by his side. That woman doesn't look like a good person. She must be a demoness from the demon cult. It's said that he recently seized the assets of the third prince and established some Jiangnan martial alliance. This is clearly amassing troops and plotting rebellion. Divine retribution. This must be divine retribution. It's this disaster-bringing star who has brought calamity upon our capital city. Each word was filled with incitement and confusion, like a spark, instantly igniting the parched grasslands of fear and despair that had long since consumed the hearts of the people. Some of Zhang Daoxuan's disciples mingled among the crowd, quietly. Took out an extremely precious shadow-capturing pearl, a device capable of recording images from a distance. They recorded the ironclad evidence of how the ninth prince had brought divine retribution upon us and caused the people to cry out in anger, in its entirety. Once these images were transmitted back to the capital, that ninth prince Chu Xian would be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Husband. Master. Mao Rongshui and Luo Li watched the rapidly spiraling situation spiral out of control. Their fair faces already covered in icy frost and extreme anxiety. They knew this was the other side's meticulously planned, most vicious chain of schemes. Each link was tightly intertwined, leaving no room for breath or defense. They couldn't understand how, faced with such an inescapable predicament where they couldn't defend themselves. What possible backup plan could Chu Xian possibly have left? How could he possibly turn the tables? Chu Xian. What are you waiting for? Luo Li couldn't help but use her demonic arts to whisper urgently in Chu Xian's ear. If you don't act now, it'll be too late. Your reputation will be ruined. However, Chu Xian remained with his eyes closed, as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with him. Just as the shouts from below reached their peak, just as Zhang Daoxuan's smug smile was about to stretch to his ears, that man who had been standing there with his eyes closed, finally, slowly, he opened his eyes. There was no anger, no anxiety, not even the slightest flicker of emotion on his face. Only one thing remained, a detached expression, as if he had seen through all the tricks belonging to a divine being. He slowly raised his head, his gaze calmly resting on Zhang Daoxian, who was still wildly shouting. Then, he spoke, his voice calm, asking a question that caught everyone off guard. Zhang Daoxian. His voice was not loud, but it was clear, reaching every ear. All the chaos and anger were silenced. I ask you, do you know your crime? Ga? Zhang Daoxuan's smug expression froze instantly. All the people below who had been shouting in anger also froze in shock. Know your crime? What crime? Now, it's clearly you, the disaster star, who brought down divine retribution. Your crime is unforgivable. How dare you turn around and ask the divine physician if he knows his crime? Chapter 52, Pharmacological Rebuttal. A single needle reveals the truth. Your Highness. Zhang Daoxian furrowed his brows. What do you mean? This humble subject, what crime have I committed? What crime have I committed? Chu Xian smiled. That smile was cold and filled with mockery. He slowly descended the steps of the altar, step by step, closing in on Zhang Daoxian. That intangible, imperial aura of the human emperor quietly emanated. It pressed down on Zhang Daoxian, making it difficult for him to breathe, almost causing him to kneel to the ground. You, as a healer, dare not perform the duties of a healer. Chu Xian's voice suddenly grew as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Instead of thinking about how to save lives, you dare to play tricks here, treating human lives as grass. You dare to twist the truth and frame the prince. Tell me, what crime have you committed? I didn't. Zhang Daoxian was overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, sweating profusely. He shouted fiercely, though his words betrayed his fear. I have been treating the people all along. The talismans I distributed were seen by everyone, they are effective. But you. The moment you arrived, the heavens changed. The people's illnesses grew worse. This is not your crime. Whose crime is it then? He was still making his final desperate defense. Is that so? A flash of penetrating wisdom flickered in Chu Xian's eyes. Since you say it was this palace that caused their conditions to worsen, then, I would like to ask you, Zhang Divine Doctor. His voice grew sharp and piercing. Do you know what exactly they are suffering from? Since you used talisman water to treat them, why not share your prescription with us so we can examine it? This is a trap. Zhang Daoxuan's heart sank suddenly. But he was already in a no-win situation. Under the gaze of the crowd, if he couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, his reputation as a divine healer would be shattered. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to begin making things up. This is a malevolent spirit sent from heaven, which has entered the body and turned into a plague. The pathology lies in the imbalance of yin and yang, and the disruption of the 5 elements. It must be treated with the most yang substances, combined with herbs to calm the mind and soothe the spirit, to restore harmony. My pure spirit amulet is made from the ashes of a 100-year-old peach tree, mixed with cinnabar and realgar, and then enhanced with my Taoist calming incantation and my spiritual energy. He spoke with such conviction, as if it were truly the case. This caused some of the uninformed people in the audience to nod in agreement. However, after hearing his words, Zhu Xian burst into loud laughter. The laughter was filled with endless mockery and contempt. Ha ha ha. Good. A fine example of yin and yang imbalance, 5 elements in chaos. What a fine century-old peach wood, cinnabar, and realgar. Zhu Xian's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Those deep, piercing eyes instantly turned into 2 merciless swords of judgment, locking onto Zhang Daoxian with unwavering intensity. You incompetent doctor. Fool. His voice thundered like a bolt from the blue. Do you know that the poison afflicting the people of this place is called the puppet curse? It is from the southern frontier. This poison is yin in nature and cold in nature. It thrives on devouring the yang energy and souls of living beings. And the cinnabar and realgar you used, though they have the effect of countering evil, are also extremely yang and extremely dry substances. By using such fiercely dry substances to forcefully assault their meridians, which have already been ravaged by the poisonous worm into a state of utter ruin. In the short term, it can indeed stimulate their remaining yang energy, making them feel a momentary surge of vitality. Zhu Xian's voice suddenly turned icy cold. Each word spoken slowly and deliberately, as if pronouncing Zhang Daoxuan's death sentence. But this is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. It is accelerating their death. This is also why, after the sudden change in the celestial phenomena and the surge of yin energy, the poisonous toxins within their bodies would instantly lose control and erupt on the spot. The fundamental cause. It's you. Zhu Xian extended his finger and pointed at Zhang Daoxian from afar. You, this incompetent doctor, for prescribing the wrong medicine. You, this fool, pretending to know what you don't. You've caused the people of this city to fall into such a dire state. Zhu Xian's voice thundered like a judgment, each word clear and distinct, echoing through the square and striking every ear present. That clear, logical, and profound analysis, filled with the highest principles of medical ethics, instantly left everyone present stunned. What? Puppet poison? Cinnabar and realgar drinking poison to quench thirst? So Zhang the divine doctor's talisman water not only couldn't save us, but was actually harming us? The tens of thousands of people below were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were completely overwhelmed. Just moments ago, they had believed that it was the 9th prince, this harbinger of disaster, who had brought down divine retribution. But now, this 9th prince was turning around and accusing this living god of being the incompetent doctor who had worsened their condition? Who was telling the truth? On the altar, Zhang Daoxian, the so-called divine Dr. Zhang, after hearing Zhu Xian's words, his divine and ethereal face suddenly turned deathly pale in an instant. For the first time, his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable fear and horror. How could he know? How could he know that this was the puppet poison? How could he know that cinnabar and realgar would react with the poisonous toxin? This kind of secret knowledge from the southern frontier, this kind of profound medical and toxicological knowledge. Not even a prince raised in the Imperial palace could possibly know such details. Even the master physicians of the Imperial Medical Academy would never have such knowledge. Could it be? Could he really understand medicine? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A young man not even 20 years old, even if he had studied medicine since birth, could never possess such terrifying insight, as if he could see through the very essence of all things. This must be just bluffing. Right. He's just putting on a show, trying to turn the tables on us. Thinking this, Zhang Daoxian's panicked heart finally calmed down. He forced himself to suppress his fear, and once again wore that righteous and angry expression on his face. Pointing at Zhu Xian, he shouted back with a voice that was loud but lacked conviction. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. You demon spawn. Stop spreading your demonic lies and confusing the truth here. You dare to call this monk an incompetent doctor? You dare to say that this monk's talisman water is harming people? Zhang Daoxian sneered, pointing his finger at the sky above, which was still shrouded in dark clouds and filled with thunder and lightning. Then how do you explain this extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens? He clung to this last straw, desperately launching a counterattack. Why, of all people, did it happen after you ascended this altar and began your blessings that the sky suddenly turned dark? Why, after you recited that so-called prayer, did the people of the entire city suddenly fall ill and suffer so terribly? If all this is not because your moral failings have angered the heavens and brought down divine retribution, How can you possibly explain this? His accusations were ruthless, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Indeed. No matter how you explain the medical principles, no matter how you analyze the poison. But these celestial anomalies, these signs of divine retribution, they must have been personally invoked by you, the Ninth Prince, right? This is an undeniable fact, as solid as iron. The common people below, who had just begun to trust Chu Xian, were once again shaken by this accusation. They once again turned their eyes, filled with doubt and suspicion, toward Chu Xian. Yes. Your Highness. What this divine physician says seems to make sense. The sky did indeed change after you prayed. In the shadows. The southern frontier black-robed sorcerer who had been hiding among the crowd, observing everything, watched the dramatic scene unfold before him. Couldn't help but curve his lips into a cold, cruel smile. Foolish prince. He muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse and filled with contempt. Do you really think that with your mere words, you can turn the tide? How could you possibly know that this so-called sign of divine retribution is not the will of heaven at all? It is something I have prepared for you long ago, a grand fireworks display. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the swirling dark clouds and eerie thunder in the sky. His eyes brimming with the smug satisfaction of absolute control. All of this was orchestrated by him, using an ancient array disk secretly provided by the Crown Prince, the four symbols sealing heaven array. Combined with the Earth's energy of Wangdu City, to set up a massive illusory array in advance. Its purpose was to trigger celestial phenomena at the most critical moment. Tazhang Daoshuan's performance and send Chu Xian into an abyss of eternal damnation. Now, it seemed that everything was proceeding perfectly flawless. Facing Zhang Daoshuan's relentless interrogation. Facing the thousands of skeptical and suspicious gazes from the audience below. Chu Xian merely smiled faintly. That smile was calm and composed, yet it carried a hint of, as if pitying the struggles of ants, an unparalleled majesty. He nodded slowly. Then, in front of everyone, he uttered a single sentence that left everyone present speechless. You're right. What? He admitted it? Zhang Daoxian was speechless. The common people below the stage were stunned. Even Mu Rongxue beneath the altar and Luoli in the shadows were all stunned. Only Chu Xian continued to speak slowly. These celestial anomalies, these rolling thunderclaps. Indeed, it is a sign of divine retribution. And it is indeed what this palace has just prayed for from the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Daoxian, upon hearing this, could no longer contain his joy and burst into loud laughter. Did you hear that? Did everyone hear that? He pointed at Chu Xian, like a hero who had caught a criminal red-handed, and shouted wildly at the crowd below. He admitted it himself. He admitted it himself. He is the disaster star who brought down heavenly retribution. He is the source of all the disasters in our city of Wangdu. Chapter 53, Sacrifice your blood to the heavens. Kill him. Kill this demon spawn. Zhang Daoxian's so-called disciples and the plants mingling among the crowd immediately raised their arms and shouted in unison. Use his blood to wash away our sins. In an instant, the crowd was filled with fury, and the cries for blood filled the air. The entire square seemed on the verge of becoming a execution ground for the prince's trial. However, just as Zhang Daoxian and his men were at the height of their triumph, Chu Xian's calm voice rang out once more. However, he changed the subject, and a cold gaze, as if looking at a dead person, flashed in his deep eyes. Zhang Daoxian, you seem to have misunderstood something. This divine punishment was bestowed upon you by the heavens at my request. His gaze slowly swept across the entire hall. Finally, like two merciless swords of judgment, they locked onto Zhang Daoxian. The one it seeks to punish is not this palace, but you. What? Zhang Daoxian's smile froze on his face. His mind went blank. Nonsense. He instinctively let out a shriek. You have no right to say that this divine punishment is targeting me? You. What right do you have? Chu Xian smiled. His smile was so cold, so matter-of-fact. He slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the terrifying dark clouds above his head, churning with endless thunderous lightning. In a tone that seemed to state the ultimate truth of the universe, he spoke slowly. His voice rang out like a divine decree, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Do you truly believe this is divine retribution? No. He shook his head. This is the heavens, in anger. He spoke, then pointed at Zhang Daoxian, who was already pale with fear. It is furious. Why, under this vast sky, is there such a shameless villain like you, who wears the cloak of a divine healer yet commits the deeds of a demon? It is furious. How dare you, on this earth, invert right and wrong, frame a prince, and plot to disrupt the great Tianjian dynasty, you traitor to the nation. Therefore, Chu Xian's voice suddenly became high-pitched and majestic, like a divine king from the heavens delivering a verdict. It has sent down this extraordinary phenomenon to warn the world. And this palace has already communicated with the heavens. The heavens have spoken. His gaze suddenly grew icy cold, fixating intently on Zhang Daoxian. As long as you, the chief culprit who has deceived heaven and earth, are executed on the spot, Use your blood to sacrifice to the heavens. The heavens will immediately quell their anger and bestow the purifying rain that cleanses all plagues and toxins. Restore my city of Wangdu to clarity and peace. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone's minds were completely fried. To use the blood of Zhang the divine healer to sacrifice to heaven? To bring about the long-awaited rain? This is just too outrageous. You're slandering him. Zhang Daoxian could no longer maintain his composure. He pointed at Chu Xian and let out a sharp, piercing scream, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nonsense! Nonsense! You're clearly just angry and trying to kill me to silence me. Everyone, please don't believe him. He is the devil. Lu the magistrate. Chu Xian paid no heed to his clownish outburst. His gaze remained calm as it fell upon the magistrate Lu Neng below the stage. On the prefect Lu Neng, who was already trembling in fear and on the verge of fainting. His voice was cold and unyielding. Transmit my orders. Seize this demonic sorcerer Zhang Daoxian and all his accomplices immediately and bring them to me. Take him to the altar. I will personally use his head to sacrifice to heaven. What? The prefect Lu Nang was so terrified he lost control of his bladder. He looked at Zhang Daoxian on the stage, whose face was twisted in a hideous grimace, then glanced at the ninth prince, whose gaze was as cold as that of a deity. Whom should he obey? What? A dangerous glint flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Are you defying the imperial decree? The voice was calm. But to Lu Nang's ears, it was more terrifying than any thunderous roar. He knew he had no choice left. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the trembling officials behind him and shouted with all his might. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear the princess' words? Come quickly. Quickly seize that demonic sorcerer and bring him to me. Though they were unwilling, under the terrifying pressure of Chu Xian and in full view of everyone, they had no choice but to obey. Dozens of officials, gritting their teeth, raised their water and fire rods and charged toward Zhang Daoxian. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Daoxian witnessed this scene and was utterly terrified, his soul shaken to its core. He no longer bothered with any pretense, letting out a blood-curdling scream and turning to flee the scene using his martial arts skills. In the shadows, the black-robed wizard watched as the situation spiraled out of his control. The face hidden beneath the hood, for the first time, grew dark and twisted with anger. He never expected it. This ninth prince was so sharp-tongued and cunning. He had actually managed to turn the divine retribution he had meticulously arranged into a sword that now judged his own men. Wizard, should we intervene to save Zhang Daoxian? A subordinate whispered beside him. A cold, conflicted expression flashed across the black-robed wizard's eyes. Save him? How could they save him? If we charge out now, wouldn't that be like walking into a trap, confirming that we're in cahoots with Zhang Daoxian? He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a snake-like ferocity. There's no need. He issued the order coldly. Zhang Daoxian is already a useless pawn. Now, to pin the crime of the ninth prince on him, simply summoning divine retribution is no longer enough. He raised his head, gazing at the swirling dark clouds in the sky, and a more cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Unless. Make him personally execute the divine healer. At that point, if the heavens still refuse to send down mercy, only then can his guilt be fully established. Everyone, stand by. I'll see how you'll wrap this up after you've killed Zhang Daoxian. That black-robed sorcerer had calculated everything perfectly. He intended to use Zhang Daoxian's life to completely block all of Chu Xian's retreat routes. To make him a tyrant who personally executed the divine healer yet still couldn't resolve the plague, a tyrant who was both incompetent and brutal. However, in all his calculations, he overlooked one crucial detail. He had no idea that the being he was facing was truly terrifying. Humph. Standing below the altar, Mu Ronxua saw Zhang Daoxian trying to flee. A trace of disdain flashed across her cold, beautiful face. She didn't even bother to draw her sword. She merely flickered her fingers toward the direction Zhang Daoxian was fleeing and gave a light flick. Whoosh! An invisible, razor-sharp sword she shot out like a teleportation, arriving before it was even launched. It struck Zhang Daoxian's knees with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! Zhang Daoxian felt a sudden numbness in his legs, followed by an excruciating pain that pierced his bones. His entire body collapsed like a limp shrimp, plopping down from the roof in a pitiful heap. He landed with a thud, landing face first on the ground. Capture him. The officials, seeing this, rushed forward immediately. They seized Zhang Daoxian, who was still writhing on the ground, along with the altar. Along with the dozen or so Taoist disciples who had been terrified into a state of trembling and pale-faced, using shackles to bind them tightly. Then, like dragging dead dogs, they dragged them one by one back to the highest level of the altar. No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Zhang Daoxian was being held down on the ground by two officials. He watched as Chu Xian approached him step by step, his eyes filled with endless fear and despair. He was utterly terrified. He frantically bowed his head, tears and snot streaming down his face, no trace of his former immortal demeanor remaining. It was my ignorance that failed to recognize your greatness. It was my foolishness that clouded my judgment. It's the Crown Prince. It's all the Crown Prince's fault. He forced me to do this. He sent me here to frame you. Please, Your Highness, spare my life for the sake of my usefulness. I am willing to be your slave. I am willing to testify against the Crown Prince for all his crimes. To save his own life, he did not hesitate to betray his master completely. However, Chu Xian simply stared at him in silence. That gaze was calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at in a filthy muddy pit, making its final desperate struggles, an ant. He said nothing. He merely slowly took a sword, gleaming with a cold, menacing light, from the hands of a Wumang ghost-headed broadsword. No, it's bad. Prince Jiuhuan, he's really going to kill someone. He's going to kill Zhang the Divine Doctor to sacrifice him to heaven. Below the stage, the people witnessed this scene and erupted into another wave of panic and chaos. Though they had already begun to doubt Zhang Daoshuan's divine healer status. But witnessing a prince about to behead a revered divine healer in front of them, this was still a massive shock to their simple worldview. In the shadows, the black-robed sorcerer, witnessing this scene, curled the corners of his mouth into a cold, sinister smile. Very good, very good. Even if you've uncovered Zhang Daoshuan's true identity, so what? As long as you dare to kill someone in public, then the charges of cruelty and bloodthirstiness against you will never be cleared. I'll see if the dark clouds in the sky will disperse after you kill Zhang Daoxian. And if this so-called timely rain will fall. At that time, how will you explain yourself to the people of this city? Chapter 54, 10,000 people kneel and shout for the true dragon. Puff. 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 Without the slightest hesitation, the sword fell with a swift stroke. A cold gleam flashed. A dozen heads, still bearing expressions of fear and resentment, flew into the sky. Scalding hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching the entire altar. The divine-like Zhang Shini, along with his dozen or so disciples who had committed countless evils, were all executed on the spot. Below the stage, some timid villagers, unable to bear the sight of the bloody scene, let out terrified screams. Kill, they're killing him. The ninth prince, he really killed Zhang the Divine Doctor. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the black-robed sorcerer, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curve his lips into a cold, cruel smile. Foolish. He muttered under his breath, his voice brimming with the smug confidence of one who knew he had won. By killing the only antidote, you've cut off everyone's hope. Chu Xian, this move of yours has completely sealed your fate. Now, let's see how you plan to wrap this up. On the altar. Chu Xian ignored all the chaos and panic below. He looked calmly at the dozen or so severed heads, their eyes wide open in death, arranged on the altar. Then, slowly, he raised his head and gazed up at the still overcast sky, which was filled with thunder and lightning. He took a deep breath. In a solemn and reverent tone, as if addressing the heavens themselves, he spoke aloud. His voice rang out like a divine decree, echoing through the heavens. The traitors have been eliminated. The demonic sorcerer has been subdued. Heaven, witness this. Please, calm the wrath of the thunder. Send down the purifying rain of heaven. To prove my heart. His voice echoed across the entire square for a long time. However, in the sky, there were only the swirling, heart-stopping dark clouds and thunder. There was still no sign of any change. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in that moment. Below the stage, the hearts of the tens of thousands of people sank deeper and deeper into despair. The last flickering flame of hope in their eyes was gradually extinguished by the merciless reality. It's over. Really, it's over. The divine healer was dead. Divine retribution did not cease. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Did you all see that? Among the crowd, the stooges loyal to the crown prince seized the opportunity once again, wildly inciting the crowd. He killed the divine healer. But nothing happened. He's a fraud. A bringer of disaster. The sacrifice to heaven was a lie. He just wanted to kill and silence witnesses to cover up his crime of summoning divine retribution. This is still our great Prince Xian? This is clearly a demon king. Beneath the altar, Mu Rongshua's fair face had turned deathly pale. Her hands gripping the autumn water sword trembled slightly from tension. Husband. In the shadows, Luoli's seductive phoenix eyes revealed genuine anxiety for the first time. Chu Xian. What else do you have up your sleeve? However, just as everyone thought Chu Xian was merely using an excuse to kill Zhang Daoxian out of anger. That man at the center of the storm. Finally, he moved. He slowly raised his right hand. In the palm of his hand, a symbol formed entirely from golden divine light, engraved with mystical cloud, rain, thunder, and lightning runes, and emanating an aura of supreme sanctity. Symbol quietly emerged. It was none other than the Dao Tier Supreme Talisman rewarded by the system. Pure World Do symbol. What is that? The moment he saw the golden talisman, In the shadows, the black-robed sorcerer's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous needle-like shape. A terrifying sense of crisis, unlike anything he had ever experienced before, overwhelmingly engulfed his entire body. He didn't even have time to think. Chu Xian had already tossed the talisman into the sky with a gentle flick. Command! He murmured a single word. Hum. The golden talisman, upon leaving his hand, instantly burst into a blinding light. It transformed into a wheel, 100 times, 1,000 times more brilliant and dazzling than the sun in the sky. A golden divine sun. It shot into the sky at an unimaginable speed, directly colliding with the massive, ominous cloud formed by the four symbols sealing heaven array, filled with an aura of destruction and doom. Massive dark cloud. There was no earth-shattering roar. Nor was there an earth-shattering explosion. The golden divine sun, upon making contact with the dark cloud, it was like a red-hot branding iron plunged into ice and snow. Whoosh! A faint sound, like a balloon deflating, echoed through the air. That vast dark cloud, which had been raging wildly, filled with lightning and thunder, and shrouding the entire city of Wangdu, along with the so-called dark thunder and heavenly retribution. In the blink of an eye, it was completely purified, vaporized, and dissolved by the overwhelming golden divine sun. Without a trace, the sky once again returned to its clear, cloudless state. Warm sunlight once again bathed the earth. And that golden divine sun, after purifying the dark clouds, did not dissipate. It hovered in the heavens, its glow growing increasingly gentle and sacred. It then transformed into billions of sparkling, translucent, golden raindrops, each emanating a rich, life-giving aura. Like the divine dew of legends, it falls gently from the sky. It's raining? It's golden rain. Below the stage, the people who had been seething with anger and ready to charge the altar were all stunned into silence by the miraculous sight before them. They instinctively reached out their hands to catch the golden raindrops falling from the sky. Plop! A single golden droplet of divine rain landed on the arm of a burly man who had been writhing in agony on the ground, on the brink of zombie transformation. Sizzle! A faint sound. The hideous black markings on his arm, resembling a curse, vanished instantly as if they had encountered their nemesis. Immediately afterward, countless tiny, pitch-black parasites, no larger than grains of rice, emitted piercing, silent screams as they emerged from beneath his skin. Upon contact with the golden spiritual rain, they instantly turned into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into thin air. The burly man jolted awake. His blood-red eyes, filled with savagery and madness, gradually regained their clarity. What happened to me? He looked at his hands in confusion, then at his surroundings, his face filled with disbelief at having survived such an ordeal. My illness is gone? And this was only the beginning. Golden spiritual rain covered the entire city of Wangdu. Whether it was the square, the streets and alleys, or the countless homes within the city, wherever the spiritual rain passed, all the citizens infected by the puppet parasite, the stubborn parasites within their bodies, were completely purified. Their minds, which had been devoured, are all awakened. Their parched, dying bodies were all nourished. In the blink of an eye, no more than a few dozen breaths. A catastrophe of unimaginable proportions, capable of obliterating an entire city. A ruthless, meticulously planned ambush orchestrated by the crown prince. And yet, under this golden downpour that seemed like a miracle, it was completely dissolved into nothingness. God, a miracle, this is truly a miracle. My illness is cured. My illness is truly cured. Your Highness. It was your Highness who saved us. He truly summoned the heavenly dew from the heavens. After a brief moment of silence, the entire city of Wangdu erupted in an unprecedented, earth-shaking. A frenzy of joy and celebration erupted. All the citizens who had regained their senses, without exception, made the same gesture. They turned and faced the towering altar. Toward that majestic figure bathed in golden divine rain, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Then, with a posture more devout, more fervent, and more soul-stirring than ever before, they knelt down heavily. Thud! 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 10,000 people knelt down simultaneously. The scene was truly magnificent. Truly awe-inspiring. Their mouths no longer uttered the simple words, "Long live the prince." Instead, they let out a fervent shout filled with endless gratitude and admiration. The true dragon. Your Highness is the true dragon descended from heaven. We are willing to live and die for you, to erect an eternal shrine for you, and worship you day and night. We bow before the true dragon emperor. The roaring cries, filled with endless gratitude and fervent faith, converged in this moment into the most magnificent symphony, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, Chu Xian was no longer a mere prince in their hearts, but a true, genuine, true dragon incarnate. His reputation, at this moment, reached an unprecedented peak. He had become the soul. Faith. The entire city of Wangdu was immersed in a frenzy of joy and endless worship of the divine miracle. However, in a dark corner at the edge of the square, The southern witch, who had been hiding himself beneath his black robes, gazed at the miraculous scene before him. The face concealed beneath his hood had long since lost all color, turning deathly pale. His body trembled violently, beyond his control. It was not out of anger, nor out of resentment. It was because of a fear that originated from the deepest recesses of his soul, a fear akin to encountering his natural enemy. Extreme fear. No, it can't be this is absolutely impossible. He was dazed and disoriented, muttering to himself, his voice trembling. The four symbols heaven-sealing array that is an ancient illusionary killing formation passed down from the witch clan, capable of sealing off heaven and earth. Even if a grandmaster were to arrive in person, it would be impossible to break it so easily. And that golden rain. He looked at the people bathing in the golden rain, their bodies purified of all toxins, rejoicing and celebrating. His eyes filled with endless horror and disbelief. What kind of power is that? How could it purify the puppet poison, mother poison I've cultivated for 10 years in an instant? Chapter 55, What a Terrifying Monster! The Witch's Pride and Joy, a poisonous bug technique capable of destroying an entire city. The meticulously planned, supposedly flawless final trap he had set. In the face of his opponent, it was shattered as easily as a child's toy, completely shattered. This is no longer a matter of strength. This is an absolute of life itself. At that moment, this arrogant southern witch, who had always looked down upon the Central Plains martial arts world as barbaric, felt fear for the first time in his life. He finally realized. This ninth Prince Chu Xian, whom they had regarded as a pawn and prey. The secrets hidden within him. The existence standing behind him. Far exceeded the limits of what he and the Crown Prince could ever imagine. He was not an ordinary prince, nor was he a mere martial arts master. He is more like a monster in human form. A terrifying entity from an unknown realm that they should never have dared to provoke. Retreat. We must retreat immediately. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He knew he had failed completely. Staying here any longer was pointless. He must, immediately, without delay, bring back to the capital all that had happened here, along with the terrifying intelligence regarding the ninth Prince Chu Xian, and report it to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Let him reassess the true horror of this enemy. With that thought, he had no further hesitation. He turned to the few men beside him, his subordinates from the southern frontier, who had also been terrified out of their wits and were disguised as ordinary civilians, and issued the order to retreat in a voice so soft that only they could hear, using the secret language of the southern frontier. Immediately, he quietly lowered the hood on his head, turned around, and prepared to blend into the chaotic crowd, slipping away unnoticed. However, just as he turned around, a voice, as clear and pleasant as a nightingale emerging from a valley, yet tinged with a hint of laziness and mockery, like the whisper of a devil, echoed behind him without warning. "This wizard, sir. Such a performance has just come to an end. You're in such a hurry, where are you heading?" Boom! The voice was not loud. But to the ears of this southern frontier wizard master, it was no less than a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding with a deafening roar deep within his soul. His body stiffened suddenly. A bone-chilling coldness, so intense it felt like it could freeze his blood solid, surged instantly from the base of his spine straight to the top of his head. He had been discovered? He struggled to turn his head, inch by inch. What he saw was a face so demonically beautiful that it could drive any man mad. And those eyes, those two dazzling black gems, gazing at him with a smile that seemed to mock him. Demonic phoenix eyes. The one who had arrived was none other than the mysterious figure who had been standing beside the ninth prince all along, resembling a maid yet exuding an aura of mystery and terror. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, Luoli. Who are you? The sorcerer from the southern frontier spoke with a harsh exterior but a trembling interior, whispering harshly. At the same time, he quietly reached into his robe, where he kept his final trump card, the 10,000 insects corroding the heart smoke. Me? Luoli's red lips parted slightly, emitting a lazy, cat-like chuckle. I am merely a servant following my master's orders, here. Her voice suddenly turned as cold as ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years. A mere servant girl luring you into a trap. Attack! The moment her words fell. Put. Ah! Plop! The dull thuds of blades piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by several short, disbelieving screams. Almost simultaneously, erupted from beside the southern witch. He suddenly turned his head. What he saw were his loyal subordinates from the southern frontier, each of them at least at the peak of the post-heaven realm. Without exception, each had been pierced through the back by several black daggers, silently thrust from the shadows and coated in poison. Their faces still bore the frozen expressions of terror from the moment before, as if they had been frozen in time while trying to flee. But the glimmer of life in their eyes had already been extinguished, fading away as quickly as a candle flame being snuffed out. One by one, the bodies collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless. And those who had struck were the few who had been standing beside them all along, appearing, like them, to be ordinary civilians. Passers-by. Heavenly net? when they saw the fleeting, eerie demonic patterns unique to the heavenly demon cult in the eyes of those passers-by. The southern frontier sorcerers were struck as if by lightning. He finally understood. They had already been targeted. From the moment they set foot in this city, they had likely already fallen into the enemy's invisible, all-encompassing net. Run! At that very moment, only one word echoed in his mind. He no longer cared about hiding his identity. He suddenly pulled out the packet of 10,000 insect heart-eating smoke from his chest and violently threw it toward Luoli's face. It was a toxic smoke concocted from over 10,000 venomous insects from the southern frontier, a poison so deadly it could kill with a single breath. Colorless and odorless, it was fatal upon contact with blood. Even a master-level martial artist would turn into a pool of pus and blood within 3 breaths if they inhaled it. This was his ultimate life-saving technique. He believed that even this woman before him, no matter how powerful she was, would never dare to confront this technique head-on. As long as he could gain even a single breath of respite, he could then activate the blood escape secret technique and escape to safety. However, he had underestimated Luoli. He had also underestimated the terror of the heavenly demon sect. Facing the deadly smoke that engulfed him, capable of poisoning even a master, Luoli's face showed not the slightest trace of panic, but instead, a hint of a disdainful sneer. Trying to show off in front of a master. She parted her red lips slightly and exhaled gently. That breath, though seemingly gentle, contained a chill, domineering demonic energy. Whoosh! The deadly 10,000 insects corroding the heart smoke, which could sever a throat with a single breath, upon contact with that demonic energy, suddenly emitted a piercing, agonizing scream as if encountering its natural enemy. Then, with even greater speed, it reversed direction. Every last bit of it burrowed into the mouth and nose of the southern witch. Ugh! Ah! The southern witchcraft sorcerer let out his final scream, filled with agony and disbelief, sounding like a broken bellows. He clearly felt that his internal organs, his meridians, his flesh and bones were being devoured and torn apart by tens of thousands of. It was a torment 10,000 times more excruciating than any torture in the world, the ultimate agony. Bang! He collapsed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently like a sieve. Foul-smelling, pitch-black pus and blood gushed out continuously from his 7 orifices. But Luoli clearly did not intend to let him die so easily. She extended a slender, jade-like finger and touched the air lightly. A pure, demonic energy shot into his body, temporarily sealing his collapsing heart meridians and sustaining his last breath. He endured the agony of 10,000 venomous insects gnawing at his heart, yet he could not die. You. The southern witch, using his last ounce of strength, raised his head. His eyes, long since consumed by pain and fear, staring intently at the woman before him, who was as elegant as she was cruel, like a demon. You, who are you? Luoli slowly knelt down. Her stunningly beautiful face drew near the southern witch's face, which had been twisted beyond recognition by pain and fear. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft and gentle, like the whispers of lovers. But the words that came out sent the southern witch into a frozen abyss. It seems that your southern witch clan has been isolated for far too long. So long that even the sacred token of the heavenly demon sect's holy maiden, the heavenly heart demon Lotus, no longer recognizes it. She extended her slender, delicate hand and gently brushed it across her full, rounded chest. A black lotus mark, carved from an unknown black crystal and lifelike in every detail, flashed briefly. Though it appeared for only an instant, it emanated a power that caused all demonic arts in the heavens and earth to bow in submission. Supreme demonic might. Heaven. The heavenly demon cult? The holy maiden? The pupils of the southern witch's eyes contracted to their absolute limit. His mind, in that instant, felt as though it had been struck by a billion bolts of thunder simultaneously. Complete blankness. The heavenly demon cult. That, 100 years ago, had once unified the entire demonic path and nearly overthrown the great Qian dynasty, the supreme demon sect. Although, after the great war between the righteous and demonic factions 100 years ago, the heavenly demon sect had already disintegrated and vanished without a trace. But its infamous reputation, its might, and its terror had long since become like a nightmare, deeply etched into the very souls of every sect and every faction on this land. He never could have imagined this stunningly beautiful demoness who had been by the 9th prince's side like a maid. Could she possibly be the legendary holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult, which was said to have been annihilated? No. An even more terrifying, even more unbelievable thought flashed through his mind like lightning, shattering his already collapsing mind. To make the holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult willingly call someone master. To have the holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult serve as a maid, humbly attending to his every need. What is the true identity of this 9th prince? Demon emperor? He mustered every last ounce of strength, forcing those 2 words from his throat, words powerful enough to make the entire world tremble. At that moment, he finally understood. Completely and utterly. Why could this 9th prince possess such divine and mysterious powers that defied heaven and earth? Why could he ignore the four symbols heaven sealing array, purify the puppet parasite, and even summon the miraculous pure world dew? Why, on the surface, does his power encompass the entire Jiangnan martial arts world? Yet in secret he is so deeply entangled with the heavenly demon sect. It turns out that this ninth prince, whom they regarded as a useless and a pawn, he is not a disaster star at all. He is a being 10,000 times more terrifying than a disaster star. He is the legendary, long extinct, new leader. He is the Demon Emperor. Ha ha. After understanding everything, the Southern Witch suddenly laughed. His laughter was so tragic, so despairing. He finally realized that he and the Crown Prince had provoked a monster of unimaginable terror. Prince, Your Highness, you lost fairly, he muttered to himself. Then, his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last breath. It wasn't because of the poison, but because he was alive and well, but the terrifying truth that could overturn the entire world had. Chapter 56, The Imperial Capital Trembles. Half an hour later. On the altar. Xu Xian summoned once more the prefect Lu Nang, who had been so terrified he had collapsed into a heap of trembling flesh. Accompanying him was the body of the southern frontier sorcerer who had just been captured alive and died from the agony of being devoured by 10,000 poisonous insects. Fu Bo. Xu Xian spoke softly, giving a single order. Yes, Your Highness. Fu Bo bowed and stepped forward, beginning to search the corpse, which was no longer recognizable as human, with great care. Soon, a sealed letter, stained with blood and preserved using a special secret technique, was discovered. Fu Bo presented it to Xu Xian with the utmost respect. Xu Xian slowly unfolded it. The contents of the letter were precisely what this southern frontier sorcerer had intended to send back to the capital to report the results of this operation to Crown Prince Chu Yao. Good news. It detailed how they had used the puppet parasite to create a plague. How they had used Zhang Daoxian to impersonate a divine healer to win the people's hearts. And how they planned to use the four symbols heaven sealing array to create a divine punishment to frame the ninth prince, ruining his reputation and career. All the vicious plans. Every word and sentence is filled with cruelty and triumph. Slap. Xu Xian casually tossed the secret letter into the face of the terrified prefect Lu Nang, who was already trembling in fear. Prefect Lu. Xu Xian's voice was icy and filled with mockery. Do you have anything left to say now? Your Highness, spare my life. Your Highness, spare my life. After reading the contents of the letter, Lu Nang was so terrified that he lost control of his bowels, weeping uncontrollably. He frantically knelt before Xu Xian, banging his head on the ground. Your humble servant was forced to do it. It was all because of the Crown Prince and that demon from the southern frontier. If I refuse, they will kill my entire family. Please, Your Highness, have mercy on me. I'm just a lowly servant. Spare my life. Powerless? Xu Xian laughed. That smile was cold and ruthless. You, powerless to act, can disregard the lives of the 15,000 citizens in this city? You, unable to control your own actions, dare to aid the wicked, collude with this demonic being, and frame this palace? His voice suddenly grew as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. In my eyes, your crimes are greater than those of this demon from the southern frontier, greater than those of that charlatan from the martial arts world. Greater! Bring them here! He roared suddenly. Yes, Supreme Alliance Master. Two martial arts experts from the Alliance, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward. Behead this beast, along with that demon from the southern frontier and the heads of Zhang Daoxian's gang, and place them in a box for this palace. When I return to the capital. A cold, chilling smile flashed across Xu Xian's eyes. I will deliver these gifts intact to the gates of my beloved elder brother's palace in the Eastern Palace. Since he enjoys surprises so much, I shall oblige him. Then I shall, of course, return the favor. A gift so grand it could shake the heavens. 3 days later. Xu Xian and his entourage departed from Wangdu City amidst the tearful farewells and heartfelt gratitude of the city's 150,000 citizens. Once again, they set off on their northern expedition. Meanwhile, the story of how the ninth prince Xu Xian, acting alone, had broken the plague, brought the purifying rain, and saved the 150,000 citizens of Wangdu City from disaster. This miracle. It spread like wildfire, carried by spies from various factions who had arrived one after another. They swiftly relayed the news using secret methods to that turbulent city. Great Xian Imperial capital. In an instant, the high-ranking officials in the capital were completely shaken. What? The ninth prince, in Wangdu City, brought down a life-giving rain and cured the plague that had afflicted the entire city? Are you kidding? That's the puppet toxin. Even the imperial physicians of the Imperial Hospital were powerless against this southern poison. A miracle. This must be a miracle. Could it be that this ninth prince is truly a divine being sent down from heaven, protected by the heavens? The entire imperial court in the capital was thrown into complete chaos. Countless nobles, ministers, and aristocratic families, upon hearing this news, had the same reaction. Disbelief. This was completely beyond their understanding of common sense. This was simply not something that could be achieved by human means. However, as more and more intelligence from various sources confirmed the truth, they had no choice but to believe it. For a time, the identity of the ninth Prince Chu Xian, his experiences over the past decade in the Imperial Mausoleum, and the secrets he harbored, became the hottest topic of discussion among the nobles and aristocrats of the imperial capital. And at the center of it all, the Eastern Palace, the prince's mansion. Bang! A deafening crash. A desk made of the finest golden cypress wood, worth a fortune, was shattered by an enraged hand. Shattered into a cloud of dust. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The crown prince of the current dynasty, Xu Yao, whose face had always been gentle and composed, exuding the confidence of a ruler, was now twisted beyond recognition by sheer rage. His eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. Southern Frontier Witch Clan. Zhang Daoxian. I have given you so many resources. I have given you so much support. This is how you repay me? Not only did you fail to trap that little bastard in Wangdu City, but you actually allowed him to use this opportunity to gain such immense fame? Useless fools. A bunch of good-for-nothings. He was so enraged that his entire body trembled as he pointed at the intelligence chief kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear, and roared madly. Now, the entire imperial court is praising his miracle. And what about me? What have I become? Where am I supposed to put my face now? Shame. This was the greatest humiliation he, Xu Yao, had ever endured in his entire life. At the same time, the second prince's mansion. The study was shrouded in an eerie silence. The second prince Chu Xiong sat quietly behind his desk, clutching the latest intelligence report that had just been sent back from Yuzhou. There was not a trace of joy on his face. Instead, there was an unprecedented seriousness. Miracle. He murmured the two words softly, his gaze growing incredibly deep. Bestowing sweet rain to purify the plague. My ninth younger brother's abilities have far surpassed the realm of mere brute force. His most trusted advisor, standing beside him, also wore a solemn expression and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, Your Highness. No matter how strong one's martial arts may be, it is merely the bravery of a commoner, and ultimately, it has its limits. But this kind of power, which is almost a miracle and capable of winning the hearts of the people, is the most terrifying. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Now, he is in Jiangnan, holding the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance in his hands and controlling the martial arts world. In Yuzhou, he has also won the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people through miracles, martial arts, fame, and the hearts of the people. He has already secured 2 of the 3. If he were to return to the capital. The strategist's words trailed off. But the meaning was clear. The second prince Chu Xiong slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all the contempt and amusement in his eyes had vanished. In their place was a look that regarded the other as his greatest enemy in life. Utmost importance. He picked up the red pen and, on the intelligence dossier regarding the ninth Prince Chu Xian, crossed out the original dangerous rating with a heavy stroke. Then, he rewrote 3 blood-red characters filled with endless murderous intent. Must kill him. The Battle of Wangdu City shook the entire realm. The name Prince Chu Xian spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the entire Great Xian Empire overnight. He was no longer the obscure, worthless prince who had once languished in the imperial tombs. Nor was he merely the martial arts master who had briefly shown his prowess in the Jiangnan martial arts world. He had become the divine savior who could perform miracles and rescue the suffering in the hearts of countless common people. True Dragon Emperor. Living Bodhisattva. For a time, the hearts of the people were with him, and his reputation was unmatched. The northern route became unusually smooth as a result. All the states and counties along the way, whether local officials or martial arts factions, upon hearing that the ninth prince's entourage was passing through, rushed to the streets to welcome him with the utmost respect. The scene was even more grand than welcoming the crown prince of the current dynasty. No one dared to come forward and challenge him. It seemed as though even the demons and monsters lurking in the shadows had been intimidated by Chu Xian's overwhelming divine might. 7 days later. The distance to the majestic and imposing Great Xian imperial capital, symbolizing the very heart of the imperial court's power, was now less than 100 miles. The official road grew wider and flatter. The scenery on either side of the road had also become increasingly prosperous. Even from afar, one could now glimpse that colossal structure, resembling a giant beast, sprawled across the horizon. Outline of the imperial capital. The atmosphere within the caravan had also grown much more relaxed. Finally, we're almost there. Inside the carriage, Luoli lazily stretched her irresistibly alluring body, yawned, and exhaled a breath that smelled of flowers. This journey north has been more exhausting than fighting a war to destroy a nation. Meng Yushui nodded in agreement, her usually cold and composed face rare in its relaxed smile. Yes, the capital is filled with hidden dangers, and we have no idea how many schemes are waiting for us. As she spoke, she cast a tender gaze toward Chu Xian, who was closing his eyes to rest. Husband, are we truly ready? Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes. His eyes remained as deep and calm as ever. As if the impending storm that would shake the entire world to its core was, in his eyes, nothing more than a trivial little breeze. He smiled, about to speak. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. In those deep, piercing eyes, a fleeting glimpse of cold, mocking disdain flashed as if he were looking at a dead man. It seems. He picked up the fragrant tea on the table and gently blew on the floating leaves. Someone still isn't giving up, huh? They want to cause trouble on this final stretch of the journey before I return home. He downed the tea in one gulp. To send me a parting gift, I suppose. As the words fell, boom! A deafening explosion erupted without warning from the front of the procession. The entire ground seemed to have been struck by an invisible giant hammer, crashing down with tremendous force. It trembled violently. Chapter 57, The Human Emperor's Battle Body, The Golden Vengeance. What's going on? Enemy attack. The martial arts experts from the Martial Alliance guarding both sides of the convoy instantly turned pale, drew their weapons, and assumed defensive stances. However, it was all too late. 5 golden figures, as if emerging from the depths of hell, filled with endless destruction and savage energy, appeared. Without any warning, they burst forth from the dense forests on both sides of the official road, like 5 cannonballs fired from a barrel, crashing out with a thunderous roar. Their speed was beyond imagination. The naked eye could not even track their paths. All that could be seen were 5 blinding golden streaks slicing through the air, leaving behind 5 straight trails filled with the scent of death. Boom! 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 At the front of the convoy, the magnificent chariot pulled by 16 majestic white horses, as sturdy as a city wall. Under the impact of the 5 golden streaks, it shattered like paper. In an instant, it was shattered into pieces, with wood shards flying everywhere. The 16 divine steeds, once renowned for their extraordinary prowess, did not even utter a single cry of distress before being crushed by the unstoppable force, reduced to a pile of blurred, bloody flesh. The 5 golden figures, after shattering the chariot, did not slow down in the slightest. They were like 5 war machines descended from the heavens, tireless and impervious to pain. They charged straight toward the center of the convoy, the carriage where Chu Xian was seated, colliding with it with relentless force. Everything in their path, whether human or horse, sword or blade, all were crushed into pieces by their overwhelming physical strength, their bodies shattered and blood flying everywhere. Ah! Trouble! A master-level warrior! Quick! Protect the Supreme Alliance leader! The convoy erupted into chaos in an instant. Those martial arts experts from the Jiangnan martial arts world, who were once so formidable, now stood before the 5 golden figures that seemed to have descended like demon gods. They were as fragile as infants. Their swords and blades struck the opponents' bodies, producing only a series of piercing clangs, as if striking against refined steel. They couldn't even scratch the skin of their opponents. Yet their seemingly ordinary punches and kicks contained terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. In just a single exchange, dozens of elite disciples of the Martial Alliance were killed on the spot. Blood stained the official road red. Dismembered limbs littered the ground. Golden slaves? Inside the carriage, Luoli stared out the window at the 5 figures, as if cast from solid gold, impervious to blades and arrows. For the first time, the demonically beautiful face revealed a genuine look of gravity. Your royal brothers really are willing to spare no expense, aren't they? She spoke in a cold voice. These creatures are war slaves cultivated from childhood using an extremely brutal secret technique from the Western Buddhist kingdom. They use the Buddhist Vajraluminis method to temper their bodies, then soak them in secret potions to completely erase their minds, leaving only the most primal combat instincts. Each one is physically formidable, impervious to blades and arrows, and possesses boundless strength. Their power rivals that of a body-cultivating expert who has just entered the realm of a master. What's most terrifying is that they feel no pain and fear neither life nor death. Unless their heads are completely shattered. Otherwise, they will fight until their last breath. 5 golden slaves comparable to masters. Mong Yushua's cold, beautiful face was filled with an unprecedented sense of gravity. She knew this was the most dangerous situation they had faced since their journey north. Final ambush. Humph. Since they are demon monks from the Western Buddha kingdom, let this holy maiden of the demon cult send them to their final rest. Luoli coldly snorted. The murderous intent in her seductive phoenix-like eyes boiled over instantly. She held nothing back. A terrifying demonic energy, several times more powerful than what she had unleashed on the ascending dragon platform, erupted with a thunderous roar, nearly reaching the level of a half-step grandmaster. Her figure instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning, shooting out from the window. Heavenly demons dance. She let out a fierce cry. A sky filled with pitch-black demonic energy instantly behind her, forming a 3-headed, 6-armed figure brimming with endless destruction and demonic beauty. The celestial demon's form. 6 slender arms simultaneously formed seals. 6 utterly different, ruthless techniques of the heavenly demon cult erupted like a storm, unleashing a torrent of attacks toward the 5 golden slaves. Bang! 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 At the same time, Morning Snow also moved. She did not rush out of the carriage. Instead, she sat quietly in her place. She slowly closed her eyes. The autumn water sword in her hand remained sheathed. But a force, purer, sharper, and more vast than ever before. Supreme sword intent erupted violently from her delicate body. That sword intent, formless and intangible, yet seemed to be everywhere. It lacked the earth-shaking might of a great power, yet its sharpness was taken to the extreme. It seemed capable of severing everything in this world. Cutting through space, cutting through time, cutting through causality. Heavenly Sword 9 Techniques. The 8th technique. Heart Sword leaves no trace. One after another, invisible sword chi formed from the purest sword intent, like teleportation, disregarding the distance of space. Directly appearing at the vital points of the several golden slaves currently engaged in fierce combat with Luo Li. The necks, throats, foreheads, and hearts, the vital points of those several golden slaves engaged in fierce combat with Luo Li. Then, with a brutal twist. Put. Almost simultaneously. The 2 slightly weaker golden slaves, whose invincible golden bodies suddenly erupted into clouds of blood without any warning. Their movements froze abruptly. Their hollow, emotionless eyes instantly lost all their luster. They then crashed heavily to the ground. In an instant, 2 master-level golden slaves were killed. Manya Shue's technique, Heart Sword without a trace, was so terrifying in its power and so enigmatic in its unpredictability that even Luo Li, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with her enemies, couldn't help but cast a look of admiration her way. However, the remaining 3 golden slaves were clearly far more powerful than the 2 who had fallen earlier. Especially the one leading them, the most towering figure with the most dazzling golden glow. The leader of the golden slaves. His physical form had reached a level of strength that defied comprehension. Manya Shue's invisible heart sword, which could instantly kill ordinary masters, when struck against his body, could only leave shallow white marks. It couldn't even inflict a fatal wound. Roar! The leader of the golden slaves seemed to have been completely enraged. He suddenly let out a savage roar, like that of a primordial beast. He abandoned his struggle with Luo Li, his hollow, emotionless golden eyes fixated on the chariot where Chu Xian was. Chariot! Capture the leader first. Clearly, they had been trained by the forces behind the scenes. They knew that the person inside that carriage was their true target for this ambush. Ultimate target. This is bad. Luo Li's expression changed drastically. She tried to step forward to block them, but was firmly held back by the other 2 golden slaves. She was completely overwhelmed. Inside the carriage, after continuously casting Heart Sword without traces several times, her true energy was severely depleted, and her fair face had turned deathly pale. She was unable to launch such a powerful attack again in the short term. She could only watch helplessly as that terrifying figure, resembling a golden demon god, along with the other 2 golden slaves, transforming into 3 golden streams of light powerful enough to shatter mountains, charging straight toward the heart of the enemy, viciously charging toward Chu Xian's chariot. Boom! This was a fatal collision. However, at that critical moment, that man, who had been sitting quietly inside the carriage, seemingly indifferent to everything happening around him, finally, slowly, he opened his eyes. There was not a trace of tension or gravity on his face. Only a look of contempt, as if he were watching 3 ants, unaware of their impending doom, rushing toward him. Supreme authority. He did not move a muscle. Not even a single finger twitched. He merely rose slowly from his seat. Then, he voluntarily released the power within him, a force that had long since become one with him, bearing the rise and fall of the entire human race. Human Emperor Battle Body. Without holding back, he released it completely. An invisible yet majestic and boundless imperial might, as if emanating from the primordial chaos of ancient times, erupted with overwhelming force. This pressure was entirely different from the passive release at the Heavenly Gate Pass. That time, it was a warning, a natural suppression of the bloodline. But this time, it was a judgment. It was the sovereign's ruthless suppression of traitors who dared to defy his authority. Merciless suppression. Those 3 golden slaves, charging forward with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. The moment they came into contact with that overwhelming imperial might, their bodies suddenly froze mid-air. Though they had no consciousness, no souls. But their physical bodies, their bloodlines, and their bodily instincts, forged by the secret techniques of the Buddhist sect, were frantically sending out the strongest warning to them. It was a kind of absolute suppression, originating from the very core of life, indescribable in words. It was as though what they were colliding with was not a carriage, not a person, but a vast expanse bearing the destiny of the entire human race. Boundless cosmos. And they were merely 3 insignificant, and ignorant creatures. Pitiful ants. Plop, plop, plop. Outside the vehicle, Luoli and Mu Rongxue stared in utter shock. Those three, arrogant, invincible, and terrifying golden slaves, comparable to masters. Surprisingly, even from 3 zhang away from the carriage. Unable to control their bodies, they all knelt down on the ground in unison. They bowed their heads, their powerful golden bodies trembling violently like sieves. As if they were enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-chilling sounds, like the cracking of bones, echoed continuously from within their bodies. Their bloodlines, their bones, their flesh all were being crushed under the overwhelming might of the human emperor's authority. Inch by inch, they were being crushed. Roar, roar. They let out agonizing, unwilling, yet fear-filled beastly cries. They wanted to struggle. They wanted to resist. But, in the face of that overwhelming power, as mighty as the heavens themselves, all their struggles seemed so pale and powerless. It took only 3 breaths. These 3, the final trump cards of the second prince that could make the entire martial arts world tremble, had already been reduced to a heap of shattered bones, with blood flowing from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground like 3 pools of mud, completely devoid of life. And from start to finish, Chu Xian hadn't even stepped out of the carriage. Not a single step. Chapter 58. The dragon returns to the Imperial capital. Dead silence. A silence as still as death. On the official road, aside from the growing sense of oppressive pressure emanating from the majestic Imperial capital, all that remained were the heavy, suppressed breaths of the surviving martial arts alliance experts. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 3 golden corpses, which had long since ceased to resemble human beings, lying limp and lifeless on the ground. And the ordinary cart, which had remained untouched and unmoving from start to finish. Their minds had completely shut down. What had just happened? Those 3 beings, who had descended like demon gods, arrogant and invincible, capable of crushing even masters. When they charged toward the carriage, why did they suddenly kneel down on their own? And why did they then kill themselves with their own power? This was completely beyond their understanding of martial arts and the world. This isn't demonic magic anymore. This is a miracle. It is the true divine punishment. Gulp. A hallmaster of the Martial Arts Alliance swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he cast his gaze toward the carriage, which, in his eyes, was now 1,000 times more terrifying than any dragon's lair or tiger's den. His eyes were filled with endless, soul-stirring, fanatical adoration. Too powerful, Alliance Master. Who on earth is he? Inside the carriage, Luoli and Mu Rongxue, after experiencing a brief yet intense shock, finally came to their senses. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, which were equally filled with shock and horror, they saw a bitter smile. They had once again believed they had truly understood Chu Xian's true strength. And once again, they were harshly slapped back to reality. The human emperor, the war body. Luoli murmured softly, staring at the man who sat there casually, as if he had just crushed 3 ants under his feet, his expression as calm as ever. Those seductive phoenix eyes were filled with admiration and infatuation, boiling to the extreme. So this was his true power? His words carried the weight of law, his aura crushing the world. Without lifting a finger, he could make a master kneel and die. This was no longer the power of a mortal. This is the true power of an emperor. Meng Yushui remained silent, simply gazing at Chu Xian. Her cold, clear eyes sparkled with a strange light. Her pure sword heart, in that moment, seemed to have opened a door to a new world. So, power could be like this. It turns out that the way could be like this. The final ambush concluded in a manner that was utterly unexpected, absurd, and yet profoundly shocking to all. The convoy, after a brief rest, began to move slowly once more, heading toward that city, which was just a stone's throw away, resembling a primordial beast lurking between heaven and earth. Great Xian Imperial capital, the prosperous capital city, slowly made its way forward. The closer they got, the more intense the intangible sense of oppression became. In the eyes of ordinary people, Xingjing City was the capital under the emperor's feet, the heart of the imperial court, the most prosperous and safest place in the world. But in Chu Xian's eyes, this 1,000-year-old imperial capital that had stood for over 1,000 years. In the skies above it, a dragon chi swirled, a force more vast and majestic than anything he had ever seen anywhere else. Purple gold imperial dragon chi. That dragon energy is so dense it seems on the verge of materializing. Like a true, sky-obscuring divine dragon, it surveyed the entire land below. It emanates an overwhelming divine might that subdues all ages and proclaims its unrivaled supremacy. But within this vast and boundless imperial dragon chi, there are countless impure, filthy, and corrupted, black-red malevolent energy. That is the lust for power of the officials. It is the ambition of the princes. It is the palace intrigues. It is the endless, filthy plots and bloodshed. Dragon energy and malevolent energy intertwine, entangle, and devour one another, causing the skies above the imperial capital to take on an extremely eerie, contradictory, and conflicted purple-black hue. As if a colossal beast, lurking in slumber, were about to awaken at any moment, ready to devour its prey. Terrifying colossal beast. What a chaotic battlefield of dragons and serpents. Chu Xian gazed at the eerie sky, a cold smile curving his lips. He knew that this was his true stage. As the convoy slowly approached the towering, majestic gates of Luoyang City, which stood over 100 zhang tall, countless pairs of eyes, some bright, some shadowy, had been waiting there for hours. Instantly, like sharks sensing blood, they all locked onto Chu Xian's convoy. On the city gates, the aristocratic young masters and noblemen dressed in fine robes. Along the streets, the seemingly ordinary tea houses, taverns, shops, and vendors. In the shadowy corners, spies from various factions lurked like venomous snakes. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and unabashed hostility. They all wanted to see with their own eyes. This prince, the ninth prince, who, according to rumors, is nearly a divine being. Just how extraordinary is he, with 3 heads and 6 arms? Facing the countless gazes filled with complex emotions, Chu Xian's entourage did not pause for a moment. Still moving at a steady pace, it passed through the thick city gates. Officially, they entered this city where power and intrigue intertwined the very heart of the storm. Just as the convoy entered the city gates and was briefly slowed down by the crowded crowd, a completely unremarkable young palace maid, dressed in coarse hemp clothing and appearing to be only 12 or 13 years old. Suddenly, like a startled rabbit, she pushed her way out of the crowd. She seemed to have been pushed from behind, stumbling and nearly falling, only to collide with the window of Chu Xian's carriage. Ah! She let out an apologetic cry, quickly got to her feet, and hurriedly bowed in the direction of the carriage. Then, in a panic, she once again plunged into the surging crowd and vanished. The entire process was as swift as lightning, completely natural. Almost no one present noticed this minor incident. Even the martial arts experts guarding the carriage merely assumed it was an ordinary maid who had accidentally bumped into the carriage and paid it no mind. However, inside the carriage, Chu Xian's deep eyes narrowed slightly. He reached out his hand. Through the crack in the carriage window, a neatly folded, small note. The note was made from the finest cloud pattern paper from the palace, and it carried a faint, extremely familiar orchid fragrance. Chu Xian slowly unfolded the note. On it were written a few lines of exquisite, yet forceful and urgent script filled with concern and urgency. There was no signature, nor any unnecessary words. Only the most crucial warning. To be opened by the ninth brother. Your Majesty, the Emperor is deeply dissatisfied with your recent journey to Jiangnan and Yuzhou, and His Majesty is greatly angered. We have secretly dispatched Wei Yuan, the commander of the Zhenma Bureau, to thoroughly investigate your activities over the past 10 years. This man is the sharpest blade in the Emperor's hand, ruthless and merciless. You must be cautious. When you present yourself before the Emperor, remember to endure all things with patience and under no circumstances reveal your true abilities. Take care of yourself. The Demon Suppressing Bureau? Wei Yuan? Chu Xian read the contents of the letter. A cold, icy glint flashed across his deep, piercing eyes. Regarding this organization, the most mysterious and terrifying secret agency said to operate independently of the 3 judicial departments and directly under the Emperor himself, he had, of course, heard rumors. Zhenma Bureau. Status: an intelligence and supernatural incident response agency independent of the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate, directly under the Emperor's command. Responsibilities: monitor officials, suppress the martial arts world, eradicate demons and monsters, and protect the imperial lineage. Its power was immense, and its methods were brutal, truly horrifying. It is said that no one who enters the Zhenma Bureau's imperial prison ever emerges alive. And the one who commands this terrifying organization, Wei Yuan, is an even more terrifying figure, a true madman who emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. It is said that this man was an orphan, picked up from the battlefield by the previous emperor, and raised from childhood to be the sharpest blade and the most loyal dog. His loyalty to the current emperor is absolute. Whatever the emperor commands, even if it means slaughtering his own wife and children with his own hands, he would never hesitate for a moment. His true strength is utterly unimaginable. He has already reached the pinnacle of mastery. He practices the imperial family's secret, ruthless blood slaughter heart sutra. Once he acts, it will be a river of blood, leaving no trace behind. To send such a person to investigate him? It seems that my high and mighty father, the emperor, truly look at me differently. However, Chu Xian's gaze fell on the first 2 words at the beginning of the letter, filled with affection and concern. Ninth brother. His heart, which had always been as still as a well, suddenly stirred with a faint, long-forgotten warmth. In his mind, a vague yet warm figure began to take shape. It was back when he had first arrived in this world, confined to the cold palace during the darkest and most helpless days of his life. Everyone shunned him, viewing him as an unlucky demon child. Only one girl, dressed in elegant palace attire and a few years older than him, would secretly sneak out. In the dead of night, she would come to the cold palace. Quietly, she slipped a warm piece of something she had saved for herself through the crack in the door. Osmanthus cake. Then, through the cold palace door, she spoke in a voice filled with concern and pity, whispering to him. "Nine brother, don't be afraid. Your elder sister is here. When I grow up, I will plead with Father Emperor to release you." That was the only warmth he felt in this cold palace. The seventh princess, Xu Yunchang. The emperor's most beloved daughter. Elder sister. Xu Xian murmured softly, staring at the piece of paper in his hand, still faintly warm. For the first time, his icy eyes softened slightly. Though his nature had long since set him apart from ordinary people, viewing so-called familial bonds as meaningless. But for this kindness, the purest, most selfless act of goodwill he had ever received during his darkest hour. He had, in fact, etched it deeply into his heart. Rest assured, Imperial sister. He looked at the secret letter in his hand and spoke softly. In this world, no one can make your ninth brother into danger. He slowly closed his palm. The precious secret letter, along with the unique orchid fragrance belonging to the princess. Instantly, it was completely obliterated by the intangible true energy within his palm. It transformed into the finest dust. Chapter 59, Refusing to kneel before the Emperor, the overwhelming might of the human sovereign. The procession slowly came to a halt before the majestic palace gates symbolizing the supreme imperial authority. An elderly eunuch dressed in a deep red python-patterned robe, with a pale face and no beard, and an aura of cold, deep-seated power, had been waiting there for some time. He took small, quick steps and hurried forward to greet them. This humble servant is Li Lianying, the head eunuch of the Imperial Household Department. He bowed deeply before the carriage, his voice sharp yet filled with reverence. "Welcome back to the palace, Your Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. His Majesty is already in the Imperial study, awaiting your arrival. Please follow me, Your Highness." The curtain of the carriage slowly parted. Xu Xian, dressed in a brocaded robe, stepped down from the carriage with measured steps. Behind him, Mu Rongxue and Luoli followed closely. The old eunuch Li Lianying, upon seeing Luoli, saw a fleeting, imperceptible flicker of something in the depths of his seemingly cloudy old eyes. But he said nothing, asked nothing. He merely bowed his head even lower. "Your Highness, the Emperor has issued an edict, summoning only you alone." He spoke with a submissive tone. Xu Xian nodded, turned around, and gave Mu Rongxue and Luoli a reassuring glance. Then, led by the old eunuch, he walked alone. He stepped onto the path paved with white marble, leading deep into the Imperial City, the Imperial Avenue. Boom! As he stepped through the towering palace gates, the two massive palace gates behind him, crafted from refined copper and weighing 10,000 pounds each, slowly closed, emitting a deep, thunderous roar, as if separating two worlds. One step forward. He found himself in the lair of dragons and tigers, the heart of imperial power. Xu Xian looked up. Before his eyes lay endless golden tiles and red walls, countless carved balustrades and marble pillars, and magnificent palaces that seemed to be the dwelling places of gods. The air was filled with a powerful, almost tangible imperial dragon energy, growing even more intense. It presses down on one, almost making it impossible to breathe. On either side of the road, there were guards stationed every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. One after another, imperial guards clad in golden armor and wielding long spears stood as straight as spears. Their eyes are cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Their aura was powerful and formidable, each of them at least a peak-level martial artist in the post-natal realm. Among them, the squad leaders and officers of the commanding rank were all innate martial artists. This was the core military might of the Great Xian Empire. The ultimate trump card for suppressing the world and safeguarding imperial power. Under the guidance of the old eunuch Li Lianying, Xu Xian passed through one palace after another, walking along one corridor after another. Finally, he arrived before a palace that appeared ordinary yet was guarded with the strictest security. The Imperial Study. This is the true center of power for the entire Great Xian dynasty. It was where the emperor handled state affairs, reviewed memorials, and decided the fate of the people of the realm. Your Highness, please. Li Lianying stopped in his tracks, gesturing toward the tightly closed palace doors carved from a single piece of purple sandalwood, signaling for them to enter. Then, he bowed his head and retreated silently to the side, as if he were a lifeless shadow. Xu Xian took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy palace door. Creak! As he stepped into the imperial study, the lights suddenly dimmed. A force one that defied description, as though it could freeze one's very soul. Supreme pressure. In an instant, it felt as though an invisible ancient divine mountain was closing in from all directions, crushing him with relentless force. Xu Xian raised his head. He saw it, the figure seated behind the dragon-shaped desk. He saw the one who was, in name only, his father. Emperor Dashuan, Xu Wenti. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, looking slightly weary. His temples even had a hint of gray hair. His face bore the deep weariness left by years of handling state affairs. He did not look like a supreme ruler who held the lives of millions in his hands. Instead, he resembles an ordinary middle-aged man who has been overworked by state affairs. However, when Xu Xian's gaze met his, Xu Xian's heart and mind suddenly grew tense. What kind of eyes did he see? Those were not human eyes at all. Those eyes contained no joy, no anger, no sorrow, no happiness. All that existed was an endless, icy, lifeless, boundless expanse of stars. Within that starry sky, the sun and moon rose and fell, and stars flickered and faded. There were the myriad forms of life, the rise and fall of dynasties. It seemed as though the entire trajectory of the universe, the past and future of the world, were reflected in his eyes. This is the eye of the emperor. It is the supreme imperial dragon chi that governs this realm, harmonizing with the nation's fortune day and night, cultivated over decades of mastering the art of imperial governance. The supreme divine will. At this moment, the supreme emperor of the great Qian dynasty remained silent. He simply sat there in silence. However, the colossal imperial dragon chi fused within him, combined with the terrifying will cultivated over decades of imperial rule, had already transformed into an invisible yet weighty dragon might as heavy as a mountain. It crashed down fiercely toward his son, who dared to gaze directly at him. Like a mountain crushing down, it descended upon him. He intended to make this son, who had strayed from his control and refused to obey. Upon meeting him, he would kneel. Completely submit. The air within the imperial study seemed to be completely sucked out in that moment. The space itself emitted a faint, agonizing groan, as if unable to bear the weight. That terrifying dragon's might, powerful enough to shatter the minds of any master and force them to kneel and beg for mercy, crushed down upon Chu Xian with relentless force. If it were any other prince, even the crown prince Chu Yao or the second prince Chu Xiong, facing such an unyielding display of willpower from their father, the emperor, they would undoubtedly collapse in an instant, their knees giving way, unable to control their bodies as they fell to the ground. However, Chu Xian remained standing there, unmoving and steadfast. He did not even flicker an eyelid. His face remained as calm and serene as ever. As if the terrifying dragon's might, powerful enough to crush mountains, was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Boom! Just as the terrifying dragon's might was about to completely crush Chu Xian, the human emperor battle body within Chu Xian, which had long since fused with him and bore the rise and fall of the entire human race, felt it a challenge. It sensed an insult. It acted on its own to protect its master. A force equally domineering, equally majestic, even more ancient, more vast, and more supreme than the imperial dragon's might. The glorious imperial might, erupting violently from Chu Xian's body. Dragon might. Imperial might. Two streams of terrifying willpower, both originating from the pinnacle of the human path, the ultimate and supreme. Within this small imperial study, a silent yet dangerously intense, earth-shaking collision. The air within the imperial study had completely frozen. Time itself seemed to have come to a standstill in that moment. The dragon-shaped desk, crafted from a single piece of 10,000-year-old agarwood, began to develop countless fine cracks without a sound. The priceless paintings hanging on the walls, personally inscribed by the sword saint, began to silently turn to dust. The precious ancient texts on the bookshelves, which recorded the 1,000-year history of the great Qian dynasty, began to silently turn into dust, page by page. Even the imperial seal, carved from a single piece of imperial jade and symbolizing the supreme imperial authority, began to emit faint, agonizing, a mournful wail. And at the center of this invisible clash, Chu Xian and his father, the emperor, continued to stare at each other. One gaze was icy cold, like the stars in the heavens, unfathomable. The other, calm as an ancient abyss, untroubled by the slightest ripple. Finally, after a stalemate lasting 10 full breaths, with a loud boom, those two terrifying wills, powerful enough to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth, seemed to have reached a critical point. Both vanished into thin air. The suffocating terror that had filled the imperial study vanished in an instant. Everything returned to calm. It was as though the colossal collision that had nearly caused the very fabric of space to collapse had never occurred at all. Emperor Chu Wenxian's bottomless starlit eyes flickered for the first time with a hint of something even he himself had not noticed. Extreme astonishment. He actually blocked it? Blocked his own imperial dragon chi. And even, faintly, there was a stance of equal strength? This is impossible. How old is he? How long has he been away from the imperial tomb? At this moment, the supreme emperor who had controlled the entire realm and believed himself to have seen through everything in the world. For the first time, I felt as though I was somehow unable to see through the person before him, his own son, whom he had always considered the least remarkable of all his children. But Chu Xian remained as calm as ever. He looked at the emperor, whose expression had changed slightly for the first time, slowly bowed his head in respect. Neither humble nor arrogant. Your humble son, Chu Xian, pays his respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The clash of wills, though fleeting, yet its danger far surpasses any real battle fought with swords and spears. However, after Chu Xian had finished his bow, the atmosphere in the imperial study suddenly became Harmonious. The cold, imposing aura that had once emanated from Emperor Chu Wenti's face vanished instantly. In its place was a smile filled with compassion and gentleness. He seemed to have completely forgotten the intense clash of wills that had nearly destroyed the entire Imperial study just moments ago. He stood up, walked slowly toward Chu Shen, and gently helped him to his feet. "Shinner, rise quickly." His voice was gentle and rich. It was filled with the care and affection of an ordinary father toward his long-lost son. Care and affection. 10 years, 10 whole years. He patted Chu Xian on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with emotion and relief. "In the blink of an eye, my son has grown so tall and even married a wife. How is she? The girl from Tianjian Mountain Villa, is she a good wife? Does she treat you well? The journey north and the return trip, were they smooth?" He asked so naturally, so warmly. Every word was filled with the concern of an ordinary father for his son's married life and the worry for his son's journey. It was as though all the suspicion, all the scheming, all the testing that had come before were nothing but a mere illusion.